In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, under the cloak of night, a solitary figure stood atop a towering power pole, gazing impassively upon the remnants of his clan. It is time to act. The curse of this clan must come to an end. The words seemed to be a murmur to the void, perhaps a soliloquy. With that, the shadow vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a ripple in the air heralded the emergence of a figure clad in a one-eyed mask from the void. Let the carnage commence. White Zetsu, you shall handle the trifling pests. A multitude of white figures slowly rose from the earth, grinning with sharp-toothed smiles, uttering, Wagata. Uchiha Nagi leapt swiftly across the rooftops, arriving at the residence of the clan leader in no time. Uchiha Fugaku sat alone in the courtyard, drinking quietly under the moonlight. Nagi descended gently, standing before Fugaku. Without turning, Fugaku stared silently at the moon. Uchiha Nagi, what brings you here? Honorable clan leader, you must know my purpose. Your proud son has commenced his actions. He is currently slaughtering our kin. Fugaku remained silent, pouring himself another cup of sake, one after another. I warned you of this half a month ago. It seems you have resigned yourself to the fate of our clan. Nagi remarked with a hint of scorn. A time traveler. He had anticipated this outcome ever. Since the Night of the Nine Tails, the colossal Sharingan and the beasts, I was an indelible mark of blame. First, they were forced to relocate their clan, and then gradually pressured into a state of revolt, culminating in Shizui's death, the final straw that broke the camel's back. Uchiha Nagi, an orphan whose parents perished in the Great Ninja War, grew up alone, striving to avoid the battlefield. In the fate of cannon fodder, he diligently mastered medical ninjutsu, becoming a skilled healer. Ultimately, he evaded the fate of being mere fodder and survived. Yet reality was merciless. Only Shursui and Itachi possessed extraordinary gifts, while even Obito was merely an underachiever before Rin's sacrifice. Nagi himself was just an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. After years of relentless training, he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. His mental fortitude was unparalleled, yet he remained unable to unlock the final gate to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagi understood the reason. The absence of profound bonds severed by death left him unable to stimulate his spirit to achieve that final breakthrough. Due to the machinations of the third Hokage and Danzo, the entire Konoha avoided the Uchiha. He also scorned the notion of groveling to others for companionship. The harshness of reality was undeniable. Without the favor of destiny or a miraculous boon, Uchiha Nagi could only rely on his own relentless perseverance, honing his skills day after day, ultimately attaining the rank of Jonin. How many in Konoha could rival Kakashi? As for Guy, even now, Guy remained a mere genin. With a lifetime exceeding 50 years between two existences, Nagi had no desire to flatter others, and over time, he found himself merely friends with many protagonists. Ultimately, he was influenced by the pride of the Uchiha clan. Sai, given the circumstances, may I propose a request, clan leader? Nagi anticipated Fugaku's lingering hope that Itachi's betrayal was not true. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart turned to stone. With Itachi's descent into slaughter, Fugaku's heart had also succumbed to death. A dead man cares for nothing, not even his own kin. Speak. Fugaku set down his cup. I wish to take the Uchiha clan scrolls of ninjutsu. Do you have a means to escape? Yes. Then go to my study. The second bookshelf holds all the scrolls. Take them all, including the clan's exclusive techniques, as long as you can escape. Thank you, clan leader. Fugaku nodded, pouring himself another cup as he regarded this diligent junior with admiration. Time was of the essence. Nagi hastened to Fugaku's study, discerning the scrolls on the second shelf, filled with tomes of ninjutsu. He laid down a storage scroll and packed them all away. What is this? Nagi discovered a sword nestled within a box. After finishing his gathering, he quickly closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. To avoid an encounter with Obito and Itachi, Nagi had preemptively stationed several shadow clones at various points. Each clone had utilized transformation techniques for concealment. Thus, should Obito or Itachi slay any clone, Nagi would immediately receive their memories, learning their locations. Their coming one approaches from the east, the other from the west, both beginning their slaughter of the Uchiha's Jonin, while White Zetsu are mercilessly attacking the weak and helpless. Nagi closed his eyes, processing the information relayed by his clones. then I shall escape through the south. That moment. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, a multitude of masked figures surrounded a seal inscribed on the ground, a transparent barrier materializing in the air. It was Root. Occasionally, Uchiha Jonin sent out distress signals. All thwarted by the barrier, even those attempting to flee found themselves incapable of breaching it. Even if they did manage to break through, they would be met with the onslaught of Root ninjas, and without eliminating the barrier ninjas, they could not restore the barrier. Pay close attention, spare not a single one. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Danzo's expression remained stoic as he fixated on the Uchiha territory. Understood, Lord. At that moment, a shadow concealed among the trees smirked derisively. It was Nagi's clone, emerging from a colossal tree inscribed with secret seals and barriers. Nagi unfurled a storage scroll. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! A kaleidoscope of distress signals ascended into the sky, various emergency flares illuminating the night. The last time such a phenomenon occurred was during the night of the Nine Tails. Instantly, the entire village of Konoha erupted in chaos as an urgent distress signal appeared within the Uchiha territory. What is happening? Someone is calling for help. What is happening? Someone is in distress. Yash, Kakashi, let us duel and see who reaches the rescue site first. The green-clad guy, upon seeing the signal, wasted no time in challenging Kakashi. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Guy's challenge, instead fixating his gaze on the location of the distress signal, which lay in the Uchiha clan's territory. What could have transpired there? At that moment, a figure adorned with a beast mask appeared before them, declaring, "By the order of the Hokage, all ninjas are to remain stationary in the village, awaiting further commands." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Lord Clan Leader, that is within the Hyuga clan's territory, where one is rushing towards Hinata Hizashi. Understood. The Hokage has commanded that no Hyuga clan members are to leave Konoha. However, at this time, not only the Hyuga but also other minor clans, such as Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, received similar orders. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was furiously berating Danzo. How could this scoundrel allow them to send out distress signals? And now I must clean up his mess. Boom. Another distress signal erupted in the Uchiha territory. Uchiha Nagi chuckled to himself. He had prepared numerous fireworks in advance, knowing full well that no one would come to the Uchiha clan's aid, but it would serve to irritate the third Hokage as well. The will of fire? Let others witness your hypocritical visage, third Hokage. He aimed to muddy the waters for his own escape. What is going on? Wasn't the barrier already set up? Why are there so many distress signals? Danzo fumed. Sir, those are all from outside the barrier. Danzo nearly erupted with rage. The continuous bursts of distress signal fireworks echoed throughout Konoha, visible to anyone who was neither blind nor deaf. Gazing at the barrier before him, Uchiha Nagi smiled. He had laid this trap long ago, utilizing illusionary techniques to hypnotize injured ninjas during his days as a medical ninja, extracting valuable information on sealing techniques and barrier specifics from their minds. A fragment of such knowledge sufficed, for the larger the barrier, the more susceptible it was to loopholes. After all, Itachi had easily infiltrated Konoha with Kisame, as if entering his own home. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Cho Maoin. Release. Uchiha Nagi observed the emerging gap with a smirk, knowing that once he exited the barrier, no one would be able to find him. His escape route had long been prepared. He had meticulously planned for this day, even going to great lengths to acquire the disappearance technique, a brutally cruel ninjutsu later employed by Orochimaru. Additionally, he possessed a devastating weapon, an explosive tag capable of obliterating a significant portion of Konoha buried by a carpenter. Suddenly, a jolt of unease coursed through Uchiha Nagi. Something felt amiss. He swiftly rolled away from his position. Uchiha Obito. Ah, you managed to evade me. What sharp instincts you possess. I did not expect you to be a chunin in the records, Obito remarked, wielding a long scythe, a peculiar grin adorning his face. Uchiha Nagi observed his opponent with a calm demeanor, acutely aware of the intelligence he possessed about them, while they remained oblivious to his own insights. Yet, the opportunity was fleeting. With resolute determination, Uchiha Nagi brandished his kunai and swiftly advanced towards Obito. Behind the mask, Obito offered a derisive smile as he activated his intangibility. Nagi hurled two kunai, one after the other, while he deftly followed with his short blade in hand, maintaining his focus on the area below Obito's neck. Despite the fact that Obito was not a master of illusion, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could easily surpass Nagi's 3-tomo. Thus, he employed Guy's method, deliberately avoiding eye contact. As the kunai soared through the air, the first struck Obito's mask. For reasons unknown, Obito recalled his battle with the fourth Hokage, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How could there possibly be another who understood the flying thunder god technique? In a flash, the first kunai pierced through Obito's head. And as the second remained lodged within his body, Nagi's assault reached its climax. Foolish, Obito scoffed. I can materialize and seize you the moment your kunai leaves your body. With the clarity afforded by the Mangekyo's dynamic vision, he discerned every movement of Uchiha Nagi. But then what was that? Obito's gaze sharpened. It was a long black wire, intricately linked to the kunai. With a resounding clang, the two kunai collided, one altering its trajectory to fly behind Obito. I see now. You have exploited my visual blind spot, using the first kunai as a diversion while executing Itachi's renowned shuriken manipulation technique. Indeed, the human eye possesses blind spots. When one gazes forward with a single eye, lateral finger movements reveal a moment when the fingers vanish from sight. Throughout the years, barring the times he required his Izanagi, Obito had relied solely on one eye. However, my intent is swifter than you can fathom. The returning kunai struck Obito once more, yet it inflicted no tangible harm. Consequently, Uchiha Nagi's actions fell short, passing through Obito's form. Yet, in the next instant, as he traversed Obito's body, Nagi found himself immobilized, having leaped forward. At that final moment, Obito materialized, seizing Nagi's leg. As ripples of air began to expand, a mysterious vortex appeared within Obito's eyes. Nagi was rendered unable to resist, for he lacked mastery over space-time ninjutsu and could not break free. Just as Nagi's body was drawn halfway into the vortex, an enigmatic smile crept across his face as he raised his hand to his temple. No, Obito's sixth sense surged. There was a trap. In that instant, his Mangekyo vision detected something unusual: sparks. Beneath his opponent's clothing, explosive tags lay hidden. Obito was compelled to immediately terminate the technique, yet with the explosive tags still intact. There was time for a counter, Solar Fist. A brilliant flash of white light emanated from Uchiha Nagi, the result of a technique he had devised, a mere flash of light. Uchiha Nagi understood better than anyone that the Uchiha clan's strength lay in their eyes, and their downfall stemmed from the same source. Thus, he developed a visual-based ninjutsu, which later inspired a similar technique from Kabuto Yakushi. This technique, aptly named Solar Fist, served as homage to an anime he cherished in his previous life. Obito had never encountered such a phenomenon. His vision was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. At that precise moment, a kunai descended from the heavens, transforming into Uchiha Nagi amidst a cloud of smoke, wielding a short blade aimed at Obito's head. This was his true form. During his escape, Uchiha Nagi had envisioned a scenario reminiscent of a future involving Naruto, employing a transformation technique to turn himself into a kunai. As he hurled it towards Obito, one of the kunai was, in fact, himself. Subsequently, two kunai pierced Obito's body, colliding midair, one drawn back towards him by chakra threads, aimed at Obito's head, while the other was cast skyward. A white hand shot upwards. With a piercing scream, Obito instinctively raised his hand to deflect the lethal blow, narrowly evading the strike. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, seizing the moment to press the attack. Upon landing, he forcefully propelled himself forward, intent on striking Obito down before his vision could recover. Boom. The explosive tag detonated, propelling Obito backwards with its force. As he interrupted the space-time ninjutsu at close range, the moment he materialized, Uchiha Nagi's solar fist dazzled him, severing one of his hands. Though it seemed prolonged, it transpired in less than a heartbeat. The speed of a ninja is astonishing. The fourth Hokage could tear off Naruto's clothes and teleport away in the instant of an explosion. While Obito may not have matched the fourth speed, his reflexes were not sluggish. Swish! Uchiha Nagi's short blade grazed Obito's neck, but it was too late. Obito had entered his intangibility mode, and the blade passed through without any sensation of contact. Though briefly blinded, it did not preclude him from utilizing Kamui. I underestimated you. Where did you procure my information? After a few moments, Obito slowly lowered the hand that had shielded his eyes. Uchiha Nagi remained silent. Obito's severed hand did not imply he was incapable of defeating him. The extraordinary power of Kamui rendered him nearly invincible, while Nagi was merely a jonin. In the world of ninjas, The significance of information is paramount. By devising strategies that exploit an opponent's weaknesses, even a jonin can triumph over a shadow-level powerhouse. I will remember you, Uchiha Nagi. Do not perish. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Obito ominously declared before activating Kamui, transforming into a swirling vortex and vanishing. At last, he had departed. Uchiha Nagi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Any slip-up could spell his demise. He rushed over to retrieve Obito's white arm, stowing it away in a storage scroll. An item of great utility. Nagi successfully exited the Uchiha clan grounds. Given that the Uchiha clan had relocated beyond the borders of Konoha, breaching the roots barrier was already half the battle won. 3 days later, a caravan of merchants from the Land of Wind meandered through the lush forests of Konoha, characterized by towering trees reaching heights of over 10 meters. They were en route to their village, laden with provisions and goods. Suddenly, 2 squads of masked Konoha ninjas swiftly encircled the caravan. "Eliminate them. Leave no survivors," commanded the masked captain. "Wait, you must be mistaken. We are merchants from the Land of Wind, not spies. Our identities have been verified." The merchant leader's plea was abruptly cut short as a shuriken pierced his throat. Amidst the onslaught of shuriken aimed at the merchants, a shadow leapt from the crowd, darting into the distance. "That's the target. Leave a team to deal with the stragglers. The rest follow me," commanded the leader of the hound-headed squad, leading his men in pursuit. Within the forest, Uchiha Nagi was filled with regret for his hasty departure from Konoha. He couldn't fathom how his presence had been compromised. The body flicker technique should have been flawless, with not a detail of scent or memory overlooked. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Several massive fireballs hurtled toward Uchiha Nagi, abruptly halting his advance. "It's you." Nagi's eyes widened as he beheld Uchiha Obito, perched atop a great tree, grinning ominously, his severed hand yet to be reattached. "Enjoy the gift I've bestowed upon you. Remember, do not die," Obito taunted before activating Kamui and slowly vanishing. With this obstruction, the Roots squad was already closing in. Nagi realized that his movements had been betrayed by Obito, who had been monitoring him through Zetsu. "Damn it, Obito, just you wait." Nagi's fury surged. Time was of the essence. He quickly created several shadow clones and scattered in different directions, hoping to buy himself some time. Faced with the clones, the pursuing squad reluctantly divided their forces once more. "There's still a chance. My stealth is exceptional. If I can create enough distance, they won't be able to track me." Just then, a flurry of shuriken whistled through the air from behind. Nagi evaded most of them, but a few he could not dodge, clanging against his short blade. After deflecting the shuriken, Nagi heard a series of faint metallic sounds. Turning around, he confirmed his fears. The shuriken that had collided were now hurtling back towards him. Earth style, earth wall. Nagi formed hand seals with one hand, conjuring a defensive jutsu to block the incoming shuriken, for he had noticed explosive tags attached to them. Standing atop a tree, Uchiha Itachi, the traitor, gazed down at him with his 3-tomo Sharingan, unyielding and intent. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, attempting to focus on the area below Itachi's neck. Even without the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi was a formidable master of illusion techniques, and a moment's lapse in concentration could lead to dire consequences. Unexpectedly, one adversary had slipped through the cracks. "I never anticipated this," Itachi spoke slowly. Within the clan, every conceivable factor had been accounted for. Yet the presence of a concealed jonin had eluded them. This individual had remained hidden in plain sight for years. "I also did not foresee that you would turn against your own kin," Uchiha Nagi replied. Words were futile. Both understood that only one among them could emerge alive. Itachi's presence here was undoubtedly a mandate from Danzo, aimed at eradicating the escaping Uchiha lineage. As a time traveler, Uchiha Nagi believed he had orchestrated every detail. But he had not foreseen that this rebellious soul would assist Danzo in the pursuit of his own demise. Nevertheless, a mysterious smile crept upon Uchiha Nagi's lips. "Do not move, Uchiha Itachi. Should you dare to strike, I will obliterate Konoha. You surely would not wish to witness the destruction of the village, which you preserved through the slaughter of your clan, would you?" With that, he brandished a scroll inscribed with intricate seals, a device he intended to use to remotely detonate explosive tags. "Destroy Konoha?" Itachi's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. Even so, he refrained from making any aggressive moves. His nature was one of careful calculation. The entirety of Konoha had been laced with explosive tags, including the Hokage Rock. Should he trigger them, the village would be reduced to ruins in an instant, claiming the lives of all within, including his brother, believe it or not. Uchiha Nagi was utterly unperturbed. What proof do you have? Itachi, at some point, had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. I cannot provide evidence. You may wager on it. Do not expect to manipulate me with your illusions, Uchiha Nagi declared, plunging a kunai into his shoulder, avoiding any vital areas yet ensuring he felt the excruciating pain. He does not appear to be lying. Itachi squinted slightly. As a time traveler, Uchiha Nagi valued his second chance at life above all else, and thus, he would never recklessly challenge a superior without dire necessity. That would be courting death. Having faced mortality, he understood that death was not a splendid affair. He does not appear to be lying. Itachi furrowed his brow, if only for an instant. Uchiha Jonin could indeed be eliminated in the future. But he could not gamble with Konoha's fate, as the aftermath of the massacre had already stirred turbulent undercurrents within the village. He recognized this clan member, who had remained remarkably discreet. Aside from his role as a medical ninja in the hospital, he possessed little presence, yet his hidden strength was known to no one. Such profound cunning suggested that what he said might indeed be true. Uchiha Nagi smiled. Having won the gamble, he gradually retreated from Itachi, ensuring he was at a safe distance before beginning his leap to escape. Neither spoke foolishly of lowering the explosive scroll. They both understood the impossibility of such an act. With a swift motion, Uchiha Nagi leapt through the forests of Konoha, the wound on his shoulder having been healed superficially by medical ninjutsu. Just as he was about to land on the next tree, his pupils dilated in shock as a shadow swiftly emerged from behind the trees. It was the shadow mimicry technique of the Nara clan, an elusive technique that rendered its wielder nearly invisible. The timing chosen by him was impeccable. As long as Uchiha Nagi could not fly, he would inevitably land upon the tree trunk, leading to his demise. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Nagi swiftly formed hand seals to cast a fire jutsu. This would not only incinerate the trees, but also generate kinetic energy as the flames surged forward, providing sufficient reactive force to alter his trajectory. However, as he descended, an unforeseen twist occurred. The heart transfer technique manifested a voice, and Uchiha Nagi realized he was rendered immobile, having fallen into a trap. The true ace was revealed here, a chain of events, characteristic of a ninja's strategy. Unless one possessed extraordinary power, even renowned figures such as Inoki or the Raikage could be outwitted with proper intelligence and cooperation. In that moment of helplessness, the shadow imitation technique ensnared him. Hokage, the target is under my control. You may release the technique now. A masked root ninja emerged slowly from the forest. Uchiha Nagi's eyes widened in despair as he beheld them, along with Uchiha Itachi, who approached with deliberate steps. Why? I merely wish to survive, to live. With a swift motion, Uchiha Nagi's hand, clutching the explosive scroll, was severed by the root ninja's shadow imitation technique, which then seized the scroll and brought it before him. I do not wish to die. The excruciating pain of his severed hand and the looming specter of death caused Uchiha Nagi's three-tomo Sharingan to whirl into a frenzied spin. For his mental fortitude had reached its zenith, lacking only the final push. In the face of life and death, amidst despair, the chakra within Uchiha Nagi began to undergo a tumultuous transformation, a trace of malevolent and chilling energy surging into his eyes. This is bad. He is about to break free. Kill him quickly. The root ninja's expression changed as he clasped his hands together, struggling to maintain control over his shadow imitation technique. Initially capable of easily restraining several elite ninjas, he now found it increasingly arduous as the opponent's mental power surged rapidly. Now, the root ninja named Heiji hastily hurled several kunai aimed at Uchiha Nagi's vital points. I've broken free. Uchiha Nagi rejoiced. The surge of mental power amidst the life and death crisis allowed him to escape just as the kunai were about to strike. Utilizing his medical ninjutsu, it mattered not that he could not evade all the kunai, as long as he dodged the fatal blows. Amaterasu, a jet of black flames surged forth. At that moment, Itachi, still possessing clear vision, perceived the ominous signs as Uchiha Nagi's three-tomo began to spin rapidly. This was the harbinger of the Uchiha clan awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this elusive Uchiha with the most potent and swiftest of techniques. Is this how I am destined to perish? Uchiha Nagi observed the black flames with an unprecedented swiftness. It was as though time had slowed, leaving his eyes unable to avert their gaze while his body lagged behind. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he could perceive the Amaterasu flames clearly because the three Tomo had fused within him. In the next instant, just as the black flames were about to reach Uchiha Nagi at 0.001 seconds, he vanished, leaving only a voice in the air. Uchiha Itachi, just you wait. Uchiha Itachi, arriving at the scene, looked around in confusion. Flying Thunder God technique? Impossible, he mused. Aside from the fourth Hokage, no one has ever successfully mastered it. And there's no way he could have learned it from the sealing book. Ha ha, I'm still alive. Damn Konoha, damn Uchiha, go eat dirt. I'm a cockroach. Invincible. You all must be insane, madmen. A self-destructive village, a traitor who slaughters his own kin. What a bunch of lunatics. If you want to kill me, come on. Uchiha Nagi, clutching his severed arm, his hair disheveled, laughed maniacally at the heavens. He knew that the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye of the mind's reflection, had awakened within him. Itachi, just you wait. Once I recover, I will be the first to eliminate Sasuke and make you taste the agony. Uchiha Nagi gritted his teeth, harboring an intense hatred for this traitorous Uchiha. It was one thing to betray. Why must he also pursue a mere escapee like himself? Meanwhile, pedestrians on the street regarded him with the eyes of those witnessing a madman or a murderer, recoiling in fear. A murderer? Quick, notify the police. This person has bled profusely. The surrounding commotion grew. Glancing around, Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. This place did not resemble the land of fire, nor did it belong to the world of ninjas, for he had just seen a car. His left eye had awakened the ability of a mind transmitter. Born from his yearning to return to the modern world, a reflection of his desire to escape the brink of life and death. As for his right eye, Uchiha Nagi had yet to ascertain its power, as time was too fleeting, but he estimated he would uncover its nature in the next couple of days. Hey, are you all right? Do you need a doctor? There's a very skilled physician nearby. A young girl approached him with concern. Despite being covered in blood and having a severed arm, Uchiha Nagi's handsome visage remained. Beauty has always been a currency, and the Uchiha clan's looks had never been lacking. Upon seeing Uchiha Nagi's face, the girl's eyes lit up, casting aside her suspicions of him being a villain and growing increasingly concerned. No need, Uchiha Nagi replied. It's all right. Dr. Tamayo is an excellent physician. Even if you can't pay, she will treat you for free, and her skills are remarkable. Tamayo? Uchiha Nagi frowned. Could it be the world of Demon Slayer? As he pondered what to say next, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he fainted. His chakra had been excessively depleted. You seem to be quite thirsty for my blood. Uchiha Nagi gazed at the elegant maiden in traditional kimono who was diligently tending to his wounds, embodying a delicate blend of grace and nurturing gentleness alongside the unique aura of a healer. She was a striking beauty, her allure surpassed only by her captivating presence. Nearby, a young boy could not suppress his insatiable thirst for Nagi's blood, his eyes betraying an undeniable hunger. In contrast, the kimono-clad beauty maintained a serene composure, her gaze unwavering even as she occasionally swallowed in response to her own desires. Nagi's pallor revealed the toll of his significant blood loss, exacerbated by the awakening of his Sharingan and the exertion of his unique ability, the mind transmitter, which allowed him to traverse space and time. This dual usage had drained his chakra considerably. The mind transmitter, akin to the Kaioshin from Dragon Ball, could teleport him to any desired location. However, the consumption of ocular power and chakra was tremendous when crossing temporal boundaries. Nagi estimated that his left eye's temporal capabilities would remain dormant for at least a year. Yet, upon arriving in this world, he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility, a sensation that eluded him in Konoha, a feeling he held with unshakable conviction. Indeed, your blood is rare, possessing an allure that is particularly enticing to demons, and you appear to be among the most exquisite of such rare bloodlines. Are you a new Hashira? You exude an aura of formidable strength. The kimono-clad beauty, Tamayo, smiled gently. So beautiful, Lady Tamayo. The boy beside her became as still as a statue, entranced by her presence, drool nearly escaping his lips, unmistakably the epitome of an ultimate sycophant. Hashira? Demon Slayer Core? I apologize, but I am merely a homeless wanderer, Nagi clarified, coming to terms with the reality that he had indeed entered the world of Demon Slayer. Regrettably, his yearning to immerse himself in the anime realm had culminated in this unexpected predicament, manifesting in a time not of modernity, but of demon slayers. However, it mattered little. For within his storage scroll lay Obito's white Zetsu arm, fortuitously coinciding with his own severed limb. Could this be fate? Tamayo's astonishment was palpable as she incredulously inquired. You are not a Hashira? This is remarkable. You radiate a power akin to that of a Hashira. Yet, your breathing pattern is that of an ordinary person. Indeed, confirming you are not one, as Hashira continuously employ their breathing techniques. Nagi replied with a faint smile, I am indeed not a Hashira. This is my first visit to this land, and while I have heard tales of demons, I have never encountered one, let alone a demon as exquisite as you. Tamayo pondered. Was that a compliment on her beauty? She felt somewhat perplexed. Having initially assumed him to be a new Hashira, she had lowered her guard. Thankfully, he was not affiliated with the Demon Slayer Corps, or a conflict might have ensued. The Demon Slayer Corps had a reputation for their immediate desire to eliminate any demon they encountered, known only to the higher echelons, including the leader Yoya Shinjuro and the elite Hashira of her existence. Tamayo was the only demon in a millennium to have liberated herself from the control of the demon King Muzan Kabutsuji, and uniquely, she could suppress her cannibalistic urges. However, there was also the boy nearby, Yashiro. Yashiro had once been a child afflicted with an incurable disease, and he was the only successful transformation Tamayo had achieved through her blood over many years. The purpose of Tamayo is to discover a method to transform demons back into humans and subsequently eliminate Muzan Kabutsuji, the malevolent king of demons plaguing humanity. Tamayo smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for the compliment, and inquired about the gentleman's name. Uchiha Nagi, he replied. Uchiha Nagi? Such a rare surname. I have scarcely heard it before. Might you be interested in joining the Demon Slayer Corps? I would be glad to recommend you. Tamayo felt a surge of confidence, perceiving the aura of lethal intent and the scent of blood emanating from him, indicating that his prowess was at least on par with the Hashira. It was astonishing that such a formidable individual was not part of the Demon Slayer Corps, but rather an outsider. Tamayo's curiosity regarding Uchiha Nagi's origins was piqued, yet she remained steadfast in her mission. If such a powerful being could be introduced to Yoya Shinjuro and enlist in the Demon Slayer Corps, it would bolster the strength of humanity. Dr. Tamayo, could you enlighten me about the Demon Slayer Corps and the Hashira? Uchiha Nagi inquired. I hail from another realm and am not well versed in the happenings here. Having encountered various anime in his previous life, he realized that the information gleaned might not apply in this reality. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences, a lesson learned from his experiences in the Shinobi World War. Furthermore, he pondered the strength of the Hashira. How did it compare to the ranks in the world of ninjas? Were they akin to Jonin, Special Jonin, or even Kage? Certainly, I shall provide you with a comprehensive overview, after which you may decide whether to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer was the name Uchiha Nagi was familiar with before his crossing, yet here it manifested as a tangible reality. In this world, the emergence of demons was an enigma, as they proved nearly indestructible, thriving on human flesh and growing ever stronger without discernible weaknesses. All demons stemmed from one individual, the Demon King, Muzan Kabutsuji. After many years, the breathing styles were developed, a technique to enhance one's strength through controlled breathing, enabling humanity to confront these fiends. People began to devise methods to combat them. Firstly, demons could not manifest during daylight, for they feared the sun. Secondly, decapitation with a Nichiren blade was the only means to slay them. The Nichiren blade was forged from a unique mineral found only on mountains closest to the sun, and severing a demon's head with it would prevent regeneration. Otherwise, even a standard blade could not restrain them, allowing them to fight vigorously. Lastly, poison proved effective. Demons abhorred wisteria, with various species of the flowers serving as potent toxins. While they might not perish from the poison, they would be rendered immobile until the sunlight struck, ultimately leading to their demise. Fascinating. I agree to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, I require time to heal, Uchiha Nagi remarked, glancing at his severed hand. I need a period to reattach my lost limb. A severed hand? You are also a physician? Tamayo expressed her astonishment, particularly at the notion of reattaching a hand, a skill that seemed non-existent in this world. Indeed, while my medical expertise may not be unparalleled, reattaching a hand is within my capabilities. Zhu Shi hesitated momentarily, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she shyly inquired, May I request permission to observe the day you intend to reattach your severed hand? If I can learn such medical techniques, I would be able to save many more lives in the future. Uchiha Nagi responded readily, Certainly. I am willing to impart my knowledge generously, but I have a condition, an equal exchange. I hope to learn the medical skills you possess in return. As a physician who has lived for over a millennium, Zhu Shi's expertise was not lost on Uchiha Nagi, who did not doubt that her medical abilities surpassed those of Tsunade. Although this world lacked chakra, the passage of time had led to profound changes, and her specialized knowledge was precisely what he sought. Uchiha Nagi planned to transplant a hand severed from Obito, and proceeding without conducting various tests and experiments would be akin to gambling. One must understand that the first Hokage cells are more terrifying than cancer cells. Really? That is splendid, Zhu Shi exclaimed, rising with joy and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Uchiha Nagi. What a beautiful smile, Lady Zhu Shi, remarked the boy. Yu Shilang, who transformed once again into an infatuated admirer, gazing dreamily at his superior. At that moment, a young, vibrant girl peeked in curiously. Excuse me, has he recovered? It was the very girl who had first approached Uchiha Nagi on the street and had brought the unconscious Uchiha Nagi to Zhu Shi for treatment. Having lost a significant amount of blood and fainted from both the initial activation of his Sharingan and a depletion of chakra, any passerby could have claimed Uchiha Nagi's life. Had she not delivered him to Zhu Shi, he might have succumbed to his injuries. Fortuitously, he encountered not only a kind-hearted girl, but also a benevolent spirit. This is Go Wei. She brought you here when you fainted on the street, Zhu Shi explained. The girl appeared carefree, yet upon seeing Uchiha Nagi, her demeanor subtly shifted, revealing a hint of longing for something. Did Dr. Zhu Shi manage to heal you? By the way, how much is the medical fee? I might not have enough, the girl said, sheepishly scratching her head. No need for that. Uchiha Nagi was about to assert his financial capability when he suddenly realized a dilemma. His currency was from the Naruto world and surely would not be accepted here. Haha, no need at all. I merely assisted Mr. Uchiha in staunching his bleeding, and there is no charge. Besides, I intend to learn medical knowledge from him afterward, Zhu Shi stated. By the way, Mr. Uchiha, due to certain peculiar circumstances, it would be more convenient for you to reside at Go Wei's home during your recovery, as she lives alone. This was necessary because she and Yu Shilang were both spirits, and to avoid drawing the attention of their kind, they had to conceal their residence using blood demon techniques. An unfamiliar human presence could easily invite trouble. Ah, can I really? That would be wonderful, the girl exclaimed with delight. Uchiha Nagi pondered aloud, but is this truly safe? After escorting the unfamiliar gentleman home, Uchiha Nagi followed the girl to her residence. As night descended, the bustling streets were alive with throngs of people, some engaged in street vending, others begging, and many adorned in flamboyant attire, enticing passers-by from the second floor with handkerchiefs. Hey there, handsome. Care to join me for a cup of tea? Oh, what a striking young man. Ladies, look quickly. Beside them, Govei's expression darkened, and she irritably tugged at Uchiha Nagi, hastily leading him away. Nagi felt a sense of disorientation as he surveyed his surroundings. There were no ninjas, no wars. It was a realm of peace reminiscent of the steam age, with electric lights and automobiles, and the presence of reinforced concrete structures. Policemen patrolled with nightsticks, only brandishing firearms in emergencies. If not for the existence of spirits, Nagi could have believed he had returned to the modern era, everything so familiar. According to the natural course of history, the internet would emerge in the near future. That evening, within Govei's abode, Uchiha Nagi sat upon a mat, gazing at the starry sky, one hand deftly playing a musical instrument, producing a beautiful melody. Govei, lost in reverie, watched him, having never encountered such enchanting music. It transported her to a scene in her homeland, where a man played an instrument upon a grassy field. As the song concluded, Govei emerged from her trance, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Nagi-kun, that was truly lovely. What is the name of that piece? Would you teach it to me when you have the time? Of course, Nagi nodded. It is called the original scenery of my hometown. If you like it, I will gladly teach you. Really? Thank you so much, Nagi-kun. Hometown. Such a distant term. In the world of Hokage, it was still a concept that felt far removed. After Govei rested, Nagi retrieved a scroll from the Uchiha estate. Susanoo, Izanami, Izanaji. These were ocular techniques that emerged from the Uchiha clan's millennia-long pursuit of perfecting the Sharingan. However, the latter two were beyond Nagi's capability due to their severe repercussions, sacrificing an eye with each use. Thus, only Susanoo, which had the least demanding cost of merely consuming ocular power, remained an option. Yet, Prior to attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, excessive use could lead to total blindness. Nagi glanced at his missing left hand. The power of the Mangekyo was not irretrievable, albeit its recovery was exceedingly slow. Otherwise, Madara could not have battled the first Hokage for so long. However, with the transplantation of the first cells, that recovery could accelerate 100-fold. The cells of the first Hokage were a fearsome entity, more terrifying than cancer cells. Fortunately, White Zetsu's cells were a diluted second generation, relatively benign. Yet, even with White Zetsu, careful experimentation was necessary for safety, a task suited to Nagi's knowledge of medical ninjutsu. He touched his right eye, which, having been drained of chakra, had caused his bodily strength to concentrate on the left. Although his right eye had awakened, it remained dormant. He anticipated that within a couple of days, as his body returned to its normal state, he would discover the abilities of his right eye. The phrase more, but not refined aptly encapsulates the essence of Uchiha Nagi. His insatiable greed, compounded by the absence of a shadow-level mentor, led him to dabble in myriad skills, yet attain mastery in none. In stark contrast, figures such as Itachi excelled in Jinjutsu, Kakashi in ninjutsu, and the fourth Hokage in the Flying Thunder God technique. A notable characteristic among all protagonists is their access to exceptional teachers, some of whom had multiple. This circumstance also elucidates Uchiha Nagi's decision to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Within the Naruto universe, he lacked a proficient instructor and thus could not acquire the most elite ninjutsu. The abundance of ninjutsu without finesse is largely a matter of regret. However, when Fugaku's despair deepened, he bequeathed a selection of family ninjutsu, which would suffice for Nagi. Uchiha Nagi grasped a sword, entirely black and seemingly unsealed, resembling more of a ceremonial blade than a weapon of war. In resonance with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he sensed an unusual energy emanating from the blade. Yet, he understood that anything housed in Fugaku's study was undoubtedly extraordinary. After much contemplation, he surmised that this sword was likely the one Itachi wielded to slay Orochimaru. The Tatsuka blade, a sword exclusive to the Uchiha and suitable for Susanoo, had been passed down through generations. Itachi had departed from Konoha after the night of the massacre, and it was either given to him by Fugaku before the tragedy or during that fateful night. Clearly, Fugaku was unaware of Itachi's Mangekyo before the massacre, making the latter scenario more plausible. "Nagi-kun, dinner is ready," chimed a melodious female voice from the living room. To be candid, Uchiha Nagi found himself quite unaccustomed to such a situation, with a radiant young woman perpetually gazing at him with doe-like eyes. Should he act like a beast? Or would that render him lesser than one? Moreover, it was rather embarrassing that the currency he had prepared from the Naruto world had become nothing more than worthless paper in this realm, unsuitable even for the most mundane of uses. In an effort to lighten his load and conserve space in his storage scrolls, he had not exchanged any gold during his flight, leaving him with only books, explosive tags, military rations, and shuriken. Nevertheless, contemplating his potential induction into the Demon Slayer Corps alleviated his concerns regarding sustenance. He recalled that, despite the world's efforts to conceal the existence of demons, the development of the Corps was not prohibited, implying that the higher echelons of humanity were indeed aware. Furthermore, even ordinary members of the Corps received a monthly salary of 200,000, with Hashira-level positions earning considerably more, not to mention the substantial logistical support provided, evidently a clandestine governmental subsidy. Such an intricate system must require vast financial resources. Relying solely on the meager inheritance of the Kanemoto lineage was patently insufficient. Each generation of Kanemoto had a lifespan not exceeding 30 years, with health failing after the age of 18, rendering them incapable of managing any business affairs. The absence of news coverage on the Demon Slayer Corps in the newspapers further suggested that only the cooperation of humanity's elite could facilitate such operations. Additionally, the annual selection process for the Corps attracted candidates from across the nation, resulting in numerous fatalities. Yet, those matters felt distant. What Uchiha Nagi sought at present was to diligently analyze the data pertaining to his transplanted White Zetsu arm, enhancing his strength in the meantime, and further familiarize himself with the breathing techniques of this world. If Uchiha Nagi's intuition serves him correctly, the breathing techniques of this world should bear a resemblance to sage arts, embodying the essence of natural energy. "Nagi-kun, do give this a try," the girl Guviai said as she delicately placed a piece of meticulously cooked meat into Uchiha Nagi's bowl. "Thank you, Guviai." Nagi, without pretense, immediately began to eat, nearly consuming the entirety of the meal. His body, having lost considerable blood, required sustenance to replenish his chakra. Hee, Nagi-kun, you eat even more than I do. When I was little, they called me Rice Bucket, and now that I've grown, they refer to me as Sister Bucket. If you don't mind, you can just call me Bucket, Govei remarked, her eyes sparkling playfully. Once they had both eaten their fill, Uchiha Nagi turned to Govei and asked, "Is there anything you desire?" He believed firmly in the principle of equivalent exchange. She had saved him once, and he was open to her requests. The girl blinked, seemingly lost in thought, and suddenly blushed. She quickly shook her head, saying, No, I don't want anything. Nagi-kun, you should focus on recovering first. I'll go to Dr. Tamayo to fetch some medicine. That's unnecessary, he began, but before he could finish, the girl hastily dashed away. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her hair, leaving Nagi bemused. Alas, what I meant to say is that my chakra has partially recovered, allowing me to treat my wounds. With that, Uchiha Nagi lifted his right hand, emanating a green glow from his medical ninjutsu, and began to heal his left arm. However, while he could treat his injuries, he was unable to regenerate severed limbs, for medical ninjutsu fundamentally relied on the body's own cells to undergo division once more. Finding a mirror, Uchiha Nagi slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the three tomo appeared, rapidly spinning and ultimately merging into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It resembles a plum blossom somewhat, he mused, observing the rounded center surrounded by petal-like patterns. Although his left eye could not yet employ mental transmission, it served well for visual observation without significantly depleting ocular power. He planned to wait for a couple of days until his chakra reached 90% before testing the capabilities of his right eye. Uchiha Nagi had a premonition that its power would be remarkable, yet he pondered what he truly desired beyond mere escape. Earth Release, temporary underground base technique. Before Govei returned, he utilized Earth Release to create a small underground chamber, akin to Yamato's wooden structures. The distinction lay in the fact that this makeshift underground chamber was unstable and required daily reinforcement through ninjutsu. Uchiha Nagi retrieved some medical supplies from his storage scroll, along with a segment of white Zetsu's arm. Although this world was safe during the day, nighttime offered no such guarantees. Whether for the sake of vengeance upon returning to the Naruto world or for survival here, enhancing his strength was of the utmost urgency. Having one hand was indeed cumbersome. Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Nagi formed hand seals with one hand and created two clones. Sealing techniques serve merely to stabilize chakra output and facilitate the formation of jutsu, and can be executed with either one or two hands. With sufficient control, one may even forego the hand signs altogether. Thus, Uchiha Nagi commenced his clandestine experiments in the basement, extracting white Zetsu cells and combining them with his own blood. Although his previous life's memories informed him that the white Zetsu cells lacked the overwhelming dominance of the first Hokage, achieving perfect integration proved to be a formidable challenge. Nagi-kun, where have you gone? Hearing the voice of Gao calling for him from outside, Uchiha Nagi paused his experiments, stored his materials in a scroll, and emerged from his temporary earthen hideaway. I'm right here, he replied as he stepped out. Oh, Nagi-kun, you're here? Since when did my garden have a basement? Gao asked, a look of confusion on her face. I just made it, as I needed a space for some experiments. It's inconvenient in the house. Oh. The lively and cheerful girl promptly dismissed the earlier matter. Nagi-kun, I've brought the medicine. Come inside, and I'll help you change the bandages. No need. I can manage myself. That won't do. You have one hand incapacitated. Let me assist you. Thus, Uchiha Nagi removed his shirt and sat in the room, allowing the girl to tend to his wounds. Aside from the injury on his arm, his body bore minor wounds from shurikens, but those were not critical. While Gao changed the bandages, her cheeks flushed as she seemed lost in thought, occasionally brushing against his muscles. Given that she was neither an elderly woman nor a man, Uchiha Nagi tolerated the awkwardness. As night fell and Gao had finished making the bed for him, she seemed to ponder something deeply. After a moment of daze, she was startled awake by Uchiha Nagi's voice, and in a fit of embarrassment, she covered her face and dashed out. Uchiha Nagi exclaimed, I didn't do anything. Originally, he believed that the young girl from Konoha was an exception, but he soon realized that the world of Demon Slayer surpassed it in its peculiarities. On a bustling street, a boy with a scar on his forehead was furiously shouting at a man clad in a suit and fedora. Kabutsuji Musen, I will never let you escape. No matter where you go, I will pursue you to the ends of hell to claim your life. I will never forgive you." However, despite his fervent declarations, he could not chase after the man, as he was firmly restraining another individual. This man had recently injured his own wife. Driven to madness after Kibutsuji Musen had clawed at his neck, introducing a trace of the Demon King's blood into his veins. Immediately, the man's eyes turned bloodshot. Writhing in agony on the ground, and in the throes of transformation into a demon, he attempted to devour his wife. To prevent casualties among the crowd, the compassionate boy had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Kibutsuji Musen, even though the latter was the perpetrator behind the murder of his entire family. "Hey, let go of that man, or we won't hold back," shouted the police, arriving on the scene. Unaware of the demonic circumstances, they only saw the man's wife lying in a pool of blood, and as the boy wrestled with another grotesque figure, they brandished their nightsticks, preparing to intervene. "I'm sorry, but I cannot release him. No one else can subdue him, or more people will be harmed," the boy pleaded desperately, struggling to find the right words to explain. "Here, apart from myself, no one can stop him. Please do not approach, hurry and leave." Just as the boy found himself at a loss, a gentle and melodious voice resonated from the crowd. The blood demon technique, enchantment of blood, a fragrant visual dream. Instantly, the people on the street were enveloped in a scene where flowers danced everywhere, plunging everyone into a hallucination. "What is this? What is happening? Why are there flowers everywhere?" The boy fixed his gaze on a particular direction, for there approached a woman in a kimono accompanied by a boy, both exuding the scent of a demon. "Allow me to assist you," the woman in the kimono spoke softly. "That scent, you are a demon?" exclaimed the boy with a scar on his head in astonishment. "Indeed, I am a demon, and also a doctor. My name is Tamayo. Her scent is pure, she speaks no lies." An hour later, in Tamayo's abode, the wife of a man transformed into a demon lay asleep on the sickbed, wounded by her husband. "I apologize, that lady, is she?" the scarred boy inquired. Tamayo replied with regret, "She is fine, but her husband? I feel quite remorseful, yet he has been captured and confined in the dungeon." Tamayo rose and addressed the boy. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tamayo, and this is Yushiro. We are demons, but due to our profession as doctors, we require only a minimal amount of blood to survive, hence we do not need to consume humans." "Oh, pardon me. My name is Tanjiro Kamadu, and this is my sister, Nezuko. She is also a demon." The boy Tanjiro stood, releasing his sister from the wooden box, introducing her. "I believe you are not senselessly slaughtering innocents, for you possess a pure and truthful scent. By the way, Miss Tamayo, do you have a means to transform a demon back into a human? My sister Nezuko is a demon, yet she has never consumed human flesh. I am searching for a way to restore her humanity. This is his special ability, a miraculous sense of smell that not only detects various scents, but also perceives the essence of emotions." Tamayo pondered for a moment and said, "For many years, I too have sought a way to revert demons to their human forms. Unfortunately, I have been unable to collect sufficient demon blood, otherwise, I might have been able to develop an antidote. Yushiro is the only child in 200 years whom I have transformed into a demon." Young Tanjiro was taken aback. 200 years? May I ask how old you are this year?" At this, Yushiro immediately grew furious and punched Tanjiro in the stomach. "You impertinent fool. Do not inquire about a lady's age." Nezuko, adorably naive, glanced at her brother and then at them, idly lying on the ground, drifting about. While they conversed in the clinic, two demons were pursuing the boy Tanjiro, who bore a scar on his head, for it was a command from their master, Musen Kibutsuji. These two, a male and a female, had peculiar appearances. The male had eyes on his palms, while the female possessed multiple arms, each holding a ball. "Oh, we have run out of medicine, Nagi. I will go get some from Dr. Tamayo," the girl, Kaguya, called out to the basement before skipping out with a bounce. In the midst of an experiment, Uchiha Nagi acknowledged something amiss. Yet, after the girl departed, a sense of restlessness enveloped him, prompting him to accidentally topple several test tubes during his work. What could be the source of this unease? Why did he feel a lingering discomfort without any apparent danger? Uchiha Nagi paused, his hand gripping a test tube, and furrowed his brow. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he resumed his experiment. But the intense agitation within him persisted. Eventually, he set the test tube aside and exited the basement for some fresh air. As night fell, the surrounding area illuminated with countless lights. The human settlement, vibrant with electricity, appeared resplendent, reminiscent of modernity. Night had indeed arrived, and the days of autumn and winter seemed to pass swiftly. Uchiha Nagi glanced at the darkening sky and suddenly recalled the source of his disquiet. In this peaceful world devoid of ninjas, there existed creatures that could only emerge under the cover of darkness, demons. Upon activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi's mental acuity sharpened significantly. He realized that his agitation was not without cause. It signified impending danger. Gaui was in peril. With this thought, Uchiha Nagi's eyes widened as the three tomo appeared within his gaze. In an instant, he leaped onto the rooftop, vanishing from sight. In another realm, the protagonist of the Demon Slayer world, Tanjiro, wielded the water-breathing techniques as he confronted two demons, drawn to him by the scent of his presence. One was a male and the other a female, both subordinates dispatched by Muzan Kabutsuji to hunt him. To be killed by one of the 12 Kazuki is an honor for you. Come, let us play until dawn. The woman, endowed with 6 arms, laughed excitedly. Hey, Shizamaru. Remember to bring back that kid's head adorned with flower-like decorations intact. We need to report back. The other male demon, biting into a pale arm with a mouth that split to the roots of his ears, added, This meat tastes terrible. Why does the ball curve? Tanjiro pondered, bewildered. The female demon's projectile was immensely powerful, yet it inexplicably curved to attack them. Thus, it was not only formidable, but also akin to a homing missile. Tanjiro found himself struggling merely to evade the onslaught, let alone sever the demon's neck. You've even killed someone, Tanjiro exclaimed in fury, noticing the blood dripping from the severed hand held by one of his adversaries, clearly freshly slain. Ah, we encountered this one on the way. She seemed to be seeking out the traitor Tamayo. Seeing her youthful appearance, I couldn't resist. I didn't expect the flesh to be so unpalatable. The demon with eyes on his hand taunted. Tanjiro, filled with rage, was about to employ the 6th form, rending whirlpool technique to counter the threat when a dispassionate voice interrupted, I'll handle this man. Beneath the dim starlight, remnants of torn clothing lay scattered across the ground, mingled with pools of blood, leaving only a severed head behind. Nearby, a basket intended for carrying Tamayo's medicine now lay despondently on the ground, isolated and forlorn. Uchiha Nagi trembled as he reached out towards the severed head, brushing aside the hair from his face. It was Go Wei, the girl he had known for only a few days, now eternally at rest. A cheerful smile still lingered on her face, perhaps the sole solace in this tragedy, for she likely passed without feeling the agony of her corporeal form. Nagi's hands quivered incessantly, as did his shoulders and legs. It was not fear that gripped him, but a seething rage, a fury so profound it rendered his body uncontrollable. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his 3-tomo Sharingan transforming into a kaleidoscope of plum blossoms. The kaleidoscope spun relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of ocular prowess, emanating a sinister and formidable aura. This man, I shall deal with him, he declared. Tanjiro and Tsugumi looked up to see a one-armed man perched upon a tree, his shoulder-length hair tied back, his eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light. In Nagi's grasp was the severed head of Go Wei, her wide eyes still sparkling with life, her face adorned with a radiant smile even in death. What troubled Tanjiro was the malevolent scent emanating from the figure, chilling as the depths of winter, yet unmistakably human. You are human? Tanjiro questioned, bewildered. That is Mr. Uchiha, a patient of Lady Tsugumi from a couple of days ago, Yusha remarked from within the house. Human? Uchiha Nagi leaped down from the tree, gently placing Go Wei down before wiping the blood from her face. This girl, whom he had known for but a few days, now stood expressionless, slowly advancing towards the malevolent entity, Yabaha. You should not have harmed her. She is innocent. As these words left his lips, Nagi's cold eyes bore a frigid winter chill, yet deep within them simmered a tempest of wrath. Facing the crimson-eyed man, Yabaha regarded him not with fear, but with delight. A rare bloodline, and an exquisite one at that. Ha, you are mine now. Hey, Yabaha, don't think you can have him all to yourself. We'll split him in half. The female demon, Shizamaru, interjected immediately. Understood, Yabaha began, but before he could finish, Uchiha Nagi had already launched his attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. 7 or 8 massive fireballs soared towards Yabaha, who was taken aback. Isn't the Demon Slayer core reliant solely on breathing techniques and sword skills? When did they acquire abilities akin to blood demon arts? Yabaha nimbly evaded several of the fireballs, dispersing others with his blood demon arts. However, as he leapt onto a tree, he found multiple shurikens hurtling towards him. With a disdainful expression, he scoffed, "You can't even hit me with those." Yet before he could finish his taunt, the shurikens ensnared him and the tree alike. "What is this, black steel wire?" Yabuha gasped in shock. Utilizing the cover of night, the shurikens collided within his blind spots, binding him tightly. But that was not all. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A long stream of flame surged along the wire of the shurikens, swiftly extending and striking before the demon Yabuha could break free. The colossal inferno illuminated the night sky, its intense heat capable of melting even steel. Was he truly slain just like that? Tanjiro gazed vacantly, but then, a sudden realization struck him as he shouted towards Uchiha Nagi, "Be cautious. He is not dead yet. A demon cannot be slain unless its neck is severed by the sunblade. Tread carefully." At that moment, amidst the flames, a figure emerged, gesturing towards Uchiha Nagi with both hands, unleashing an invisible force that surged toward him. Damn it! Tanjiro swung his sunblade, intending to sever the unseen crimson arrow, but was obstructed by the female demon, Shizamaru. "Haha, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own safety first, little one." With that, Shizamaru hurled several powerful orbs towards Tanjiro. "Watch out." Tanjiro was compelled to abandon his rescue attempt and engage in combat with Shizamaru. To his astonishment, the invisible red energy, just as it was about to strike Uchiha Nagi, was effortlessly evaded. What? He can see it? How is that possible? How can a mere human perceive and evade it? The male demon, Yahaba, exclaimed in disbelief. However, in Uchiha Nagi's eyes, the energy resembling psychic force was distinctly visible within his Sharingan. Although it was not chakra, its energy composition was unmistakably clear to him. Furthermore, due to the death of Gomei, a sinister and malevolent chakra began to mutate and surge into his right eye, allowing Uchiha Nagi to comprehend the capabilities within his kaleidoscopic vision. Employing the shadow clone technique, Uchiha Nagi formed 5 identical clones with a single hand sign. Charging towards the male demon, Yahaba. "What is this? Blood demon art? How can there be 5 of them?" Yahaba was taken aback. While there was one among the upper moons who could create clones, he had never heard of a human capable of such a feat without blood demon arts. Yahaba swiftly waved his hands, capturing 2 of the clones and propelling them skyward, only to crash them down with tremendous force. With a loud pop, the 2 clones dissipated into puffs of smoke. Yahaba turned to face the remaining 3 clones, which were rapidly closing in on him, yet he remained unperturbed. "Without a sunblade, you cannot slay a demon. Ha ha ha. Do you think fire can burn me? Demons cannot be incinerated. Only you fragile humans can be burnt." Uchiha Nagi, his expression impassive, raised a hand to his forehead and declared, "You are overly confident." Sun Fist. A blinding radiance erupted into the night, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Even Tanjiro and Shizamaru, who were locked in battle, were momentarily blinded and halted their confrontation. Moreover, who said flames cannot consume you? Amaterasu. Uchiha Nagi opened his right eye, blood trickling from the corner, as a black flame struck Yahaba directly. "Ah, my eyes. More flames. I told you, fire cannot kill me. Wait, what kind of flame is this? Ah, what is happening?" Yahaba's recovery ability evidently surpassed that of a human, regaining his vision in 3 to 4 seconds compared to the 10 seconds a human would require. However, upon regaining sight, he discovered his body engulfed in black flames. And more terrifyingly, these flames could not be extinguished, no matter the effort. Uchiha Nagi gazed expressionlessly, a curious thought crossing his mind regarding your regenerative abilities. Do they truly possess no energy limitations? Enjoy it while you can. The cursed male demon, Yabuha, extended his hands. Yet the intense searing of the black flames, infused with an enigmatic energy, thwarted his blood demon technique. His skin, flesh, and bones were relentlessly consumed by the black fire, reducing them to ash, yet the demonic constitution allowed for rapid regeneration. This torment was akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades, rendering existence unbearable. Becoming a demon and evading death does not equate to the absence of pain. Amaterasu, in its relentless pursuit, will not extinguish until its target has been reduced to ashes, unless commanded to cease by its master. "Your turn," Uchiha Nagi declared ominously, his 3-tomo Sharingan merging into a plum blossom patterned kaleidoscope, blood trickling from his right eye. How infuriating! defeating a demon without the need for the Nichiren blade. Are you truly human? The female demon, Shizamaru, was momentarily stunned, forgetting her attack on Tanjiro. Amaterasu, a technique of Itachi, was now wielded by Uchiha Nagi. This was due to the unique ability of his right eye's kaleidoscope, replication, born from an overwhelming desire for strength. To be precise, the power resided in the ability to perceive and analyze the laws governing the operation of things. He could dissect any ninjutsu upon witnessing it once, though the feasibility of replication depended on various circumstances. For instance, Kinemon's corpse bone technique and the first Hokages would release required bloodline techniques. He could replicate them, yet could not execute them unless he possessed compatible genetics. Moreover, regarding the demon before him, Uchiha Nagi had discerned and replicated the invisible psychokinesis of its blood demon technique. Yet he lacked the demonic genes to utilize it, unless he could modify it into a technique independent of such genes. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. In the world of Naruto, myriad powerful techniques abound: Rasengan, Chidori, Flying Thunder God, Edo Tensei, as well as Raikiko's lightning armor and Tsuchikage's dust release. Here, traditions of various elemental breathing techniques have been passed down through the ages. In other words, it is an enhanced form of kaleidoscope replication. While it may be deemed weak in certain contexts, it can also reach extraordinary heights. Upon awakening, having glimpsed Itachi's Amaterasu, his right eye retained the memory, but as the mind transferred, it drained his chakra. Consequently, his right eye fell into a dormant state akin to Kakashi's initial awakening. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, once chakra was replenished, his eye regained its power. How infuriating! Without the Nichiren blade, you cannot kill us. Die! The female demon Shizamaru leaped back, unleashing a fierce roar as she hurled her orbs. In her hands, these spheres possessed the force of artillery shells. Any human struck would be utterly obliterated. Even a mere graze would leave nothing but remnants. This was her unique blood demon technique. With the spheres crafted from her own blood, limitless in number, resilient and robust. When partnering with Yabuha, they became a formidable mobile artillery unit. The invisible telekinesis of Shizamaru allows her to control numerous orbs, which she can create and launch, causing them to ricochet about like cannonballs. With an adequate distance, even a pillar would face dire consequences. The specter, Shizamaru, recognizing the formidable challenge posed by her opponent, unleashed her full power. In an instant, 6 hands transformed into 6 orbs, hurled forth with the force of artillery, only to be replaced by another 6 orbs in rapid succession. The scene resembled an assault by a 19th-century artillery battalion, as countless powerful projectiles comparable to iron balls hurtled toward Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi, shattering the brick and stone structure as if it were mere paper. Such formidable power rivals a rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Nagi mused, noting the overwhelming might of Shizamaru's assault. A single cannon could be likened to Naruto's Rasengan, yet Shizamaru unleashed her barrage in a manner akin to a turret, envisioning a scenario where hundreds of Naruto's launched Rasengans, all at a speed surpassing Naruto's by tenfold. Tanjiro, his pupils constricted, swiftly employed his breathing technique, water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. The swirling torrents of water breathing danced around his Nichiren blade, swiftly intercepting the countless incoming orbs. I must close the distance, otherwise my stamina will wane. And I shall inevitably be struck, Tanjiro thought, aware that the breathing technique was not invincible, continuously depleting his physical strength. He could only defend against the heavy orbs while inching closer. Do you wish to sever my neck? Ha ha ha, dream on. Shizamaru cackled, utilizing her blood demon art while retreating a significant distance. You cannot escape. Come and meet your demise. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Nagi effortlessly evaded her attacks. The 3-tomo Sharingan more than sufficient to foresee her movements, let alone the Mangekyo, which granted him dynamic vision capable of contending with the Flying Thunder God technique. He need not dodge the projectiles themselves. It sufficed to evade the direction of her launching hand. Akin to the difficulty of dodging a bullet versus the simplicity of avoiding a person's hand. Indeed, the Sharingan with 2-tomo or more possesses the ability to predict an enemy's actions. During the first battle between Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End, Sasuke utilized his 2-tomo Sharingan to foresee all of Naruto's attacks, as Uchiha Nagi deftly dodged while swiftly closing the gap. His crimson eyes flashed with light as he executed Tanjiro's technique, water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. As their figures intertwined, Uchiha Nagi sheathed his blade, while behind him, Shizamaru's gaze grew hazy, muttering in a deranged laughter. It was only when her head fell to the ground that clarity returned to her eyes. What is happening? Did I not slay you? How is it that my head has been severed? Shizamaru gasped in terror, realizing her head had become detached from her body. Not only that, but her form lay in tatters, 6 hands and 2 legs severed completely. From a distance, Tanjiro paused momentarily, before calling out, "Be cautious. The foe cannot be slain. Demons do not perish from mere mortal blades." "Do not worry," Uchiha Nagi replied nonchalantly, stepping aside before forcefully kicking Shizamaru's head away. "Even if she cannot perish, as long as she is dismembered, there remains no threat. As for her regeneration, another strike shall suffice." Subsequently, I unleashed the indomitable Great Fireball technique, incinerating the remnants of Zhu Shaowan. How is this possible? I clearly killed you. How is it that I find myself beheaded?" she exclaimed in disbelief, while her severed head rapidly regenerated. "I employed an illusion, the kaleidoscopic ninjutsu, a technique far beyond the grasp of weaklings like you," Uchiha Nagi calmly explained as he approached her. In that fleeting moment of their gazes locking, she fell victim to the kaleidoscopic illusion. The Mangekyo Sharingan inherently possesses the ability to cast illusions. Even Obito, who is not specialized in ninjutsu, could control the Ninetales with it, let alone Uchiha Nagi, who has studied illusions extensively. "Illusion? What is that?" Zhu Shaowan murmured. "I understand now. It is the dream ability of Lower Moon One. My defeat is just." As Tanjiro hastily arrived, he struck Zhu Shaowan's neck with his Nichiren blade just as she was about to sprout 2 legs, as if inherently countering her regeneration. Once her neck was severed, her head ceased to grow and began to char at the wound, eventually transforming into ash. This is the power of the Nichiren blade. In her dying moments, Zhu Shaowan seemed to awaken memories from her human past, filled with sorrow, which Tanjiro also felt deeply. Why such sorrow for a demon? A feeble voice pleaded, "Please, kill me." It was Yahaba. He was still being scorched by Amaterasu, his energy depleted, leaving only a skeleton unable to move, yet still capable of weakly speaking. Tanjiro, unable to bear it, intended to approach and grant him a swift end with his Nichiren blade, when suddenly, a melancholic melody filled the air. Uchiha Nagi had approached Gao, picking up a bamboo flute and playing the piece Gao longed to learn, the bamboo flute melody of the snowy fields. Tanjiro, captivated by the subtle sorrow of the tune, paused, and even the struggling Yahaba gradually found peace. The melody was both poignant and enchanting, as if it brought back memories of a long-lost home. As the song concluded, the sky gradually brightened. Yahaba smiled, tears welling in his eyes as he recalled his hometown, his family, and the human he once was. Then, surrendering to fate, he began to turn to ash beneath the first rays of morning sunlight. Gao's spirit seemed to stand smiling in the sunlight. What a beautiful piece this is. The Buddha spoke of 3 great sufferings in life: the suffering of attachment and aversion, the suffering of love and separation, and the suffering of unfulfilled desires. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, true liberation comes from letting go. I believe Miss Gao, in the afterlife, would not wish for you to grieve excessively for her. In the basement, Tamayo was tending to everyone's wounds, observing the ever-icy Uchiha Nagi, and could not help but offer comfort. Uchiha Nagi replied calmly, "I am not overly saddened. I have only known her for a few days." Beside him, Tanjiro thought, such a sorrowful melody, and yet not saddened? Moreover, I distinctly sensed it. Deceiving others is one thing, but deceiving me is quite another. This is Tanjiro's unique ability, an extraordinary sense of smell that allows him to detect not only bodily sense, but also emotions. He can perceive the full spectrum of human feelings, from joy to sorrow. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, how did you come to master the water-breathing technique? Are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? His curiosity could not be contained, for it was during the final blow that vanquished Shizamaru that Uchiha Nagi employed the very technique he now questioned. Equally intrigued were Tamayo and her attendant, Yashiro, while Nezuko, having wandered about for a while, succumbed to boredom and had fallen asleep. I am not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for how I learned the water-breathing technique, I merely observed you. You learned it just by watching me? Tanjiro exclaimed, bewildered. I toiled for 2 years to master this technique, and you grasped it in a single glance? Disregarding the now petrified Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi turned to Tamayo. Dr. Tamayo, I wish to commence the surgery promptly. Do you have any engagements today? If not, how about we rest this morning and begin in the afternoon? Oh, are you prepared on your end? I am ready at any time. The demons possess remarkable regenerative abilities, and I barely participated in last night's battle. Given the intensity of the fight you experienced, do you not require an additional day to recuperate? Tamayo inquired. Then let it be in the afternoon. A morning's rest should suffice, Uchiha Nagi replied with a nod. I would also appreciate it if you could prepare a room for me to rest in for a few hours before we commence the surgery. Of course, Yashiro. Please escort Mr. Uchiha Nagi to his resting area. Certainly, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro responded, his demeanor filled with admiration as he promptly rose. Eager to return to Tamayo's side after ensuring Uchiha Nagi was settled. After expressing his gratitude, Uchiha Nagi followed Yashiro down the corridor, urgency propelling his steps. His sense of impending danger heightened. According to Tamayo's words, these two were not among the 12 Kazuki, yet, in Uchiha Nagi's estimation, even the lesser demons exhibited the strength of elite shinobi. How formidable must the 12 Kazuki be? From his experiences in battle that night, it was evident that the demons of the Demon Slayer world, empowered by their immortality, could rival even the strength of Jonin. In a one-on-one confrontation without the Nichiren blade, no ordinary Jonin could prevail against them, referring specifically to standard Jonin, not the 12 Kazuki. Furthermore, the two demons that appeared last night, Yahaba and Shizamaru, boasted Jonin-level strength. In the absence of the Nichiren blade and lacking intelligence on their abilities, even elite Jonin would struggle against them. Their immortality was a formidable advantage, regardless of human strength. Prolonged combat would inevitably lead to exhaustion, muscles would ache, and chakra would deplete. The more intense the battle, the quicker the loss of energy. Yet demons do not tire. Thus, even if one possesses overwhelming strength over a demon, a drawn-out battle would ultimately result in defeat due to fatigue. Victory could only be secured through overwhelming force, swiftly severing their heads with a Nichiren blade to prevent their regeneration. Fortunately, as Tamayo indicated, the most powerful of the 12 Kazuki are exceedingly rare. However, Uchiha Nagi would not entrust his life to the oblivion of another. Last night, he came to the realization that in the eyes of the demon, he was regarded as the epitome of rare blood, akin to the flesh of the revered monk Tang's son. This was hardly surprising, given the legacy of the Uchiha lineage. Consequently, Uchiha Nagi resolved to hasten his endeavors. The experimental data from the preceding days indicated that he would not experience any rejection from the transplant of White Zetsu's arm. Nagi speculated that the reason for this was that Obito had long since integrated the arm, thereby resolving any potential rejection issues. He believed that transplanting this arm, previously used by Obito, would pose no complications. Post-surgery, he would no longer need to worry about overexerting his Sharingan and risking blindness, thus allowing him to elevate his power without reservation. Unlike his brother Itachi and Obito, Nagi's Mangekyo Sharingan did not possess offensive capabilities. Both were support type. Nevertheless, their support was of an extraordinary caliber, enabling him to learn any breathing technique with just a single demonstration. The thought ignited a fervor within Uchiha Nagi. What if he could replicate every breathing technique in this world? Despite his extensive repertoire of ninjutsu, he often felt akin to a certain Hokage scholar, prolific yet lacking in finesse. This was his greatest frustration, as he lacked a formidable mentor. Unlike the tales told in novels, where gifted protagonists train in solitude to achieve mastery, reality dictated that even prodigies required guidance. The presence of a suitable teacher could amplify one's efforts manifold. For instance, Kakashi's guidance to Naruto and Sasuke did not yield substantial advancements until Naruto saw Jiraiya and Sasuke turn to Orochimaru, propelling their abilities to meteoric heights. This illustrates the profound impact an appropriate mentor can have on an individual. After a brief respite of half a day, Uchiha Nagi replenished his strength and chakra with the aid of soldier pills. He entered the surgical room where Shoyu was, nodding at her as they prepared for the procedure. They soon stepped into a pristine chamber. Nagi unfurled a storage scroll, revealing a white arm before him. Dr. Shoyu, performing surgery on myself with one hand presents numerous challenges, so I kindly ask for your assistance. He then created a shadow clone to serve as the primary surgeon, while Shoyu, a physician with centuries of experience, would assist without a doubt. I understand. I am quite familiar with human anatomy, so rest assured, Shoyu replied with a reassuring smile. Nagi then activated the palm healing technique with one hand, the green chakra blade illuminating the space as he began to incision the previously healed wound. Throughout the procedure, Nagi opted not to use anesthesia, merely biting down on a towel to endure the pain. Shoyu dutifully followed Nagi's directives, aiding in the connection of nerves and blood vessels, meticulously aligning the bone without the use of fixed steel pins, thanks to Nagi's unwavering belief in the efficacy of the first Hokage's cells. Utilizing surgical-grade sutures, the delicate task of stitching was meticulously executed. Once the myriad of muscles and blood vessels had been rejoined, the shadow clone began to utilize the palm healing technique, channeling chakra to mend the cellular structure. In a brief span, the white arm and the severed limb of Uchiha Nagi had nearly healed, revealing no trace of injury save for a solitary scar. Subsequently, Shinju procured a stabilizing splint for Uchiha Nagi's arm, ensuring that the bones would not clash or fracture. It is truly remarkable how your palm healing technique can facilitate the rapid healing of muscle and skin, Shinju marveled. I seem to have contributed little to your recovery, and I feel quite ashamed. You have greatly assisted me by stitching the blood vessels and muscles together, Uchiha Nagi replied, drenched as though he had just emerged from water. Despite the presence of multiple shadow clones, each could only wield a single hand, and Shinju's skill was exceedingly proficient. Uchiha Nagi flexed his fingers. Although the surgical procedure had just been completed, he found he could already control them, an impressive testament to the extraordinary capabilities of the white Zetsu cells. He could even sense an itchiness around the bones, muscles, and blood vessels, indicative of rapid cellular regeneration, as blood circulated continuously within the white Zetsu arm. The arm absorbed nutrients and chakra from the bloodstream, causing the cells to proliferate and heal the severed limb. He believed that within a day, the bone at the site of the amputation would reunite, and in 3 to 4 days, the arm would function perfectly once more. Moreover, it seemed as though within the white Zetsu cells, there existed an inexplicable substance that flowed steadily with the blood throughout his body. The exhaustion from using his ocular techniques appeared to diminish, and a refreshing sensation began to envelop his eyes. Even the heavily taxed left eye showed signs of gradual recovery, leading him to believe that he would be able to use it again long before a year had elapsed. I have received a response. Mr. Ubuyashiki Yoya extends a warm welcome to your inclusion and invites you to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Rest for a few days, and once you have healed, you shall depart alongside Tanjiro, he was informed. Thank you very much, Uchiha Nagi expressed gratefully. Given the adage, to receive wealth is to also alleviate misfortune, he felt it was only natural to join the Demon Slayer Corps to learn the breathing techniques of this world. Compared to the ninja realm, where one could easily fall prey to an unpredictable squad of shinobi, the demons of this world were significantly fewer in number. Most encounters involved the Demon Slayer Corps engaging the demons with overwhelming numbers, and as long as one remained under the sun, they could relax without fear of ambush. In the world of ninjas, even mundane activities like dining, sleeping, or playing cards with a woman could invite concerns of poisoning or surprise attacks, particularly in Konoha, where the threat of a certain individual coveting his Sharingan loomed large. Thus, Uchiha Nagi began to share his medical knowledge with Shinju, elucidating the principles behind the palm healing technique. Chakra, is that the fundamental energy required for your extraordinary techniques? How fascinating. This is the first time I have heard that humans possess something beyond breathing techniques, such as chakra. Juya expressed her thoughts, noting that, according to your explanation, extracting cells from the human body bears a striking resemblance to our blood demon arts. However, once we initiate the transformation from human to demon, we may no longer be able to harness the kind of energy you described, limiting us to the application of blood demon arts. Uchiha Nagi remarked that blood demon arts seem to originate from the unique fusion of your genes, rendering each demon incapable of replicating another's techniques. In contrast, chakra can be employed to perform universal techniques accessible to all humans. Nonetheless, the specifics require further validation. Since no one in this world possesses chakra, it remains uncertain if it can be learned, warranting further investigation. Conversely, Nagi was confident in his ability to utilize the breathing technique. He found no difficulty in replicating Tanjiro's water breathing, noting that while his earth attribute is comparatively weak, his fire attribute is the strongest, with water, lightning, and wind being moderate. Thus, imitating Tanjiro's water breathing posed no challenge. Moreover, chakra attributes can be developed to enhance one's abilities. Could not different breathing techniques also be refined? Kakashi continually honed his diverse attributes, ultimately becoming the copy ninja. Although he may have been predisposed to weakness in a particular attribute, diligent cultivation could fortify it. After conversing with Juye for a while, Uchiha Nagi descended to the ground. During the day, Juye and her companions were unable to emerge, but Tanjiro could. He was diligently practicing his breathing technique in the dilapidated courtyard, harmonizing it with his swordsmanship to execute dazzling moves. After observing for a time, Nagi called out to Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, I wish to discuss something with you." Tanjiro turned, sheathing his sword as he approached. "Mr. Uchiha, has your procedure concluded? It is truly remarkable that you possess such an ability, even reattaching a severed hand." Tanjiro gazed in astonishment at Nagi's reattached limb. "Haha, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. By the way, may I see your water-breathing technique? A fair exchange, I can impart other knowledge in return." With that, Uchiha Nagi formed a one-handed seal, summoning a shadow clone. The two clones collaborated, performing a dazzling series of hand signs, culminating in the manifestation of a water release technique before Tanjiro's eyes. Water release, water dragon technique. A colossal dragon composed of water surged skyward, crashing through the trees and toppling a swath of the forest. The sheer spectacle was, in a word, magnificent. "Phew," Tanjiro gasped, breathless. "Incredible. Mr. Uchiha, your breathing technique is astounding, and it can even produce clones. Are you truly willing to teach me?" "Oh, feel free to learn my water-breathing technique. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to teach me yours." Uchiha Nagi smiled. "I am merely a few years older than you. Call me Nagi and I. There's no need for all the Mr. titles. It makes me feel old. The technique I possess is called ninjutsu, not a breathing technique, and it requires refining a specific type of chakra from the human body to utilize. This clone technique is known as the shadow clone jutsu and belongs to the category of physical clones. However, I cannot guarantee your success in learning it unless you can successfully refine chakra." Tanjiro gazed at Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone, his heart racing with excitement. Who wouldn't he wish to learn such a wondrous ninjutsu? If only one could conjure a multitude of clones during each battle with demons, each wielding a sunlit blade. The mere thought of it made Tanjiro's mouth water. Moreover, that technique capable of manipulating water appeared truly marvelous. Despite its name, the water-breathing technique did not envelop its practitioner in torrents of water during combat. Rather, it was a mere amalgamation of breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Chakra is an energy born from the harmonious fusion of various elemental energies within the human body, serving as the source for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. This energy is drawn from the body's 130 trillion cells, each contributing to the overall vitality. Through extensive training and the accumulation of experience, one cultivates this spiritual energy. Uchiha Nagi silently added a final thought. Should one practice sage arts, it would involve a share of natural energy. Sage arts had always been his fervent aspiration. However, without a mentor to guide him, the path to mastery seemed insurmountable. Even prodigies like Madara and the second Hokage struggled to grasp sage arts. Both were close kin to the first Hokage, who undoubtedly would not withhold knowledge, yet the difficulty of mastering sage arts remains indisputable. As for Naruto and Jiraiya, they only scratched the surface of sage arts. Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi had spent a considerable time learning the fundamentals, yet when it came to practice, not even a shadow of chakra manifested. Nonetheless, considering the different systems of their worlds, Uchiha Nagi did not expect the other to master chakra extraction in one go. As true prodigies in ninja schools who could do so were exceedingly rare. Do not fret, initial failures are commonplace. It took me an entire month to extract my first trace of chakra, Uchiha Nagi reassured him. Really? Then I must strive harder. By the way, Nagi brother, allow me to demonstrate the breathing technique for you, Tanjiro said, scratching his head and recalling the scene from the previous night when Uchiha Nagi had mastered the breathing technique in a single attempt. All right, I appreciate your effort. Uchiha Nagi replied with a nod. First form, water surface slash. Tanjiro shouted as he initiated the breathing technique with his sword. Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, striking tide. Fifth form, drying rain. Sixth form, whirlpool. Seventh form, droplet wave piercer. Eighth form, waterfall. Ninth form, water stream splash. 10th form, continuous flux. By the time Tanjiro completed the entire sequence of breathing forms, he was drenched in sweat. This is the complete foundational 10th form of the breathing technique. However, Each form can be intricately combined with others under varying circumstances, resulting in boundless transformations, Tanjiro explained while wiping his brow. For instance, he had previously employed the second form, Water Wheel, in conjunction with other techniques to unleash the modified Water Wheel. Similarly, he had combined the sixth form, Whirlpool, with other moves to create the Flowing Whirlpool and transformed the seventh form, Droplet Wave Piercer, into the Curved Droplet Wave Piercer. While they appeared identical, the distinctions were profound. The former was the swiftest assault technique within the water-breathing style, though ill-suited for decapitating a demon, whereas the latter utilized a curved trajectory, ideal for aerial engagements. In other words, the breathing technique is not merely the surface-level 10 forms, but rather a 10 to the power of 10, and as long as one possesses exceptional talent. The integration of these 10 forms can lead to an almost infinite array of combinations. The 10 forms serve merely as the foundational breathing techniques. Whether one can blend them with other techniques depends on individual aptitude. After all, the execution of more powerful techniques demands a greater level of mastery, and composite techniques require even more. The strong adeptly apply varying techniques to suit different combat scenarios, for not every enhanced version is necessarily appropriate. Uchiha Nagi recognizes that the current water-breathing Hashira, Jutomioka, is an individual whose talent reaches extraordinary heights, having developed an 11th form, Calm Seas, based on the original water-breathing techniques. Is this not what he has yearned for? Although Konoha's White Fang is a ninja, he is proficient in swordsmanship, wielding a short blade that instills fear in countless ninjas, leading to the notion that encountering him could absolve one of their mission's failures. The Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed a remarkable asset, yet Uchiha Nagi, being an orphan, cannot possibly possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Without it, the awakening of the Rinnegan is unattainable. Rather than lamenting this, it would be wiser to specialize in breathing techniques to enhance oneself. Observing Uchiha Nagi lost in thought after his explanation, Tanjiro cautiously inquired, "Nagi brother, did you understand everything? I may not have been particularly thorough. It would be ideal if Mr. Sakanji Urokadaki were here, as he could certainly elucidate it better than I." I grasped the gist of it. "Allow me to demonstrate," Uchiha Nagi replied, nodding as he retrieved his short blade and stepped into the clearing. Following Tanjiro's previous instructions, he took a deep breath and began to execute the water-breathing forms from 1 to 10 flawlessly. However, this was merely an imitation. To genuinely internalize these techniques, continuous practice and refinement would be essential. "Nagi brother, you are incredible. You learned it after just one look. That's truly impressive," Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly. "This is but a superficial imitation. I still fall short compared to you," Uchiha Nagi remarked, shaking his head. "Oh, but I too sense something amiss. Perhaps it requires practice underwater? When I initially learned water breathing, I often practiced by the water's edge." "That is likely the case," Uchiha Nagi nodded, pausing momentarily. After all, he currently had only one hand available, which proved inconvenient. In a couple of days, once his arm fully recovered, he could commence his training. Uchiha Nagi moved his white arm, its fingers now remarkably agile. It was hard to believe that mere hours ago it had not belonged to him. The bones within felt as though they had completely healed, yet Uchiha Nagi understood that this was merely superficial. To master its full functionality would require a few more days. Interestingly, the fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan and white Zetsu cells was exceedingly harmonious, as if they were perfectly blended. In fact, within this short period, the fatigue from the previous night's ocular strain had already diminished significantly, which explained why Obito could use it so recklessly. The following morning, before dawn, Tanjiro, with a bamboo basket on his back containing Nezuko, was bidding farewell to Tsugumi and the others, accompanied by Uchiha Nagi. He is on his way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps to meet their leader, Ubuyashiki Yose, and formally join the ranks of the Corps. Uncertain about his capabilities, he wonders if he will need to participate in any selection process. Along the journey, he fortuitously encounters Tanjiro, and they set off together. "Take care, both of you," said Tamayo with a gentle smile. "Be safe. May we meet again," Uchiha Nagi replied. "Hey, you with the scar on your head. Be sure not to die," Yashiro interjected from the side. "Yes, please take care as well. I will diligently collect the blood of every demon I encounter." Tanjiro waved goodbye to them before embarking on his journey with Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi was filled with anticipation for this expedition. He had already mastered one form of breathing technique, the water breathing. He pondered the possibility of merging all breathing techniques into the original form, the sun breathing, which could potentially unlock the unique pattern akin to a sage mode. This so-called pattern resembled the markings that appeared on the faces of the first Hokage and Naruto after they attained sage status. Due to the high physical demands of the complete sage mode, various breathing techniques gradually evolved, each possessing different attributes. It was akin to how Orochimaru devised curse seals to simplify sage techniques, allowing those with lesser physical prowess to utilize them. In Uchiha Nagi's view, the creators of simplified breathing techniques in this world were truly ingenious, as they enabled ordinary individuals to cultivate their abilities. Conversely, in the world of Naruto, sage mode had never been improved upon, resulting in a scarcity of those capable of mastering it, until Orochimaru invented the curse seal. Although the methods of cultivation differed, both pertained to the manipulation of energy. Moreover, breathing techniques evidently fortify the body over time, enabling individuals to achieve extraordinary physical strength. Akin to the body-enhancing secret techniques of the Raikage lineage, the Raikage clan continuously refines their bodies using lightning chakra, rendering their physical forms nearly unparalleled in the ninja world without relying on ninjutsu. In the later stages, the third Raikage, during his reincarnation, managed to withstand Naruto's wind release, Raisen Shuriken without employing ninjutsu, showcasing an almost invincible physique. Although the reincarnated body could recover, he had genuinely blocked the attack physically without the use of jutsu. As Uchiha Nagi walked, he contemplated, drawing from the remnants of memories from his previous life. He realized that breathing techniques were not devoid of weaknesses. They seemed to require a precise synchronization with one's breath during usage. In the latter encounters with Upper Moon 2, the adversary's blood demon art could introduce elements into the air, perfectly countering the breathing techniques. Yet, this was not a significant concern. Much like sage techniques, every art possesses its vulnerabilities. However, any weakness can be overcome through rigorous training. The first Hokage could seamlessly absorb natural energy while engaged in battle, and Madara was even more formidable. Upon his revival, devoid of the Sharingan or Rinnegan, he dominated the battlefield, only to be sealed by Shikaku within a pyramid before unleashing Susanoo to break the seal. Was it truly possible for someone to achieve such feats without the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Nagi pondered whether breathing techniques could manifest similarly to sage mode. To comprehend the sage mode, it is a formidable combat state forged through the equilibrium of natural energy, one's own energy, and spiritual energy. The breathing techniques seem to resemble a fusion of natural and personal energies, albeit not in their complete form. In this realm, the Hashira have transcended human limitations, capable of battling formidable demons with mere flesh and blood, while employing various breathing techniques and swordsmanship to counteract the blood demon arts. It appears that an attempt could be worthwhile. Uchiha Nagi resolved to commence this endeavor once his body returned to full vitality. He aimed to amalgamate physical energy, spiritual energy, and breathing techniques in an effort to create his own sage mode. The pinnacle of the breathing techniques unlocks the pattern, while sage arts bear the mask. Is it not a curious coincidence? Lacking a proper lineage, unable to access the three sacred lands, and deprived of the methods to cultivate natural energy, he found no desire to pursue such knowledge, especially when considering the high mortality rates. It would be foolish for a human body to forcibly learn the sage arts of the spirit beasts, given the perilous risks involved. Meanwhile, the breathing techniques in the Demon Slayer world are human inventions, tailored for humanity's own mastery of the sage arts. Contemplating the mightiest sun breathing, Uchiha Nagi gazed ardently at Tanjiro beside him, leaving Tanjiro utterly perplexed. An annoyingly persistent crow, southeast-southeast, flitted about Tanjiro's head before finally alighting on his shoulder, cawing incessantly. I know, cease your clamor. Ah, my ears are nearly deafened by your ruckus, Tanjiro grumbled, rubbing his ears and turning to explain to Uchiha Nagi. This is a Tsugumi crow, a companion of the Demon Slayer Corps. Everyone is paired with one for communication. Ah, I understand, Uchiha Nagi nodded, realizing that in this world, there were no mobile devices. Suddenly, a loud exclamation pierced the air. Please, I beg you, marry me. I am on the brink of death. A boy with yellow hair and feathered attire knelt before a girl, pleading for her hand in marriage. I implore you, before I perish, grant me this wish. Tears and snot streamed down the boy's face, as though he were about to face battle. Here it comes, the breathing of thunder, Zenitsu Agitsuma. Uchiha Nagi observed the boy quietly. He was the same age as Tanjiro, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps employing thunder breathing, currently at the lowest rank, yet possessing potential akin to that of a Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps is classified into 10 ranks: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. New recruits begin at the lowest rank, and above rank A lies the Hashira, representing humanity's pinnacle of combat prowess. Uchiha Nagi refrained from interjecting, watching the two innocent youths engage in their comedic initial encounter, unaware that they would soon become comrades in life and death. After assisting the unfamiliar girl in evading Zenitsu's clutches, he clung desperately to Tanjiro, exhibiting a fearful disposition, utterly incapable of imagining that upon slumber, he would transform into a formidable wielder of thunder breathing. "No, I won't go. Whatever you say, I refuse to go," Zenitsu cried, clinging tightly to Tanjiro's leg. "Zenitsu, you aren't going? Why are you so shameless? Reflect on the purpose that led you to join the Demon Slayer Corps," Tanjiro exclaimed in exasperation. "I never desired to become a demon slayer. I was deceived by a woman and fell into debt. The old man who repaid my debt is my mentor. And since then, I have endured grueling training day in and day out." Zenitsu, cradling his head in despair, lamented, "I am certain I will be devoured by a demon. Before I even perish, my brain will be drawn out through my ears. No, I refuse. Someone save me." His cries echoed as he sobbed uncontrollably. Beside him perched his unique companion, a sparrow that began to chime in with complaints while nestled on Tanjiro's shoulder. Observing Tanjiro's nodding and affirming expressions, Uchiha Nagi surmised the underlying sentiment. His master was terrified of death, too afraid to confront the demons. Uchiha Nagi envied Tanjiro's ability to communicate with animals. His crow could speak, yet this sparrow could not. Clearly, both Zenitsu and Tanjiro possessed extraordinary talents for conversing with creatures, and in addition, this particular individual had an acute sense of hearing. In the southeast direction, within a dwelling, a target had emerged, prompting the swift response of several Demon Slayer members. "We must set off immediately," Tanjiro urged as he grasped the weeping Zenitsu's hand and, together with Uchiha Nagi, embarked on their journey. After a period of calm reflection, Zenitsu trailed behind them, appearing as though he were living in a state worse than death. After several hours of travel, the trio arrived at the exterior of a house, where Tanjiro spotted 2 children among the trees and hurried over to inquire. At that moment, a corpse suddenly flew out from within the house. Uchiha Nagi rushed forward to assist. The man who had emerged was on the brink of death, and before he could utter more than a couple of words, he succumbed. Given the severity of his injuries, even medical ninjutsu would be futile. "If only we had arrived sooner. It's infuriating that we couldn't save him," Tanjiro lamented as he brought the 2 children to Uchiha Nagi, explaining that the older brother had already been taken by a demon inside the house. Drawing his Nichiren blade, Tanjiro prepared to charge inside, but Uchiha Nagi intervened. "A wooden house. We could attempt to set it ablaze. They fear sunlight." Uchiha Nagi began forming hand seals. After 2 days, his white Zetsu arm had healed perfectly, and he was able to move it, though the joints were still not entirely stable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Nagi unleashed his proficient fire technique, intending to set the house alight and force the demon within to reveal itself. Having spent considerable time in the world of ninjas, he instinctively felt that entering an enemy's lair often harbored traps. "Did you hear that peculiar drumbeat?" Zenitsu, trembling, seemed to perceive something. As the fire struck the wooden structure, it erupted into flames, but just as quickly, the fire was extinguished, seemingly thwarted by an unusual force that prevented the wood from igniting. "This complicates matters. Must we now compete in chakra?" Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the room. The flames refused to ignite. Was it necessary to resort to an enormous ninjutsu to obliterate it? Engaging in a contest of strength with the adversary was evidently unwise, as the demon's regenerative abilities surpassed those of humans. Moreover, Uchiha Nagi could not ascertain whether there existed a subterranean passage. What if, after he destroyed the house, the enemy simply escaped through it? Before Uchiha Nagi could fully contemplate the situation, Tanjiro set down a wooden box and instructed the 2 children to watch over his sister, then dashed inside. Tanjiro, wait for me. I'm so scared," Zenitsu cried, tears streaming down his face as he hurried after him. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. recognizing that such a reckless approach had led countless protagonists to their demise. In the ninja world, Tanjiro might share the same fate as Rope Tree, possessing the essence of a protagonist, yet lacking the fortuity that often accompanies it. To preserve the breath of the sun, Uchiha Nagi followed closely behind. Upon entering the house, he frowned, for Tanjiro had already vanished the moment he crossed the threshold. Was this a house from another dimension? In the past, he would never have dared to step into such a place, but with the kaleidoscope and the absolute defense of Susanoo, Uchiha Nagi felt fearless. Nevertheless, he prudently dispatched several shadow clones to scout the area, as caution is the mother of safety. As he carefully entered a room, he discovered the bizarre direction of gravity had inverted. The ground felt akin to a ceiling, and as Uchiha Nagi gently leaped, he landed firmly on what was now the ceiling, or rather, the ground for him. The demon within this abode could alter the orientation and shape of the rooms. Yet, such transformations held no significance for Uchiha Nagi, as he could adeptly adhere to the walls using his chakra, just as he intended to search for Tanjiro. A chilling voice echoed nearby. What extraordinary fortune! A rare bloodline, ha ha ha! And grotesque figure emerged, with eyes protruding from its abdomen and a mouth festooned across its head. Ha ha ha, you belong to me. It opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Uchiha Nagi. Nagi frowned, sensing that this creature relied solely on brute force. With a series of explosive sounds, the muscular demon was shattered into pieces, while Uchiha Nagi stood unscathed on the other side. It turned out that he had ensnared the creature in a ninjutsu with his Sharingan, then cast a few explosive tags disguised as shuriken, which the demon eagerly devoured, mistaking them for flesh. The explosive tags detonated from within, reducing it to mere fragments. No wonder Itachi favored ninjutsu. Sometimes, eliminating an opponent was remarkably simple, regardless of their formidable prowess, provided that illusion techniques were their Achilles heel. Uchiha Nagi mused, recalling a certain unfortunate soul named Deidara. Despite possessing the power to annihilate any village, he had been utterly undone by ninjutsu. What is happening? I thought I had killed you. My head, my body, why has it shattered? The demon questioned incredulously. There is no need for the dead to ask too many questions. Uchiha Nagi replied coolly as he approached the creature, wielding his short sword, and severed its head from its mangled body. Ha ha ha, futile. Without the sunblade, you cannot slay me. The demon cackled wildly, mocking Uchiha Nagi. Nagi smiled broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. It matters not. You can regenerate, correct? I am quite curious whether your limits truly do not exist. He then swung his short blade, cleaving the still writhing flesh into several pieces. The grotesque demon, with a visage contorted in fury, began to sprout flesh anew from its neck. Yet in the next moment, Nagi deftly severed the freshly formed parts. After a second strike, the lack of a head rendered the creature motionless. However, the head that Nagi grasped in his hand continued to writhe in defiance. Have you heard of Theseus's ship? I wonder, when your neck is severed by a mere blade, will a new head sprout from your body, or will a new body grow from your new head? Nagi, intrigued, held up the head to examine its eyes. Are you both the same? Would you fight against yourself? Subsequently, Nagi reassembled the body, astonished to find the limbs still capable of reconnecting, truly a testament to formidable vitality. Are you a devil? Meanwhile, in another room, Tanjiro was enduring torment at the hands of a demon adorned with several drums, teetering on the brink of despair. Alongside him was a demon slayer donning a pig mask. Each time the demon struck a drum, the room would spin, and without the ability to cling to the ceiling using chakra, Tanjiro could only succumb to the relentless pull of gravity. As the demon continued to beat the drums, it simultaneously assailed him with invisible claws. Damn it, my foot. My fracture hasn't healed. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, the pain hindering his strength. Water can take any form. The words of his mentor, Sakanji Urokadaki, echoed in his mind. Indeed, the water-breathing techniques could adapt to any environment, even with a broken foot. Suddenly enlightened, Tanjiro felt a surge of clarity. With newfound vigor, he no longer floundered. He employed the water-breathing techniques to maneuver his body and occasionally parried the demon's ethereal claws with his swordsmanship. The demon drummer, Hyoka, furrowed his brow. I must quickly consume rare blood. Those damned insects. His eyes flared with rage, revealing the word lower imprinted deep within his pupils, marred by the scar of an X. He was the eliminated lower six. Blood demon art, rapid drumbeat. Hyuka's expression twisted into a snarl, as he began to strike the drums upon his body, causing the room to spin uncontrollably, with countless claws following suit in assault. The room whirled in a dizzying 360-degree rotation. Even an astronaut would succumb to nausea, let alone endure the invisible claws attacking amid the chaos. A single strike from those sinister claws would result in a gruesome fate, and the perilous nature of Hyuga's blood demon art rendered them imperceptible to the naked eye. Only instinct could guide one to evade them. Not quite. That pig-headed being can sense it too. Tanjiro observed the pig-headed man, who seemed to possess an instinct akin to that of a wild beast, always managing to narrowly evade the attacks of the drum demon, Hyoka Suigetsu, at critical moments. Suddenly, a wave of panic seized Tanjiro, for the drum demon had turned its attention towards a little girl. The two siblings he had encountered outside were searching for their older brother, who had been captured due to his rare blood. Tanjiro had instructed them to wait outside, but the noise from Nezuko's box had frightened them, leading them to follow him inside. Now, the little girl had appeared at the doorway, disrupting Tanjiro's rhythm. In a desperate bid to ensure her safety, he leaped forward to embrace her, inadvertently increasing the burden of his breathing technique. Die, insect! The drum demon seized this perfect opportunity, spinning Tanjiro in a dizzying 360-degree motion, leaving him disoriented and preparing to unleash a barrage of blood demon arts that would spell his demise. As for the pig-headed man, his breathing technique lacked the fluidity of water breathing. Unable to adapt to varied environments, he could only focus on self-preservation, let alone counterattack. Once Tanjiro was dealt with, the pig-headed man would be next. Water release, water formation wall. At a critical moment, a voice resonated, conjuring a water-style ninjutsu that shielded Tanjiro from the fatal blow. Although the demon's blood art shattered the ninjutsu, the barrier provided sufficient protection. Tanjiro executed a water-breathing technique, 6th form, whirlpool flow, drawing the demon's invisible claws into his swirling vortex, then releasing them elsewhere. This versatility exemplified the prowess of water breathing. After the attack concluded, the drum demon's attention shifted from Tanjiro to the newly arrived individual. Rare blood. Ah, the finest of rare blood. Ha ha ha, destiny favors me. I shall ascend to the 12 Kazuki and feast upon you. The drum demon gazed at Uchiha Nagi with unrestrained glee, having long forgotten any prior grievances. Uchiha Nagi discarded the 2 severed heads that were still cursing him, remnants of the experiments he had conducted within the room. He had killed their bodies multiple times until they ceased to move, leaving only the heads. Ultimately, he discovered that excessive decapitation halted any regrowth. Seemingly linked to the energy within, the heads of these demons contained less energy than their bodies, so once severed, repeated killings sufficed. Now, only a head that occasionally attempted to flee remained, and a careless moment could result in the growth of tentacles or legs to escape. Thus, Uchiha Nagi carried them along while periodically slicing off bits of flesh, creating a scene of utter horror. Tanjiro, you focus on protecting the child. Leave this drum demon to me. Uchiha Nagi observed the demon, seemingly unimpressed by its abilities. Thud, 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 thud. The drum demon began excitedly pounding its small drums, aiming to kill Tanjiro the moment he lost his balance. However, after several spins, it realized that Tanjiro remained firmly grounded, utterly unfazed by gravity, leaving it utterly dumbfounded. Why can you disregard my blood demon technique? Uchiha Nagi inquired, glancing at his opponent. If this is all you are capable of, then you shall perish here today. The drumming demon, Xiang Kai, seethed in anger, and you think you can defeat me with that mere short blade, which is far inferior to the Nichiren blade. With a thundering beat, Xiang Kai struck his drum once more, unleashing his intangible claw blood demon technique. Faced with such a razor-sharp, invisible blade, Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow and leapt to evade. Yet, this was the moment his adversary had been anticipating. Swiftly altering the direction of his drumming, Xiang Kai applied pressure, causing Uchiha Nagi to find himself unable to land due to gravity, leaving him vulnerable to the lethal claws aimed at him. Oomph, you underestimate me far too much. Uchiha Nagi smirked. Not to mention the ninja's body replacement technique, which allows me to evade with a wooden substitute. I also have the ultimate defense, Susanoo, to back me up. Why should I fear being suspended in midair? In a hushed tone, Uchiha Nagi declared, land style, rotating vortex flow. Utilizing his short blade, he executed the water-breathing technique, embodying the essence of water, gentle yet unyielding, neither contending with all things nor failing to overcome any obstacle. Uchiha Nagi guided his opponent's claw blood demon technique into a vortex, then surged forward, whispering, ninth form, water flow splash. This technique minimizes both landing time and area, allowing for swift movement in unfavorable combat conditions. As Uchiha Nagi approached at an alarming speed, Xiangkai panically struck his drum. However, the three-tomo Sharingan had already deciphered all his movements. In an instant, a flash of white blade light cut through the air, severing Xiangkai's head from his body. Uchiha Nagi stood poised, sheathing his blade with a smirk. Ha ha ha, human, you possess commendable skill to have beheaded me. Alas, your blade is not a Nichiren blade, otherwise, you may have succeeded. Observing Xiangkai pick up his own head, Uchiha Nagi turned to the corner where the pig-headed man stood, calling out, "Hey, little piggy, lend me your sword." Little piggy? The pig-headed man looked around in confusion, then pointed at himself. Are you talking to me, you bastard? I won't lend you anything. I intend to claim his head for myself. Seizing the moment before Xiangkai could unleash his spinning room blood demon technique, the pig-headed man dashed forward. Beast breathing, first fong, piercing shot. A flash of white light erupted, and Xiangkai's head, which had just been placed back on his neck, once again fell to the ground. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to evade. Rather, this beast-like man was simply too swift. Ha ha, pig charge. Look, I was the one who killed him. The pig-headed man exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he turned to Uchiha Nagi. Now it's your turn, let us duel. With that, he brandished his sword and charged at Uchiha Nagi. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Tanjiro intercepted the attack, glaring furiously. You bastard. Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? How can you strike at your own kind when there are still many demons inside the house? Uchiha Nagi glanced at the pig-headed man, intrigued by how such a mindless creature had managed to survive for so long. You think I care about the Demon Slayer Corps? The pig-headed man bellowed, raising his sword to strike once more. The team members must not engage in physical altercations with one another. Are you unaware of this? Our primary objective is to eradicate the specters within this abode, Tanjiro exclaimed while fending off an attack. Uchiha Nagi, speechless, glanced at the two individuals and called out to Tanjiro, allow me to handle this. Hey, little piglet, do you have the courage to compete with me? Whoever eliminates the most demons from this room first shall be declared the victor. What do you say? I have no interest in such trivialities. Bring it on. I yearn to battle you. You may be stronger, but I am not afraid. Should you be intimidated, then let it be, retorted Inosuke, the boar-headed warrior, brimming with enthusiasm. And by the way, my name is Inosuke Hashibara, not Little Piglet. Refrain from assigning me such monikers. With that, the boar-masked figure, now identified as Inosuke, sprang up excitedly, pointing his sword towards a particular direction and bellowing, "Ah, a demon approaches. Let's vanquish it. Charge. Here, take this." Uchiha Nagi tossed him a soldier's nourishment pill. Although the inhabitants of this realm lacked chakra, the fundamental purpose of the pill remained unchanged. It restores various nutrients and energy to the human body. This will replenish your stamina. You haven't eaten in 3 days, have you? Inosuke sniffed the pill before swallowing it whole. Oh, this is splendid. My strength surges anew. Ah, charge. With that, he barreled through the wall like a wild beast, his excitement akin to that of a gluttonous predator. Uchiha Nagi leisurely turned to Tanjiro. Do you see? Dealing with someone so single-minded requires such an approach. Tanjiro observed. Without the drum demon's manipulation, the room gradually returns to normal. There will be no more room shifts or arbitrary changes in gravity, making our task considerably easier. The remaining demons are not from the 12th Kazuki, so their elimination should pose no great challenge. He approached the decapitated drum demon, offering solace. Regardless of the malevolence one has committed in their final moments, they often recall their humanity. Most were once ordinary individuals who, for various reasons, transformed into demons. Many retained a semblance of their inherent kindness, only to gradually forget their humanity amidst the insatiable hunger for flesh and the allure of power. Is it pitiable? Uchiha Nagi interjected. When one descends into darkness, they cease to be deserving of sympathy. I understand. No one will forgive him for his transgressions, nor does he merit such clemency. I merely feel sorrow for him. Tanjiro sighed. Uchiha Nagi regarded Tanjiro, a soul so pure and innocent. Truthfully, he held little fondness for such individuals. Yet, considering the machinations of the Uchiha clan in the world of shinobi and the treachery of Konoha, It was far more relaxing to be in the company of the innocent. The so-called will of fire is but a mere slogan. In truth, it is a manifestation of raw interests. Even Hinata's clan leader's brother could be unwittingly sacrificed. Here, however, aside from safeguarding the innocent and slaying demons, there appeared to be no ulterior motives or deceptions. Life was simple and comfortable. Ha ha ha, I found you, Charge, echoed the distant voice of the boar-headed warrior within the house. A single-minded individual is easily deceived. The remaining lesser demons could be entrusted to him. Without the Sunblade, Uchiha Nagi felt no inclination to tidy up, for dealing with those immortal beings was exceedingly troublesome. Shortly thereafter, Tanjiro and Zenitsu began to clear the house, transporting the deceased commoners outside for burial, accompanied by 3 rescued individuals. As Tanjiro lifted another body, he was met with a horrifying sight. The boar-headed Inosuke raised his Sunblade and charged towards the wooden box concealing his sister, Nezuko, intent on slaying her. "Yamaro, stop!" Tanjiro shouted, but it was too late. In that moment, Uchiha Nagi executed a body flicker technique, appearing before the box and activating his Sharingan. "Hey, little piglet, gaze upon me." Inosuke, inadvertently glancing at Nagi's crimson tomo, was instantly ensnared in a jinjutsu. "Ha ha ha, charging in, I shall slay you." Watching Inosuke foolishly swing his blade at thin air, the others were left bewildered as he eventually collapsed, his eyes swirling, falling into a deep slumber. Zenitsu cautiously approached and kicked him, observing, "It appears he has fainted. Is he unwell? Why was he swinging at nothing?" Driven by curiosity, Zenitsu lifted the ever-present boar mask from Inosuke's head. "Eh, a girl?" "Ah," Zenitsu exclaimed in shock. For beneath that robust exterior lay the visage of a girl, a true monstrosity. Not long after, as the group dug a grave to inter the remains of the victims, Inosuke awoke with a loud shout, springing to his feet, eager for a showdown. Upon noticing a demon before him, he bellowed, "Roar! Charge!" He brandished his blade, racing towards Nezuko, determined to slay her beneath his Sunblade. Tanjiro quickly interposed himself, exclaiming, "Stop! That is my sister. She is not a villain and has harmed no one. Who cares about that? If you wish to prevent me from killing her, then face me in battle." Inosuke roared in anger. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. Upon touching it, he realized his mask was missing. "Damn it! Who took my mask?" Beside him, Zenitsu chuckled, "You look just as pretty as a girl. Why wear a pig mask?" "What? Do you have something to say about my face?" Inosuke retorted darkly, charging towards Zenitsu with his blade raised. "Ah, help!" Zenitsu dashed behind Uchiha Nagi, whose lips twitched in amusement at the sight of such a cowardly dual personality. A true gem of absurdity. "Hey, little piglet, gaze upon me." As Inosuke approached Uchiha Nagi, he fell once more into the jinjutsu, shouting at the air before succumbing to sleep again. "Remarkable. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, how did you manage to defeat him with just a glance?" Zenitsu asked, filled with admiration. "This is jinjutsu. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, in exchange for your instruction on the breathing of thunder. Come, let us rest." In the sky, the raven belonging to Tanjiro soared while cawing, and Uchiha Nagi felt a twinge of envy towards this intelligent creature that served not only as a means of communication, but also as a reconnaissance ally. While large summoning beasts could enhance combat prowess, it was the small, airborne companions that were undeniably the preferred choice. He yearned for a similar animal partner once he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the larger summoning beasts, Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow. The 3 great sanctuaries were evidently unattainable. The wild ones seemed too feeble for his taste, though some were mentioned in the original work. Yet he was uncertain of their whereabouts within the Naruto universe. More concerning was the amount of chakra required to summon a beast into the Demon Slayer world. If it demanded several times the usual amount, one summoning could render him utterly incapacitated. Thud! Thud! "Hey, little piggy, what are you doing?" Uchiha Nagi observed Inosuke repeatedly running into a wall, seemingly lacking in intellect. "Bastard! My name is Inosuke, not little piggy." Inosuke retorted angrily. "Can you write that down?" Tanjiro shouted. "I wrote it on my pocket." Inosuke proclaimed, perhaps feeling a tad embarrassed. "Charge!" He bellowed again, and once more he charged at a great tree, this time knocking himself unconscious. Uchiha Nagi, don't mind him. While you were away, he challenged Tanjiro and got knocked out by Tanjiro's headbutt. Now he refuses to accept defeat and is diligently training his head, remarked a companion. This guy truly has a problem, Uchiha Nagi thought, covering his face. 3 troublesome youths. One was exceedingly timid, possessing a dual personality, only able to fight while asleep. Another was incredibly brave yet wore a boar mask to conceal his striking beauty, being rather single-minded. And then there was the rather ordinary Tanjiro, albeit somewhat naive. To the wisteria house. To the wisteria house. Tanjiro's raven continued to caw overhead. Tanjiro waved dismissively. I know, stop calling. The raven then descended to perch upon his shoulder, still chattering about the wisteria house, rest, and healing. Suddenly, a hand reached out and seized Tanjiro's raven. Hey, this bird can talk. Can it be eaten? Inosuke, now fully awake, rubbed his belly and declared, I'm hungry. Let us roast it. The raven was utterly terrified. It understood human speech. Tanjiro, help. Tanjiro, save me. Who is Tanjiro? Inosuke turned curiously. It's me. Didn't I already say? I am Tanjiro Kamado. He shouted, pointing at himself. Nonsense. You clearly said your name was Fish Cake Gonpakuro. Inosuke shouted in anger. Baka, are you a pig? I'm not a pig. I'm Inosuke. Uchiha Nagi covered his ears. All right, enough noise. The Wisteria House is just ahead. It is likely the logistics base for the Demon Slayer Corps, where we can rest and eat. Uchiha Nagi pointed towards a nearby mansion adorned with a wisteria design at its entrance, surrounded by a desolate landscape devoid of human habitation. An array of diverse wisteria flowers blossomed. To the spirits, these flowers were both poison and excrement, which deterred them from approaching such places, even if they sensed the presence of others. Upon arriving at the wisteria house, an elderly woman awaited their arrival, having stood by for some time. Ah, a monster! Zenitsu exclaimed in terror, promptly seeking refuge behind Tanjiro. You are being quite rude, Zenitsu, Tanjiro admonished disapprovingly. Are you all members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Welcome to the Wisteria House. Please follow me. Everything has been prepared for you, the elderly woman said with a warm smile and a courteous bow, leading the way. What has been prepared? Tanjiro inquired. Naturally, food, clothing, and a doctor to tend to your injuries, correct? Uchiha Nagi interjected. Indeed, this young man is quite astute. This is the logistics center for the Demon Slayer Corps, providing you with lodging and a place to rest. The elderly woman cheerfully guided them into a room, where several clean and hygienic garments awaited them. After you have washed up, please join us in the dining hall. Meals have already been arranged for your enjoyment. I hope you find it satisfactory. As soon as she finished speaking, the elderly woman vanished without a trace. Ah, a monster. She disappeared in an instant. I told you she was a monster, didn't I, Tanjiro? Zenitsu cried, once again hiding behind Tanjiro in fear. It is a technique of breath. And she is likely a retired member of the former Demon Slayer Corps, Uchiha Nagi remarked calmly. Anyone who can vanish before Tanjiro and the others is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The answer is clearly a retired member of the Demon Slayer Corps. With 10 ranks from A to J, Tanjiro and his companions had merely attained the final rank. As for the human body, after the age of 30, its vitality diminishes year by year, and by 40, it generally experiences a decline, while the demons in this world remain perpetually at their peak. Thus, the need for youthful recruits is not surprising. When stamina wanes, the breath techniques cannot be sustained for long, as they are not omnipotent. Their execution requires physical strength. This elderly woman, clearly in her 50s or 60s, was naturally a retired former member due to her age. Delicious. During dinner, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Inosuke indulged heartily, illustrating how quickly young people can bond. Just an hour prior, they had been bickering, and now they were sharing a meal. Hee. Inosuke glared ominously at Uchiha Nagi and Tanjiro, then, in a flash, darted his hands forward to snatch the meat from their plates, promptly stuffing it into his mouth. Hee. Cough cough. After casting a provocative glance at Uchiha Nagi and Tanjiro, he choked on his food, frantically patting his chest. Uchiha Nagi, exasperated, offered him his sake, which helped Inosuke swallow the morsel that had lodged in his throat, narrowly avoiding a choking incident. Here, if you're still hungry, I have more, Tanjiro said generously, unaffected by Inosuke's theft, as he graciously shared some of his own food. The little pig Inosuke stood frozen, utterly bewildered, as this was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Ah! Inosuke clutched his hair, overwhelmed with frustration. As night fell, a doctor arrived to examine a few individuals and dispense medication for treatment. However, Uchiha Nagi gestured for him to refrain, revealing that he himself was a physician. Channeling his healing technique, a vibrant green chakra swiftly sealed the wound. Tanjiro and the others were left astonished by the sight. Tanjiro, unable to conceal his thoughts, directly asked, "Nagi, if you possess the ability to heal, why did you not assist us earlier on the mountain?" Uchiha Nagi shook his head, explaining that the healing technique relied on chakra to accelerate the rapid growth of human cells, which could only divide a finite number of times throughout a person's life. Hastening this division was, in fact, not beneficial. If there was no imminent danger to life, wounds were best allowed to heal naturally. Furthermore, since they were still in their developmental years, excessive use of the healing technique would deplete their cellular regenerative abilities, ultimately exhausting their potential. Tanjiro, sensitive to the emotions of others, sensed that Uchiha Nagi spoke the truth and nodded in understanding. "I see now. By the way, Nagi, regarding that chakra you mentioned, I've been trying to refine it for several days without success. Could you elucidate it further for me?" "Certainly," Uchiha Nagi replied with a nod. "What is chakra?" Zenitsu inquired, alongside the equally curious Inosuke. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Nagi felt a sense of camaraderie with these young companions in this world reminiscent of modernity. His long-frozen heart began to thaw, and he was more than willing to impart knowledge. "Chakra is this," he announced. "Watch closely." With a puff of smoke, several Uchiha Nagis appeared in the living room, each a tangible shadow clone. "Wow." Zenitsu was the first to rush over, touching the shadow clone of Uchiha Nagi, inspecting each one until he confirmed they were not mere illusions. "Oh, multiple versions of myself? Haha, I've one." Inosuke, equally intrigued, touched the shadow clone and, lost in thought, suddenly burst into laughter, hands on his hips. "Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you," Uchiha Nagi offered with a smile. Yes, we want to learn." The three of them, resembling obedient children, sat before Uchiha Nagi. He glanced at Inosuke, realizing he was not difficult to get along with. Having grown up alone in the mountains, he was quick to befriend anyone who showed him kindness. "Ahem, allow me to explain. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components controlled by the human body. It serves as the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or for creating bindings to ensnare or sever opponents, all constituted by chakra. The composition of this energy consists of 1. The bodily energy derived from the 130 trillion cells within the human body, and 2. The mental energy cultivated through extensive training and experience." "What are cells? What is mental energy?" Inosuke inquired, counting on his fingers. "How much is 130 trillion? I only know numbers 1 through 10. Uchiha Nagi, it appears that I must tread lightly in the face of these three individuals, who are even less capable than those in a ninja academy's kindergarten. Uchiha Nagi feels a headache coming on at the thought of teaching them how to extract chakra. However, the trio exhibits a remarkable interest in the technique of shadow clones. Despite their inability to comprehend it fully, they sit attentively, absorbed in the lesson. The scene is interrupted when Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko, emerges from a wooden crate, captivating everyone with her beauty. She embodies both purity and grace, especially with her adorably innocent eyes, which evoke a protective instinct in those who gaze upon her. Yet, Nagi merely marvels momentarily. He is no stranger to beauty, having encountered countless enchanting figures on the internet as a traveler. And he has seen plenty in the world of Naruto as well. In contrast, the timid Zenitsu transforms into a bashful Tengu, wagging his tail as he scampers after Nezuko, startling her in the process. Meanwhile, the little wild boar, Inosuke, seems equally taken aback by Nezuko's presence, though he struggles to articulate his feelings. Thus, the group spends a harmonious evening filled with lively chatter, providing Nagi with a profound sense of peace that inadvertently lulls him into a deep slumber. By the following morning, when Tanjiro and the others open their eyes, Nagi is already in the courtyard, diligently practicing the breathing techniques he has just learned. Beast breathing, first fong, piercing thrust. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Two shadow clones wielding swords engage in combat, leaving Inosuke, who has just emerged, utterly astonished. "How do you know my beast breathing?" Smack. Zenitsu playfully slaps Inosuke on the head, exclaiming, "You fool, it's Nagi brother." "Oh, right," Tanjiro nods in agreement. "Nagi brother can learn just by watching the breathing techniques once. He must have seen you use them in the demon house." "How impressive." Inosuke stands frozen, as if turned to stone. "How are your injuries? If you are feeling better, you can join my shadow clone for morning practice. There's no need to worry about injuring me. A clone that is harmed simply dissipates, leaving my true self unharmed, Nagi states. Oh, that is fine. I'm coming. Nagi brother, let us settle this once and for all. Inosuke bellows, brandishing his two serrated Nichiren blades as he charges forward. Nagi, intent on furthering his understanding of this world's breathing techniques, creates a shadow clone to spar with. Tanjiro and Zenitsu also join the morning training. They do not exert their full strength, merely engaging in routine practice, thus keeping the intensity low to avoid any adverse effects on their bodies. Nagi deliberately holds back to allow the trio to train effectively. Their combat skills are rather simplistic, and exposing them to the combat style of the Naruto world is likely to enhance their capabilities. Among the three, in terms of overall strength, they might only rank as low-ranking ninjas in the Naruto universe. They lack ninjutsu, body techniques, genjutsu, and any strategic acumen. However, in terms of raw combat prowess, they may rival or even surpass the strength of Neji during his battle against Spider-Man, demonstrating potential that exceeds expectations. The breathing technique serves as a universal remedy, continually refined by the Demon Slayer Corps in their prolonged combat against the demons, adapting to counter the unknown blood arts. Various bizarre blood arts exist, yet gradually, the breathing technique has evolved to become a formidable response. One might assert that, disregarding illusions and secret arts, the breathing technique can effectively rival the ninjutsu and taijutsu of the ninja world. However, the ninjas of this realm, it appears, do not adhere to the principles of martial ethics. With the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan, once ensnared, one is rendered immobile. Alongside the mind-switching technique of the Nakanishi clan and the poison insects of the Aburame clan, an array of peculiarities indeed. Yet, considering their adversaries in this world are peculiar beings, one can readily understand this divergence. The outlandish techniques of the ninja world are primarily designed for human foes, proving ineffective against the demons of this realm. Thus, it is not surprising that apart from the breathing technique, little else exists. However, it is not entirely absolute, for this world does have its ninjas. For instance, the sound Hashira hails from a ninja lineage, albeit lacking chakra. Everyone, breakfast is ready, the kindly old woman announced with a smile as she appeared in the courtyard. All right. Thank you, Granny. We shall conclude our morning here, responded Tanjiro, wiping away the sweat, not from battling, but rather from the heat generated during his practice of the breathing technique. Alongside him were three small companions, who had never before witnessed such an extraordinary fighting style. A swift strike would transform into a mere wooden substitute, or the assailant would vanish entirely. Moreover, the shadow clone technique, which lacked a physical form and would dissipate upon contact, contrasted with the tangible shadow clones that added layers of reality and illusion, leaving them utterly perplexed. However, it soon became apparent that the shadow clone technique was ineffective against them, as each possessed unique talents. Tanjiro could discern emotions and sense, easily differentiating between the intangible and tangible clones. Zenitsu boasted acute hearing, while Inosuke possessed an instinct akin to that of a wild beast. Their talents were indeed remarkable. Delicious, exclaimed Inosuke, the little piglet, who this time refrained from snatching food from the others, as the diligent old woman had prepared an ample portion just for him. By the way, Inosuke, how did you come to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro inquired with curiosity. Oh, I used to live alone in the mountains. One day, I encountered a few individuals, defeated them, and took their swords. They claimed to be members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Inosuke recounted, patting his chest and downing a cup of water. I'm full. From them, I learned about the selection trials of the Corps, so I dashed up the mountain to join the fight. And thus, I became an official member, eventually crossing paths with all of you. Tanjiro remarked with pity. Those from whom you took the Nichiren blades must have been quite unfortunate. Indeed, it seems that little piglet Inosuke stumbled into becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps quite by accident. When Tanjiro asked where he had learned his breathing technique, Inosuke replied that he had been raised by wild boars in the mountains. In my youth, there was an occasion when I ventured into the mountains to pilfer some food from an elderly man's abode, only to be caught in the act. Subsequently, that old man took me under his wing for several years until his demise, during which he insisted I call him grandfather. He taught me how to speak, and the breathing techniques I developed were mere imitations of his. By the way, Inosuke inquired with a curious expression, what is a grandfather? Can one consume him? Zenitsu, looking rather dazed, remarked, creating one's own breathing technique is a feat of pure genius. Tanjiro marveled at Inosuke's prowess, exclaiming, How impressive. To craft a breathing technique of his own, Uchiha Nagi pondered thoughtfully. It appears that breathing techniques are merely a framework, akin to the original chakra progenitor, the Sage of Six Paths. Once chakra dispersed, its applications became myriad. Breathing techniques, too, originated with the sun breathing, evolving and simplifying over time into various schools. This means one can extract the essence from these techniques to formulate a style that best suits oneself. As for the sun breathing, Uchiha Nagi glanced at Tanjiro. Sometimes, the mightiest breathing technique may not be the most suitable for everyone, as each individual's constitution varies. After feasting, the little boar, Inosuke, proposed yet another challenge to Uchiha Nagi's illusion technique. All right, let's begin, Uchiha Nagi replied with a smile, activating his three-tomo Sharingan. Hiya! Inosuke bellowed as he charged at Uchiha Nagi, only to inadvertently lock eyes with those crimson orbs once again. Tanjiro and Zenitsu beheld a familiar scene. Inosuke was wildly gesticulating and shouting at thin air before succumbing to slumber once more. I hadn't even wagered on how long he could last, and yet I've already lost, Zenitsu lamented. However, Tanjiro's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the scene and declared, "No, Inosuke has not yet been defeated." Hearing this, Uchiha Nagi halted and turned to observe Inosuke, who was squinting his eyes in sleep but suddenly locked onto him, seizing two Nichiren swords and charging forth. Is this even possible? Uchiha Nagi marveled at the sight. Though his mind was asleep, his instincts propelled his body into battle. Remarkable. Inosuke, in slumber, wielded his blades with astonishing precision, instinctively employing the beast-breathing technique. Uchiha Nagi was taken aback by the child's innate talent, although he was not as agile in sleep as he was when awake. Ultimately, Uchiha Nagi concluded the bout with a water prison technique, bringing the skirmish to a definitive end. Upon awakening, Inosuke found himself ensnared within a sphere of water, helplessly bubbling for aid, unable to employ his breathing techniques or escape. Uchiha Nagi released him from the water prison. "This is a weakness you must overcome," he addressed the trio earnestly. "You rely too heavily on your breathing techniques and have not considered how to combat in an airless environment," he cautioned. Although encounters with water-based blood demon arts are rare, when they do occur, you will find yourselves in dire straits. Breathing techniques without air. Tanjiro scratched his head, perplexed by the conundrum at hand. The remaining Zenitsu, along with Inosuke, wore expressions of confusion. It matters not. You need only remember one truth. Every technique possesses its weaknesses. These were Itachi's words. Yet they resonate with the most profound reality. Perfection in any technique is a myth. If it existed, it would be divine. At that moment, Tanjiro's crow delivered news. Soaring through the sky with a loud caw. Northeast to Mount Natagomo. Northeast to Mount Natagomo. Another mission awaits. This time it is to Mount Natagomo. For some reason, an ominous feeling washed over me. Zenitsu, trembling with fear, clutched Tanjiro's hand tightly. "Well then, I, the old woman, wish you all a safe journey," said the elderly lady, her face radiating kindness as she bid farewell at the entrance of the wisteria flower house. She then produced a flint and struck it towards the group. In a fit of rage, the hot-headed, boar-headed Inosuke nearly kicked her away, mistaking her gesture for provocation, but was restrained by Tanjiro and Zenitsu. "Baka, you fool. This is a custom for warding off evil and bestowing blessings," Tanjiro scolded. Uchiha Nagi observed as Tanjiro's incessantly chattering crow flew overhead, impatiently repeating, "Northeast to Mount Natagomo." As they journeyed towards Mount Natagomo, Uchiha Nagi, unfamiliar with the path, relied on Tanjiro and the others to guide them. "Hey, don't run so fast. Upon reaching our destination, we must conserve our energy for battle. It is best to maintain a steady pace," Nagi called out to the trio ahead. The three, oblivious to his words, began to whisper among themselves before erupting into a competition of speed, each trying to outpace the other, leaving Nagi somewhat exasperated. How naive they are. Having never faced the battlefield, their innocence is almost enviable, Nagi sighed. Once, he too had longed for such untainted friendship, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet it remained forever out of reach. Nagi was slightly younger than Kakashi and older than Shursui, thus never sharing a class with any of the prominent characters. As he matured and faced the battlefield, he learned to be cautious and to survive quietly, which resulted in a solitary existence. He lacked companions like Kiba, and certainly had no classmates like Obito and Rin. He recalled that shortly after entering combat, due to a shortage of medical personnel, he was reassigned to the rear. And within days, he heard that his former classmates, along with their teacher, had tragically perished on a mission together. He had survived until the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, diligently training until he became a jonin, only to hear of the misfortune that befell Shursui, who had gained renown for his prowess, even awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. As a transmigrator without any system or special abilities, he could do nothing but endure. Realizing the harshness of reality, Nagi cared little for hollow accolades. He resolved not to seek fame until he reached the level of a Kage or higher. In a world where the extraordinary often faces adversity, the weight of psychological struggles is acutely felt, particularly among the Uchiha clan. In this context, Uchiha Nagi finds himself gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy, reminiscent of his past life as a modern individual. He owes a debt of gratitude to the spirited girl, Gao, who has rekindled within him the essence of human emotion. As he lifted a small, bowl-sized instrument to his lips, Nagi played a melody titled Beloved. The playful trio, upon hearing his tune, gradually fell silent, captivated by its haunting beauty. In particular, Inosuke, who had never encountered music before, gazed in wide-eyed wonder, even removing his boar mask. The piece carried a subtle melancholy, evoking feelings of nostalgia and empathy, as if it were the lament of one who only learns to cherish after experiencing loss. Such exquisite music. Nagi, this melody is truly enchanting. Please, teach me, exclaimed Zenitsu, excitedly clinging to Nagi's leg. It's wonderful, Nagi. Can we learn together? Right, Inosuke? Tanjiro added, equally entranced. I guess we could learn, but it doesn't seem useful for combat. Inosuke scratched his head, contemplating. Would you like to learn? Certainly. I shall teach you, Nagi replied with a smile, feeling a brotherly affection for the trio. Their pure and untainted spirits made their companionship delightful over time. Thus, the four gathered beneath a grand tree to enjoy their midday meal, which had been graciously provided by the Wisteria Flower House. Wait here a moment. I shall catch some rabbits to augment our feast, Nagi announced. Oh, I'll join you. Hunting is my forte. I grew up in the forest, Inosuke declared. I'll gather some firewood. My family has excelled in charcoal making for generations, Tanjiro added heroically. What should I do? Zenitsu asked, puzzled. I guess I'll just be in charge of eating. Ouch. He yelped as Inosuke playfully punched him on the head. You blockhead, help Tanjiro. Within half an hour, Nagi and Inosuke returned with 2 rabbits and several fish. Noticing that Tanjiro and Zenitsu had yet to arrive, Nagi began preparing their catch. Under Inosuke's curious gaze, he skillfully created a small pit using earth manipulation, followed by a water technique that conjured a mini pond. He proceeded to gut the animals and remove their skins before extracting a cooking pot and seasonings from a storage scroll. Tanjiro, returning with firewood, gazed enviously at Nagi. Wow, Nagi, your scroll can hold so many items. I'm truly envious. Nagi chuckled. If you can learn to harness chakra, I'll gift you a scroll. This storage scroll requires chakra to unlock and store items. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Nagi, I want one too. Inosuke, brimming with indignation, retorted, Hey, I saw it first, so I should get one. Tanjiro intervened, raising his voice, You both lack manners. Observing the boisterous antics of 3 peers, Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about the outings he had enjoyed with classmates during his school days. He placed the prepared rabbit and fish upon the grill, taking the opportunity to simmer a pot of fish soup, diligently sprinkling various seasonings and occasionally turning the food. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat and the savory scent of fish broth. Inosuke, the little piglet, watched with drooling anticipation. Is it ready to eat? Uchiha Nagi handed the perfectly grilled fish and rabbit meat to them. Inosuke was the first to snatch up 2 grilled fish, disregarding the heat as he devoured them with gusto. Wow, it's hot but delicious. Uchiha Nagi, how is your culinary skill so remarkable? Tanjiro inquired. I have lived alone since childhood, so I learned to cook for myself and gradually honed my skills, Uchiha Nagi replied. But I also live alone. Why do my meals merely end up being cooked? Inosuke asked, perplexed. This question left everyone present momentarily speechless. I'm so full. It feels wonderful to be satisfied. Should we set off now, or rest a while? Zenitsu asked. Let us depart. The sooner we reach Mount Spider, the fewer innocent lives we can save, Tanjiro declared, preparing to shoulder the wooden box. However, the 3 of them silently turned their gazes to Uchiha Nagi, awaiting his words. Unbeknownst to them, regardless of age or strength, He had naturally assumed the role of their leader in their hearts. Uchiha Nagi glanced at the sky. It was midday, the sun still high above. "No, Tanjiro. Let us take a short nap and set off in the evening." "Why?" Tanjiro inquired, confused. "Because they only emerge at night. Even if we rush to Spider Mountain now, we shall not encounter them. Therefore, we should rest well now and utilize the remaining 2 or 3 hours of the afternoon to reach the mountain," Uchiha Nagi explained, referring to the map given by the elderly woman. "By the time we arrive at Spider Mountain, the sun will have entirely set, and they should appear. Maintaining our optimal strength and condition for battle is the most prudent course of action." "Oh, then let us rest now and fight at night," Inosuke chimed in cheerfully, finishing the remaining soup and wiping his mouth before jumping beneath the shade of a tree, exclaiming, "This spot is mine." Tanjiro rolled his eyes. "No one is competing with you." The midday sun blazed brilliantly, yet Uchiha Nagi and his companions found refuge beneath the tree's shade. The incessant chirping of cicadas surrounding them. The lush foliage shielded them from the scorching rays, while a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, enveloping the forest in tranquil serenity, an ambience only present during the day. After 3 hours of repose, Uchiha Nagi lazily roused the group to head towards Spider Mountain. Tanjiro's crow, which had been cawing incessantly, was silenced by a rabbit leg that Uchiha Nagi had used to plug its beak. The group ambled at a leisurely pace, and after 3 hours of walking, they arrived at the foot of Mount Spider, just as dusk began to envelop the sky. "Tanjiro, this is a soldier's food pill. Consume it during moments of severe physical exhaustion. It can substitute for sustenance and replenish some nutrients. Each of you should keep one on your person in preparation." Tanjiro and Zenitsu accepted the food pills, only to hear a sudden exclamation from the side. Turning to look, they saw Inosuke, who had immediately tossed the pill into his mouth. "Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Uchiha Nagi, fool. That is not a snack. It is meant for dire situations. Enough chatter. It's time to engage. Naturally, I shall consume it now. Oh well, I shall charge ahead." With that, he donned his boar mask and charged forward. "Wait a moment." Zenitsu suddenly interjected. "Can you not sense the terror of that mountain? It is utterly frightening." Tanjiro rolled his eyes, fully aware of Zenitsu's timid nature. That mountain appeared quite ordinary to him. "Hold on, there is someone ahead." Uchiha Nagi activated his Sharingan to take a closer look. Although his long-range perception was not as formidable as his Byakugan, it was still superior to that of an ordinary person. The group hurried forward, and beneath the cloak of night, they spotted an individual clad in black, adorned with a character figure on his back, clutching a Nichiren blade, bloodied and groaning as he lay on the ground. It was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro rushed forward, intending to assist him. "Help me, please." The plea was abruptly cut short as a powerful force seized the Demon Slayer and yanked him into the forest. "I'm being pulled too. Help! Help me!" Tanjiro and the others were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events when Uchiha Nagi intervened. With a swift hand sign, he unleashed the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, sending several fireballs racing towards the figure's rear. Though it was a C-rank ninjutsu, the trajectory of the fireballs could be manipulated with chakra. Additionally, Uchiha Nagi embedded several shuriken within the fireballs to ensure they severed the threads binding the man. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted, and the man, who had narrowly escaped death, was finally rescued. What just happened? Why did he suddenly fly into the forest, only to plummet again after your fireballs, Nagi? Zenitsu was utterly perplexed, as their vision had yet to sharpen enough to discern the threads in the darkness. It was spider silk. He was connected by several threads on his back, so fine that the naked eye could hardly perceive them at night. Uchiha Nagi explained. His ability to see clearly was due to the energy transmitted through the threads. It was evident that the adversary had employed blood demon art to manipulate the silk, but the energy transfer allowed the Sharingan to perceive it distinctly. "Once we enter the forest, be cautious of the threads. Ensure they do not touch you. They are the means by which one is controlled," Uchiha Nagi cautioned. Tanjiro then inquired of the surviving member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the response aligned with Uchiha Nagi's predictions. There were about 10 of us from the Demon Slayer Corps, and logically, dealing with 1 or 2 ordinary demons should have posed no issue. It was a group assault, after all. Yet, inexplicably, we encountered no shadows of the enemy, and we were annihilated. Our comrades began to turn on each other, only to realize later that those who had come into contact with the threads in the forest were rendered immobile. Though consciousness remained intact, the limbs refused to heed commands. leaving one to helplessly witness the slaughter of kin by kin. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a man with blind eyes and a face marred by prominent veins, resembling a disfigured visage, sat in the courtyard. This man, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubishiki Yoya, listened intently to the report of a raven. Is it true? Have the children met their demise? Alas, they were all such good souls. It seems the presence of the 12 Kazuki is confirmed. A sigh escaped Ubishiki Yoya, a faint sorrow etched upon his features, though he quickly masked this emotion. Each year, countless members of the Demon Slayer Corps perished in battle. Addressing the darkness, he commanded, if the 12 Kazuki are indeed present, we must mobilize Hashira. Ju Shinobu, I must trouble you to make a journey. Yes, my lord, they replied in unison. From the shadows emerged two figures. One was the current water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, whose expression was as cold as ice, unchanging through the years. The other was Shinobu Kocho, the insect Hashira, exuding a gentle demeanor with a melodious voice and a tender smile. Both were youths of striking beauty, yet their strength was beyond doubt, honed through countless battles. After bowing respectfully to Ubishiki Yoya, they activated their breathing techniques and sped away like the wind towards Spider Mountain, intent on finding any nearby Hashira for support. For confronting an upper-ranked demon was perilous even for two Hashira. Ubishiki Yoya expressed his concern. The 12 Kazuki consist of 6 upper ranks and 6 lower ranks. The upper ranks have remained unchanged for centuries. The 6 upper-ranked demons have not shifted in hundreds of years. Outside Spider Mountain, Zenitsu, filled with resentment, called out for Tanjiro, left alone as others ventured into the mountain, too fearful to follow, guarding the rescued Demon Slayer. Have I become detestable? Why would my comrades abandon me on the roadside? Crestfallen, Zenitsu sat by the path, contemplating that if just 2 companions had urged him, he would have mustered the courage to join them. A little sparrow persistently chirped in Zenitsu's ear. Unlike most of the Demon Slayer Corps messenger crows, his companion was a sparrow. Ah, you speak so lightly. You truly do not grasp human affairs, do you? Chirped the sparrow, Tsutsumi. Suddenly, the sparrow pecked forcefully at Zenitsu's hand. Ouch! Stop it. You're not adorable at all. Nezuko is far cuter. Zenitsu exclaimed. Wait a moment, Nezuko. He abruptly sprang to his feet, racing towards the mountain, having carelessly abandoned the injured, unconscious Demon Slayer. Ah, Nezuko has entered the mountain. He cried. Nezuko, wait for me. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi and his companions had already entered the forest. True to his habit, he released a shadow clone to scout ahead. Inosuke, eager to charge forward, was restrained by Uchiha Nagi. Behold, the surroundings are ensnared with cobwebs. Barely perceptible to the ordinary eye amidst the darkness. On the ground, within the thickets, upon the trees, these silken threads are ubiquitous. Uchiha Nagi gestured towards the shadowy forest, remarking that no matter where we find ourselves, we inevitably come into contact with these strands. The forest teems with diminutive spiders, perpetually scuttling about, weaving their webs. Uchiha Nagi casually seized a small spider and crushed it underfoot. Ah, simply eradicate these spiders, Inosuke declared, brandishing his knife and relentlessly prodding the arachnids on the ground. Suddenly, Tanjiro detected something unusual and pointed towards the forest. There's a human scent over there. As they hurried over, it turned out to be a survivor from the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro patted the man's shoulder, startling him. Fear not, we are here to assist. I am Tanjiro Kamado, a Mizunoto ranked member. The man, startled, turned to see their faces and sighed in relief, only to be disheartened again. Mizunoto? Why Mizunoto? Without a Hashira, it makes no difference how many of us come. We all face death. With despair, he cradled his head in his hands and sank to the ground in tears. Fool. Inosuke struck his head with a fist, unceremoniously. Now, explain the situation, you coward. Reluctantly, the man began recounting his ordeal. His name was Yamada, a member of a squad from the Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike the others, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to evade disaster while others fell prey to each other amidst chaos. It's akin to puppetry, yet this one controls the living. Uchiha Nagi pondered as he sensed a formidable presence nearby. Hey, Tanjiro, Inosuke, accompany this fellow to locate the controlled individuals. There may still be a chance to save them. Uchiha Nagi spoke softly, gazing at the moon. What's the matter, Nagi brother? Tanjiro inquired. A formidable adversary approaches. You are not a match for him. Uchiha Nagi drew the Nichiren blade, which he had taken from the injured member outside Spider Mountain, deeming it necessary to wield it against an indestructible demon. Tanjiro and Inosuke looked skyward. Beneath the pristine moonlight, a white-haired youth hovered in midair, not suspended, but standing upon the webs. The aura exuding from this foe was entirely unlike any demon they had previously encountered. No wonder I felt something drawing me here. It is a rare blood type, he thought, unable to suppress his instincts, swallowing hard. In his eyes, Uchiha Nagi was an exquisite delicacy, and more critically, he was the finest of rare blood. Consuming him would surely elevate his own power. Hurry and save the others. I can handle him alone. Uchiha Nagi bellowed at the trio. All right. Inosuke, use your beast breathing to locate them. Understood. Inosuke closed his eyes, murmuring, beast breathing, 7th form, spatial perception. Having found it, he immediately stood up and pointed in a direction, then dashed into the forest with reckless abandon. The fervor of a charge. After a few moments, Uchiha Nagi cast a calm gaze upon the boy suspended in midair, a figure of formidable prowess in this world, one of the 12 Kazuki. I am Rue, he declared. You evoke a special feeling within me, though I cannot articulate why. He was the 5th of the lower moons, Rue. Uchiha Nagi observed the symbols within Rue's eyes, pondering the purpose behind inscribing such markings in the eyes of the 12 most powerful individuals beneath him. A confrontation was imminent. Thus, Nagi decided to commence with a warm-up technique. With a smile, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. The flames, akin to the very apex of existence, engulfed the surrounding forest, oblivious to the potential for a raging inferno. This was the enemy's territory, teeming with small spiders and webs in the grass, bushes, and trees. Any misstep could lead to entanglement, and Rue's blood demon art could undoubtedly manipulate the human form through these threads. If he were to be ensnared mid-battle, even if he managed to break free, death could easily follow. Thus, Uchiha Nagi opted for a sweeping clearance. Moreover, upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra, which had long remained stagnant, surged dramatically. This was the unreasonable nature of the Uchiha clan. The mere opening of their eyes not only amplified their strength, but also augmented their chakra. In comparison to the 3 Tomo, the Mangekyo possessed even greater ocular power, inherently accompanied by formidable illusions capable of ensnaring even the most seasoned of opponents, like Danzo. Coupled with the white Zetsu cells within Uchiha Nagi's body, his prowess was unparalleled. What is this? Inosuke, mid-flight, beheld the towering inferno behind him, immediately ignited with battle fervor. He contemplated turning back to join the fray, but was restrained by Tanjiro. Inosuke, wait. We must first rescue those captured members of the Demon Slayer Corps, deal with the other demons, and only then assist Brother Nagi. Fool. Why should I care about those worthless lives? Inosuke retorted. Do you not understand how powerful Brother Nagi is? Tanjiro exclaimed. If it were you and Zenitsu captured, I would prioritize saving you both. For a fleeting moment, Inosuke paused, then conceded. All right then, let's save them first. He scratched his head, perplexed by the inexplicable warmth that enveloped him. What a strange technique, capable of producing such a vast expanse of flame, somewhat akin to our blood demon arts, though ultimately futile against us, do you not see? In the aftermath of the flames, Rue, the 5th lower moon, stood unscathed. The reason he remained on the ground was that the webs surrounding him had been incinerated by Uchiha Nagi's flames. He was not truly unharmed. Rather, his recovery speed surpassed even that of Haiden, as he immediately restored himself post-ignition, appearing as though he had never been assaulted. This is merely the beginning. Uchiha Nagi stated coolly. Is that so? As prey, you dare to resist? I have slain Hashira. Do not underestimate the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rue remarked with an impassive expression, raising one hand. Blood demon art, kill sight cage. The 5th lower moon, Rue, waved his left hand, unleashing dozens of crimson threads that surged forth, ensnaring towards Uchiha Nagi. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Confronted by the impending threads of a web, Uchiha Nagi unleashed the signature fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. However, in the next moment, his pupils widened in shock. For the fireball had no effect on the blood-red threads of silk. It was even severed into smaller fireballs that scattered upon the ground. The crimson threads proved to be astonishingly resilient. The blood demon technique, Killing Eye Cage, ensnared Uchiha Nagi, subsequently slicing him into several pieces. A frown creased his brow. The Uchiha Nagi, who had been struck down by the blood demon technique, transformed into a plume of smoke in the next instant, leaving behind mere wooden logs. Substitution technique. This was a ninja's quintessential skill, allowing one to escape as long as the hand seals could be completed in time. Such a miraculous technique. Capable of evading the killing eye cage upon impact. How was it achieved? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps could not accomplish such a feat slowly. He turned to face another direction, where a figure emerged. It was none other than Uchiha Nagi. Curiosity piqued within Uchiha Nagi. He wondered if these remarkably sturdy and delicate threads could be severed by the thousand birds technique, though he regrettably did not possess that skill. Without guidance, developing a ninjutsu proved exceedingly arduous. To eliminate the man before him, many resources within the ninja realm were rendered useless. Or perhaps, it was a matter of being able to defeat him yet unable to kill him. A formidable foe, akin to Haiden, with a similar resilience to ninjutsu. His regenerative abilities surpassed that of Haiden. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Uchiha Nagi exhaled forcefully, electric sparks flickering around his body. This was Zenitsu's thunder-breathing technique. At this moment, Zenitsu, still grappling with his psychological barriers, could only perform the first form, yet his mastery of it was unparalleled, yielding greater power than the subsequent forms. Boom! Following a flash of lightning, Uchiha Nagi transformed into a bolt of thunder, instantly reaching Louis' side and severing his neck. However, in the following moment, Louis manipulated the dense, blood-red threads to ensnare Uchiha Nagi, intent on dismembering him. There's no time. The surrounding threads are too dense, and the substitution technique cannot escape their encompassing range. Narrowing his eyes, Uchiha Nagi employed water breathing, second form, water wheel. The water breathing technique activated, and with the swing of the Nichiren blade, he spun like a water wheel, ultimately severing the surrounding web of threads and creating an opening for his escape. Upon breaking free from the blood demon technique, Uchiha Nagi performed several somersaults, landing some distance away. It was then he noticed a thread coiling around Louis' neck, obscured by his shoulder-length hair. A revelation struck him. At the moment he had aimed for Louis' neck. Louis had first employed his own thread to sever his neck and then retracted it. Truly an impressive combat awareness, Uchiha Nagi marveled. In contrast to a certain someone who, upon having their neck severed, could do nothing, Louis was astonishingly formidable. Such breathtaking speed. You nearly had me there, but the opportunity is now lost. You shall have no further chances. Louis spoke with an impassive expression. Has anyone ever told you that you look rather frightening? You could play Sadako, Uchiha Nagi sighed. Exhausted, Rue was oblivious to the essence of Sadako, devoid of any emotional response. Since his transformation into a ghastly entity, he had gradually lost touch with his feelings. In a futile quest to fill the void within his heart, he sought out several weaker demons to masquerade as his family, parents, siblings, yet these connections were mere illusions, constructed upon the intimidation of his power. With arms outstretched and a sinister visage, Rue proclaimed, "Blood demon art," marking rotation. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke had finally tracked down the mastermind controlling the Demon Slayer Corps, a woman clad in white akin to Rue. After an arduous battle, they succeeded in vanquishing her, only to be confronted by another formidable adversary, accompanied by a girl with white clothing and hair. Mother has been defeated. Father, we leave to you. Avenge Mother, the girl declared. The creature, a demon captured by Rue to play the role of his father, bore multiple rows of eyes and a mouth lined with sharp fangs, proving to be a formidable foe. Tanjiro and Inosuke's abilities were utterly eclipsed by its sheer might, especially as its body exhibited an unexpected resilience, making it arduous to inflict harm. At last, during a fierce skirmish, Tanjiro seized upon a fleeting opportunity and executed the second form of his breathing technique. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. In that instant, a segment of the demon's arm was successfully severed, soaring into the air. Inosuke erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! We've won!" The creature, now missing a limb, fled in panic, a rare occurrence indeed. "Scoundrel, are you fleeing in fear? Let us pursue." Inosuke shouted excitedly, charging after the creature. "Wait, be cautious of traps, Inosuke." "Hold on," Tanjiro urged, closely trailing behind. As the pair chased the towering spider demon, standing at an imposing 2.5 meters. They soon lost sight of it within the forest. "This is no challenge for me." Beast breathing, seventh form, spatial awareness. Inosuke shut his eyes momentarily, then suddenly opened them with fervor, pointing towards a large tree. Huh, found you right there. Wait, Inosuke, something seems amiss, Tanjiro called out. The spider demon, over 2 meters tall, writhed in agony atop the tree. Moments later, it began to shed its former body, emerging first with a hand, then another, followed by its head and body. What is it doing? Inosuke scratched his head in confusion. It's molting, Tanjiro exclaimed in horror, sensing the demon's escalating aura. An intimidating presence. As the spider demon fully emerged from its old shell, it stood tall, its height surging from 2.5 to 3.5 meters, not only increasing in stature, but also in strength. Inosuke could feel his body tremble slightly. So powerful. This is the strongest demon I have ever encountered. Tanjiro steadied his breathing, overcoming fear, yet resolute, unyielding in the face of danger. The breath of water, 10th form, life-flowing flow. Tanjiro roared as he launched his assault, employing the final and most formidable technique of the water-breathing style, barring the 11th form created later by Ju Tomioka. Yet, despite its immense power, the strike sent flesh and blood flying, shattering the opponent's arm into pieces, ultimately finding the blade lodged firmly against his neck without penetrating. Stuck? Tanjiro gasped in astonishment. The giant spider let out a fearsome roar, shattering Tanjiro's sword and sending him flying with a powerful kick. As he spun through the air, crashing into a massive tree, he expelled a copious amount of blood, several ribs fracturing upon impact. Oh no! Inosuke, the boar-headed warrior, bellowed as he brandished his serrated blades and charged to assist. Yet the wounds he had sustained while slaying his mother had sapped much of his strength. Ultimately, employing the beast-breathing technique, Inosuke found his Nichiren blade firmly blocked, and his head was seized by the spider giant, who squeezed with a vice-like grip. Damn it! Beast-breathing, first fang, piercing thrust, drawing upon his dwindling energy. Inosuke managed to drive his short blade into the creature's neck. However, it merely pierced without severing, rendering it ineffective. As the giant exerted its force, blood began to flow from Inosuke's head, on the verge of being crushed. In that critical moment, Tanjiro grasped what remained of his Nichiren blade, enduring excruciating pain as he invoked the water-breathing techniques to rush forward and rescue his companion. A vivid image flashed through his mind, his frail father, clad in thin garments, dancing in the bitter cold for hours on end. Mother, how could father, so weak, dance for so long? I feel as though my lungs are freezing. Tanjiro, there is a method to breathing, a way to breathe that defies fatigue, as long as one breathes correctly. Breathing? Indeed. If you breathe correctly, Tanjiro, you too can dance like your father, and the cold will be of no consequence. Tanjiro, remember this Kagura dance and the ear ornaments. You must ensure they are passed down, never to be interrupted. Suddenly, instinctively, Tanjiro converted the water breathing into his family's Kagura dance, unknowingly reviving the long-lost sun breathing technique. Fire God Kagura, circle dance. The severed Nichiren blade began to trace a path akin to flames, and with Tanjiro's relentless swings, he cleaved through the spider giant's arms that had sought to block him, then effortlessly severed its neck as if slicing through tofu. As the fiery figure swept past, the spider giant fell with a thunderous crash, its head rolling a few times before igniting from the wound. How powerful! When did Tanjiro become so formidable? Inosuke murmured. Struggling to stand, Inosuke shouted at Tanjiro, damn it! If you can do it, so can I. Don't underestimate me, Tanjiro. Yes, I understand. But can you at least get my name right? It's not Tanjiro, it's Tanjiro Kamado. Ah, it hurts, Tanjiro exclaimed, clutching his body as he collapsed. Tanjiro was beset by excruciating pain throughout his body, accompanied by a relentless ringing in his ears. The dance of the Kamado was exponentially more powerful than his water-breathing techniques, but it came with dire consequences. No, I can't take it. Tanjiro, save me. Beneath a great tree, Zenitsu clung to its trunk, weeping. He had sneaked away to this place only to be bitten by a small spider, succumbing to its venomous bite. Then, the source of his torment, the Spider-Man, emerged, eagerly awaiting Zenitsu's demise from the poison, an insidious toxin that transformed its victims into spiders. The grotesque sight of large spiders on the ground, each adorned with the head of a human, was utterly horrifying. Zenitsu was paralyzed with fear, refusing to descend from the tree. Ha ha ha. Are you truly a member of the Demon Slayer Corps with such cowardice? The Spider-Man laughed heartily, having never encountered such a timid slayer before. Alas, the poison took its toll, and Zenitsu collapsed from the tree. Such a fall from that height could surely prove fatal. The Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed a rare sight to witness a demon slayer perish from a fall. However, as he lost consciousness, a thunderous breath resonated within Zenitsu's mouth, heralding the arrival of thunder-breathing. Blood demon art, thread prison, roared forth as a colossal web surged towards Uchiha Nagi. Impossibly vast and inescapable, the once white threads morphed into crimson strands of unyielding strength, so fine that they were nearly invisible to the naked eye, yet sharper than steel, capable of slicing through it effortlessly. Can you fathom such power? Earth release, earth barrier. Uchiha Nagi quickly formed hand seals. However, contrary to his intentions, the earth barrier was swiftly severed into mere soil, scattering across the ground. Water-breathing, landform, vortex twist. With the earth barrier's obstruction, Uchiha Nagi executed the vortex twist, spinning rapidly to successfully shatter the opponent's thread prison, thus evading a gruesome fate of being shredded into pieces. He had already employed numerous water-breathing techniques prior to this. Still struggling? The Spider-Man remarked nonchalantly. Though it may be troublesome to consume you in pieces, given your tenacity, I shall grant you this favor. Struggling? You can't possibly think I am unable to defeat you, Uchiha Nagi retorted, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Foolishness. I am merely using you to hone my swordsmanship. Though his Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, it did not imply that the skills he replicated were equivalent to those of their original masters. For instance, if he were to replicate Guy's 8 gates and attempt to engage in a battle with him, would he truly believe he could prevail? The 8 gates are a manifestation of strength that only the worthy can harness. It is not merely the act of opening more gates that confers power. The resilience of one's body and the profundity of one's martial arts differ vastly, even if Uchiha Nagi were to flawlessly replicate Guy's 8 gates. Engaging in a duel would likely lead to a crushing defeat. The same principle applies to breathing techniques. Though Tanjiro had diligently practiced water breathing for 2 years, Uchiha Nagi, despite perfectly replicating it, would undoubtedly lack the depth of understanding and finesse that Tanjiro possessed in actual combat. Thus, Uchiha Nagi initially intended to have the lower-ranked 12 Kazuki, Rue, serve as his training partner for the water-breathing techniques, aiming to enhance his own abilities to rival Tanjiro. To put it plainly, his right eye, which possesses the capability to perceive and analyze the patterns of combat, merely replicates techniques. It cannot assimilate the opponent's battle experience or physical prowess. Were that the case, Uchiha Nagi would be virtually invincible, rendering Kagaya's resurrection a mere triviality. Underestimating him incited Rue's wrath, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. Having already slain Hashira, he regarded this lowly member of the Demon Slayer Corps with disdain. Rue instinctively perceived that Nagi was not a Hashira, as his attire did not signify such. Blood demon art, thread rotation. Rue formed hand seals, conjuring an extensive and intricate attack, a web of crimson threads. The vastness and scope of this blood demon art rendered evasion impossible, and its layered intensity would assuredly spell doom for Tanjiro, were he not endowed with protagonist's luck. However, Uchiha Nagi calmly inquired, "Do you wish to dance as well?" The glow of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. With that, a colossal figure enveloped in fiery chakra emerged, encasing Uchiha Nagi. It was Susanoo. Initially appearing as a skeletal frame, Rue's blood demon art struck the Susanoo, advancing merely a few inches before halting upon contact with the bones. How is this possible? Rue gasped in disbelief, having never heard of a Hashira wielding a skill akin to a blood demon art. Subsequently, the skeletal Susanoo swung a flaming long sword, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, severing Rue's blood demon art with a single stroke. The Susanoo then underwent continuous evolution, developing flesh and an outer layer until it transformed into a giant resembling a mountain. What is this? Rue muttered in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ju Tomioka, intrigued by the towering figure emerging from the forest, observed that such a colossal presence would be seen by anyone with sight. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he witnessed a spider-woman in a white kimono, Rue's sister, preparing to attack the gravely injured Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were incapacitated. Tanjiro was immobilized due to the aftereffects of the sun breathing, while Inosuke, having lost considerable blood and nearly crushed by the spider giant, was also unable to fight. In a desperate bid to protect her brother, Nezuko emerged from her hiding place behind a wooden crate to confront the foe. However, the water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, swiftly eliminated her with a single strike. Subsequently, The reckless Inosuke, witnessing Ju's prowess, boldly proclaimed his challenge. He was promptly bound and suspended from a tree. Just as he was about to exchange words with Tanjiro, a colossal figure composed of energy, Susanoo, caught his eye in the distance. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of what this entity was, even suspecting it might be a technique of the 12 Kazuki, for the Hashira solely mastered the breathing techniques. In another location, Uchiha Nagi's domain, Tanjiro struggled to rise, declaring, "We must support Nagi." "No, you must wait patiently for aid. Leave this to us," came the response. As soon as the words were spoken, the water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, vanished without a trace, hastening towards the giant with the utmost speed utilizing the water-breathing techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman adorned with a butterfly bow witnessed the scene. She was tending to Zenitsu. This unfortunate fellow had encountered another spider demon, the brother of Rue, and had been secretly bitten by a small spider, nearly succumbing to poison. Fortunately, upon losing consciousness, his subconscious persona emerged and swiftly dispatched the spider demon with a single strike. Just as he lamented his impending demise, his little sparrow fluttered its wings and found Butterfly Shinobu. Moses, you should be fine now. I must hurry to assist over there, for that giant appears formidable. I am uncertain of its ranking among the 12 moons of Kibutsuji." With a gentle smile, Shinobu patted Zenitsu's head before leaping down gracefully, akin to a butterfly, employing her breathing techniques as she sped towards the yellow giant. Compared to Madara, this giant was still several times smaller. Uchiha Nagi observed his Susanoo, which, while towering at several dozen meters, paled in comparison to Madara's colossal form, resembling the distinction between a child and an adult. The reason for activating Susanoo was not for mere display, but rather because any ninjutsu inflicted minimal damage upon Rue, whose physical recovery was astonishingly rapid, and whose skin was as impenetrable as that of the third Reikage. Each of the 12 moons posed a significant challenge, while Amaterasu might prove useful, given Rue's regenerative abilities. He would likely sever the charred parts of his body with spider silk almost instantaneously, much like the Reikage. Even more troublesome was Rue's long-range assault, with his unyielding and razor-sharp threads omnipresent. Should Uchiha Nagi be struck, it would result in a grievous fate. Thus, it was far more prudent to unleash the full might of Susanoo for absolute defense, a choice Nagi clearly deemed wise. Rue's blood demon art could barely breach Susanoo, merely slicing through the outermost layer. By expanding Susanoo to encompass his entire form, Nagi rendered Rue's blood art ineffective. How can this be? What technique is this? Rue, undeterred, launched his ultimate attack, blood demon art, thread rotation. This time, Rue's blood technique was monumental, enveloping the surroundings, with the remaining trees being reduced to mere splinters by the intangible threads. Oh no! Ju Tomioka, arriving from a distance, witnessed Rue's deployment of his blood art, followed closely by Butterfly Shinobu, who sighed, realizing that they could not reach in time. Uchiha Nagi, however, laughed defiantly. "Humph, do you think you can dance with me?" He commanded Susanoo to raise its exclusive sword, the Tenketsu, and struck down with force. While the Tenketsu appeared as a ceremonial sword in its physical form and lacked power, in its spiritual state, its might was formidable. Susanoo wielded it, cleaving Rue's blood art into scattered fragments, and in the moment of Rue's terrified attempt to flee, Nagi swiftly bisected him. Those pierced by the Tenketsu would find their souls sealed in a world of eternal dreams. "Rest in peace," Uchiha Nagi remarked calmly. Subsequently, the weary body began to recuperate, yet the gaze remained vacant and sorrowful, for his soul had been irrevocably sealed. As the sun of dawn broke, his corporeal form would turn to ashes, marking his demise. Moses, it appears this young man is not one of our demon-slaying corps. He seems to have slain a lower moon," noted the graceful Butterfly Shinobu, floating down like a delicate butterfly, though remaining vigilant. The colossal figure resembling Susanoo was trampled underfoot, instantly reduced to a mere pulp, for mere mortals lack the undying essence of demons. "As long as it is not a demon," stated the stoic water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. Uchiha Nagi also observed them, accompanied by the severely injured Tanjiro and the boisterous Inosuke, who were persevering to offer support. "Brother Uchiha Nagi, you are truly formidable," Tanjiro exclaimed, supported by his sister. As Inosuke approached, he was taken aback by the sight of the giant. "What the hell? Why are there suddenly so many stronger than me? It's infuriating." Inosuke fumed, initially aiming to surpass Uchiha Nagi, only to find two more rivals. Seeing Uchiha Nagi atop Susanoo, resembling a divine entity, Inosuke felt a mix of anger and envy, fantasizing about wielding such a giant to crush demons beneath his feet as one would squash cockroaches. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ju Tomioka, observing Inosuke, rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering if the lad was unwell. With several allies arriving, the strongest, Rue, had been defeated, prompting Uchiha Nagi to dispel Susanoo, which gradually dissipated, settling to the ground. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Nagi," he introduced himself. "This is brother Uchiha Nagi. He is not a demon but a human like us," Tanjiro hurriedly clarified to prevent any misunderstandings. Ju Tomioka remained his usual taciturn self, choosing his words sparingly. "Hello, I am Butterfly Shinobu. This gentleman, Uchiha Nagi, is indeed human. However, young one, the girl beside you is not," Butterfly Shinobu remarked with a smile. In an unsettling turn, she unsheathed her Nichiren blade, intending to eliminate Nezuko. "Wait, Nezuko is not a bad person. She has never harmed anyone," Tanjiro exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. "Your words hold no weight," came the voice of Butterfly Shinobu, who had somehow appeared behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Ju Tomioka intercepted Butterfly Shinobu's strike aimed at Nezuko. "Why must you obstruct me, Mr. Tomioka?" Butterfly questioned, perplexed. "Did you not state that humans cannot coexist with demons? Why do you assist him?" "Tanjiro, take her and leave," Ju Tomioka instructed, his words as sparse as ever. "How swift!" Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, the three Tomo barely able to keep pace. Only the Sharingan capable of discerning the true might of this world. Without any flashy ninjutsu or secret techniques, it was solely the combination of speed, strength, and breathing techniques that defined this swordsmanship. Astonishingly, this speed was no less than that of the body flicker technique, a feat achieved entirely through human explosive power. Upon closer examination through his Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi observed that both individuals were perpetually engaged in their breathing techniques, having seamlessly integrated them into their daily lives, even in moments devoid of combat. They maintained their practice. In his previous life, Uchiha Nagi had dabbled in yoga and understood that consciously controlling one's breath during exercise was manageable. But sustaining such control in everyday life was an entirely different challenge. Clang! Sparks flew as Butterfly Shinobu, though lacking the brute strength of her male counterparts, was nonetheless swift and graceful. A waft of fragrance enveloped Ju Tomioka, momentarily disorienting him. In a moment of distraction, he found himself bypassed by her, quickly catching up to Tanjiro, who, still reeling from his injuries due to the sun-breathing technique, could hardly escape. "Nezuko, run. Keep moving forward," Tanjiro urged his sister. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to overtake Nezuko, a voice resonated from behind. "Water style, water prison technique." A water prison ensnared Nezuko, simultaneously intercepting Butterfly Shinobu's blade. Sometimes, ninjutsu could serve not only to confine, but also to rescue. This lady, Nezuko, is no villain, though she is a demon. She possesses human-like intelligence and has never harmed a human being. Uchiha Nagi appeared above the water prison using the body flicker technique. "Ah, is that so? How unfortunate. I shall grant her a gentle death with the softest of poisons," Butterfly Shinobu replied with a tender smile. "As long as I am here, you shall not succeed," Nagi retorted confidently. In the distance, Tanjiro struggled to approach, accompanied by Inosuke. "Nagi, big brother. Red-eyed big brother." Inosuke's voice rang out, clearly identifiable. "You scoundrel. If you wish to harm Nezuko, you must first defeat me," Inosuke shouted as he brandished his broken twin blades and charged forward. Boom! In a heartbeat, Butterfly Shinobu had appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike to his neck. Inosuke rolled his eyes, immediately rendered unconscious by her blow. Although her strength was insufficient to decapitate a demon, it was relative. Against those below the rank of the 12 Kazuki, she had no difficulty, especially when facing the weakest. Inosuke, Uchiha Nagi, and Ju Tomioka, having been interrupted by Nagi, approached Nezuko silently. The stoic water Hashira stood beside Nagi. Nagi smiled at Tanjiro, saying, "If you call me big brother, I must protect your sister. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of the title." Ju Tomioka turned to Tanjiro and uttered a surprising statement. "Tanjiro, from now on, call me brother Tomioka." Butterfly Shinobu could not help but cover her face, exclaiming. At such a moment, To stand on the side of an outsider, Mr. Tomioka, you are truly detestable. With an expressionless demeanor, Ju Tomioka managed to utter, I, Ju Tomioka, am not detestable. Uft. Both Butterfly Shinobu and Tanjiro were rendered speechless by his remark. Uchiha Nagi was on the verge of bursting into laughter, pondering if this was the pinnacle of a cold joke, humor concealed in the shadows. Unable to restrain her embarrassment, Butterfly Shinobu covered her face, feeling sorry for the awkwardness of Ju's humor. I apologize. It seems you are blissfully unaware of your unpopularity. I spoke too freely, my apologies. At that moment, from above, a figure leaped down, a girl adorned with a butterfly not reminiscent of Butterfly Shinobu. Silently, she thrust a Nichiren blade towards Nezuko, akin to a shadowy assassin. Uchiha Nagi squinted, swiftly turning to face her, activating his Sharingan. The girl, adorned with a butterfly knot, inadvertently caught sight of those blood-red eyes. Becoming momentarily dazed before being ensnared in the illusionary realm, standing motionless thereafter. Oh dear, Kanao has become immobilized. Your eyes are quite extraordinary, akin to the blood of Mr. Tamiyori, so unique that one must not gaze into them during battle, Butterfly Shinobu remarked in astonishment. Uchiha Nagi silently admired her keen analytical skills. Not only was she meticulous, but her observations were also profoundly insightful, instantly recognizing the peculiarity of the Sharingan. At that moment, a crow swooped down from above, cawing caw. The command is as follows: bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back to headquarters. Ju Tomioka quietly sheathed his sword. Ah, it seems there is no need for confrontation. Butterfly Shinobu sighed in relief upon hearing the crow's directive and retracted her blade. As a Hashira herself, her expertise lay primarily in poison. Unless she were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with water Hashira Ju Tomioka, she possessed no substantial advantage, especially with the enigmatic Uchiha Nagi beside her, whose mysterious eyes evoked a sense of trepidation. The following day, hey, wake up! Come on, how long are you going to sleep? Tanjiro squinted as the sunlight streamed into his eyes, a bit blinding. After a night of deep slumber, his body had recovered considerably, yet he still felt overwhelming pain. Where am I? This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Uchiha Nagi replied, seated on the ground beside him, while several individuals with formidable auras sat across from them, their hidden strength palpable and intimidating. These individuals are all Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they are your superiors. Oh, you must be the lowest-ranked Mizunoto, Uchiha Nagi stated. Hey, say something. One man, accompanied by a snake, urged. No need for words. For violating orders, let us behead him alongside the demons, declared a man with hair like flames. Then allow me to splendidly execute them both, proclaimed a robust man adorned with tattoos around his eyes. He was possessed by a demon, and a towering giant, nearly 2.5 meters tall, wept as he spoke, let this child be freed. In the scene, several figures were present: a scarred wind pillar with white hair, a girl with pink hair, a rock pillar standing at 2.5 meters, a snake pillar accompanied by a small pet snake, a flame-haired fire pillar, and a dazed-looking mist pillar. Among them were also Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka. You, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, why do you still harbor a demon? The crowd began to question Tanjiro. She is my sister. She has been a demon for 2 years and has never harmed anyone. She is different from the others, Tanjiro shouted. Just because she hasn't eaten humans before doesn't mean she won't in the future. If you wish to prove it, show us, the sound pillar interjected. Hey, it seems something intriguing is happening. Is your sister in that box? The wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, grinned as he hoisted a wooden box. Not harming or eating humans. That is impossible. Allow me to eliminate this threat. With that, he drew his Nichiren blade, viciously aiming for the box containing Nezuko. In a flash, Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes and activated his technique, a swift movement akin to space-time ninjutsu, instantly appearing before Sanemi. Impressive speed, but is that all you've got? Sanemi sneered. As he, being the wind pillar, possessed the swiftness of the wind, among all the pillars, he was the fastest. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself unguarded against Nagi's crimson gaze. Oh dear, it seems even Mr. Shinazugawa has fallen for it, Shinobu chuckled, covering her mouth. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sanemi was wildly slashing at the air, shouting in excitement, while in his own mind, he believed he was locked in a fierce battle with Uchiha Nagi. Thank you, Brother Nagi. Tanjiro gratefully accepted the wooden box. Nagi nodded, feeling deep sympathy for the wind pillar, for his circumstances mirrored Tanjiro's. Both had a mother who had transformed into a demon. However, unlike Tanjiro's sister, Sanemi's mother succumbed to her hunger, preying upon her own children. In despair, Sanemi ultimately took his mother's life, which left him profoundly disturbed and radicalized. He harbored an intense hatred for all demons. With his unique bloodline and innate talent, he consistently vanquished demons, but only managed to imprison them until dawn, allowing the sun to obliterate them. By a stroke of fate, he encountered a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaneo Tsuyuri, who introduced him to the Corps. After mastering the Breath of Wind technique, his power surged, leading him to slay the lower moon demon, Hakuji, eventually becoming the Wind Pillar. Tragically, his close friend Kaneo perished in battle. Thus, witnessing Tanjiro defend his sister, Sanemi was immediately reminded of his own past, prompting him to impulsively seek to eliminate Nezuko. Each member of the Demon Slayer Corps harbors their own tale. Do those extraordinary eyes possess special abilities, much like Mr. Shinazugawa's? The speaker is the Flame Hashira. His bright eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead, yet his keen observational skills quickly discern the crux of the matter. The Lord has arrived. With these words, a multitude of formidable Hashira promptly knelt before him on one knee, and even the recently freed from illusion, Kaneo Tsuyuri, hastened to the ground. Her teeth gritted as she glared intently at Uchiha Nagai. Did you dispel the illusion with your breathing technique? Truly, one must never underestimate anyone. Uchiha Nagai sighed inwardly. A man, blind in both eyes and with the upper half of his face grotesquely marred, emerged slowly from the dwelling, supported by those nearby. This seemingly powerless mortal is the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, possessing an extraordinary ability of foresight, which enabled him to assemble the most powerful Demon Slayer Corps in history. His formidable presence commanded the fealty of many powerful Hashira, culminating in a climactic finale where he sacrificed his family's lives as bait, using an immense quantity of explosives to ensnare Muzan Kabutsuji, a ruthless individual among ruthless individuals. In comparison, the third generation pales significantly. There is no need for dispute, my friends. In fact, I was aware of Nezuko's situation 2 years ago. This is a letter from Kagaya Ubuyashiki, he stated, producing a letter penned by Kagaya Ubuyashiki, which assured Nezuko's harmlessness and guaranteed that should she ever harm a human, both he and Ju Tomioka would willingly commit seppuku in atonement. Mr. Ubuyashiki, Brother Ju, Tanjiro Kamadu exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The protagonist's mentors are first Ju Tomioka, followed by Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Alas, Uchiha Nagai sighed. Regardless of the world, the protagonist's fate is fortunate, always beginning with a master at the pinnacle of power. What can seppuku guarantee for me? If she wishes to die, let her. It will be too late once she has harmed another. The Wind Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, interjected harshly. Kaneo's assertion held truth. Even if they committed seppuku, once she harmed someone, the deceased could not be revived. What significance does such a guarantee hold? The Flame Hashira voiced his agreement loudly. Indeed, we cannot assure safety, yet we cannot guarantee she will inflict harm either. Furthermore, she has not harmed anyone in the past 2 years. Additionally, there is something else I must share with you all. Tanjiro once encountered Muzan Kabutsuji, Ubuyashiki stated. How is that possible? Not even the Hashira have crossed paths with him. What does he look like? What are his abilities? Did you fight him? Kaneo Tsuyuri pressed, shaking Tanjiro's head vigorously. Where is he? Where is his lair? I asked first. Answer my question, Tanjiro replied. Hush, Ubuyashiki interjected. He once sent someone to hunt Tanjiro, which sufficiently indicates that both he and his sister possess something that attracts him, although his intent was to silence them. This marks the first time I have caught a whiff of Muzan Kabutsuji's trail. It is likely that there are elements concerning Tanjiro and Nezuko that we remain oblivious to. Clearly, this information was relayed to him by Tamayo. I understand, my lord. However, humans may be spared, but demons cannot. That is the combat creed of our Demon Slayer Corps. Countless lives have been sacrificed for this cause, and I cannot agree to it. Upon finishing his words, the Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, unsheathed his Nichiren blade and inflicted a wound upon his own hand. His blood was of a rare quality, possessing an immense allure for demons. Allow me to demonstrate the grotesque nature of demons, he declared. No need for your proof, came the voice of Uchiha Nagi from the side. What did you say? Sanemi glared menacingly at Nagi, still harboring grievances from their previous encounter. I am the epitome of rare blood. My allure surpasses yours. Nezuko has refrained from attacking me all this time, and I am the finest proof of that, Nagi replied coolly. The combination of white Zetsu cells and Uchiha clan cells rendered him a delectable target among demons, akin to a ginseng that could enhance one's power for a millennium upon consumption. Nonsense. Who can validate your claim that your blood is rarer than mine? Sanemi bellowed in fury. I can provide evidence. On the very first day of Uchiha Nagi's arrival, I received a message from an acquaintance affirming that his blood is indeed rarer than yours, Choyashiki Yose remarked with a smile. I can offer an equivalent exchange to guarantee Nezuko's safety, Nagi stated with a calm demeanor. An exchange? Are you suggesting money? Who here lacks wealth? Sanemi retorted with scorn. The individuals present had little regard for riches. Aside from their Nichiren blades, they required little else, with money merely serving to cover basic sustenance and lodging. Furthermore, the pillars earned a monthly salary of 200,000, with the ability to withdraw more as needed. I propose an exchange using medical ninjutsu, Nagi declared, channeling green chakra with one hand. He approached Sanemi, gesturing for him to extend his hand. Sanemi frowned, yet Choyashiki Yose, upon hearing his daughter's soft words, nodded in agreement. Sanemi, extend your hand for Mr. Uchiha to examine. I trust that as a human, he will not harm you. Ultimately, with lingering indignation, Sanemi reluctantly extended his hand. Nagi enveloped the wound with his healing technique, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The bleeding ceased, and the wound gradually healed. In mere moments, to the astonishment of onlookers, Sanemi's injury vanished entirely, leaving no trace or scar behind. Not even a scar left. Mr. Shinazugawa is fortunate. All his wounds can be healed, exclaimed Kenroji Mitsuri in awe. Damn it, scars are a man's pride. Who wishes to have them healed? Sanemi fumed in anger. A hush fell over the crowd, all aware that this so-called medical ninjutsu, though seemingly simple, held significant utility in combat. With such miraculous abilities at hand, the potential reduction in casualties was incalculable. Meanwhile, Nagi continued, in addition, I have pledged to Miss Tamayo to temporarily join the Demon Slayer Corps. In return, I am willing to exchange my ninjutsu for breathing techniques. With that, Nagi formed hand seals. Bam! To the astonishment of the gathered crowd, multiple clones of Uchiha Nagi materialized using the shadow clone technique, each demonstrating their purpose by showcasing Tanjiro as a model. Tanjiro, how impressive! If I could master this, my strength would surely multiply several times over. Butterfly Shinobu contemplated that. As the only Hashira who fought with poison, the shadow clone technique was tailored to her needs, akin to a feathered wing. Kaneo Tsuyuri's father, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, inquired about the matter at hand and nodded in understanding. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, the endorsements from both Ju Tomioka and Sakanji Urokadaki for Nezuko are indeed sufficient. However, as you rightly pointed out, the Demon Slayer Corps is in dire need of these skills you wish to showcase, as they could bolster the children's strength and mitigate casualties. I humbly accept your offering. After a brief pause, Kagaya continued, as for the breathing techniques, we are willing to impart them to anyone who joins the Demon Slayer Corps, even those outside our ranks, as long as they are willing to confront Muzan Kabutsuji. After all, enhancing humanity's strength increases our chances of vanquishing him. Thus, if there are no objections, Mr. Uchiha Nagi shall be the newly appointed Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. What? A Hashira? I disagree. Why must he be a Hashira right away? Is it merely due to these few ninjutsu? Several Hashira expressed their reluctance. Indeed, Mitsuri Kanroji interjected. Each Hashira here has slain numerous demons, even members of the 12 Kazuki. What has he accomplished? At that moment, a calm voice interjected, belonging to Ju Tomioka. He has just defeated you using illusion techniques. Mitsuri's lips twitched at the remark. Shinobu covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Uchiha Nagi also vanquished one of the 12 Kazuki, a fellow named Rue, last night. He was lower 5. Mitsuri was left utterly speechless. As dawn broke, Rue's body naturally turned to ashes, and as for his soul, it remained uncertain whether the Shinigami of this world would contend with Uchiha Nagi for him, as it was sealed within the Tekkakin. Kagaya smiled, therefore. We warmly welcome Uchiha Nagi to our family in the Demon Slayer Corps. Arrangements will be made for a custom Nichiren blade and attire for you. As I am unwell, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy each other's company. Tanjiro, convey my regards to Lady Tamayo, he added. Tanjiro was taken aback. How does our master know Lady Tamayo? Oh, another Hashira has joined us. This is splendid, Kyojuro Rengoku exclaimed joyfully. I am intrigued by that shadow clone technique. I wonder if I could learn it, Mitsuri mused. doodling circles on the ground. Soon after, Tanjiro and his sister were escorted back to Shinobu's residence by the logistics personnel, as it served as the medical base for the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi, unbothered by the commotion, explained that ninjutsu required chakra as its foundational energy, elucidating the basics of chakra refinement. This is rather complex. I can hardly comprehend it, Kaijiro admitted. It appears that mastering it will not be so simple. The stone Hashira nodded in agreement. The various ninjutsu I possess include water release, fire release, earth release, wind release, and medical ninjutsu, all of which necessitate chakra as their foundation. Once you all successfully refine your chakra, feel free to seek me out for instruction. After allowing a few individuals to experience and discern the differences between chakra energy and breathing techniques, Uchiha Nagi departed with Butterfly Shinobu, intending to check on the wounded. Equivalent exchange. Uchiha Nagi does not perceive himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he considers himself to have gained immensely. In this world, the supreme cultivation system, the breathing technique, is exchanged for the ordinary ninjutsu of the ninja realm. Thus he has profited significantly. Furthermore, he has yet to relinquish the high-level ninjutsu, such as the 8 gates, Raikiri, spiraling sphere, and flying thunder god. Of course, the S-rank Uchiha Nagi does not possess these techniques. He is only familiar with the 8 gates. For them, there is no loss. Merely the medical ninjutsu alone is a tremendous gain. In this world, aside from the breathing techniques, humanity lacks any extraordinary capabilities for rapid healing. Unless we speak of blood demon arts. Although medical practices are quite advanced, they are akin to the world Uchiha Nagi hailed from, reminiscent of the early wartime era. The Demon Slayer Corps boasts a vast support staff, as not everyone possesses the talent to ascend to the rank of Hashira. Those who are injured or possess lesser abilities often enter logistical support roles. The Butterfly Mansion is such a place. Despite its name, it resembles a small estate, adorned with wisteria flowers of various species, hybridized to be toxic to demons. In addition, numerous medicinal herbs are cultivated here for the use of the Demon Slayer members, addressing both external and internal injuries. Members trained in breathing techniques exhibit significantly greater physical resilience compared to ordinary individuals. As long as they are not devoured by demons on the spot, survival is generally assured, although some do sustain disabilities. Ah, Mr. Uchiha, is it true that your healing ninjutsu can reattach severed limbs on the spot? Such a remarkable technique. It is hard to fathom that this is a product of human ingenuity. Inside the Butterfly Mansion, Butterfly Shinobu engages with Uchiha Nagi in a discussion about medical ninjutsu. It is not absolute. Once a hand is severed, the cells rapidly perish due to the loss of nutrients. Ideally, it should not exceed 24 hours. And keeping the severed limb at a low temperature is preferable. If more than 48 hours pass, reattaching the arm may result in significant impairment, Uchiha Nagi explained. Oh, I see. However, I still cannot comprehend the chakra. I attempted to understand it for several hours this morning, yet there was no response, she remarked. Do not fret. It is normal to refine it within a month. Regarding this, Uchiha Nagi lacks a specific reference point. As children in the ninja world typically begin learning the foundational knowledge of chakra refinement at a young age, naturally achieving success. The understanding of children varies. Some grasp it quickly, while others may take months or even years to manifest chakra. However, for adults who commence their studies only upon reaching maturity, Uchiha Nagi is unaware of anyone. Thus, he can only falsely assure them that refining chakra within a month is the norm. By the way, I find myself curious about your origins, Mr. Uchiha. The place you hail from is truly remarkable, especially with the existence of chakra, Butterfly Shinobu inquired. I come from another world. Due to being pursued by others, I fortuitously arrived here, and I, too, am astonished by the breathing techniques of this world. Uchiha Nagi replied with a gentle smile. By the way, if you don't mind, you may call me Brother Nagi, akin to Tanjiro and the others, as I seem to be a year or two older than you. Butterfly Ninja paused for a moment, not startled by Uchiha Nagi's words, but rather captivated by the subtle smile that graced his features, a visage that etched itself deeply into her mind. The Uchiha clan has always been renowned for its striking beauty. Even the least attractive among them, Obito, possessed an alluring charm. Uchiha Nagi, however, stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Itachi and Sasuke, epitomizing the pinnacle of Uchiha allure. Butterfly Ninja instinctively flushed, for within the Demon Slayer Corps, Ju Tomioka was considered quite handsome, Yet he paled in comparison to Uchiha Nagi. I shall refer to you as Mr. Nagi, for we are but newly acquainted. And to call you big brother feels a tad presumptuous, she said. Suit yourself. I shall first provide you with the medical ninjutsu-related texts. If any of the support personnel manage to extract chakra, they may study them as well. Should you find any of the texts perplexing, feel free to consult me. Uchiha Nagi replied, producing a storage scroll. Upon its opening, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing an array of books. These were medical resources he carried, not forbidden techniques, as they were firmly embedded in his memory, thus presenting no concern in sharing them with Butterfly Ninja. What a convenient item. It can store things as well. It must require chakra to operate, Butterfly Ninja remarked enviously, envisioning how this could allow her to carry more wisteria flower toxins in the future. Indeed, however, I am uncertain if the materials to craft such storage scrolls can be found here. I shall compile a list to see if the Demon Slayer Corps can procure substitutes. Uchiha Nagi responded. Storage scrolls are often crafted from the pelts of powerful chakra-infused beasts or incorporate such elements, which grants them their formidable storage capabilities. They cannot be simply fashioned from ordinary paper, as some might mistakenly believe. After bidding farewell to Butterfly Ninja, Uchiha Nagi entered the infirmary of the Butterfly Mansion, where the trio still lay upon their beds. Zenitsu's limbs had been significantly shortened due to spider venom, nearly transforming his body into that of a spider. Though he had been cured, it would take considerable time for him to return to normalcy. Tanjiro was suffering from the aftereffects of using the breath of the sun, while Inosuke bore severe injuries and fractures. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Nagi had no intention of employing medical ninjutsu for their swift recovery. After all, the Konoha hospital was overwhelmed with patients, and natural healing often proved more effective. It is a relief that you are all well. Focus on your recovery. And once you are healed, I shall impart some knowledge, Uchiha Nagi stated. Brother Uchiha. Brother Nagi. Oh, red-eyed brother. Inosuke exclaimed, unmistakably the one who struggled with names. Red-eyed brother, what marvelous techniques will you teach us? Is it a breathing technique? Inosuke inquired with curiosity. No, it is a physical technique. Your respective breathing techniques are already quite refined. What I intend to teach you is called the 8 Gates, Uchiha Nagi replied. The 8 Gates. Indeed, the 8 Gates. A technique that grows stronger with the might of one's body. This is not a forbidden technique. Anyone knowledgeable in medical ninjutsu can learn it independently. However, the challenge lies in the relentless refinement of one's physical form. A weakling, even upon opening the 7th gate, will not achieve greatness, whereas a strong individual, upon unlocking the 7th gate, can unleash catastrophic power. Most of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps have reached adulthood, as with the passage of time. Their skeletal structure and meridians have gradually solidified. It is rather improbable that, even with rigorous training in the 8 gates, they could unlock the 8th gate. Conversely, the youth who are still in their developmental phase find that their training in the 8 gates yields more significant results. Uchiha Nagi is somewhat curious as to whether they can simultaneously utilize the 8 gates while maintaining their breathing techniques. Nagi would never admit that his underlying desire was merely to act as a porter for Zenitsu. I previously heard Butterfly Shinobu mention that you defeated that spider demon while in a state of unconsciousness using the breathing technique of thunder. This exemplifies the potential of the human body. Under normal circumstances, the human body possesses a self-protective mechanism, and these 8 gates serve as a means of transcending one's physical limitations, thus bestowing extraordinary strength. However, this is not without peril. The absence of the body's self-protective mechanism renders one susceptible to injury. Tanjiro inquired, is this technique meant for mutual destruction? Certainly not, Nagi replied. To avoid injury, one must possess a robust physique to safeguard oneself. Remember, the stronger your body, the safer you are upon opening the gates, and one must never exceed their limits. Nagi. Brother, what is the last gate, the death gate? That sounds terrifying, Zenitsu asked, his face etched with fear. The death gate, as the name implies, guarantees demise upon its opening. You should strive to master only up to the 7th gate. The 8th gate gulping, the two youths swallowed hard. This technique indeed sounds quite daunting. Oh, so the last gate is for a mutual demise, right? I understand now, Inosuke proclaimed, thumping his chest in comprehension. Inosuke, you've misremembered the name again. It is Uchiha Nagi, Tanjiro reminded him with a hint of exasperation. You haven't even refined your chakra yet. You cannot possibly train, Zenitsu chuckled, covering his mouth. You brat, mind your own business. A pillow flew in response. "Ah, Tanjiro, he's bullying me. Could you all cease the bickering and simply rest?" Observing the trio's incessant quarrel, Uchiha Nagi felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days in a school dormitory, playfully tussling with classmates. Unbeknownst to him, Nagi had wandered outside into the herbal garden, where Butterfly Shinobu was tending to the medicinal herbs. She is an expert in poisons, yet simultaneously a skilled healer. The poisons she manages primarily target demons, as the wisteria flower is merely an ordinary plant for humans. Some even brew it into tea. Other herbs are utilized to create antidotes for comrades poisoned during battles. Seeing Shinobu bustling amidst the flowers, Nagi instinctively asked, "Do you require assistance?" "Oh, Nagi-san, do you have knowledge of herbs?" Shinobu wiped a bead of perspiration from her brow. "Indeed, I was once a medical ninja. Although my medical practices differ somewhat, I grasp the principles of most herbal remedies," Nagi responded. "Oh, I see. Then I shall not hesitate to ask for your help. Some of these herbs are exceedingly delicate. Some cannot be exposed to rain, while others must not be subjected to direct sunlight. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Please assist me in moving these flowers indoors," Shinobu smiled, unreservedly directing Nagi. "Not a problem." Uchiha Nagi formed a hand seal, and the technique of multiple shadow clones materialized. Were it not for life and death struggles, this jutsu would indeed be a remarkably convenient skill. Its primary flaw lies in the overwhelming influx of memories from the clones at the moment of their demise. In an instant, the memories of numerous clones flooding into the original can lead to a mental overload, causing the original to question whether they are truly alive, though in reality, it is merely a tool for labor, resulting in little more than fatigue. What a convenient technique it is. I truly envy you, Mr. Nagi, for possessing such a powerful skill, Butterfly Shinobi remarked enviously. A multitude of clones worked together to transport various herbs into the house, completing the task in just 2 trips. "Could you assist me in moving these flowers outside to bask in the sun? They can only bloom and mature in sunlight," Butterfly Shinobi said with a cheerful smile. "They also bear an ancient name, the Higanbana." "Very well," Uchiha Nagi replied, carrying the Higanbana outside. They came in hues of blue, red, and yellow. Among these flowers was a particular species, the elusive blue Higanbana, which Muzan Kabutsuji had relentlessly sought for a millennium. Consuming it would grant him the status of a perfect being, capable of thriving in sunlight. It is rather ironic that a creature of the night would pursue a flower that blooms for merely a couple of hours under the sun, which explains his fruitless search over the centuries. Unbeknownst to him, this flower was merely a wild flower, ubiquitous in nature, with Tanjiro's family even treating it as a vegetable. After Muzan had killed the doctor who saved him, transforming himself into a demon, he eventually learned of his inability to survive in sunlight. Overcome with regret, he later perused the doctor's journal, discovering that this flower might be the key to walking in daylight as a perfect being. Throughout the millennia, he had likely consumed countless plants, including the Higanbana, but regrettably, he had only ingested the flowers that bloomed at night, rendering his efforts futile. One could not overstate his knowledge of botany, yet none had granted him the ability to thrive in sunlight, leading him to doubt the existence of the flower altogether. Uchiha Nagi contemplated that one day, when he was nearing the end of his days, he might experiment with the Uchiha clan cells to see if they could integrate with demon cells, allowing him to attain immortality before consuming the Higanbana. However, that day was still far off. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he could easily live for another century, rendering any alteration to his genetic makeup unnecessary. Furthermore, not every demon could maintain a human form. Uchiha Nagi had no intention of recklessly altering his genes. Aware that the Uchiha clan could evolve to the pinnacle known as the 6 Paths, a state capable of easily overpowering Muzan. After tending to the herbs, Butterfly Shinobi prepared a cup of tea for Uchiha Nagi. They sat together in the courtyard, gazing at the sunlit sky and the clouds drifting by. A gentle summer breeze caressed the air as Uchiha Nagi took a sip of his tea, its delicate fragrance mingling with a hint of bitterness that transformed into a subtle sweetness upon tasting. Wisteria flower tea. What a warm day it is. How I wish the starry night could be just as serene, Butterfly Shinobi mused, relaxing as she gazed at the sun with a smile. Uchiha Nagi remained silent, reminiscing about a time when he too yearned for a leisurely life akin to that of a carefree wanderer. However, the world was far from peaceful, and memories of Goki, The girl who had met her untimely demise mere days after their acquaintance involuntarily flooded his mind. Had he sought out medicine for her, her fate might have been entirely different. Uchiha Nagi took out an instrument and played the poignant melody of Beloved, its gentle yet melancholic strains enveloping the butterfly house under the blazing sun. As the final notes faded, applause echoed, two distinct sets of hands clapping. "What a beautifully sorrowful piece," he remarked. "Oh, Mr. Michiro, what brings you here?" After the applause, he noticed the second set of claps belonged to Takedo Michiro, the Mist Hashira. "I believe I have managed to extract chakra," Michiro murmured softly. To his surprise, the first to successfully refine chakra after receiving the chakra seed was Michiro, a feat even Tanjiro had not accomplished. Takedo Michiro, a descendant of the legendary Kokushibo, had become a Hashira genius within 2 months of wielding a sword. Kokushibo, the twin brother of Yorichi, succumbed to the temptations of immortality and jealousy, willingly descending into the darkness of demonhood, leaving behind offspring who, due to memory loss, exhibited emotional detachment. They were not devoid of feelings, but rather lacked understanding of how to care for others, akin to a reclusive youth in modern times. "Let me see you extract a strand of chakra," Uchiha Nagi urged, placing a hand on his shoulder. "All right," Michiro replied. Closing his eyes and following Nagi's earlier instructions to extract chakra, an energy unlike any he had encountered began to manifest within him, which Nagi perceptively detected. "Indeed, it is chakra. You truly are a genius," Uchiha Nagi exclaimed in astonishment. In just one day, he had grasped the fundamentals and refined chakra. True genius does exist. "Have I succeeded?" Michiro asked, bewildered. "Yes, you have succeeded. Come outside. I shall teach you the three-body technique and see if you can perform it," Uchiha Nagi stated as he stepped into the courtyard, demonstrating the basic ninja technique known as the three-body technique. This fundamental jutsu, suitable for even the lowest level of ninja students, was easy to learn and required minimal chakra, yet, when mastered, could be a lifesaver. After explaining the technique for some time, Uchiha Nagi formed the necessary hand signs and executed it, encouraging Michiro to attempt it himself. "Let me give it a try," Michiro quietly said, closing his eyes in contemplation. Boom. The transformation technique was complete. Boom. The shadow clone technique was accomplished. Boom. The substitution technique was executed. Due to his lack of a substitute wooden doll, his Nichiren blade remained in place. Uchiha Nagi chuckled softly. Though Mr. Michiro is young, he is indeed a prodigy, having become a Hashira in just 2 months since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi directly demonstrated the shadow clone technique to him. After listening for a while, Michiro attempted it, but ultimately failed. "No worries, with a bit more practice, you'll master it," Uchiha Nagi said, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh right. The master asked me to teach you the breath of mist. Would you like to learn?" Michiro inquired, scratching his head. "What a foolish child. Is that even a question?" "Well then, would you kindly demonstrate it, Mr. Michiro?" Michiro, a man of few words, began to wield his Nichiren blade, unleashing the breath of mist. First form, shimmering horizon. Second form, layered mist. Third form, misty sprinkles. Fourth form, flowing slash. Fifth form, sea of hazy clouds. Sixth form, vanishing moonlight, as Michiro demonstrated. Butterfly Shinobu noticed that Uchiha Nagi's eyes had transformed into a crimson hue, with a pattern resembling a plum blossom appearing in his pupils. She was taken aback. Could human pupils truly change their form? Were it not daytime, she might have suspected him to be an undercover agent sent by Muzan, as she had never heard of human pupils being so mutable. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in Uchiha Nagi's eyes flawlessly replicated and stored every movement and breath of Michiro in his mind, while his own ocular power was steadily consumed. Uchiha Nagi discerned that the more formidable the skill, the greater the toll on his ocular power. Notably, the consumption during Michiro's final move was several times more than that of the preceding techniques. Fortunately, with his white Zetsu cells, his ocular power could regenerate. Regrettably, at that moment, Michiro had yet to create the final form of the breath of mist, 7th form, hazy veil. Otherwise, this breathing technique would have been perfectly mastered. But there was no rush. Time was on their side. "Well, that's the essence of the breath of mist, Mr. Uchiha. Have you grasped it?" Michiro asked, scratching his head, his expression one of simple expectation. "Mr. Michiro, do you believe everyone can learn it just by watching once?" Butterfly Shinobu chuckled, covering her mouth. Uchiha Nagi nodded. "Indeed, I have learned it." Butterfly Shinobu thought, Is it too swift a slap in the face? Observing the two of them in their self-assured demeanor, she held her forehead, questioning whether she was truly inept or if these two were simply prodigies. Emulating Michiro, Uchiha Nagi executed the breath of mist flawlessly from start to finish, leaving Butterfly Shinobu in astonishment, her jaw agape. Mr. Uchiha, you are even more of a genius than I, to learn it in a single glance. In comparison, I truly feel inadequate, Michiro sighed despondently. Without the halo of a protagonist, Michiro would undoubtedly be the main character of this world, a genius far surpassing even Tanjiro, and the one most likely to vanquish Muzan, given him the time to grow. You are undeniably a true genius, while I merely embody a genius of deceit. However, Mr. Uchiha Nagi, I find your breath of mist to be somewhat peculiar. It appears rather superficial, lacking substantial potency. With a thoughtful expression, Michiro stroked his chin and gazed vacantly at the clouds. Indeed, I have merely replicated it. I believe that with time and practice, I shall master it significantly better. Uchiha Nagi replied with a hint of resignation. Breath techniques are not merely about inhalation. They must harmonize with swordsmanship. Unlike ninjutsu, which is rather singular, swordsmanship is profoundly intricate, and the same technique can wield varying degrees of power in different hands. Thus far, Uchiha Nagi has become most adept at Tanjiro's water breathing. After all, one cannot dedicate time to everything amidst the constraints of daily training. I shall take my leave for now. I will return to seek your guidance once I have mastered the shadow clone technique tomorrow, Michiro said with a polite bow as he departed. Were it not for his introverted demeanor, he would undoubtedly be a rather endearing child. Ah, Mr. Uchiha, how impressive it is that you have grasped the breath of mist after just a single observation. I wonder if you could master all the Hashira's breathing techniques? Shinobu inquired with curiosity. Mastering all breathing techniques is not inherently challenging. The true difficulty lies in deriving the most suitable technique for oneself. In the days that followed, Uchiha Nagi enjoyed an unusually leisurely respite, devoid of life-threatening crises or persecution from the higher-ups in Konoha. During this time, Yoya Kanroji treated the members of the Demon Slayer Corps with utmost kindness. Due to personal reasons, he is unable to wield a sword even 10 times. Thus, he strives to provide the Demon Slayer Corps with the best possible conditions to eradicate more of Muzan's minions, never allowing a single member to remain for his own protection. During Uchiha Nagi's vacation, Yoya Kanroji sent all the breathing technique scrolls as a token of gratitude for his medical ninjutsu. Thus far, only Michiro has managed to extract chakra. Uchiha Nagi is aware that these breathing techniques are not entirely complete, as the current Hashira are the most exceptional, each having invented a new form. Merely studying the scrolls may not suffice to learn the final technique. Uchiha Nagi also shared the method for creating explosive tags, which Yoya Kanroji greatly valued, promising to exert all efforts to replicate them. However, due to the differing materials in this world, it is uncertain when success will be achieved. And explosive tags also require chakra for their creation. Is it truly necessary to maintain the breathing technique at all times, even while sleeping? Uchiha Nagi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, all the Hashira can essentially achieve this. Maintaining the breathing technique continuously can lead to gradual enhancement, ultimately strengthening the physical body to a level capable of contending with demons. Shinobu replied with a bright smile. I shall endeavor to try, Uchiha Nagi remarked. Best of luck, Uchiha Nagi-kun. Do not be outdone by those three, Shinobu encouraged gently. Grasping his hand, Uchiha Nagi thought to himself, were it not for her equally gentle demeanor towards the trio, I might suspect she harbors feelings for me. Oh, I must diligently train today. I shall breathe, maintaining the technique both in slumber and wakefulness. Do not be too pleased with yourself, blonde. I shall certainly achieve my goal before you. The three young ones felt the gentle encouragement of Shinobu Kocho as she held their hands. In the throes of adolescence, they had never encountered a mature woman with such poise, and it was as if they had been administered an aphrodisiac. They erupted into exuberant training. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, your Nichiren blade and attire have arrived. On this day, Kanawa Tsuyuri, the stepchild of Shinobu, came to inform him. The uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps are custom-made, endowed with formidable protective qualities, resistant to cuts and fire, warm in winter and cool in summer. Each member possesses a Nichiren blade, and those of the Hashira rank are particularly valued, crafted by the artisans of Swordsmith Village. Ah, Inasuk, our swords have arrived. Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly as he sought out his companion. Really? Hooray! The swords are here. Inosuke leaped with joy, for his own blade had been broken. Uchiha Nagi, accompanied by Inosuke and Tanjiro, awaited the arrival of the swordsmith village artisans. Tanjiro, you scoundrel! You broke my sword. A masked figure, still at a distance, brandished his blade menacingly, intent on pursuing Tanjiro. I am truly sorry, Mr. Kanetetsu. It was unintentional, and the demons are exceedingly formidable. You fool. Breaking a sword is your fault. Uchiha Nagi observed the two figures, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. It was evident that the latter was merely venting his emotions over his beloved sword, rather than genuinely pursuing Tanjiro. Quick, let us see what color the blade possesses. Kanetetsu gazed eagerly at Inosuke and Uchiha Nagi. Unused Nichiren blades are devoid of color, but once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps employs them, the energy from their breathing techniques causes them to change hue. Tanjiro's blade revealed a black color, which puzzled Kanetetsu, as the water-breathing technique should not typically manifest as black. Oh, it is a dark blue, Kanetetsu remarked with a hint of disappointment as he examined Inosuke's blade. Oh, now it is your turn. Let me see what color yours is. The group looked on with anticipation as Uchiha Nagi slowly lifted the smooth Nichiren blade, which gleamed under the light. Gradually, he infused his chakra into it. The energy from his breathing technique and chakra were fundamentally similar, and the blade would change color according to personal attributes. Oh, a flame-like hue! Kanetetsu exclaimed with delight, for the color of the Nichiren blade signifies its elemental affinity. It seems I possess a predominance of fire attributes. However, the Uchiha clan has always leaned towards fire. Uchiha Nagi was not particularly surprised by this outcome, as the Uchiha clan has always been inclined towards fire attributes, though other affinities can be cultivated over time, rendering Uchiha Nagi indifferent to the result. After an indeterminate period, the little pig, Inosuke, found himself in the courtyard, vigorously striking his Nichiren blade with a stone. He relished the notion of creating serrations on his sword. You dare treat my blade in such a manner? I shall end you. The swordsmith accompanying Kenroji Mitsuri was incensed upon witnessing Inosuke's reckless treatment of the weapon, his fury nearly transforming into murderous intent. As night descended, Uchiha Nagi sat in his abode, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan before a mirror to induce self-hypnosis. He maintained his breathing technique, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. In his previous life, he had encountered yoga, which emphasized breath control. However, one could only sustain this practice if they remained mindful. Once forgotten, the breath would revert to its natural state. Nagi was well aware that he was neither a genius nor a child of destiny, thus resorting to deception to remind himself. The hypnosis from the Mangekyo served as a mental alarm, ensuring that his subconscious would not forget to maintain his breath regulation, a challenging endeavor. For one could deceive others, but not oneself. Nevertheless, Uchiha Nagi utilized the hypnosis as a reminder, gradually cultivating the habit over a continuous 24-hour period. After completing these practices, Nagi leaped to the rooftop to meditate. However, boredom soon crept in, prompting him to pick up an instrument and play a melody. Which one should he choose? Oh, perhaps the one from the snowy landscape. Uchiha Nagi began to play a pure instrumental BGM from his past life, a piece from the anime Naruto whose title had slipped his mind. It was a haunting melody set against a backdrop of snow, reminiscent of a solitary figure wandering through a wintry expanse. Beneath the starry night sky, the enchanting notes floated above the butterfly mansion, reaching the ears of many. Unbeknownst to him, a petite and graceful figure descended silently behind Uchiha Nagi. Without any murderous intent, he only sensed her presence when the fragrance of a woman reached him. Startled, it felt akin to being surprised from behind, particularly alarming for a ninja. Instinctively, Nagi turned, inadvertently brushing his lips against her warm, ruby-red ones. The clash of their pristine teeth elicited a soft gasp. Ah, ouch, that hurts. Mr. Nagi, you're still awake at this late hour, Butterfly Shinobu said, her face flushed, delicately covering her lips with a handkerchief due to a slight bleeding. Nagi found himself at a loss for words. Butterfly Shinobu had a penchant for stealthily approaching others from behind and speaking in close proximity. Fortuitously, it was he who had encountered her. Had it been someone like the disfigured Kikuchi, the outcome would have been far worse. Indeed, I was practicing my breathing technique, striving to maintain it at all times. But feeling a bit bored, I began to play some music. Did I disturb you? He said, wiping the blood from his lips, since she had not broached the topic. He refrained from dwelling on the earlier awkwardness. Ah, Mr. Nagi, your music is truly beautiful, though each piece carries a hint of melancholy, Butterfly Shinobu remarked. Everyone harbors their own unshakable sorrow, do you not? Although you, Miss Shinobu, maintain a constant smile, the hatred within you is unyielding. Uchiha Nagi, particularly when gazing at Nezuko, maintained a smile on his face, yet his heart was still brimming with anger. As his words pierced through Butterfly Shinobu's heart, the smile upon her face gradually faded. My sister perished at the hands of a demon. She had always yearned for humans and demons to coexist harmoniously. However, Butterfly Kane, Shinobu's sister, believed that many demons were forcibly transformed by Muzan and retained their inherent kindness. She thought that if they could be controlled to avoid harming humans, they could live peacefully alongside humanity. Tragically, during a mission, she encountered the formidable Upper Moon 2, Doma, a creature devoid of emotions and terrifyingly powerful. In the end, Butterfly Kane was defeated and slain. Consequently, Shinobu harbored a deep-seated hatred for demons, inheriting her sister's will and that of Butterfly Kocho, always masking her true feelings with a gentle smile. You miss your sister dearly, don't you? Uchiha Nagi inquired. Indeed, I do, but what can be done? I can never see her again, Butterfly Shinobu replied, her smile vanishing, revealing a hint of sorrow. I can grant you a moment with your sister, Uchiha Nagi offered. Huh? Shinobu looked at him in confusion. Uchiha Nagi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his crimson eyes reflecting in Shinobu's gaze. Sister. Butterfly Shinobu gasped in astonishment as she beheld her sister, her surroundings transforming as if she had returned to days long past, everything precisely as she remembered. Her sister wore a gentle smile, taking her to a bustling marketplace, where she playfully scattered coins while purchasing young Kane, delighting in the bewildered expressions of the trafficker. Realizing she was ensnared in an illusion, a unique technique of Uchiha Nagi's eyes, she could not bring herself to dispel the dream. Instead, tears streaming down her face, she rushed forward to embrace her sister. Sister, I miss you so much, Shinobu exclaimed, her lively and straightforward nature resurfacing in this dreamlike world, as she wept into her sister's embrace. This was not Tsukuyami. It could not keep Butterfly Shinobu trapped in the illusion for 3 days and nights. As time passed, even if she did not dispel the illusion herself, it would inevitably unravel after several hours. Beneath the starry sky, the moonlight draped them in a gentle veil, like a soft blanket covering the two seated on the rooftop. Morning has arrived, she mused. The first golden rays of dawn illuminated her eyelids, and Butterfly Shinobu, still in tears, awakened with a smile, reluctant to leave the enchanting world of the illusion. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stretched lazily, and felt her bones crack and pop from sitting all night. What a wonderful dream. Thank you, Nagi-kun, for allowing me to experience such a beautiful dream. You're welcome. If you find it difficult to sleep at night in the future, feel free to seek me out, Uchiha Nagi replied with a smile. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of awkwardness in his words, but before he could finish, Butterfly Shinobu had vanished, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of her crimson cheeks. That was swift. Rivaling the body flicker technique, Uchiha Nagi murmured to himself. Despite having spent a sleepless night, Uchiha Nagi remained remarkably spirited, perhaps due to the fortunate company of a girl. Shortly thereafter, the reclusive otaku, Taketu Muichiro, arrived. For the past few days, Muichiro had been visiting daily to engage in mutual learning with Uchiha Nagi. Nagi would impart his knowledge of swordsmanship and breathing techniques, while Muichiro sought to understand chakra. Surprisingly, within just a few days, he had mastered the shadow clone technique, integrating it into his own breathing methods. Furthermore, Muichiro proposed whether it might be possible to employ the body replacement technique while using shadow clones to attack an enemy, allowing for a seamless switch between physical clones. Since the demons in this world can only be decapitated with the Nichiren blade, any attack by a shadow clone lacking this weapon would be futile. If this strategy were feasible, then during a coordinated assault by multiple clones, a momentary switch using the body replacement technique could enable a single Nichiren blade to slay a demon, thereby eliminating the need to prepare multiple blades for each clone. After all, the essence of shadow clones is derived from chakra, which cannot transform into a tangible Nichiren blade. Uchiha Nagi was taken aback. No one in the entire ninja world, not even Naruto with his multiple shadow clones, had ever conceived of such an idea. For a ninja, who typically possesses high offensive capabilities but low defenses. Utilizing shadow clones to wield a kunai or form a simple attack suffices to defeat an opponent. However, combining the body replacement technique with multiple shadow clones bears a resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique, where the real body is concealed among numerous clones, ready to switch at a moment's notice. It was indeed a fascinating proposal, and Nagi expressed his enthusiasm, suggesting they explore it further, as it could potentially evolve into a formidable tactic against demons. By the way, will you be attempting the water prison technique today? Nagi inquired. Yes, I must. This is a critical vulnerability in our breathing techniques. Should we encounter a demon wielding similar blood demon arts, we would be doomed. So overcoming this weakness in advance is paramount. Michiru nodded in agreement. This was a discovery made during their previous sparring sessions, where Michiru found himself ensnared in the water prison and was unable to breathe or utilize his breathing techniques, rendering him as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Nagi couldn't help but think of the potential devastation if a demon like Kaneo were to unleash a massive water prison technique. Would it not spell disaster for all the Hashira? After all, without the ability to breathe underwater, their powers would diminish drastically. Thus, a water prison technique with a diameter of 10 meters was conjured, with Michiru trapped within. Seeking a way out, Nagi planned to release him as soon as he could no longer hold his breath. If they could overcome this weakness, it would mean that in the future, Michiru would not have to share an indirect kiss with another man. Nonetheless, the necessity of breathing remains a fundamental weakness. Even ninjas panic if they are submerged without air for 10 minutes. Moreover, the blood demon arts of Kokushibo posed a significant threat to their breathing techniques, as one of his abilities dispersed fine ice crystals into the air that, when inhaled along with moisture, would poison the human body. This technique can be deemed the nemesis of breathing methods. If one cannot vanquish their opponent swiftly, they will only weaken with each encounter. This underscores the significance of intelligence. With knowledge of the adversary, one is less likely to face defeat. A gust of wind release could easily dissipate the enemy's ice crystals, or perhaps a fire release would suffice. However, it is not so simple. The lower moons possess the strength of upper-ranked Hashira, and coupled with their unique immortality, the prowess of the upper moons should not be underestimated. This has always been Uchiha Nagi's perspective. Survival is the ultimate path. Underestimating others only leads to downfall. Akin to the fate of the second pillar, who, despite wielding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was ultimately slain by Madara with a single strike. By the way, there is a mission. The Lord has instructed me to inquire if you would like to participate. After completing his training, Michiru rested his chin on his hand, suddenly recalling a matter. What mission? Uchiha Nagi inquired. He viewed his relationship with Kaneo Sayuri more as a partnership rather than that of a vassal or subordinate. And Kaneo did not mind this perspective either, as the exchange of techniques with Uchiha Nagi proved immensely beneficial to the Demon Slayer Corps. The situation is as follows. Reports of a demon have emerged from a certain location, and all the swordsmen dispatched there have gone missing. Therefore, the Lord suspects the presence of a 12 Kazuki. Michiru explained that relying on a single Hashira may not guarantee safety, especially since you have just joined. The Lord wishes to entrust you with accompanying him on this journey. Of course, there is no pressure. If you are willing, you may visit the Lord to inquire about the details. Uchiha Nagi pondered briefly and nodded. Very well, I shall visit shortly, armed with the Nichiren blade, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and techniques such as Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tenkyuken. If he were to perish so easily, it would be akin to a scripted demise like Shirsue's. In the afternoon, Uchiha Nagi arrived at Kaneo Sayuri's residence. To be candid, Kaneo Sayuri is a magnanimous leader. Those who, after encountering demons, exhibit fear and trepidation are assigned to logistical roles. Meanwhile, older or fatigued members, as well as those injured or disabled, are encouraged to retire. Some retired Hashira, like Kanroji Mitsuri, become mentors for the next generation of the Demon Slayer Corps, while others manage logistical operations similar to the Wisteria House, or, like the father of the Flame Hashira, choose to do nothing at all. In essence, working under him is a journey with a beginning and an end, allowing for retirement or resignation at any time. There is no need to fear the fate of the hunted or the discarded, unlike a certain third Hokage, who, after several shinobi world wars, annihilated the Uchiha clan. Such a magnanimous employer makes collaboration particularly enjoyable. Mr. Tsuyuri, I was informed by Mr. Michiro that you sought me? Uchiha Nagi addressed him respectfully. While he showed deference, the nature of their relationship was one of partnership. Thus, he did not kneel. And Kaneo was not concerned by this formality. Please, have a seat, Uchiha-kun. Kaneo Tsuyuri smiled. I apologize, my sight is impaired. So I must trouble you to serve the tea yourself. Not at all, Uchiha Nagi replied, unfazed by the request. He poured himself a cup and then filled a cup for his host. To be frank, the reason I have summoned you is to accompany the Flame Hashira on a mission. Reports have emerged regarding apparitions aboard a train, and a team of swordsmen was dispatched to investigate, only to vanish without a trace. Sighing, Yoya Kanroji began to recount the details. A small squad had been assigned to probe the mystery of the missing persons on the train, yet they too have disappeared. It is worth noting that this team, although comprising newly inducted Mizunoto members like Tanjiro, was led by 2 seasoned kanji, akin to having 2 elite shinobi at the helm, as kanji ranks just below the Hashira. Thus, I suspect the presence of a member of the 12 Kazuki. The Flame Hashira has already been dispatched, but ever since his departure, an unsettling premonition has gripped me. The Kanroji family's instincts have proven remarkably accurate over the years, which is why I sought your assistance for this journey. Very well, I shall undertake this mission. I also wish to learn the breath of flame, replied Uchiha Nagi with a nod. Thank you. Your messenger crow has arrived. Shortly, I will send someone to escort you, Yoya Kanroji continued. By the way, the train is named Infinity. Infinity Train. Sigh, times have indeed been turbulent lately, what with the so-called Ripper terrorizing the railway. Passenger numbers have plummeted significantly. Indeed, those inept officers have yet to capture the perpetrator. It is we, the small vendors, who bear the brunt of this misfortune, still obliged to pay our rents, lamented another. It is said that the number of missing passengers has surpassed 40. Beside the bustling train station, numerous porters busily transported goods, while travelers were conspicuously scarce. Small vendors selling peanuts and seeds wore expressions of despair as they gazed at the newspapers, longing for news of the capture of the murderer, all the while calling out in hope that passers-by might purchase their wares. Perched upon Uchiha Nagi's shoulder was a crow, fortuitously not as loquacious as Tanjiro's, lest it become a source of annoyance, nor was it like Zenitsu's sparrow, as it did not speak the avian tongue. The crow guided him to the train station, a world reminiscent of the steam age, with automobiles and electric lights, yet devoid of television, where news still traveled by the printed word. Uchiha Nagi mused. Should Muzan be vanquished, might he venture to other lands to witness the extraordinary powers that dwell beyond his own? Greetings, are you the Hashira, Mr. Uchiha? A young man, who had been waiting at the train station for some time, grew excited upon recognizing the crow, a hallmark of the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi, though recently elevated to Hashira status, had yet to receive a title, as most before him had inherited their rank through the same breathing techniques, but he was an exception. I am Murata, here to assist you as a Mizunoto member. Thank you for your assistance, Uchiha Nagi replied courteously with a nod. Oh, it is my pleasure. Let us board the train. The tickets have already been purchased. According to the information relayed by the crow, the Flame Hashira has already set out towards the Infinity Train for inspection. We shall take this train to rendezvous with him. Murata scratched his head, surprised at how amiable the Hashira was. With a nod, Uchiha Nagi and Murata took their tickets and boarded the train. The train was hurtling forward at a respectable speed, nearing 80, but not much faster. Gazing at the retreating scenery outside the window, Uchiha Nagi felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had been transported back to the era of cramped journeys on green trains with others. By the time he matured, advancements beyond trains had emerged, high-speed rail. Yet, during his travels to distant locales, he had still experienced the leisurely pace of such trains. Due to recent news regarding a notorious serial killer, many were hesitant to opt for train travel, leaving the carriage rather desolate, occupied only by Murata and Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi was savoring a bento, purchased prior to boarding. As was Murata, the Flame Hashira had already set off to investigate the mysterious disappearances of the Demon Slayer Corps members, all linked to incidents aboard the Infinity Train. Murata continued. According to the message delivered by the crow, Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku has already proceeded towards the Infinity Train. Following the incident, many suspected something amiss, leading to its return to the maintenance depot for repairs. Before Murata could finish, Uchiha Nagi interrupted him. Murata, look over there. Murata glanced outside and was instantly petrified, dropping everything from his hands. What is that? In the pitch-black night, two figures were moving at an astonishing speed, several times faster than the train itself. One figure, cloaked in dark blue, flashed past along the railway, barely visible against the night sky, akin to a bolt of lightning. The other figure was enveloped in flames, with the air around it igniting, racing forward like a fireball in pursuit of the preceding figure. Is that Lord Kaijiro Rengoku? Murata exclaimed in astonishment. Murata, you need not follow. I shall take care of it, Uchiha Nagi declared, flinging open the window and leaping out. Wait, Lord Uchiha. However, Uchiha Nagi had already vanished. In the dark of night, the fiery blaze of the flame Hashira was unmistakably vivid, allowing Uchiha Nagi to effortlessly trace his path. Nevertheless, the crow perched on his shoulder dutifully soared above, guiding him. This way southeast. Though Uchiha Nagi could catch up by sprinting at full capacity, the principles of a ninja dictated against expending all his energy in an unknown situation. Thus, he opted for a judicious pace, following the flame Hashira. Though slower, it ensured he would arrive at the scene with sufficient stamina and strength to engage in combat. Yet, he was not sluggish. A high-ranking ninja could reach speeds nearing 80, comparable to that of a train, albeit considerably slower than the flame Hashira's breathtaking velocity. It seemed that Kaijiro Rengoku had also sensed someone tailing him. But in his urgency to confront the adversary ahead, he did not pause. When Uchiha Nagi finally arrived, the battle appeared to be nearing its conclusion. One demon, having sustained a leg injury, was limping as it held an elderly woman hostage. Meanwhile, the flame Hashira stood before it, cradling a young girl. Come on, let us wager. Let us see whether you sever my head first or I end this old woman's life, the demon taunted. Seemingly aware of the presence of a Hashira and realizing escape was futile, descending into madness. It's you, the newly ascended Hashira. What was your name again? Rengoku Kyujiro inquired with a smile. I am Uchiha Nagi, he replied, somewhat at a loss, as the other's gaze remained fixed ahead. Oh right. I have heard of your prowess. They say you have mastered several breathing techniques, a genius surpassing Wichiru. But first, let us deal with this fellow before reminiscing. Deal with me? Surely you jest. I have already dispatched the old woman. The demon, clutching the elderly woman, sneered. During their exchange, he had indeed slain her, and his injuries had begun to mend. The flame Hashira's Nichiren blade seemed to be imbued with fiery enhancement, making the healing process arduous. What's wrong with you? You claim to have released her, yet you speak of killing, Rengoku remarked with a chuckle. I released the old woman. The demon, with his deep blue skin, looked down in surprise to find his hands empty. When did that happen? Upon closer inspection, he saw the old woman had crawled quite a distance away, and his attention was drawn to a pair of crimson eyes. You sealed your fate the moment you gazed into my eyes, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. Upon witnessing Nagi's Sharingan, the demon had already fallen victim to an illusion, and in the blink of an eye, his neck was severed by a flash of flame. All he believed to be real had transpired within a mere mirage. What a remarkable technique, swifter than my blade, Rengoku praised. Flattery aside, illusion techniques are but a minor art. Your blade is indeed swifter. I wish to learn the breath of flames from you, Nagi responded with a smile. Of course. Haha. Rengoku laughed heartily. And your Nichiren blade is also of the fire attribute. Were it not for our similar ages, I would consider adopting you as my son. How infuriating. A faint, begrudging voice murmured, as the swift demon began to crumble into ash. Fortune had favored the weak, encountering two formidable warriors despite being a lower rank. The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, murmured to Rengoku, 20 years ago, you saved my daughter and me, didn't you? The same hair, the same face. Rengoku, with a charming smile, sheathed his blade. You must be referring to my father. He was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps as well, but he has since retired. A bespectacled little girl rushed over, crying as she embraced her grandmother. I'm sorry, Grandma. I shouldn't have said there are no demons in the world. No, it's quite all right. For ordinary people, never encountering demons and passing away peacefully is the best outcome, Rengoku reassured her with a smile. The following day, the morning sun bathed the train station, erasing the remnants of the previous night as if it were a fleeting dream, along with the deep blue demon. Here, we would like to give you these. The little girl and the elderly woman smiled as they handed gifts to Rengoku and Uchiha Nagi. Thank you for saving us last night. Ah, splendid. I haven't eaten since yesterday. I am quite famished. I shall purchase everything. Rengoku exclaimed joyfully. There's no need for payment. We are simply grateful for your assistance, the elderly lady hurriedly expressed. Observing the situation where one party intended to give a gift and the other insisted on compensation, Uchiha Nagi rolled her eyes in exasperation and declared, "Please. There's no need for formality. We are quite affluent, indeed. Keep it up. You can do it," cheered the three little triplet girls at the Butterfly Mansion, clapping enthusiastically for Tanjiro and his companions. Tanjiro and his friends had honed their breathing techniques to perfection, achieving a level of subconscious practice that allowed them to maintain it from dawn till dusk. The ability to sustain such breathing for 24 hours was a feat only achievable by the Hashira, implying that those capable of this would possess the potential to enter the realm of the Hashira. Now, they faced their final trial, to burst a large wooden gourd using their breath. Beginning with speed and agility, they had progressed to mastering their breathing techniques, culminating in the training of their lung capacity to such an extent that they could explosively burst a gourd of considerable size with sheer breath force. This meant that their internal organs would also strengthen correspondingly, which was the very essence of the breathing techniques. Taking a deep breath, the three little girls blew with all their might, their faces turning red from the effort, until finally, with a resounding pop, the gourd exploded. "Hooray, we did it! Ha ha! Indeed, I, Inosuke, am the strongest. Ha ha! Now we can go find Uchiha Nagi. If you can't bear to part with me, I could stay for you." Butterfly Shinobu watched the three novice youths with a gentle smile, reminiscent of her own early days. Just the day before, Tanjiro had sought her counsel regarding the dance of the fire god, a technique he had inherited from his ancestors, which he had employed during combat. However, Butterfly Shinobu assured him that the breath of fire was unfamiliar to her, suggesting he consult the Flame Hashira, who might possess knowledge of this fire-related technique. She then reported to Ubuyashiki Yoya, requesting their assignment to support the Flame Hashira, who smiled slightly upon hearing this, further confirming his instincts that Tanjiro was connected to the sun breathing. The sun breathing was the very technique that Muzan feared most, which is why he relentlessly pursued them. Thus, to facilitate their training and growth, they were sent to assist the Flame Hashira in investigating the disappearance of the Mugen train. "Step aside. I shall handle this beast. Watch as I slice it down," Inosuke bellowed, drawing his sword and preparing to strike the train's engine. "Don't be foolish. This is a train," Zenitsu exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he clung to Inosuke to prevent him from making a fool of himself. Raised by wild boars in the mountains, Inosuke had never encountered a train and mistook it for a monster. "Let me open this monster's belly," he cried, slamming his head against the train car. The three boarded the train, and shortly after it began to move, they searched for the whereabouts of the Flame Hashira. "Ha ha! This monster runs so fast," Inosuke shouted excitedly, sticking his head out the window. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Hurry up," Zenitsu urged, pulling him back and apologizing to the other passengers. My apologies, my apologies." Three individuals traversed through one train car after another, as Tanjiro recalled having seen a person with flame-colored hair at the assembly. "I wonder if the Flame Hashira will be difficult to converse with," Zenitsu inquired with a look of concern. "Well," Ms. Shinobu remarked, though his speech may occasionally lack coherence, "he is a warm-hearted and cheerful elder brother." Tanjiro stroked his chin in contemplation. Additionally, Mr. Tenjin mentioned that he often seeks him out for conversation. He should be quite amicable. At last, upon entering a car, a booming, vibrant voice echoed, exclaiming, "Delicious! So delicious! Delightful!" Uchiha Nagi stared speechlessly at the stack of bento boxes piled high on the table. A practitioner of physical arts could certainly eat, and he himself had recently noticed an increase in his appetite. However, this capacity for consumption rivaled even Hinade's. The table was already teeming with over a dozen bento boxes, with several unopened ones set aside. The Flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, was devouring his meal with grease glistening on his lips, exclaiming joyfully about the food. Yet, his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, staring blankly ahead despite Uchiha Nagi being directly across from him. "Ah, found you. Uchiha Nagi, Mr. Rengoku," Tanjiro exclaimed with delight. Uchiha Nagi looked up to see the trio of protagonists. "Oh, it's you three. It's been half a month. I trust you are all well." "Tanjiro, it appears you have mastered the constant breathing technique. Quite impressive." Uchiha Nagi beamed. "Not at all, Nagi-san. You are already a Hashira. You are the impressive one." Tanjiro replied bashfully, scratching his head. Hey, two Hashira. Which of you will spar with me? I wish to challenge you." Inosuke began to shout, but was swiftly silenced by Zenitsu, who pulled him aside. This is Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi introduced. Those two are Inosuke and Zenitsu. The three of them possess great potential to become future Hashira. It's evident you three have been training with me, Kaijiro Rengoku remarked between bites. By the way, what brings you three here? It is as follows. The crow delivered a message indicating that the number of victims on the Mugen train has increased, and we are to rendezvous with you. Additionally, I have some questions for you, Mr. Rengoku, Tanjiro explained. Oh, what is it? Kaijiro Rengoku had polished off all his bento and contentedly burped. Meanwhile, Inosuke had completely forgotten his earlier challenge, with half of his body already dangling outside the train. Inosuke excitedly waved his arms out the window, exclaiming, "Ha! This iron beast runs so fast. Don't stop me. I want to race it and see who is faster." Zenitsu, clinging to Inosuke's legs, was on the verge of panic. "Stop this instant. How can anyone be so foolish?" Uchiha Nagi chuckled, finding the little piglet to be quite the source of amusement. Tanjiro then added, "Indeed, my father, though inherently frail and often unwell, could still perform the Kagura dance in the bone-chilling snow." Rengoku Kaijiro exclaimed loudly, "That is truly wonderful." Tanjiro shouted back, "May I ask? Speak up." Rengoku Kaijiro urged even more loudly. Uchiha Nagi looked at the two with exasperation, wondering if all protagonists possessed such an exaggerated disposition. Their exchange was utterly ridiculous. The dance of the fire god, the Kagura, is an instinctive performance I exhibit, one taught to me by my father during my childhood. Thus, I wish to inquire, Mr. Rengoku, have you ever heard of the dance of the fire god? I have not heard of it. Ah, the history of the breath of flames is indeed ancient. Yet the dance of the fire god is unfamiliar to me. It is certainly advantageous that your father's dance can be utilized in battle. But perhaps we should leave this topic here. Can we discuss it a bit more? Come, be my adopted son. I shall look after you. When you converse with Tanjiro, where do your eyes wander? With that, Rengoku Kaijiro began to elucidate the origins of breathing techniques, revealing that the most primitive forms of breath are categorized into 5 fundamental elements: flame, water, thunder, wind, and rock. Subsequently, many prodigies, based on their unique affinities, have improved and invented numerous derivative breathing techniques. The derivative of flame breath is love breath, while water breath has derived forms such as flower, insect, and serpent breath. Thunder breath has given rise to sound breath, and wind breath has led to mist breath. Uchiha Nagi mused that this was akin to the various elemental properties within the ninja world. Beyond the 5 foundational elements, the realm of yin and yang exists as well. For instance, the shadow techniques of the Nara clan represent a form of yin release, while the secret arts of the Akimichi clan embody a form of yang release. Breathing techniques also include moon breath and sun breath. Although moon breath is derived from sun breath, neither is inherently superior. The distinction lies in the fact that the founder of sun breath possesses swordsmanship so formidable that it creates an illusion of dominance. "What color are your swords?" Rengoku Kaijiro inquired curiously. Tanjiro replied, "Mine is black." Inosuke chimed in, "Mine is dark blue." Zenitsu added, "Mine is golden." Uchiha Nagi remained silent, drawing forth his Nichiren blade for them to see. "Oh, splendid. It is the same color as mine. Come, all of you, train with me. I will teach you well." Rengoku Kaijiro exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing a new member with the same attribute as his own. The mere arrival of someone akin to Michiro, strong and of the same lineage, filled him with joy beyond measure. He felt even more elated than if he had gained 3 adopted sons. Despite his eccentricities, he was generous, exuberant, and possessed a fiery spirit, truly worthy of the title of brother within the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro blinked in surprise, in his heightened sense of smell. If Uchiha Nagi's essence was akin to the chill of summer ice, then the flame Hashira's aroma resonated with the warmth of winter flames. "Be cautious. There are demons hidden within this carriage. Do not let your guard down." Uchiha Nagi interjected, "Ah, demons. I want to get out. I want to get out." At the mention of demons, Zenitsu's timid nature erupted, and he struggled to leap from the window. "You scoundrel, stay put. With Inosuke here, what is there to fear?" In a fit of anger, Inosuke swiftly embraced Zenitsu, preventing his escape. Previously, it was Zenitsu who clung to him, but now the roles were reversed. "I don't want this. I want to get off. I'm scared." Zenitsu wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Attention, passengers, please present your tickets," called a ticket inspector, strolling through the crowd. A sudden, ominous scent wafted through the air. Tanjiro detected an unusual odor. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding passengers succumbed to slumber, including Rengoku Kyujiro and Uchiha Nagi. Be cautious, an enemy approaches. Rengoku Kyujiro abruptly rose, unsheathing his Nichiren blade. Such a substantial form, yet capable of concealment. Could it be a blood demon art? At that moment, a colossal figure, its head adorned with numerous eyes, appeared, clinging to the rooftop like a spider, its body sprouting multiple limbs, firmly grasping the roof. With a thunderous roar, the giant-eyed Spider-Man bellowed, revealing its menacing fangs. First form, unknowable fire. A flash of flames surged forth, and before the creature could react, its head tumbled to the ground, its body igniting into ashes. Remarkable, brother. Take me as your disciple. Tanjiro exclaimed, clinging to his leg. Me too. Me too. Zenitsu cried, tears streaming down his face. I want to join as well. Inosuke shouted with enthusiasm. Brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. I will follow you. Uchiha Nagi said, tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha. All of you can join. I will gladly accept you as my disciples. Rengoku Kyujiro laughed heartily. What is this? Modern times? Uchiha Nagi mused, gazing at the familiar world around him. At this moment, he found himself in a bustling metropolis, surrounded by vibrant streets filled with people. On the overpass, a throng stood in line to cross. This was the heart of a top-tier city from a previous life. Beyond the overpass lay a grand thoroughfare leading into a shopping district, flanked by pillars inscribed with the words East Gate Pedestrian Street. Upon entering this world, Uchiha Nagi had already comprehended his circumstances. The kaleidoscope was the progenitor of illusions, though he remained uncertain as to how he had been drawn into this illusion. Having traversed time for so long, many memories had grown hazy, yet he retained a vague recollection. However, upon entering this mental realm, Uchiha Nagi was not in a hurry to depart. Instead, he wandered the streets with keen interest. For in the past, after the rise of the internet, he could no longer witness such bustling crowds. Such a distant memory, I can hardly recall this scene. Uchiha Nagi sighed. Only $9.99. Special offer on clothes, just $9.99 each. Don't miss out. A voice called out. Hey, come take a look. The latest running shoes are 50% off, buy one get one free. Upon entering the pedestrian street, the shops on either side were manned by spirited young women, eagerly waving their arms to attract customers to their clothing stores. The surrounding crowd cast curious glances at Uchiha Nagi, who donned attire from a bygone era. Intrigued, he ventured into a sportswear store, purchasing a new outfit to replace his outdated clothing. Upon emerging, I found myself wandering into a bustling street of culinary delights, the Dongmen Food Street. Before long, I was thoroughly satisfied. With a large skewer of squid in my left hand and several bags of grilled meat and chicken wings in my right, my mouth glistening with grease. Although the flavors were rather mediocre and beginning to fade from my memory, the taste of my hometown remained undeniably delectable. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi recalled something important, blinking in realization. Indeed, I should indulge in a gaming experience as well. With that thought, Uchiha Nagi hurriedly made her way to an arcade, her ears assaulted by a cacophony of deafening sounds before she even crossed the threshold. In the wake of advancements in gaming, many of the older games had been gradually phased out, leaving behind only dance games, basketball, and fishing simulations. Yet, within this dreamlike realm, the arcade was meticulously arranged with a plethora of classic games, including King of Fighters 97, Dinosaurs in a Rush, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Where am I? Why is everything so different? A figure clad in a coarse hemp garment, his hair elegantly pinned up, stood there holding a pointed weapon, gazing around in bewilderment at the towering skyscrapers. He was Tanawa Heiji, dispatched by the nightmare to eliminate those ensnared by the blood demon art. Astute and powerful, if danger were to loom, he would sense the murderous intent or the presence of a demon, awakening abruptly from deep slumber. Thus, when Uchiha Nagi and her companions fell victim to the nightmarish blood demon art and succumbed to sleep, one of the lower moons sent a few ordinary individuals to intervene. These ordinary souls were either destitute or gravely ill, drawn to the allure of a blissful existence within their dreams, unwittingly falling under the control of the lower moon. The first among them, Nightmare, was a newly ascended demon whose powers revolved around dreams. His blood demon art was so potent that even the flame Hashira, the eldest brother, could succumb to its influence. The dreamscape was as intoxicating as paradise itself, more alluring than any detergent. It could be said that if one did not perish prematurely, the later stages of nightmare would undoubtedly become the most formidable of the upper moons, rivaling even Kokushibo himself, for desire breeds the sweetest dreams. However, should the mental core within the dream be shattered, it would equate to a grievous wound to the soul, resulting in certain death. Tanawa Heiji strolled through the modern city, feeling the weight of curious gazes upon him, rendering him uneasy. He had to locate his mental core swiftly. Thus, Tanawa Heiji began to jog, urgently seeking Uchiha Nagi's mental core, for if the master of the dream sensed danger, he would be relentlessly pursued. The nature of the pursuit depended on the content of the dream. Armed with the information provided by the lower moon nightmare, Tanawa Heiji eventually discovered the mental core, an amusement park. Tanawa Heiji found himself on a pirate ship ride, overwhelmed by the experience. For Uchiha Nagi's mental core resided within the amusement park. After conquering the pirate ship ride and preparing to unlock the gateway to the mental core, the amusement park erupted with music. In the midst of roaring winds, I boldly stride forth, drawing the admiration of the crowd. With unwavering resolve, I refuse to glance back. In a world turned upside down, I establish my own laws. This fierce, gleaming-eyed wolf, I am born to sing. Suddenly, within the terrified gaze of Tianai Pingxi, a large group of gangsters adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos emerged from the shadows, brandishing machetes and steel pipes. Kill that fool for daring to trespass on our Hongxing territory. Charge! Tianai Pingxi, overwhelmed by fear, abandoned his mission and fled for his life, discarding his weapon in his frantic escape. Help! Fool, don't run. Let us take a swing at you. Brothers, let us go. One blade, each to end his life. Thus unfolded a scene too grim to behold. No matter how Tianai Pingxi attempted to flee, he was relentlessly pursued, suffering from every slash of the watermelon knife that, despite not being fatal, inflicted excruciating pain. Hidden among the crowd, dressed in a hemp tunic with his hair expertly pinned, Pinjijiro was swiftly recognized, prompting another wave of gangsters to rush at him with their weapons. It's been so long since I've played. I've grown rusty. Uchiha Nagi stretched lazily, glancing at the beleaguered Pinjijiro with a cold smirk. Upon entering, Uchiha Nagi had immediately assessed the situation. How dare this mediocre individual aspire to disrupt his mental core and tarnish his soul? Such audacity was laughable. Had it not been for his desire to indulge in a few more rounds of the King of Fighters, he would have eradicated him long ago. A mere ordinary person, daring to invade the mental realm of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, unafraid of death. Once, the second pillar had entered the mental world of Naruto using the 3 tomo, encountering the 9 tails, let alone the kaleidoscope. It's time to leave. Uchiha Nagi reluctantly surveyed his surroundings. This world was a creation of nightmares. Yet it resided within his own mental domain. Creating another would serve no purpose, akin to a waking mind conjuring a world within its thoughts versus dreaming one at night. Nevertheless, it was time to depart. Uchiha Nagi closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself within the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope. He effortlessly broke free from the dreamscape and returned to reality. With a decisive snap, Uchiha Nagi swiftly twisted the neck of Pinjijiro, who had just attempted to assassinate him in the dream world, ensuring a painless demise. From nearby, the soft sound of a girl weeping reached his ears. Turning, Uchiha Nagi beheld Nezuko, Tanjiro's sister, who had sensed her brother was in danger. Emerging from her box, she attempted to rouse him by bumping her head against his. Alas, Tanjiro did not awaken. Instead, Nezuko found herself bleeding from the head. Such a hard skull, indeed. Everyone was bound together by a rope, their fates intertwined with those of the assassins. Intuition told Uchiha Nagi that severing this rope would inflict harm upon both side spirits. Do not worry, I will awaken him. Everything will be fine. Uchiha Nagi smiled reassuringly at Nezuko. Then, casting a cold glance at the ordinary individuals dispatched by nightmares to eliminate them, he scoffed. Whether coerced or ensnared by dreams, such reasons did not justify their attempt on his party's lives. One of the women was suddenly seized by the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, who stood up while gripping her neck. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face contorted with rage as he clutched her throat, seemingly on the verge of snapping her neck. Truly, the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps was a formidable figure, in the face of imminent death. His instincts kicked in, and his body reacted automatically. Uchiha Nagi marveled at this display. He approached Kyojuro Rengoku and lifted his eyelid. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kyojuro found himself lost in a beautiful dream. In this illusion, his father, the previous flame Hashira, had not succumbed to despair following his wife's death. Drowning himself in alcohol and neglect, Kyojuro strove relentlessly to earn his father's approval, yet the man remained indifferent. In his heart, he yearned to become a source of pride for his younger brother and to receive his father's praise. In this dreamscape, everything appeared idyllic. His mother was alive, and the family lived in perfect harmony. Kyojuro was teaching his brother the art of swordsmanship in their yard when suddenly a figure with crimson eyes appeared, kicking his brother away. "Stay back. Who are you? Do not harm my brother," Kyojuro cried, clutching his sibling and drawing his blade, glaring defiantly at the intruder. "Wake up, Kyojuro Rengoku. You have fallen under the blood demon art. Do not linger in this illusory dream any longer. I will awaken Tanjiro and the others," Uchiha Nagi said calmly. He then withdrew from Kyojuro's mental realm and returned to reality. "I am Uchiha Nagi." Kyojuro wept, fully aware that his mother had long since passed. "Forgive me, dear mother. I must go. My comrades are in peril." With tears streaming down his face, Kyojuro knelt before the memory of his mother. "Go, my child. Though I do not understand the situation, know that your mother will always support and love you." His mother spoke gently, as she had in his memories. "Forgive me, dear mother," he sobbed, bowing his head in reverence before drawing his sword. There were many ways to escape the dream world. One could possess immense mental strength to shatter the deception, take their own life. Or, Kyojuro drove his blade into his mother's heart. In that moment of tragic loss, his heart shattered, consumed by an unbearable ache. The anguish of his emotions served as a means to awaken from the dream. Seeing the tears welling in Kyojuro's eyes, Uchiha Nagi understood that he had become aware of his dreamlike state. Without hesitation, he moved on to the others. He then opened Tanjiro's eyelid to enter his mental realm. The scene was painted in hues of azure, with a pristine lake reflecting the bright blue sky and white clouds. The air was remarkably clear, everything bathed in sunlight. This was the essence of Tanjiro's soul, pure and untainted. A man, clutching a sharp spear, was being guided by small figures made of clouds toward his spiritual core. The man had come to slay Tanjiro, yet within the realm of his spirit, he remained innocently inclined to assist him. Thus, several small figures fashioned from white clouds appeared to guide him. Uchiha Nagi suddenly interposed himself before them, declaring, "Hey, little cloud beings, lead me to Tanjiro." The assailant, filled with dread, stammered, "Who are you?" With a swift crack, Uchiha Nagi showed no mercy to the fallen man, ruthlessly snapping his neck. An act that extended to the woman within the flame Hashira's world as well. The little cloud beings, remaining pure and unblemished, nodded and began to lead the way, leaving the assassin's lifeless body behind. In the forest, Tanjiro stood beside a flowing river, already sensing something amiss, yet unaware of how to escape this dreamlike realm. "Tanjiro, hurry and awaken once the dream concludes," a voice echoed. Tanjiro turned, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother Nagi, how did you come to be here?" Nagi nodded in response. "I specifically entered to awaken you. The others remain ensnared in the dream. If you have grown weary of playing, it is time to exit." Tanjiro, anxious, replied, "Brother Nagi, I realize I am in a dream, but I do not know how to escape. What must I do to get out?" Pondering, Nagi stroked his chin and mused, "When one dreams, there are several scenarios that can lead to awakening. One is death, another is killing the person most dear to oneself. An agonizing pain that penetrates to the marrow can also rouse one, and the last is akin to my own situation, where one possesses immense mental strength to shatter the dream." He patted Tanjiro's shoulder, adding, "Your mental fortitude is too feeble. It is either one or the other. I shall first venture out to check on Zenitsu and the others." Understanding, Tanjiro inhaled deeply. He found it difficult to harm his family, but then, with the sound of a sword being drawn, a spray of blood erupted from his neck. In Zenitsu's world, darkness enveloped him as the assailant sought his spiritual core in the shadows. Why can others enter here besides Nezuko? A gaunt-faced Zenitsu transformed into a spectral figure, trailing the assassin and occasionally making noises to startle him. "Nezuko, where are you? Where? I don't know. Help!" The terrified individual, pursued by Zenitsu's haunting presence, fled in panic. Perhaps due to the duality of his personality, Zenitsu's subconscious realm still contained a version of himself chasing after the assassin. With a decisive crack, Uchiha Nagi stepped forward, directly twisting the assassin's neck. A smile graced Nagi's lips as he addressed Zenitsu. Enough of the games. You must exit to the real world. By the way, Nezuko is in peril. Hurry, and you may yet be the hero who saves her. With that, Uchiha Nagi withdrew, transitioning to the next individual. Wait, Nezuko-chan is in danger. I must get out. Nezuko-chan, I'm coming. In the next moment, Zenitsu transformed into the ultimate devoted admirer, hastily striving to break free from the dream realm. In Inosuke's world, he led a group on an expedition, their objective to conquer the monstrous train ahead. Meanwhile, within his subconscious spiritual core, a boar-like Inosuke chased after the assassin. Is it possible that those with unhinged minds possess such remarkable subconscious prowess? Uchiha Nagi chuckled at the scene unfolding before him. Oh, who are you? Inosuke, pursuing the female assassin, came to an abrupt halt upon spotting Uchiha Nagi. You must go out, Inosuke. The battle outside cannot do without you. Even Tanjiro is in danger. Understood. Inosuke is on his way. On the rapidly speeding infinity train stood a man clad in a formal suit. Despite being male, his androgynous visage and effeminate voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain Tony-sensei. At that moment, he appeared utterly bewildered as his blood demon art was being unraveled one by one. Not a single demon slayer had their spiritual core shattered. Instead, they had escaped from his dream realm. Why? Why has not a single one been eliminated? Lower rank 1, Nightmare, furrowed his brows in confusion. Suddenly, Nightmare noticed several figures sprinting towards him. Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi, and the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, with a nose sharper than a dog-ass. Tanjiro led the way and quickly found Nightmare, who was posing dramatically at the front of the train. What about those earrings? Nightmare narrowed his eyes, fixating on Tanjiro's adornments. First form of flame breathing, unknowing fire. A blaze swiftly swept through the air. Lower rank 1, Nightmare, perplexedly touched his own neck. Before he could even unleash his blood demon art, the flame Hashira had already severed his head. What a violation of combat ethics. A bloodied head rolled atop the train. Is it done? Uchiha Nagi frowned. The flame Hashira's speed had been so formidable that he had not even gotten close before it ended. Each breathing technique, honed by generations of Hashira, harbors a rapid and explosive move, with the first form of flame breathing being the swiftest. I am truly astonished. I never anticipated the Hashira to possess such strength. I could not even release my blood demon art in time. A languid voice reminiscent of Tony-sensei echoed through the air. The severed head did not disintegrate into ash, but rather sprouted a new body. Why? How can he still be alive after having his head severed? Tanjiro exclaimed in disbelief. Because that is not the main body, Uchiha Nagi muttered, furrowing his brows. Indeed, he has not perished. The true body must be elsewhere, Kyojuro Rengoku stated solemnly. Lower rank 1, Nightmare, slowly reformed his body from the severed head. My body has long since merged with this train. You cannot kill me. So, how about we eliminate everyone aboard together? I am quite looking forward to it. With a sinister laugh, Nightmare mocked. Can you protect everyone on the train? They are all inside my belly, ha ha ha. With that, the Tony-sensei-like Nightmare let out a maniacal giggle and melded into the train. A process Rengoku did not attempt to hinder, for that was not the true body. Severing it again would yield the same result. Clearly, Nightmare's strategy was simple: to exploit his demonic advantages, devouring the hundreds of passengers aboard, thereby compelling Uchiha Nagi and his companions to endlessly run about in a futile effort to save them, exhausting their stamina. The endurance of a demon is boundless. They could fight until dawn without issue, whereas human stamina is evidently not so enduring. Foolish, Uchiha Nagi scoffed, to use the passengers as hostages? Then, shall we exhaust their strength to ultimately achieve victory? Only Tanjiro and his companions would fight for the sake of ordinary people. The first lesson for ninjas on the battlefield is to disregard the lives of civilians. Alas, he has struck. We must descend quickly to rescue those passengers. By the time Uchiha Nagi, Tanjiro, and the flame Hashira descend into the carriage, flesh has begun to appear on the carriage and is rapidly accelerating, enveloping the passengers in an attempt to devour them. Listen, there is a plan. The train consists of 8 carriages. Rengoku Kyojuro extended 5 fingers, declaring, I can protect the passengers in 5 carriages. Nezuko can safeguard 1, that golden-haired youth 1, and the boar-headed boy another. The remainder is entrusted to you too. While you protect the passengers, you can also seek the neck of the demon. Regardless of its form, it will possess a neck. Young Tanjiro's prowess is commendable. And alongside you, the Uchiha brothers, your Hashira-level strength combined with Tanjiro will surely vanquish the demon. At this moment, Uchiha Nagi proposed an alternative approach. No, I have another idea. What if we do not need to protect the passengers? Upon uttering this, Uchiha Nagi formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of shadow clones. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Nagi's lips, clearly indicating that he desired us to protect the passengers merely to deplete our stamina, ultimately leading to our defeat. How could we allow him to have his way? As long as the passengers are not aboard the train, we are free to act without constraint. In the world of ninjas, demons disregard the lives of civilians. However, mingling with them now, if we maintain our cold-blooded ninja demeanor, we will undoubtedly face exclusion. When they awakened, witnessing the assassins they had slain, discomfort washed over them. The glances cast their way were unsettling, clearly indicating that the individuals aboard the train would face ostracization in the future. Several shadow clones swiftly lifted each passenger, some even carrying two, before leaping out of the train window. After the high-speed train had traversed some distance, the shadow clones automatically dispersed, leaving the passengers lying on the ground far from the train. Well done. Rengoku Kaijiro's eyes lit up. Let us work together to rescue the passengers, and then confront this nightmare collectively. Uchiha Nagi's smile broadened. This is what one might call entangling oneself in a cocoon. Merging with the train signifies his actions are no longer as fluid once the hostages are gone. He is merely flesh upon a chopping board. To compare wits with me, how foolish. While you were still in your diapers playing in the mud, the children in ninja school were already mastering shuriken and strategy. Chunin and Jonin must excel in various factors to advance. Employing different perspectives in combat to confront foes is fundamental for ninjas. According to a ninja's battlefield logic, since hostages are a burden, one must first devise a means to eliminate the hostages rather than the enemy, ensuring the mission remains invulnerable. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi immediately contemplated how to resolve the encumbrance of the hostages. The first course of action was to disregard their well-being. If the nightmare wishes to feast, so be it. I shall directly strike down the nightmare. The second approach is to take the initiative and eliminate the passengers aboard the vehicle. This method, however, is evidently impractical, for it would lead to a rift with the flame Hashira. Thus, the first strategy of having them safeguard the passengers while I confront the nightmare? Although Uchiha Nagi has traversed many years and cannot recall numerous details, he still vividly remembers how Kaijiro Rengoku expended tremendous energy to protect the passengers, ultimately battling the Upper Moon 3 in a state of utter exhaustion, nearly vanquishing his opponent. With a formidable boss set to make an appearance, conserving strength is of utmost importance. Utilizing shadow clones to escort the burdensome passengers outside is the prudent course of action. Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. A torrent of flames surged through 5 carriages, incinerating all flesh that emerged from the ceiling and floor, reducing them to ashes by the blade of the breath of flames technique. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar resounded from the rear, heralding the arrival of Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Hold on. We shall be there shortly. Understood, Uchiha brother. In a mere moment, Uchiha Nagi rescued one carriage, then entered the second, once more employing shadow clones to extricate the passengers from within, advancing to the third carriage. Hee, the entire train is my body, and the over 200 passengers aboard are my hostages. Will you watch them perish, or choose to save them? If you opt to save the passengers, then when your strength wanes, the mocking laughter of the teacher Tony echoed once more, for at that moment, he would consume these few individuals, surely. The energy from pillar-level beings would be considerable. Yet, just as he relished the thought, his laughter abruptly ceased. He realized that the passengers were vanishing one by one. Within mere seconds, an entire carriage had emptied, and in a minute, 3 carriages were devoid of life. What is happening? Where are they? They cannot possibly have jumped from the train while dreaming. All the hostages are gone. The nightmare stood frozen, having painstakingly merged his body with the train, all for the sake of a few hundred hostages to serve as sustenance. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the train began to decelerate. With the absence of passengers, maintaining high speed was rendered meaningless. What remained was the intention to eliminate these demon slayers. You lot, you scoundrels. The nightmare halted. The train not only slowing down, but also rapidly derailing. attempting to crush them with a violent impact. With the passengers gone, Rengoku and Uchiha Nagi swiftly sought out its neck, racing towards the front where it resided. You shall all perish. A whisper of blood demon art invoked a forced slumber. In an instant, eyes sprouted across the entirety of the train, each radiating immense illusions. Yet, even Rengoku was ensnared, while a few remained unaffected and charged ahead. Zenitsu, snoring with his eyes closed, Inosuke, wearing a boar mask, and Uchiha Nagi, who had activated his kaleidoscope. How is this possible? Why? Why are you all unaffected? Nightmare stared in terror at several individuals, including Tanjiro and Rengoku Kaijiro. Even when ensnared in the realm of dreams, they would occasionally shake and instantly awaken. However, it was not merely that they were unaffected. Rather, Nightmare realized that upon entering the dream world, Tanjiro and Rengoku would commit suicide at the earliest opportunity, subsequently returning to the realm of reality. With this understanding, it was time to employ a more formidable technique, blood demon art, forced comatose dream eye. An even more potent illusion ensued, yet once again, after a brief period of unconsciousness, everyone awoke immediately. At that moment, the train began to disintegrate from the front, with carriages splitting apart to obstruct the advance of Uchiha Nagi and his companions. The front of the train accelerated while the rear remained indifferent. It was a desperate bid for survival. It sought to flee. Uchiha Nagi squinted. Tanjiro, Mr. Rengoku, I shall assist you. Tanjiro and the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro, nodded in agreement. Very well. Suddenly, two colossal skeletal hands appeared, belonging to Susanoo, gripping Rengoku and Tanjiro and propelling them forward. Dance of the Fire God, second form. Blue Sky. Flame Breathing, second form, Rising Flame. Two powerful blades of fire surged from above, striking the point of connection at the front of the train. The lower moon one, Nightmare, was thoroughly decapitated by the Nichiren blade. An intense scream erupted, causing all carriages to tumble and derail, prompting several individuals to leap from the train. At last, Uchiha Nagi exhaled in relief, having resolved the threat. Such a potent illusion had proven arduous to resist. Even with the kaleidoscope, it was indeed remarkable that it could ensnare hundreds of individuals, including a Hashira of Rengoku's caliber. Even Itachi could not accomplish such a feat, even with his Mangekyo Sharingan rendered blind. Hey, Tanjiro, pull yourself together. Are you all right? Came the voice of Inosuke. Uchiha Nagi turned to see that Tanjiro had been stabbed in the abdomen by the train conductor, who had evidently been irreversibly brainwashed by Nightmare. In the act of severing Nightmare's neck, Tanjiro had attempted to save him, yet the conductor, instead, blamed Tanjiro for slaying Nightmare, lamenting the loss of his pleasant dreams, and retaliated with a stab. Just as Uchiha Nagi prepared to strike the conductor, Tanjiro struggled to rise and called out, "Wait, Brother Nagi, do not kill him. He is merely an ordinary person ensnared by Nightmare. He is innocent." Uchiha Nagi smiled. "As you wish. Since you do not hold him accountable, what can I say?" He did not press the matter further, as the one who was stabbed was not himself. At that moment, Rengoku Kaijiro approached, examining Tanjiro's injury. "It appears you have attained constant breathing at full concentration." "Well done," Rengoku remarked with a smile. Constant breathing is merely the first step towards becoming a Hashira. However, 1,000 steps remain. Concentrate. Extend your control to every corner of your body, managing your blood vessels, including those that have ruptured. Rengoku began to guide Tanjiro, pressing his fingers to the space between Tanjiro's brows. Focus and staunch the bleeding. A miraculous scene unfolded as Tanjiro's wound began to heal itself, no longer requiring Uchiha Nagi's assistance. Success. "Thank you, Mr. Rengoku," Tanjiro breathed, relieved. Tanjiro gasped for breath, striving to master the breathing technique to its fullest extent, allowing him to accomplish a myriad of feats. "It's truly splendid that everyone is safe," he chuckled heartily, as Rengoku Kaijiro stood up, laughing boisterously. However, it seemed rather premature to be expressing such sentiments, as Uchiha Nagi remarked. Suddenly, a sense of unease enveloped Rengoku Kaijiro. He was perplexed when he noticed a robust man with striking red hair, perfectly chiseled muscles, crouching nearby with a smile. What was even more unnerving were the words inscribed within the depths of his eyes. Upper Moon 3. Such a formidable presence heralded a new foe. "Ugh, it hurts, damn it." Tanjiro grimaced, attempting to rise, but inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing his complexion to pale. The strength of this adversary was immense. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion resounded as the man propelled himself towards Tanjiro with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Tanjiro's head. Uchiha Nagi, glancing at the unfolding scene, realized he could not match the foe's velocity, much like Sasuke facing the Raikage, against an adversary who had honed their physical prowess to its zenith. Both speed and strength were at their peak, leaving even the Mangekyo Sharingan at a loss. Though his vision could keep pace, his own body had not been tempered to such strength, rendering him unable to compete. Yet, there was one who could respond, the Flame Hashira, who unleashed the second form of flame-breathing, Rising Flame. A blade of fire sliced through the air, targeting the very hand that threatened Tanjiro. Uchiha Nagi would not remain idle either. He had already initiated his own breathing technique. Second form of water breathing, Water Wheel. The water will spun vertically, aimed at the adversary's neck, seamlessly coordinating with the Flame Hashira's attack, one to save, the other to slay. With a thunderous crash, the Upper Moon 3 successfully retreated to his original position, smiling at the two before him. One hand had been cleaved in two by the Flame Hashira, yet remained intact, while the other was severed by Uchiha Nagi, leaving a shallow crimson mark across his neck. In that moment, as Uchiha Nagi aimed for his throat, the foe had extended a fist in defense. The water will had severed his fist, yet his neck was shielded by an incredibly resilient hide, resulting in merely a faint scar. "I am Upper Moon 3, Akaza," he declared. "A fine blade indeed." As he finished speaking, he licked his hand, which had been sliced in half by the Flame Hashira, and in less than a second, it had completely regenerated, including the fist that Uchiha Nagi had severed. However, the Flame Hashira did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "Why do you target the injured?" "I cannot comprehend." "Nothing much. I merely detest the weak. They interrupt my conversations with you," Akaza replied with a smirk. "You are the Flame Hashira, and the fighting spirit within you has been refined to the brink of the ultimate realm. I propose a suggestion. Why not join me in becoming a demon? By embracing this transformation, you would no longer need to fear the frailty of aging, allowing you to eternally relish the thrill of growth and combat." The Flame Hashira replied, "I have nothing to discuss with you. Though it is our first encounter, I already find you utterly detestable. I am Kaijiro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it is impossible for me to join the ranks of demons. Every human must age and ultimately perish. Reaching the pinnacle of existence is a dream forever beyond their grasp." Akaza earnestly extended his hand toward Rengoku, urging, "Become a demon, Akaza. This way, you may train for 100 years, 200 years, at your leisure." Uchiha Nagi realized he had been underestimated. The other party evidently possessed some form of perception, recognizing the immense strength and formidable physique of Kaijiro Rengoku. In contrast, Nagi had only recently begun to study the breathing techniques, relying on chakra, which, akin to physical strength, could be temporarily drawn upon. Yet, in the awareness of his opponent, it did not manifest as fighting spirit. Furthermore, Nagi's body was not particularly robust, leading to his outright dismissal. However, this dismissal was not unfounded. Elaborate ninjutsu held little value against an immortal capable of instantaneous regeneration. "I refuse. The cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, though fleeting, is precisely what renders human life beautiful. It is this transience that sanctifies our existence. I reiterate, our values are profoundly divergent. I shall never become a member of the demons," declared Kaijiro Rengoku with unwavering conviction. "Is that so?" Akaza lamented. "What a regrettable answer. In that case, let us ensure you perish at the height of your power." With that, he stamped heavily upon the ground, one hand extended forward, surrounding himself with a swirling pattern of snowflakes formed from fighting spirit. "Destruction kill, Roshin." A thunderous sound erupted as he surged toward Rengoku with blinding speed, a velocity so swift that Uchiha Nagi could barely keep pace. "Ha ha ha. Among all the Hashira I have slain, none have been the Flame Hashira, nor has anyone accepted my invitation." Akaza bellowed, striking Rengoku with his fist. The blow met with Rengoku's blade, yet Akaza remained unfazed, for apart from his neck, his entire body was devoid of vulnerabilities. Strikes to the head or heart would merely allow him to regenerate in an instant, while Rengoku found himself constrained, needing to devise a method to target his opponent's neck while maintaining constant defense, for the human body could not heal in a heartbeat. "Ha ha. Out of respect for a formidable opponent, I shall unleash my full power to ensure your demise is without regret," Akaza cackled. "Destruction kill, Kashiki." Rengoku let out a pained grunt as he was struck by this invisible attack, a mere punch directed at the air that caught him unawares, much like an air cannon. Flame breathing, fourth form, flame tornado. Uchiha Nagi refrained from intervening. Firstly, he could not match the speed. Secondly, Rengoku's fate was inherently different, as he still retained his full strength. And thirdly, he had discovered something astonishing. It is not merely the art of the adversary, but rather a sophisticated form of blood demon technique that can be replicated. Indeed, what appears to be martial energy, a manifestation of combat skills, has existed in this world since time immemorial. However, due to the inability to vanquish demons, such techniques gradually fell into disuse, particularly after the most formidable swordsmen devised the sun-breathing technique, which eventually supplanted traditional methods. Now, Uchiha Nagi has discovered that he can flawlessly replicate the opponent's abilities and unleash them through chakra. The sole drawback lies in his physical resilience, which does not match that of his adversary, resulting in a diminished potency of his attacks. As the distance widened, the chance to strike at the opponent's neck diminished. Kyojuro Rengoku realized that if he allowed Akaza to create space, the latter's stamina seemed inexhaustible, while the endurance of a human body is ultimately finite, leading to a gradual decline in strength. Only close combat offered a glimmer of hope. With the first form of flame breathing, known as unknowing fire, he surged forward with the ferocity of a blazing inferno, arriving at Akaza's side in an instant and aiming a decisive strike at his form. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Akaza smirked, effortlessly recovering in mere moments, a testament to his remarkable speed. This exceptional swordsmanship would surely perish alongside you. Tanjiro attempted to rise and assist, but was halted by Uchiha Nagi. Tanjiro, you cannot match his speed. Stay here and do not interfere. I shall assist. After careful analysis of the foe before him, Uchiha Nagi concluded that Akaza bore a striking resemblance to Might Guy in the Eighth Gate. Flawless in both ranged and close combat. Although he had never witnessed Guy opening the gates, it was evident that Akaza surpassed him in several aspects. The demon's immortality was far superior, and unlike Guy, who would succumb to exhaustion shortly after a brief period of heightened ability, Akaza could maintain this state for an entire night. Their battle had extended into the forest, where the air was filled with the resounding booms of clashing forces, trees splintering and earth scattering in all directions. Ultimately, the flame pillar, wielding the Nichiren blade, was forcefully ejected, rolling to regain his footing. Rengoku was already panting, sweat pouring down, yet he bore no significant injuries. In stark contrast, Akaza emerged from the woods with a smile, his severed arm having miraculously regrown, with no hint of fatigue gracing his features. Become a demon. That way, you shall never know fatigue nor fear injury. I refuse, he asserted vehemently. Once more, I declare my disdain for you. With that, he unleashed the third form of flame breathing, flame of the universe, facing the rapid strike that sliced through his own flesh. Akaza's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, devoid of any trace of pain, as the wound healed flawlessly in an instant. Truly remarkable. You fight beautifully, Akaza began. But before he could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. From the ground emerged a shadow clone that had lain in wait, swiftly ensnaring Akaza and dragging him into the earth. This sudden change left Akaza momentarily bewildered. As one of the upper moons who had battled for centuries, Akaza, apart from the Demon Slayer core and their breathing techniques, occasionally encountered martial artists still practicing the ancient art of martial energy. However, martial artists devoid of the sun-wheel blade are hardly formidable. They merely present themselves as easy prey. Yet, neither of them has ever encountered ninjutsu akin to that of Uchiha Nagi. A simple earth release, coupled with the decapitation technique, left him bewildered, as he was ensnared within the very soil, bound by an enigmatic force that fortified his confinement. The concept of chakra, this new power, was unfamiliar to him. Observing this, Akaza felt not fear, but an exhilarating thrill, for being trapped in the ground posed little challenge for him. With a swift motion, Akaza unleashed the destruction kill technique to free himself from the earth release. In the next instant, however, a figure materialized before him, Uchiha Nagi. Akaza was met with a pair of crimson eyes, inadvertently catching sight of Uchiha Nagi's scarlet gaze. The potency of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is legendary, even the fourth Mizukage. The Nine Tails and Danzo have fallen victim to its might against those who are not specialized in illusions, like Sasuke and Obito. Akaza found himself ensnared by a single technique, momentarily trapped within the illusion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the flame Hashira perceived an unprecedented opportunity. Confronting this upper moon 3, whose neck was as unyielding as steel, Uchiha Nagi invoked the final technique of water breathing, the 10th form, constant flux. Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes sparkled with determination as he executed the most formidable move of flame breathing, the 9th form, purgatory. Beside him, Uchiha Nagi, poised and ready, joined forces to unleash the ultimate techniques of water and flame breathing. Two powerful blade techniques surged forth, aimed directly at Akaza, who remained ensnared in the illusion. Where's this? Who are they? Akaza pondered, observing the scenes within the illusion, a middle-aged man and a young girl, their camaraderie radiating warmth within a martial arts dojo. Nearby, a human resembling him trailed closely behind the girl. The youthful couple exuded sheer happiness, their faces adorned with bright, sunny smiles, while the girl occasionally cast her gaze downward, blushing with shyness. Why does my heart ache so? In the next moment, the illusion shifted, revealing the girl and the man lying in a pool of blood, their breaths extinguished. Ah, the reason for my strength, it is to protect them. I despise my own weakness. As for the cause, his memories as a human had faded. He only knew it was tied to this father-daughter duo. On one hand, their memories were erased by Muzan after his transformation into a demon, and on the other hand, 2 decades of human memories paled in comparison to centuries of existence. I cannot perish. I must protect them. I must grow stronger, ever stronger. In the realm of reality, Uchiha Nagi and Rengoku Kaijuro gasped for breath. The ocular power Nagi had just exerted was immense, and the opponent's mental fortitude was rare indeed. At that moment, Akaza's head was severed. For a demon, being decapitated by the sun-wheel blade guarantees death, an immutable weakness that has never changed. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Kaijuro Rengoku was astonished to discover that his opponent had not yet been reduced to ashes. A cold voice emanated from the headless body of Akaza, and in the next moment, chaos ensued. Surrounding Akaza's form, a pattern akin to a needle emerged, and in an instant, hundreds of fists launched in all directions, each delivering invisible projectiles. The speed was blinding, and the force overwhelming. The scene rendered any evasion or defense futile. In the mind of Uchiha Nagi, the singular technique of Gai surfaced, a martial art born from the pinnacle of physical prowess. Though different, both techniques resonated with a similar essence. Time was slipping away. Although his vision kept pace, his body lagged behind. With such a vast area of assault, only the Flying Thunder God technique could provide an escape, while his left eye's abilities were still in the process of recovery. Thus, he summoned Susanoo. A colossal skeletal giant, woven from chakra, formed instantaneously before them. Akaza's destructive technique struck the seemingly indomitable Susanoo, causing it to emit a sound of cracking. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Nagi poured more chakra into the faltering Susanoo, transforming it into its complete form, ultimately shielding against Akaza's final devastating blow. Boom, boom. The arena erupted into a maelstrom of dust, leaving Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and the others in a state of disbelief, unable to intervene in the fierce battle before them. The enormous Susanoo and Akaza's assault irrevocably altered the landscape. The once lush primordial forest had vanished, replaced by a terrain riddled with craters and smoldering remnants of trees. As the smoke began to clear, 3 figures gradually materialized. Akaza's head had regrown, with a closed-eyed head rolling on the ground nearby. Perhaps it was strange that the newly formed brain did not belong to him. Yet, he now stood before them, whole and unharmed, alongside Uchiha Nagi, whose eyes glistened with tears. His Susanoo had dissipated, and his ocular energy was significantly depleted. Rengoku, on the other hand, bore no severe injuries, as Susanoo had shielded him from the majority of the onslaught, though he was left panting from exhaustion. I misjudged you. Akaza emerged slowly from the dust. I did not expect your fighting spirit to be lacking, yet your strength is formidable enough to sever my neck. Thanks to you, I have transcended to the highest realm. Now, the Nichiren blade severing my neck is no longer a weakness. However, you must be feeling quite fatigued. The frail human body succumbs to exhaustion after only a brief encounter. In contrast, I can continue to fight for an entire day. Come now, join the ranks of demons. Unshackled from any constraints, not only will you gain an immortal body, but you will also possess boundless stamina, capable of training for centuries without interruption to surpass your limits. Akaza's eyes shone with clarity as he sincerely extended his hand toward Uchiha Nagi and his companion, resembling a master seeking a kindred spirit, yearning for someone to join him in the pursuit of higher martial enlightenment. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi laughed. "Ha? What is it that you find amusing? Is the pursuit of the supreme realm of martial arts truly laughable?" Yawazo inquired with curiosity. "I find you rather peculiar. Despite the fact that you will never reach such a realm in this lifetime, you incessantly emphasize your dreams," Uchiha Nagi retorted. "Why do you believe I cannot achieve it? My lifespan is boundless. 100 years, 200 years. Eventually, I shall arrive at that pinnacle," Yawazo replied grimly. "The reason is that Muzan is your greatest impediment. Your life rests solely upon his whim. How can a person whose existence is perpetually governed by another transcend to the highest plane?" Yawazo was momentarily taken aback, for indeed, his life was but a fleeting thought away from Muzan's control. Even if you were to transcend to the utmost realm, it would make no difference. With a mere notion from Muzan, your perceived immortality would cease. In such a hollow eternity, do you truly believe we would envy and join you? How absurd. Uchiha Nagi scoffed. Yawazo found himself at a loss for words, for the truth of Nagi's words struck him deeply. What did it matter to ascend to greater heights when he could never escape the fate dictated by Muzan? Muzan could manipulate them, yet he could not fathom their thoughts. Otherwise, he would have struck Yawazo down in an instant. Seeing that words would not sway them and verbal sparring was not his forte, Yawazo resorted to violence. "Since you refuse to join, let you perish here, before age renders you incapable of battle. Meet a swift demise in this very place. This time, I shall not gaze into your eyes. I will fight with my eyes closed, for your techniques are futile against me," Yawazo declared, subsequently shutting his eyes. With a thunderous roar, Yawazo thrust his palm forward, executing his signature move, the destructive kill. As the destructive kill was unleashed, hundreds of blows were delivered in an instant, each strike possessing formidable force, rivaling the earlier ultimate technique. This maneuver, akin to the ultimate technique, was directed straight ahead, unlike the latter which encompassed all directions. Nti Rengoku bellowed, unleashing the final move of the flame-breathing, the ninth form, Purgatory. Uchiha Nagi summoned his Susanoo once more, yet this time, he could not manifest its full form before it was shattered, prompting him to employ the 10th form of water-breathing. Water-breathing, 10th form, flowing dance. After intercepting the destructive kill, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The three engaged in a frenzied clash, an indomitable demon lacking any weaknesses. A Uchiha from the world of ninjas, and the eldest among the Hashira from the Demon Slayer universe. It must be noted that Uchiha Nagi's initial decision to utilize shadow clones to evacuate the passengers, thereby conserving Nii's stamina, was indeed prudent. Yawazo's stamina was inexhaustible, and he would not tire. His regenerative abilities rivaled those of Bu, capable of regrowing severed limbs within seconds. Faced with such an adversary, without a tank to shield him, Uchiha Nagi found himself at a disadvantage. Anything, once honed to its zenith, becomes extraordinarily formidable, capable of overwhelming all, much like the Flying Thunder God technique or the Raikage's martial prowess. Sasuke, versatile in myriad techniques, yet lacking mastery in any single one, nearly found himself overwhelmed by the Raikage, who specialized in physical combat. At present, Akaza epitomizes the pinnacle of martial prowess, resembling a synthesis of the Raikage and Gai, exhibiting unmatched speed, strength, and proficiency in both ranged and melee combat. Even the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Nagi was met with Akaza's choice to engage with his eyes closed. Is it necessary to resort to Izanagi? Its efficacy is uncertain, Nagi pondered, aware that the situation was precarious. He doubted whether Izanagi could ensnare a warrior whose will was so formidable, capable of transcending even death. Furthermore, Nagi was reluctant to sacrifice an eye. Even if the white Zetsu cells could restore his sight, it would take years. But wait, how can he perceive us with his eyes closed? Nagi's right eye, a kaleidoscope of patterns, began to whirl rapidly, and he discerned that Akaza was in a peculiar state, akin to introspection. It was a state of translucent perception, akin to the so-called heavenly eye in martial legends. Surely, this ability had awakened when he narrowly escaped decapitation. At that moment, Akaza was cleaved in two by Rengoku's flame-breathing technique, almost bisecting him entirely. With a sinister grin, Akaza unleashed a flurry of punches at a single point. which Rengoku parried with his blade. However, this attack was extraordinary. Its immense power and speed created a shockwave. Though the direct force was mitigated, the residual impact struck Rengoku, inflicting injury. In the next instant, Nagi wielded water breathing to repel Akaza, yet the latter, after retreating, restored his bisected form in merely a second. "Are you all right, Mr. Rengoku?" Nagi inquired. "I'm fine, just a minor wound," Rengoku replied, panting. Nonetheless, one of his eyes was injured, bleeding profusely. The human body, inherently fragile compared to demons, would weaken with each encounter. Do you see? This is the frailty of humanity, prone to injury, susceptible to fatigue, and destined to grow weaker. "Today, you shall meet your demise here," Akaza proclaimed at the zenith of his youth, charging forth. With the decision to eliminate his adversaries, he would not hold back. One must strike while the iron is hot. It was dire. Without Rengoku to restrain him, Nagi realized that despite his eyes being able to keep pace, his physical speed and strength lagged significantly. Defeating Akaza seemed implausible. In his mind, he swiftly evaluated his options. Water Dragon Jutsu? Ineffective. Fire Release? Futile. Great Water Wall? Useless. Even Kisame would be at a loss in such a scenario, especially against a guy unleashing the eighth gate without fatigue. Susanoo, Tenketsu no Ken, Nagi concluded, ultimately resorting to the defensive and offensive prowess of Susanoo, this time wielding the Tenketsu sword. Akaza retreated, sensing the formidable energy emanating from the colossal figure. Aware of the danger posed by the sword, Nagi contemplated that this was the third time he had summoned Susanoo. His eyes were already aching, and the continuous replication of his opponent's abilities had drained his ocular stamina, nearing depletion. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is how it should be. Only through such fierce combat can one truly relish the thrill of life and death. Akaza laughed maniacally towards the heavens. With the destruction-killing leg technique, he soared like a shooting star, executing a relentless barrage of kicks that created a whirlwind around him. Much like the destruction-killing leg technique, even if one attempted to block it, injury was inevitable. The second form, Water Wheel. Uchiha Nagi rotated the Susanoo's massive body, delivering a devastating strike. This technique was particularly effective against enemies skilled in wide-ranging attacks or colossal aberrant demons. In the presence of Susanoo's towering form, Akaza found himself unable to evade. The ultimate destruction-killing technique, Azure Silver Chaos. Once more, Akaza unleashed his most formidable move, this time with even greater ferocity, landing nearly 1,000 devastating blows upon Susanoo. Following the thunderous sounds of cracking, Susanoo's body was riddled with fissures, and Akaza was gravely injured by Uchiha Nagi's strike. Uchiha Nagi felt a sense of helplessness. His Susanoo had only recently manifested, still far from the complete form of Madara. However, even Madara's perfected Susanoo was not invincible, as both Reikage and Tsunade had managed to break through it. Just as Akaza was regaining his composure, having just finished unleashing his skills, the flame pillar appeared behind him, charging with the speed of fire, delivering the most potent strike of flame breathing upon his neck. The neck is eternally a weak point. One strike may not suffice, but several will surely do the trick. Your vitality has already diminished significantly, and you cannot deceive me. Rengoku Kaijiro grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Akaza seethed with rage, recognizing the truth in the flame pillar's words. Surviving a single decapitation did not guarantee survival from 2 or 3. His strength had waned to less than half due to the initial beheading and the intense battle. A few more strikes to the neck would surely lead to his demise. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Akaza thrust his hand through Rengoku's chest. Mr. Rengoku. The distant Tanjiro and his companions, witnessing this scene, rushed forward recklessly, their hearts ablaze with fury. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. As Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo dissipated, he utilized the swiftest form of thunder breathing to charge towards them. Let go. Let go. Akaza bellowed at the approaching Uchiha Nagi, his eyes filled with fury. I will not release you. Together we shall descend into hell. Rengoku's sinister smile rivaled that of Akaza's, one hand intensifying its grip on the sword against his neck, while the other firmly held Akaza in place. Simultaneously, he burned his life force, employing his breathing techniques to lock his wounded body tightly around Akaza's arm, preventing any escape. That father and daughter pair. They are waiting for me. I cannot perish. I must uncover my memories and discover who they are. I will never let go. Come with me to hell. Rengoku Keijiro grinned fiercely, refusing to loosen his grip, locking his chest tightly against Akaza's hand while intensifying the pressure of the blade against his neck. In the critical moment, the sinister presence of Akaza was met with the dawning light of the sun behind Rengoku Keijiro, heralding the imminent arrival of daylight. Within a minute, sunlight would bathe the earth. Just as Uchiha Nagi arrived with the swiftest technique of the Thunder Breathing's first form, Akaza severed his own arms and fled. With a flourish, Uchiha Nagi unfurled his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, channeling his final reserves of chakra and ocular power to unleash the most formidable of ninjutsu. The outcome was determined. The sun had risen, and Akaza's voice echoed from the depths of the forest, vowing retribution. Do not run. This is unfair. We are forever bound to fight you under the cover of night. At your advantage. Coward, do not flee. Tears streaming down his face, Tanjiro shouted with all his might, hurling the sun-breathing sword towards Akaza in the forest. Rengoku-san! Rengoku-san! How are you? He cried, rushing to the flame Hashira's side. I cannot go on. Listen to me. Your survival is paramount. Rengoku coughed up blood, his strength waning. Beside him, the boar-headed Inosuke was also in tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. Do not weep. He is not dead yet. Uchiha Nagi knelt to inspect Rengoku's chest. 2 pieces of news. Which do you wish to hear first? The good news is that Rengoku-san has avoided a fatal blow to the heart. And what is the bad news? Inosuke foolishly inquired. Fool. There is no bad news, Zenitsu interjected, playfully striking Inosuke on the head. With a mysterious smile, Uchiha Nagi's hand glowed with green chakra as he pressed it against Rengoku's chest. The other good news is that I possess medical ninjutsu and can treat Rengoku-san, perhaps saving his life. Rengoku coughed up more blood. Do not speak. Synchronize your breathing with mine. First, we must reconnect the blood vessels around the heart. Then address the lungs, Uchiha Nagi instructed solemnly. Rengoku nodded gratefully. After all, who would choose death when life could be preserved? A gaping wound had compromised his lungs and the blood vessels of his heart, the very reasons for his demise in the original timeline, where severe lung damage had hindered his ability to utilize breathing techniques to staunch the bleeding, while the damaged heart vessels had disrupted the circulation of blood throughout his body. The heart, after all, is the second most vital organ in the human body, second only to the brain. Any dysfunction could jeopardize the entire system. Can we save him? We must save my golden-haired brother. Inosuke exclaimed with hopeful anticipation. Uchiha Nagi produced a scroll, casting it upon the ground, and a cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal a package filled with various vials and potions. Tanjiro, assist me by retrieving that red potion. Filling it into the syringe to administer to Rengoku-san. It is a remedy for replenishing blood and nutrients. Also, bring over those red pills for him to consume. Understood. Hearing that the flame Hashira might be saved, Tanjiro hastily wiped his tears and began to assist fervently. After a flurry of activity involving the administration of the green serum, adrenaline, and cardiac stimulants, Rengoku Kaijiro's condition finally stabilized. At last, a portion of the blood vessels surrounding the heart has been reconnected, and one of the lungs has also been mended. Mr. Rengoku, you may now attempt the breathing technique. Utilize it to harmonize your body as I proceed to repair other areas, Uchiha Nagi remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, fatigue evident in his voice. Rengoku Kaijiro nodded in gratitude and closed his eyes to concentrate. The pain in his pulmonary trachea felt as if it were ablaze. Yet it could not deter this man of indomitable will. After his third breath, success was achieved. The flame Hashira began to mobilize his muscles and blood vessels, mending his injuries. Uchiha Nagi swallowed another military ration pill and, in turn, offered one to the flame Hashira to restore his vitality. He then turned to the group of young boys and smiled. It is a success. Mr. Rengoku's life is preserved. How wonderful. Tanjiro burst into tears once more, overwhelmed with joy. Hooray. It's splendid that everyone is safe. Inosuke exclaimed, raising his hand in excitement and shouting jubilantly. After catching his breath for a while, Rengoku Kaijiro was finally able to speak, albeit weakly. I thought I was doomed. I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Uchiha. It is my pleasure. I wish to train alongside you, Mr. Rengoku. I am contemplating a method to assist with your eyes. My medical ninjutsu can transplant another's eyes to you. But due to differing genes and compatibility, it may inadvertently weaken your abilities, so patience is required. Different individuals possess distinct DNA, and a transplant could provoke rejection. However, It would not be as severe as Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet, the eyes of an ordinary person would inevitably fall short of the original eyes of the Flame Hashira. After all, he fights at extraordinary speeds, and his original eyes inherently possess exceptional dynamic vision, which ordinary eyes lack. Recklessly transplanting an eye that cannot keep pace would only serve as a burden. One eye might suffice, but it would still hinder him. The most ideal solution would be to utilize Orochimaru's cloning techniques to create an original eye with identical genes. Ha ha ha, I have merely lost one eye. It is of little consequence. As long as I can survive, I am immensely happy. Rengoku Kaijiro laughed heartily, inadvertently aggravating his wound and grimacing in pain. Uchiha Nagi. The newly appointed Hashira, alongside Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijiro, faced off against the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, culminating in an unexpectedly dramatic conclusion. Uchiha Nagi, having only recently begun to practice the breathing technique, had merely replicated it and had yet to grasp its essence as Tanjiro and the other Hashira had. His strength was solely derived from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which merely allowed him to be recognized as a Hashira. It was akin to Sasuke, newly awakened to his kaleidoscope, battling against Might Guy in the 8th Gate or the Raikage in his lightning release chakra mode. Without the protagonist's aura, he would undoubtedly have perished. Conversely, the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro, possessed genuine strength. Due to a lack of intelligence, he endured several blows from Akaza's destructive onslaught, yet in terms of raw power, he had been genuinely overpowering Akaza in their earlier skirmishes. Unfortunately, the adversary did not require defense. He could afford to discard the protection of his neck and other areas, attacking directly. However, Rengoku could not do the same. He was human, and once injured, it was challenging to recover instantaneously. Thus, the concept arose that the 12 Kizuki could only be countered by the Hashira, for the human body, when engaged in combat, only grows wearier. Not only must one be cautious in defense, but also vigilant against sustaining injuries. However, the 12 Kizuki require no defense beyond their necks. Upon my return, I fear I may need to retire. In my current state, I can no longer fulfill the role of Flame Hashira. I wish for you to assume that mantle. What do you think, Uchiha brothers? Kaijiro Rengoku said. The scenery outside the window continuously receded as Inosuke, without restraint, leaned out and shouted boisterously, while Zenitsu, feeling embarrassed, clutched him tightly to prevent him from tumbling out into the unknown. Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi sat across from the Flame Hashira. This time, Kaijiro's gaze was focused, earnestly fixed upon Uchiha Nagi as he spoke. Uchiha Nagi interjected, "Please allow me to finish, Uchiha brothers." Kaijiro Rengoku continued, "Firstly, your Nichiren blade shares the same hue as mine, making it exceptionally suitable for mastering the breath of flame. Moreover, your strength has already reached that of a Hashira, and your potential surpasses us all. While your medical ninjutsu is remarkable, I am acutely aware of my own injuries. It will take years for my body to reach its peak again. Hence, it is most fitting for you, a newly appointed Hashira, to take on the role of Flame Hashira. There is no need to think of a new name. Ha ha ha. As for your strength, fret not. During this period of recuperation, I can provide you with specialized training and guidance. You young ones should join us as well. What do you say?" Upon hearing Kaijiro Rengoku's words, Tanjiro's face lit up with joy. "Is that truly possible? I cannot express my gratitude enough, Mr. Rengoku." Kaijiro Rengoku laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Just call me Big Brother Rengoku. I am but a few years your senior." "Oh, can we train alongside the golden-haired brother? How wonderful. Ah, we shall train together. With Nezuko-chan as well? This is fantastic." Suddenly, Kaijiro Rengoku recalled something, tapping his head. "Oh, Tanjiro, regarding your Kagura dance, my father might possess some knowledge. He was the previous Flame Hashira, and much of our ancestral wisdom is not recorded in books, but rather passed down orally. I shall take you to inquire with him." "Really? I am immensely grateful to you, Big Brother Rengoku," Tanjiro exclaimed happily. "Haha, it's nothing. By the way, Uchiha brothers, when Akaza was decapitated, during that moment of his destructive killing strike, I truly felt as if I might perish. Yet, in that instant when you shielded me with Susanoo, it seemed I grasped something profound, though I cannot articulate it." Kaijiro Rengoku scratched his head, troubled. It was Akaza in that state, devoid of self-awareness, without a brain, incapable of thought, yet propelled by an indomitable will. I felt as though I glimpsed a state of selflessness, akin to the transparent world. Yes, the transparent world. That name resonates well. At that moment, I felt as though I could perceive the entirety of existence without the need for sight. As if I were one with the world. Kyojuro Rengoku exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Hee. I too have observed that Yowozu has one foot delicately poised in the realm of transparency, perhaps catching a glimpse of his own state of being. You too find yourself teetering on the brink of life and death, which has allowed you to gain insight, yet he has only taken half a step. Furthermore, I have rescued you. And thus you have attained only half of the understanding. Uchiha Nagi chuckled softly. Like you, I have witnessed this, and it is quite distressing. When we return for our intense training, we may exchange our feelings from that day. Perhaps we shall then step fully into that state. The realm of transparency? I believe I have heard my father speak of it before. After a moment of contemplation, Tanjiro hesitantly raised his hand. Oh, Tanjiro, do you know about it? Uchiha Nagi inquired playfully. The realm of transparency does not belong to the breathing techniques, but is instead a state within the world of Demon Slayer, silent and ethereal, akin to entering the path. Once one enters this state, they can perceive their surroundings as if endowed with heavenly eyes, discerning the internal musculature, organs, and bones of the human body, as well as the flora and fauna around them. They can even merge their essence with nature, exuding no murderous intent nor sound, becoming imperceptible to the strongest foes. Moreover, this state proves to be extraordinarily advantageous during combat. To a practitioner within the realm of transparency, everything is rendered transparent. Before an opponent even strikes, their intentions have already been anticipated. Therefore, those who inhabit the realm of transparency need not rely on their eyes in battle. The founder of the sun-breathing technique was inherently a being of this realm, akin to possessing innate heavenly sight, while others toiled to hone their sword techniques. He merely observed, assimilating all swordsmanship and the structure of his own physique to create the sun-breathing technique. Had it not been for his verbose nature, Muzan would have been unable to escape. When Muzan confronted the founder of sun-breathing, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, he was swiftly defeated, leading to his self-detonation into over 1,800 fragments in his flight, of which he was instantly dispatched of 1,500, sustaining injuries that would linger for centuries without healing. Uchiha Nagi felt a premonition. If he could grasp the realm of transparency, he could distill and innovate the breathing techniques to forge one uniquely suited to himself. At times, the most formidable breathing technique may not be the one that best fits an individual. Among the 9 Hashira, many have adapted the original breathing techniques, transforming them into styles that best suit their own abilities. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, refined the sun breathing into a moon breathing that perfectly aligned with his essence, while the sound Hashira derived his sound breathing from the thunder breathing. Similarly, the mist Hashira's mist breathing evolved from the wind breathing. In essence, it is about absorbing the virtues of all breathing techniques and adapting them according to one's own attributes and physique, thus crafting a breathing technique that fully harnesses one's potential. Tanjiro's father, frail and ailing, perhaps by nature or due to years of practicing sun breathing, possessed something unique that others lacked, the realm of transparency. When faced with a colossal bear, he exhibited no trace of disorder in his aura, effortlessly slaying it with his eyes closed. Most of the time, Tanjiro's father lay like a plant at home, recuperating, only to perform the fire god dance each winter, igniting a bonfire and dancing through the night. In his childhood, Tanjiro inquired of his father why he was so frail, yet could endure a night of leaping in the frigid winter without succumbing. His father revealed that the Kagura dance had been passed down from his grandfather, and in his youth, he had been in better health, yet found himself breathless after performing. Only later did Tanjiro comprehend that the key lay in the manner of breathing and the precision of movements. Upon realizing this, he diligently endeavored to correct both his actions and his breath. One fateful day in the years that followed, a transparent world suddenly materialized in his mind. This realm could only be grasped by those formidable individuals who, in the throes of anguish, exhausted their final vestiges of strength. Much later, I understood that my father took me along that night when he hunted the bear to impart to me the secrets of the transparent world he had beheld. Tanjiro sighed as he recounted everything. Regrettably, my father passed away less than 10 days after that night. My own lack of aptitude rendered me incapable of comprehending that transparent world. Uchiha Nagi and the Flame Hashira quietly listened as Tanjiro shared his family's history. However, Uchiha Nagi harbored doubts, suspecting that Tanjiro's father did not succumb due to the exertion of bear hunting, but rather because Tanjiro's mother was extraordinarily beautiful. One glance at Tanjiro and his sister's striking features would confirm this. Marrying a lovely wife and laboring tirelessly in the fields, bearing numerous children while already frail. It was hardly surprising that he met an early demise. Indeed, they resided in the mountains, not as landowners, relying solely on the fragile male head of the household to provide for them. By day, he toiled in the fields and gathered firewood, and by night, he worked the land and sired children. It was no wonder he did not live long. When Rengoku Kaijiro heard Tanjiro speak of the transparent world, he was elated, suspecting it to be the same as the realm of clarity. As the amiable flame Hashira, he never minced words and, with wide, gleaming eyes, he excitedly addressed Tanjiro. "Young man, would you be willing to demonstrate your family's Kagura dance for us someday?" Tanjiro scratched his head and smiled bashfully. "Of course. Whether it be you, Mr. Rengoku, or you, Nagi and Inosuke, I would be delighted to teach you the Kagura dance. However, I am uncertain if the Kagura dance is indeed connected to the transparent world you spoke of." Uchiha Nagi earnestly replied, "Thank you, Tanjiro. I am very eager to learn your family's Kagura dance." It was impossible to deceive Tanjiro. Honesty was far better, for he possessed a divine sense of smell, capable of detecting the myriad emotions of humanity. Whether a lie or the truth, he could discern it by scent. His nose defied the laws of science. "Tanjiro, how could you forget me? Woo, do you not want me anymore?" A flash of yellow suddenly lunged at Tanjiro, wrapping around his leg and weeping inconsolably. It was Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, please do not be like this. It is quite unbecoming. We shall all train together, and you will not be left behind." Tanjiro lamented as he wiped the tears from his pants. The others erupted into laughter at the sight. After a day's journey, the train gradually approached the platform. The recently maintained Infinity train had been rendered completely inoperable, but fortunately, all passengers aboard were unscathed. This is not entirely accurate. Several individuals, ensnared in their dreams by nightmares, were assassins ensconced in the dream realm, directly slain by Uchiha Nagi. Among them, one was dispatched by the flame Hashira, who, sensing imminent danger, swiftly snapped the assailant's neck. Within the mental realms of these individuals, Tanjiro's was particularly perplexing. When confronted by an assassin, his psyche enthusiastically guided the intruder toward the core of his consciousness, which was rather unusual. In stark contrast, Inosuke and Zenitsu, whose mental cores were markedly abnormal, treated the assassin as a mere plaything, exhibiting an extraordinary level of strength. On their return journey via the railway, they encountered no further demons and traveled unscathed. Tanjiro's previously pierced abdomen had healed significantly, though the flame Hashira still required time to recuperate. The severity of the chest wound had been grave, nearly leading to his demise. Even with the external injuries mending, the internal wounds would not heal in a day. Presently, Kaijiro Rengoku occasionally coughed, a reminder of the penetrating attack that had affected his lungs. Although Uchiha Nagi had utilized medical ninjutsu to assist in his recovery multiple times, residual damage remained, as Nagi was merely a medical ninja, not a master of healing like Tsunade. Upon finally disembarking, the prospect of returning to the butterfly mansion was delightful. Zenitsu stretched languidly and exclaimed, "Nai-chan, Ki-chan, and Katsumi-chan, I have come for you." Suddenly, Inosuke shouted, "That Nezuko is mine." "What an impertinent fool. Nezuko-chan is my precious treasure." Zenitsu retorted, his cowardice only subsiding in the presence of a girl. "Why do you want so many? Are you going to eat them?" "Huh, I would never eat them. No, I do not partake." Tanjiro interjected with exasperation, "Could you all please cease your bickering?" In a lively atmosphere, they soon encountered Murata, the member sent to greet them. Renowned for his extraordinary luck, an individual who seemed impervious to death. "Everyone, please board the vehicle," Murata smiled, to accommodate the injured flame Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps had arranged for a car. Indeed, this world possessed automobiles, buses, and trains, even firearms. The Wind Hashira's brother, Jinya Shinazugawa, wielded a gun. However, aside from the devastating power of explosives, conventional firearms merely inflicted minor wounds, creating only small punctures, with the only true weakness being decapitation by a Nichiren blade. "Oh, what a colossal steel beast. It even moves on its own," Inosuke exclaimed, tapping the bus-sized vehicle with his blade. "Inosuke, stop being foolish. Do not damage the car," Zenitsu admonished, pulling him aboard. Uchiha Nagi sat in the front, gazing at the familiar steering wheel and the throttle and brake controls, sighing deeply. although reminiscent. It was ultimately not the world of his birth. Meanwhile, Tanjiro sniffed the air curiously, sensing Nagi's nostalgic longing for the past. Machiro is an obstacle on your path to the highest realm. Come back, Tanjiro, and be yourself once more. I cannot, not yet. I am still not strong enough. I must grow stronger to reach the highest realm. And what will you do once you achieve the highest realm? Me? Why am I so relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of existence? It is to protect those I hold dear. In my dreams, Akaza incessantly repeats this phrase, and at last, he awakens in a cold sweat. What is happening? Another nightmare? How ironic it is that, as a demon, I too can experience such harrowing dreams. This is a cavern nestled within a lush primeval forest, a place where only creatures like demons can endure the brutality of nature. Since that fateful battle, Akaza has encountered Muzan Kibutsuji once, reported the circumstances, and then retreated here to intensify his training. Yet, the words of Uchiha Nagi linger in his mind like an unshakable shadow. What does eternal life matter if one's existence hangs by the mere whim of Muzan? How then can he aspire to reach the highest realm when Muzan stands as the greatest impediment on his path? Uchiha Nagi's words pierce his psyche like a needle. Is Muzan truly the obstacle to his advancement? The thought that his life is perpetually at the mercy of Muzan brings him immense discomfort. Moreover, he grapples with another troubling matter that weighs heavily on his heart. The two figures he encountered in his mental realm when he was ensnared by the Koto Amatsukami and faced imminent death. The pair, a father and daughter, evoke profound feelings of guilt and sorrow within him, undeniably linked to his memories of humanity. Centuries have dulled his concern for his human memories, for they span merely 2 decades, insignificant compared to his extensive existence. Yet, this recent recollection pierces his heart with an unbearable ache, as if he must reclaim something lost. Setting aside his memories of humanity for now, he vows that the next time they meet, he shall not succumb to beheading again, not ever. Gritting his teeth, Akaza strikes the Nichiren blade embedded in a great tree with his fist until it shatters into fragments. His animosity toward Tanjiro remains unwavering, for he is the target assigned to him by Muzan. Moreover, this feeble adversary had the audacity to wound him with his own Nichiren blade during his escape. This pitiful creature, had it not been for the rising sun, a single punch from him would have been sufficient to end its life. Despicable. This feeble being dares to look down upon me. Akaza grinds his teeth in fury. Destruction Killing Needle, the technique unfolds. In the Butterfly Mansion, Uchiha Nagi is engaged in battle against Tanjiro and his companions, refraining from utilizing his Sharingan. Instead, he employs techniques he has appropriated from Akaza. This is an endeavor to fight without reliance on his Sharingan, even battling with his eyes closed. Akaza's Destruction Killing Needle is a method that senses the opponent's fighting spirit, necessitating no visual input. The notion of fighting spirit merely describes the physical energy of the inhabitants of this world. Since there is little cultivation of mental prowess, most focus on harnessing physical energy. In the climactic battle, Akaza nearly fell victim to Tanjiro, who had grasped the concept of the transparent world, a state of merging with nature devoid of malice and fighting spirit. Yet for the forthcoming confrontation with Itachi, Uchiha Nagi finds this knowledge invaluable. Faced with Itachi, who has mastered illusionary arts to their zenith, Uchiha Nagi does not believe that the kaleidoscope alone can withstand his opponent in the realm of Genjutsu. The safest course is to expand his knowledge, such as developing the ability to sense his adversary without relying solely on sight, alongside honing his combat skills. Mastering the transparent world is evidently not an immediate endeavor, yet Uchiha Nagi has successfully replicated the breadth of the dance of Kagura demonstrated by Tanjiro, as well as Akaza's Destruction Killing technique. Akaza's Destruction Killing is entirely a martial arts system rooted in human fighting spirit, executable without the need for demonic genes. However, the final moves impose particularly stringent requirements on physical strength. Since Akaza, being a demon, can regenerate even a severed limb within a second, he has never contemplated the limits and burdens of the human body, nor the aftermath of muscle and vascular ruptures, which do not concern him. It can be said that while Destruction Killing can be utilized by humans, it cannot be fully harnessed by them. Uchiha Nagi can only perform the initial moves of Destruction Killing. He must wait until his physical strength improves to a level capable of withstanding the strain, likely requiring a resilience akin to that of Guy. Particularly daunting is the final move, the ultimate form of Destruction Killing, which can shatter Susanoo. surpassing even the prowess of the morning peacock. Behold my skill, water breathing, beast breathing, thunder breathing. With his eyes shut, Uchiha Nagi deftly evaded the assaults of 3 opponents, countering with other techniques as he endeavored to integrate these skills into his muscle memory. Destruction killing, void form. This technique, employed by Akaza during their confrontation, utilizes long-range strikes to unleash air cannons through the motion of his fists, their trajectories imperceptible to the naked eye, yet immensely powerful. Uchiha Nagi, however, substitutes with the Nichiren blade, swiftly wielding it to release formidable air cannons. The only difference lies in the medium, one through fists, the other through a blade. For the first time, Tanjiro and his companions witnessed an invisible air attack. Their keen eyes, capable of discerning minute details, were momentarily caught off guard, and they were sent flying by Uchiha Nagi's air blades. As this was a friendly match, neither side bore lethal intent, and Tanjiro and his comrades merely tumbled away. Remarkable. Is this the technique of that bare-skinned individual from that night? Inosuke exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, Mr. Rengoku was injured precisely because he could not perceive it. Uchiha Nagi nodded in agreement. Let us conclude today's practice. Tanjiro's injuries have yet to heal. Uchiha Nagi still requires further familiarization and adaptation of destruction killing, transforming it into a technique suited to himself, utilizing a blade whilst his opponent employs fists. Simultaneously, he aims to practice the dance of Kagura whenever possible, hoping that years of training will lead him to awaken the transparent world, attaining that state of egolessness where he becomes one with nature. Upon attempting the dance of Kagura, Uchiha Nagi found its power indeed formidable, several times greater than that of water, flame, or thunder breathing. However, correspondingly, each time he ceased its execution, he was met with a backlash, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body. At present, the physical strength has not reached a sufficient level. Utilizing the dance of the fire god in combat is akin to opening the 8 gates. After merely 3 minutes, one would be rendered incapacitated. Faced with the formidable martial prowess of Akaza, Uchiha Nagi, consumed by desire, would certainly not relinquish the opportunity easily. Thus, he endeavored to integrate it into his swordsmanship. However, even after transforming into a demon, Akaza steadfastly adhered to the principles of a martial artist, with his destructive techniques founded upon human fighting spirit. It is merely that Akaza possesses the extraordinary regenerative abilities and immortality of a demon, which has led him to disregard the potential harm of the subsequent techniques to the human body. Consequently, while Uchiha Nagi can replicate these techniques, he finds himself unable to utilize them, as his speed and power do not suffice, and his body lacks the requisite resilience and strength. Even breathing techniques can enhance the physical form, yet attaining the necessary prowess to unleash the final techniques remains exceedingly challenging. Sitting atop a rooftop, Uchiha Nagi pondered, stroking his chin. The same applies to the breath of the sun. It requires an immensely powerful physique to wield without after effects. With this thought, a sigh escaped his lips. Was he destined to embark on the path of physical enlightenment? Nevertheless, the thought of the formidable breath of the sun, alongside Akaza's destructive techniques, made it impossible for Uchiha Nagi to abandon his aspirations. He still hoped to accumulate knowledge and eventually seek vengeance against Konoha. Moshi, Nagi-kun. Are you brooding alone atop the rooftop, perhaps reminiscing about home? The sweet fragrance of a young girl wafted through the air as a graceful figure descended gently from the sky, her stealth unmatched save for that of Shinobu Kocho. Uchiha Nagi and his companions had returned to the Demon Slayer Corps for recuperation, naturally taking residence in the Butterfly Mansion, the sanctuary for healing. It is you, Miss Shinobu. Were you thinking of home? More so, thoughts of revenge. That home is not a true sanctuary, merely a haunting reminder of my persecution. Uchiha Nagi sighed, reflecting on his days in Konoha, which were fraught with hardship. As a three-tomo Uchiha, he often had to tread cautiously to avoid having his eyes gouged out by the root. Please, call me Shinobu, Nagi-kun. You are too formal. My sisters used to address me in that manner. Shinobu smiled. Uchiha Nagi blinked, recalling their first encounter when she referred to him as Mr. Uchiha. When did she begin calling him Nagi-kun? His gaze inadvertently drifted to her delicate lips. Noticing his attention, Shinobu's face flushed slightly as she turned her gaze toward the moon above. By the way, Miss Shinobu, how goes your understanding of chakra? Have you managed to refine it? Uchiha Nagi inquired. Previously, he had imparted the foundational knowledge of chakra refinement to the Demon Slayer Corps, granting them a secondary training system, allowing for the enhancement of survival odds through techniques like the body replacement technique or medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, only the prodigy Michiro Takedo had grasped and refined it. As for the others, none had succeeded. Chakra is a blend of spiritual and physical energy. However, most here are only versed in physical energy. And even those who understand spiritual energy struggle to control and merge the two. I sincerely apologize. I comprehend the nuances of both spiritual and physical energy. However, the challenge of merging them to distill chakra remains elusive to me, as Butterfly Shinobu wears a visage of regret. Let me ponder, thought Uchiha Nagi. Extend your hand. Your hand? Butterfly Shinobu replied, a look of confusion crossing her face, yet she uttered no further words and extended her delicate, fragile fingers. Years of sword practice had rendered her hands devoid of roughness. They were slender and smooth like fine jade. Uchiha Nagi summoned his chakra, which shimmered with a verdant glow, and gently clasped Butterfly Shinobu's slender hand, causing her arm to tremble slightly. Feel this. This is chakra and its transformation. After this, Uchiha Nagi converted the green life-healing chakra into his own fire attribute chakra. As a pillar-level powerhouse, Butterfly Shinobu immediately cast aside distracting thoughts, closing her eyes to wholeheartedly perceive the components and transformations of chakra. Were it anyone else, particularly a man, Uchiha Nagi would have shown little interest and preferred to read in solitude. However, Butterfly Shinobu held a certain privilege. After a period of time, Uchiha Nagi paused to elucidate the transformations of chakra and how to amalgamate spiritual and physical energy. Though this step may sound simple, it is exceedingly challenging to execute. Yet, once the first step is taken, the subsequent ones become considerably easier. After half an hour of instruction, he resumed holding Butterfly Shinobu's hand, guiding her to feel the transformations of chakra, encouraging her to memorize and comprehend them, subsequently inquiring about her understanding and feelings. Thus, the two remained atop the roof for several hours, and by the end, Butterfly Shinobu had become intimately familiar with chakra. What remained was merely a matter of time and fortune. Thank you so much for this evening, Nagi-kun, Butterfly Shinobu remarked with a smile. No need for thanks. You are a healer. Should you refine chakra and master medical ninjutsu in the future, I too shall benefit, for everyone encounters injuries at some point. Uchiha Nagi responded with a gentle smile. His sudden smile struck Butterfly Shinobu like a jolt, for the Uchiha clan was known for their striking beauty, particularly Uchiha Nagi. Though he often concealed his face with shoulder-length hair and bangs, his physical allure was undeniably high. Compared to Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, he was equally captivating, and even more so than Itachi, who bore the marks of early toil upon his face. Uchiha Nagi exuded a charm that contributed to his not being perceived as a villain upon his arrival. Indeed, beauty holds its own power. As Butterfly Shinobu regained her composure, she turned her gaze to the stars. By the way, Nagi-kun, could you play your melody for me? The tunes you produce on the flute, though tinged with sadness, resonate deeply with me. Certainly, if you enjoy it, I can teach you as well, Uchiha Nagi replied, nodding as he retrieved his flute. Thank you ever so much. I regret that I lack the talent for music and cannot learn. Uchiha Nagi smiled gently, allowing silence to envelop them as he began to play his flute. A poignant and moving melody gradually drifted through the night, evoking a sense of longing, as if reminiscing or pleading, akin to an unfulfilled desire for love. As the melody drew to a close, Butterfly Shin questioned with her beautiful eyes, "What is the name of this enchanting piece?" "It is called the Elegy," replied Uchiha Nagi. Curiously, Butterfly Shin inquired, "Is there a story behind this tune, given its name?" Uchiha Nagi pondered momentarily before nodding. Indeed, there is a folktale that recounts a love that transcends millennia, featuring a girl named Kikyo who fell in love with a half-demon named Inuyasha. How tragic for Kikyo, to see the person she loves fall for her own reincarnation. It is indeed her reincarnation, yet it has usurped her beloved, she mused. Uchiha Nagi contemplated the complexities of such entangled love, drawing parallels to the character Ji Zun Bao from A Chinese Odyssey, finding striking similarities between the two narratives. Buddha once said that life encompasses three great sufferings: the anguish of resentment and hatred, the sorrow of separation from loved ones, and the frustration of unfulfilled desires. Perhaps, one might argue that Gao deliberately reincarnated to rectify the regrets she bore in her previous life concerning love. The gentle moonlight draped over the two like a delicate veil, as if shielding them from the chill of the night. That night, Uchiha Nagi and Butterfly Shin remained awake, perched atop the roof, engaging in deep conversation until dawn. They discussed the fundamentals of chakra in the first half of the night, and delved into the intricacies of life in the latter half. Uchiha Nagi played for Butterfly Shin some of his favorite compositions, including Fragrance of the Night, Elegy, and Snowfield. In turn, Butterfly Shin recounted her experiences, detailing her journey to becoming a Hashira. Due to her inherent physical limitations as a woman and her lack of remarkable talent, she resorted to utilizing poison as a substitute, ultimately achieving the feat of slaying a lower-ranked demon and ascending to the rank of Insect Hashira. Yet, her control over her abilities was undeniable. Uchiha Nagi recalled Tsunade, another medical ninja, and wondered whether her monstrous strength would be suitable for Butterfly Shin. He contemplated seeking Tsunade's training in her formidable strength. However, he recognized the slim chances of success, as Tsunade inherited the robust genetics of the first Hokage, with abundant vitality and the ability to heal herself, thus enabling her to wield such power. If Butterfly Shin could master chakra refinement, it might allow her to experiment with sage techniques and medical ninjutsu, merging them with her poison to forge a combat system uniquely her own. Otherwise, relying solely on her insect-breathing technique against upper-ranked demons would yield little hope of victory. As dawn broke and sunlight began to illuminate the earth, they both realized that an entire night had slipped by. Ah, how swiftly the night has passed. I must return to tend to the herbs. Tonight's training has been fruitful. I should soon be able to refine my chakra, Butterfly Shin remarked with a smile, squinting against the brightening sky. Farewell for now, Nagi-kun. Uchiha Nagi nodded in agreement. Yes? I too have gained much. Take care, Miss Shin. Butterfly Shin opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon gazing at Uchiha Nagi, whose handsome visage appeared even more striking in the radiant sunlight, she found herself momentarily entranced. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, executing a hasty leap away. Uchiha Nagi thought to himself that it was not that he was oblivious to her fascination. Rather, he had never experienced a romantic relationship in his past life. He had emerged into the world as someone easily overlooked in a crowd, and throughout his life, the pressures of societal expectations, home, vehicles, dowries, and the burden of raising offspring had kept him single. In this life, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village are constantly scheming to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Under the looming threat of death, Uchiha Nagi has never engaged in romantic discourse, nor does he possess any experience. Thus, when confronted with a girl who seemingly harbors affection for him, he is at a loss regarding how to proceed. Uncertain of his own feelings, he scratches his head, pondering how to navigate such matters. Perhaps it is best to wait a while longer and allow things to unfold naturally. With that thought, Uchiha Nagi leapt from his abode and made his way to breakfast. Following his treatment at the Butterfly Mansion, Flame Hashira has returned home to recuperate, likely remaining there for several months. Tanjiro has accompanied him, seeking to examine the records of the sun-breathing technique within his family's archives. Additionally, having lost his Nichiren blade, he finds himself once more pursued by the steel pillar. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Nagi conjured over a dozen shadow clones, embarking on an experiment to enable them to utilize breathing techniques. While Naruto can engage hundreds of shadow clones in combat, owing to the nature of chakra transformation, breathing techniques necessitate coordination between breath and physical form. Do shadow clones require breath? Perhaps they do, yet they do not in the traditional sense, as shadow clones are merely manifestations of chakra. Nevertheless, they can mimic the actions of the human body, including heartbeat and breath, eluding even the most formidable ocular techniques such as the Rinnegan and the Reincarnation Eye, let alone the Sharingan and Byakugan. However, since shadow clones are essentially composed of chakra, they do not require oxygen. Their form merely mirrors that of their creator. Thus, Uchiha Nagi's current endeavor involves instructing the shadow clones to attempt the breathing techniques. In future battles, imagine a multitude of shadow clones charging forth wielding Nichiren blades. Even the upper moons would tremble in fear. Yet, it is crucial to remember that the kunai and Nichiren blades, though manifested by chakra, ultimately require a genuine Nichiren blade to vanquish demons. Nevertheless, upon his return to the ninja world, their potency will increase exponentially. Ninjas often exhibit high offense and low defense. A single kunai can prove fatal. A vast array of shadow clones employing various breathing techniques would be an unstoppable force until their chakra is depleted, acting as a relentless barrier against any adversary. Let us not forget that breathing techniques are akin to a universal remedy, capable of countering various ninja techniques. Even when Tanjiro is hurled through the air as if a mere punching bag, he is spared from harm due to his ability to employ the water-breathing technique for a safe landing. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. As anticipated, Uchiha Nagi's initial attempts ended in failure. Although the shadow clones could simulate breathing, they lacked blood vessels and internal organs. Thus, any vigorous application of breathing techniques disrupted the stability of their chakra, akin to the clones experiencing external impacts. Sighing, Uchiha Nagi lamented the inherent contradiction in his endeavors. The sword techniques of breathing must align with proper breathing. Otherwise, they are merely ordinary swordsmanship, lacking the power of true mastery. Yet, since shadow clones do not possess the authentic internal anatomy of a human, this creates an insurmountable paradox. Unless the shadow clone can advance further to resemble a real person. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi experienced a moment of clarity, as if an idea had struck him. A clone that mirrors a human. As long as the chakra is not depleted or it does not suffer a fatal injury, can withstand any assault without perishing, exhibiting unparalleled resilience. This led him to contemplate the wood clone technique, a form of clone that possesses remarkable durability. Uchiha Nagi blinked, pondering the potential efficacy of this approach, as the stability of the wood clone surpasses that of the shadow clone by an immeasurable margin. Utilizing the breath technique in conjunction with swordsmanship, he mused that success might indeed be attainable. He raised his partially white arm, imbued with the cells of white zetsu, signifying his capability to wield would release. Even Madara, with merely a small fragment of Hashirama's flesh in his chest, was able to execute large-scale wood-release techniques. With a portion of his arm, Nagi reasoned that he too could harness wood release, albeit the scale would depend on his chakra reserves. A youth clad in black with lifeless eyes and long hair ambled into the courtyard of the butterfly house, observing Uchiha Nagi's training. It was Michiro, the prodigious young mist Hashira, who had uniquely refined his chakra. "Ah, Mr. Michiro, you have arrived," Uchiha Nagi remarked upon noticing him. "Yes," Michiro nodded. "You mentioned that if shadow clones were successful, there exists a method to enhance training speed tenfold. During your recent investigation of the Infinity Train, I succeeded," Uchiha Nagi replied. "In the realm of genius, one cannot take things too seriously, lest one be perpetually disheartened." Nodding in understanding, Nagi summoned several shadow clones to demonstrate and elucidate the greatest flaw of the shadow clone technique, the experience gained. When a shadow clone perishes, the memories it has accumulated return to the original body, thus preserving not only the memories of its demise, but also those of its training. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi explained, using 10 shadow clones to train would equate to a tenfold increase in speed. Do you comprehend? Michiro's eyes widened in disbelief. I see now. No wonder you are so formidable, Uchiha. Do you train at 10 times the speed daily? You truly are a genius. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Nagi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment. Training in other areas is feasible, but I have attempted the breath technique, and it seems unmanageable. He sighed, sharing with Michiro the inherent nature of the shadow clone, fundamentally a manifestation of chakra without internal organs, making it difficult for the clones to perform the breath technique that controls the body's muscles and blood through breathing. However, they excelled in practicing other skills, such as ninjutsu. After Uchiha Nagi's explanation, Michiro departed with a look of gratitude, believing that his accelerated training in ninjutsu would render him even more formidable. In the following days, Uchiha Nagi began to consolidate his learnings of the breath technique, with water breathing being his most proficient. Under the guidance of the flame Hashira, he also became adept in fire breathing, and following his replication of the battle with Akaza, he could be regarded as competent. What astonished Uchiha Nagi the most was the first form of thunder breathing, from which he had drawn inspiration from Zenitsu. In the latter stages, Zenitsu was able to develop skills such as the 6-fold thunderclap and the 8-fold thunderclap, as well as the thunderclap of divine speed, all based on the initial technique of thunderclap. This innovation opened up new avenues for Uchiha Nagi. The first form of thunder breathing merely emphasized speed. However, Zenitsu ingeniously created a composite form that allowed for multiple flashes in a single instant. Uchiha Nagi, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, had no issues with dynamic vision, and could transform into a golden flash himself. As Uchiha Nagi employed the breathing technique of thunder breathing, he inhaled deeply and, in the next moment, activated his three-tomo dynamic vision. With the thunder breathing technique, eightfold thunderclap, in an instant, 8 training dummies in the yard were struck by a streak of golden lightning, each displaying a cut upon their necks, all within less than a second. Yet, this was not sufficient. What if the enemies were dispersed? Uchiha Nagi pondered aloud. During battles, ninjas would not congregate in one place, as it would render them vulnerable to a single devastating strike. If they were scattered, then naturally, a single technique could not decapitate them all at once. The Flying Thunder God technique, while quick, also had its drawbacks, as it required a specific coordinate. Although one could use their eyes and mental transmission, the consumption of ocular power when traversing worlds was immense. A single return would render the user incapable of mental transmission for at least a year. The time-space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, was certainly more economical and practical. Thus, should the need arise to return, Uchiha Nagi resolved to find a way to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. Hey, Nagi brother, what was that? Eightfold thunderclap? A curious yellow-haired boy peeked at Uchiha Nagi. Yes, I was inspired after seeing you perform the six-fold thunderclap on the train that day, Uchiha Nagi replied. Really? I must be a failure then, Zenitsu lamented, crouching down and burying his head in his arms. Observing this exceptionally talented fool on the brink of self-doubt, Uchiha Nagi felt compelled to console him. Come now. If your talent were lacking, would the retired Thunder Hashira personally teach you? Zenitsu, if you wish to learn, I will teach you. There is a talent within you that you are yet to recognize. Uchiha Nagi spoke truthfully. To innovate a new form within the nearly complete lineage of thunder breathing that has been passed down for centuries undoubtedly indicated exceptional talent. Is that true? Thank you so much, Nagi brother. Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Shinobu instructed me to bring someone along. Zenitsu exclaimed as he waved to someone behind him. A figure approached, bearing a menacing scar and sharp eyes, exuding the aura of a delinquent. Hello, I am the newly promoted Demon Slayer, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Surprisingly, Kaneo was exceedingly courteous toward Uchiha Nagi. Tsuyuri, I recognize you. You were one of the few survivors from the selection exam, Zenitsu remarked curiously. Uchiha Nagi nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, I am Uchiha Nagi. Have you come to seek me for a particular reason? Kaneo lowered his head, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak. I wish to learn ninjutsu and chakra from you. Haven't I already entrusted the foundational learning of chakra to the Demon Slayer Corps? Uchiha Nagi diligently trains in various breathing techniques each day, and after his training, he immerses himself in research, delving into the genetics of demons. The thought of mentoring a student is not appealing to him. They are strangers to one another, and he sees no benefit in investing time to teach someone else. He was interrupted by the flustered and blushing figure of Takashi Genya, who, after bowing awkwardly, hurried away. Hey, why did he leave without saying a word? Zenitsu pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Uchiha Nagi understood. The young man's pride was at play. Youth often clings to their dignity, yearning for guidance while hesitating to lower their guard. Nagi firmly believed in the principle of equivalent exchange. If such an exchange was not present, it would depend solely on his mood. As Genya departed, Uchiha Nagi paid him no mind. He could neither be shameless like Naruto nor sacrifice himself like Sasuke, and thus, the lesson would not be learned. In the courtyard, he trained alongside Zenitsu for over an hour. Indeed, Zenitsu was a talented genius with hidden potential. He had mastered the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash. However, through years of practice, he had developed an additional technique, a double flash, albeit limited by his physical abilities and dynamic vision. So he could currently only execute the double flash. Given that your body is still developing, do not rush to develop subsequent techniques. Overexerting your growing body is not advisable, Uchiha Nagi advised. Zenitsu, still in his youth like Tanjiro, had a long way to go in his physical development, while moderate training would aid his growth. Excessive training could leave lasting harm. In Uchiha Nagi's eyes, the destructive power and speed of thunderclap and flash bore similarities to Chidori. He effortlessly advanced Zenitsu's double flash to a six-flash technique, aided by his powerful kaleidoscope dynamic vision and the white Zetsu cells. The white Zetsu cells continuously enhanced his physique, resulting in an ever-increasing chakra supply, allowing Uchiha Nagi to undergo a second phase of development despite having surpassed his growth period. Once Zenitsu had left, Uchiha Nagi quietly turned to the rooftop and called out, "Everyone has left. Will you not show yourself? Just as he finished speaking, a swift gust of wind heralded the arrival of a man as elusive as the breeze itself. Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi. This is my brother, Shinazugawa Sanemi, he introduced, revealing a visage marred by numerous grotesque scars, remnants of both battle wounds and self-inflicted injuries. The scars were the result of his penchant for cutting himself, allowing his rare blood to flow. His blood possessed a unique ability, an anesthetic quality that rendered demons intoxicated upon contact. The more blood that flowed, the more profound the effect. At times, he would deliberately stain demons with his blood or feed it to them, ensnaring them in a stupor. However, against the upper moons or kibutsuji musen, this strategy proved largely ineffective. With a stoic expression, Takegawa Sumiya continued, "All I have ever wished for him is to lead an ordinary life, to marry and raise children, living a life of simplicity. His physique is rather unique, rendering him incapable of mastering the breathing techniques. Thus, I opposed his joining the Demon Slayer Corps. For engaging in combat with demons without the ability to utilize breathing techniques is akin to courting death. However, his stubborn nature compelled him to join the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps regardless. Upon learning of the alternative cultivation system you introduced, encompassing ninjutsu and chakra, he began to contemplate other means of becoming stronger. I am known for my volatile temperament, and few hold affection for me. Yet I have heard that you favor the principle of equivalent exchange." Thus, Takegawa Sumiya looked up at Uchiha Nagi and stated, "If you wish to learn the wind-breathing technique, I can guide you, sparing you from many detours." Uchiha Nagi remained silent, patiently waiting for him to finish, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Though you may appear as a rogue, you are indeed a commendable elder brother." It was a rare moment for Takegawa Jinya, who had once been bested by Uchiha Nagi's illusion due to underestimating him, to flush with embarrassment. "Don't speak in riddles I cannot decipher. Will you agree or not? That day, I was careless. If you are displeased, let us have a rematch." Takegawa Jinya's frustration was palpable. How is it that I, who also play the role of an elder brother, find myself so far behind Itachi? His irritation grew. How foolish of me, Takegawa Jinya. He is a stranger. Yet I must humbly seek his guidance. How could I have fled? With a sense of pride, Takegawa Jinya pounded his fists against a sturdy tree. As someone who cannot learn breathing techniques, he found slaying demons considerably more arduous than others. Yet, thanks to his lineage, he shared a unique constitution akin to that of the Wind Pillar. Remarkably, he possessed the ability to consume demons, thereby temporarily acquiring their physical traits and abilities. This singular advantage allowed him to survive the selection trials. To compensate for his lack of breathing techniques, he even resorted to using a firearm to assist him, seamlessly combining it with the fleeting blood demon arts he obtained from consuming demons, rendering him formidable. Indeed, this world harbors firearms. Takegawa Jinya wielded a double-barreled shotgun capable of holding 6 rounds, brandishing a Nichiren blade in one hand and the shotgun in the other. Hey, don't be so disheartened. I just arrived, and before I could finish, I was interrupted by Zenitsu. How dare you come here to mock me? Takegawa Jinya snarled, gripping Zenitsu's shirt and pinning him against the tree. I can't breathe. Zenitsu gasped. Humph. Upon releasing Zenitsu, Takegawa Jinya turned to leave. After being freed, Zenitsu rolled his eyes, gasping for air, exclaiming, "This guy truly has a volatile temper. I haven't finished. I came to inform you that Nagi brother has summoned you to train with us tomorrow morning." Huh. Midway through his departure, Takegawa Jinya abruptly halted, spun around, and rushed back, gripping Zenitsu's attire once more, his excitement palpable. "You're not deceiving me, are you? Is this truly the case? Let go. I can't breathe." Once again, Takegawa Jinya released Zenitsu, who rolled his eyes, lamenting the overwhelming strength of his companion. A faint, almost ant-like voice of apology emerged. "I'm sorry." "What did you say?" Zenitsu promptly realized that the other party was apologizing. "It's nothing. No need to take it to heart," he began. But before he could finish his sentence, Jinya Shinazugawa had already departed, leaving no room for hesitation. Zenitsu scratched his head, pondering the peculiar nature of the individual. In the sun-dappled woods, Jinya Shinazugawa sprinted with remarkable speed, and Zenitsu discerned a sense of delight emanating from him. The following morning, during their routine training, another figure joined them, Jinya Shinazugawa alongside Zenitsu and the boisterous Inosuke, making a trio, while Tanjiro had yet to return. Uchiha Nagi reflected on the situation, musing that wherever one may be, it is the audacious who reap rewards. Jinya, being modest and prideful, would not have been dismissed had he dared to linger yesterday. After all, whether it is one sheep or three, they are all herded alike. Uchiha Nagi was intrigued by Jinya's unique ability to consume demons and temporarily acquire their energy and blood demon arts. Was he possibly another vessel for the power? This notion brought to mind Shin, a fervent follower of Orochimaru, whose extraordinary body allowed him to merge with bloodline limits without rejection. The arm of Danzo had utilized his cells as a medium to fuse with the first Hokage and the Sharingan, ultimately meeting his demise in Boruto. However, Jinya's constitution appeared even more exceptional, prompting Uchiha Nagi's desire to investigate further. As per usual, Uchiha Nagi announced, since Tanjiro is absent today, it shall be the three of you. Here are 2 bells. You 3 will compete against my shadow clone for them. Whoever secures a bell will earn a meal. With a mischievous glint, Uchiha Nagi produced 2 bells. A shadow clone technique was invoked to accompany them in their specialized training, while the original focused on personal cultivation. Wait, but there are only 2 bells. What happens to the one who doesn't get one? Zenitsu inquired curiously. The one who fails to obtain a bell shall naturally go without a meal. This specialized training is meant to have a bit of a twist, so prepare yourselves and perhaps deliberate on some strategies. We have half an hour left. We shall commence at 9 o'clock, Uchiha Nagi replied as he checked the time. This was a concern Uchiha Nagi had noted. As they had not encountered battles on the scale of a ninja war, their combat skills remained underdeveloped. Whether as individuals or as a trio, their coordination relied purely on chance, devoid of any tactical synergy or team dynamics. Remember, approach the bells with the mindset to defeat me, Uchiha Nagi concluded, waving his hand nonchalantly as he departed, leaving behind the shadow clone with the bells. Let us just dive right in. What is strategy anyway? Is it something delectable? I want both bells for myself. I shall feast on 2 portions of lunch, boisterously declared Inosuke, brandishing his dual blades and charging forward. Idiot, don't rush in, Zenitsu exclaimed, hastily restraining him. Strategy, let us focus on strategy, he insisted. Humph, I too believe no strategy is required. Whoever claims the bells shall keep them, and both bells shall be mine, Jinya declared, drawing forth a firearm and a blade. Fool, they are both mine. Inosuke laughed heartily, brandishing his longsword, unleashing a beast-breathing technique as he charged ahead. Indeed, Uchiha Nagi sighed, realizing that, as he had anticipated, there was no discussion of collaboration before the battle commenced. He wondered if Kakashi experienced similar headaches while instructing his students. The beast-breathing, first Fong, pierced with precision. As Inosuke charged forward, Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone remained composed. When struck by Inosuke, it executed a substitution technique. Poof! After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a piece of wood remained, cleaved in 2 by Inosuke's strike. Where did the person go? Where could they be hiding? Utilizing the 7th form of beast breathing, spatial awareness, Inosuke closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, and upon opening them, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, found you. His expression froze in disbelief, however, as he realized that Uchiha Nagi was not standing on solid ground, but rather on a small lake nearby, watching the 3 of them with a cheerful demeanor. Cheating. Protest. We can't float. Zenitsu, who had just arrived, was equally astonished and voiced his loud objections. Although the breathing techniques were formidable, they did not grant them the ability to remain buoyant on the water's surface. Nevertheless, Kaneo Tsuyuri raised her firearm and aimed at Uchiha Nagi atop the lake. Firing a shot. The bullet's speed was indeed swift, yet Nagi had infused his shadow clone with a portion of his ocular power, activating his Sharingan. Before Kaneo's bullet could exit the barrel, Uchiha Nagi had already predicted its trajectory with his extraordinary dynamic vision and evaded it. Kaneo was left in shock. Having never witnessed anyone dodge a bullet before, and, undeterred, she fired 2 more shots, both of which were effortlessly dodged by the shadow clone, who continued to smile cheerfully. To defeat me, you must be prepared to face varied circumstances on any battlefield. Once you adapt to my combat style, you will swiftly adjust when confronting Muzin's unknown subordinates in the future, Uchiha Nagi calmly stated as he completed over 20 hand seals on the lake's surface. Water release, water dragon technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the lake, and due to the abundance of water, the chakra consumed by the shadow clone was minimal, allowing Uchiha Nagi to conjure a grander version of the technique. The 3 young warriors, belonging to the 10th rank, were swept away by the sudden deluge without any means of resistance. Of course, they did attempt to counter the flow with their breathing techniques, but the successive torrents overwhelmed them, scattering them into disarray. Indeed, they are at a distinct disadvantage in battles of differing systems, Uchiha Nagi reflected. To eradicate demons, one must engage in close combat and sever their necks, which is why the members of the Demon Slayer Corps have historically specialized in close-quarters combat, excelling in physical techniques. However, they are utterly defenseless against large-scale ninjutsu attacks. Conversely, broad ninjutsu assaults are ineffective against Muzan and his ilk, serving only to waste chakra without yielding any substantial results, as even a severed arm can regenerate in mere seconds. What good is ninjutsu in such scenarios? Unless it is of the S-rank caliber, such as sealing techniques, explosive tags, or Jiraiya's sage art fire release, or techniques that rival Amaterasu, such S-rank ninjutsu are the only ones of significance. The immense power could inflict grievous injuries or reduce them to mere ashes, leaving not a single cell behind. However, the ninjas exhibit a pronounced specialization. They possess formidable offensive capabilities but lack adequate defense. Sending ninjas of lower ranks to confront the 12 Kazuki would likely result in their chakra being utterly depleted and their defeat. Nevertheless, there exists a particularly unique ninjutsu, the wind release, spiraling shuriken, which is capable of annihilating every single cell of its target. Uchiha Nagi reflected upon this technique and recognized its suitability for exterminating demons, potentially rendering it an effective means of slaying them without the necessity of decapitation. Blast it! Where has my headband gone? Inosuke, drenched and resembling a small piglet, scrambled to his feet, glancing about in search of his missing headgear. At that moment, Uchiha Nagi approached, prompting Inosuke to hurriedly shut his eyes. Through rigorous training, he was aware that gazing into Uchiha Nagi's eyes would lead him into an illusion. The earth release, decapitation technique materialized before Inosuke, yet it was merely a doppelganger, an illusionary clone. The true shadow clone had already burrowed underground. The shadow clone technique is one of the 3 basic ninjutsu forms, a non-physical replication that is tested during the Genin exams. Naruto had once failed to graduate due to his inability to master it. Devoid of his Nichiren blade, Inosuke found himself immobilized, unable to escape even with breathing techniques. After finishing his remark, Uchiha Nagi cheerfully dashed off to confront the other 2. "Hey, you fraud! Let me out, and we'll settle this," Inosuke shouted, left with only his head to voice his grievances. Meanwhile, the other 2, swept apart by a torrent of water, had taken divergent paths, one fleeing into the woods, while the other collided with a rock. This fighting style is unlike anything I've ever encountered. Is this what ninjutsu entails? It rivals the blood demon arts. Kaneo Tsuyuri, drenched in mud, rose to his feet, exhilaration and determination coursing through him. Lacking proficiency in breathing techniques, he resolved that if he could master these skills, he would grow stronger and catch up to his formidable brother. Thus, he firmly vowed to pass today's assessment. On another front, Zenitsu, still wringing mud from his clothing, became the second target of Uchiha Nagi's specialized training. Suddenly, Zenitsu seemed to hear a peculiar sound. As he lifted his gaze, he was met by a pair of crimson eyes. The illusion of the enchanted abyss ensnared him, plunging him into a world of fantasy. In this realm, he imagined himself married to Nezuko, becoming a father, and ultimately welcoming a baby boy. To his astonishment, the child bore an uncanny resemblance to Inosuke. Dizzy and overwhelmed, Zenitsu exclaimed, "Ha ha! Truly my child, he resembles me." Inosuke's boisterous laughter echoed before him, revealing that it was he who played the role of the neighborly elder. The shock overwhelmed Zenitsu, causing him to foam at the mouth and faint, his eyes rolling back in terror. The sheer intensity of the experience brought on by the shocking revelation proved too much for him, leaving him in a state of apparent death, eyes wide open in horror. Perhaps that was a tad excessive, Uchiha Nagi mused, scratching his head as he regarded the foaming Zenitsu, puzzled by the nature of the horrifying spectacle that had elicited such a dramatic reaction. This illusion is designed to make enemies confront their deepest fears. What terrifies Zenitsu the most? A demon, perhaps? Never mind, there is one last thing. Uchiha Nagi glanced around cautiously before darting into the forest to hide. Although Jinya was somewhat timid, his combat awareness was not lacking. Unlike others, perhaps due to his absence of breathing techniques, he always approached encounters with demons with utmost deliberation. Seeing that the two comrades he was training with had been swept away by a surge of water, any semblance of teamwork was lost. Thus, Jinya quickly devised a trap using some vines capable of binding a person, then fired a shot into the air to lure Uchiha Nagi. The sound of gunfire? Could it be a trap? This lad is intriguing. Though he appears hot-headed, he possesses considerable intellect. True to Uchiha Nagi's usual ninja style, he would likely create a shadow clone to test the situation. However, since they were currently engaged in a training match involving shadow clones, he decided to be lenient and directly walk into the trap. Consequently, with his Sharingan activated, Uchiha Nagi entered the forest with a curious expression, eager to discover Jinya's intentions. Upon entering, he narrowly evaded a large tree bound with vines that came flying towards him. Following that, several gunshots rang out, effectively sealing off his surroundings midair. With the enhanced dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi adjusted his posture just before the bullets struck, successfully dodging their trajectory and landing firmly on the grass. Before he could utter a word, Jinya lunged at him wielding the Nichiren blade, with both the gun and the sword poised at his head. Jinya smirked triumphantly, declaring, "I win." Impressive, a series of traps. Uchiha Nagi clapped his hands. "But didn't I mention that you should approach this special training with a mindset to kill me? Look down at yourself." Jinya, momentarily taken aback, glanced down only to find his surroundings warping. He realized he was suspended upside down from a tree. The blade and gun he had been holding now reversed and in Uchiha Nagi's possession. "What is happening?" You were careless. In the midst of your attack, you glimpsed my eyes and fell victim to the illusion," Uchiha Nagi sighed. The tactic of using bullets to confine and force him into a trap was indeed clever, and he had initially intended to obstruct Jinya with an earth technique. However, due to Jinya's lack of information, he had unwittingly met Nagi's gaze during his assault and succumbed to the illusion. Unaware of the nature of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, Jinya found himself entranced, mindlessly approaching to hand over the Nichiren blade and gun to Uchiha Nagi, and subsequently binding himself. "Thus, you still fail to grasp the essence of this training," Uchiha Nagi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Now, the three of them sat dejectedly on the ground, all bound to the trees, with Zenitsu looking particularly disheartened, his head hung low. Moments ago, he experienced the utmost embarrassment, having been rendered unconscious by an illusion. Frothing at the mouth, upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of Inosuke, whose head was the only part visible above the ground. This reminded him of old Wang's son next door, causing him to faint once more. Uchiha Nagi shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Zenitsu's timid duality would be challenging to rectify, unless a family member were to offer a sacrifice to the heavens. Lifting his gaze, he noted that the sun had ascended to its zenith, marking the noon hour. "I am off to have my meal. You may reflect here at your leisure. By the way, there are only 2 lunchboxes, and those who procure them are forbidden from sharing with others. Otherwise, you shall not accompany me for further training," he declared, placing down 2 lunchboxes before leisurely dispelling his shadow clone technique to report back to his original self. Gurgle. The 3 of them were famished, and the sound of a stomach growling echoed, though it was unclear whose it was. Jinya was the first to untie his ropes and swiftly seized one of the lunchboxes. Infuriatingly, the immensely strong Inosuke managed to break his bonds with brute force and aggressively snatched the remaining lunchbox. "Haha, this last portion is mine. How delightful," Inosuke exclaimed, diving into his meal with gusto. Finally, the liberated Zenitsu, left without food, could do nothing but drool pitifully as he gazed at the 2. Gurgle. Zenitsu's stomach rumbled again. Whining, Inosuke, noticing Zenitsu's watery gaze, protectively clutched his lunchbox and turned away. Just as Zenitsu appeared utterly despondent, a voice emerged nearby. "Here, take this. I already ate this morning and am not particularly hungry," said Shinobu, offering a portion of his lunchbox which he had barely touched. Zenitsu, moved to tears, grasped Shinobu's hand, perceiving him as remarkably gentle despite the scars adorning his face. "Release me, you weepy crybaby. Don't misunderstand. You aided me last time, so I am merely returning the favor," Shinobu replied, disdainfully extricating himself from Zenitsu's grip. "You too, share with me. Do not underestimate me," Inosuke interjected, also producing some of his half-eaten food for Zenitsu. "You guys, thank you so much." "Woe is me," Zenitsu exclaimed, "but don't wipe your snot on me. Enough of this." "Crybaby," came the distant voice of Uchiha Nagi, who had finished his lunch and was hiding behind a large tree, observing the scene. He nodded in approval, recognizing their budding spirit of teamwork, albeit at a rudimentary level. As for Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi held no concerns. That fellow was as pure-hearted as white jade, making him the most likely to integrate into the spirit of collaboration, or perhaps even take the lead. Once they had adapted to this mode of operation, Uchiha Nagi planned to request leave from the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, intending to return to the shinobi world to procure certain items. He had long coveted Orochimaru's reanimation technique, but knew that engaging in a transaction with him required assurance of one's own strength to avoid being taken advantage of. The second generation's development of the impure resurrection technique, version 10, proves to be somewhat unstable, unable to transform into assistance. It was only after Orochimaru advanced it to version 20 that it made its official debut. As for the later version 30 of the medicinal user, that remains many years away. At the outset, one must remember the importance of both movement and sensation, gathering these essential elements. When you open your five senses and become aware of every contour of your body, right down to each vein within, the process may be excruciating. However, as you commit and absorb a multitude of experiences, discarding the unnecessary, what remains will be the elements required for your movements, which you must then encapsulate. Over time, the veins and muscles within your body will converge, completing the process as effortlessly as opening one's eyes. In doing so, illumination will emerge, pathways will unfold, and your mind will become transparent, allowing you to perceive a clearer world. This is the realm that can only be reached through relentless effort and arduous struggle. These words represent the cherished advice of Tanjiro's father, a key to unlocking the transparent world. Uchiha Nagi stands before a bonfire, performing the traditional Kagura dance passed down through Tanjiro's family. As he dances, he closes his eyes to immerse himself in that transparent realm. Compared to Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi possesses an inherent advantage. He has chosen the path of a medical ninja, endowing him with a profound understanding of the human body. It is no surprise that the domain of the transparent world intertwines with the Kagura dance. The creator of the sun-breathing technique is a natural inhabitant of the transparent world, akin to the sage of the six paths. Thus, sun-breathing itself is a method born from observing the human body through the lens of the transparent world. The transparent world precedes sun-breathing. Therefore, mastering sun-breathing to its pinnacle allows one to access the transparent world. Hidden within the Kagura dance is the essence of sun-breathing. By continuously grasping and adjusting the correct breathing throughout the dance, one can seamlessly integrate the two. Should one err in the Kagura dance, fatigue will ensue. Conversely, executing it correctly brings ease and grace. Tanjiro's father was able to dance through a snowy night with a weary body precisely because of this understanding. However, there was a slight miscalculation. After an hour of dancing, Uchiha Nagi paused to wipe the fine sweat from his brow. The Kagura dance was executed flawlessly. Not a single detail was amiss, yet his breathing was incorrect. Each individual possesses a unique constitution, and differing heart rates naturally required distinct breathing patterns. He realized he should adapt the breathing technique to align with his own body's rhythm. Contemplating this, Uchiha Nagi summoned 10 shadow clones. Although the clones would dissipate if the breathing technique was not executed precisely, they served well for experiential accumulation. Through his research during this time, Uchiha Nagi discovered that the breathing technique is akin to a method of amplifying sword techniques and physicality through breath. Since shadow clones are inherently a manifestation of chakra, once the breathing technique is applied for enhancement, maintaining the stability of the clone's chakra becomes increasingly challenging, which is why they dissipate upon initiating the breathing technique. However, even if the shadow clone can only unleash the breath technique once before dissipating, it is still a gain. Quantity leads to qualitative change. Moreover, during this period, Uchiha Nagi's chakra began its secondary maturation. Although chakra typically becomes increasingly difficult to enhance after the age of 18, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan resulted in a remarkable surge. Uchiha Nagi was well aware that once the Mangekyo was activated, his chakra would swell uncontrollably. However, after assimilating the cellular arm of White Zetsu, the growth accelerated even further. Especially after his battle with Akaza, Uchiha Nagi estimated that if his strength at Konoha was akin to a single card, it had now doubled, and after exerting himself to the utmost against Akaza, it had risen to at least 4 cards. Therefore, his current energy levels were approximately equivalent to 4 Kakashi. If he were to engage Akaza again, he could sustain himself longer and hold a distinct advantage. Each day, he was advancing, while Akaza's progress was sluggish. A crow, dedicated solely to Uchiha Nagi, circled the sky before landing on his shoulder. A mission? Uchiha Nagi felt a flicker of curiosity. It seemed this was only the second time he had received a task in quite some time. Nevertheless, it was an opportunity to venture forth and assess the efficacy of his training. After a few leaps, he arrived at another small hill, surrounded by wisteria blossoms, which served as the residence of Muzan Kibutsuji. However, his dwelling was not fixed, as he changed locations periodically. The reason was that Muzan Kibutsuji never allowed the Demon Slayer Corps to remain in his vicinity for protection. In his words, eliminating a single demon afforded ordinary people an extra measure of safety, and he deemed himself a liability, believing it was unworthy for powerful Hashira to protect a mere burden. Those unfamiliar with the peculiar abilities of the Kibutsuji clan might be swayed by his words, but Uchiha Nagi understood that, aside from the generational curse, they possessed a hereditary foresight ability. Muzan Kibutsuji once remarked that their lineage amassed considerable wealth through this foresight, enabling them to sustain the substantial expenses of the Demon Slayer Corps over the years. Because of this foresight, whenever he sensed danger, Muzan Kibutsuji would relocate. Muzan-sama, did you summon me? Uchiha Nagi refrained from addressing him as Lord, for he would never be anyone's subordinate. Muzan Kibutsuji, unperturbed, opened his now blind eyes and smiled. You've arrived, Nagi-kun. Please, take a seat. This is freshly brewed wisteria tea. Uchiha Nagi, undeterred by trifles, poured himself a cup and awaited the details of the mission. Alas, there is a location where disappearances have been frequent. I dispatched swordsmen to investigate, yet they all vanished. Subsequently, Mr. Ju Tomioka went, only to find nothing amiss. It appeared the culprit was evading detection. However, once Mr. Tomioka departed, more individuals went missing. Upon reaching this point, Aoyama Tanjiro paused, solemnly stating his suspicion that the adversary possessed remarkably potent blood demon arts for reconnaissance, allowing them to detect Mr. Tomioka in advance. Thus, he requested your assistance. For you alone possess the unique ninjutsu that the others lack. Uchiha Nagi nodded in agreement, affirming his readiness to prepare for immediate departure. Thank you, Nagi-kun, Aoyama remarked. It is my duty, he replied. By the way, after the completion of this mission, I would like to request a brief leave of absence to attend to some personal matters. Of course, came the reply. Uchiha Nagi wasted no time in gathering his belongings and promptly returned to his preparations. Recently, he had utilized a considerable amount of Aoyama's funds for various materials and equipment necessary for his research endeavors. It is only natural to use one's resources to avert calamity. Whether investigating the cells of the white Zetsu or the demon cells, he required numerous items, including medicinal herbs, apparatus, and nutrient solutions. Recently, he had added to his studies the peculiar constitution of Jinya, who could consume demons. Uchiha Nagi contemplated whether deciphering Jinya's unique ability could allow him to realize immortality without altering his genetic makeup. In Nagi's view, Jinya's capacity to ingest demons held immense value. Should he successfully unravel its secrets, he could clone additional white Zetsu cells and consume them, thereby further enhancing the Uchiha lineage. Alternatively, he could negotiate with Orochimaru for the original cells. Perhaps this genetic enhancement could evoke a phenomenon of atavism, akin to the genes of the Sage of Six Paths. Such atavism might be exemplified by a branch of the Hyuga clan residing on the moon, whose genes exemplified this phenomenon. After implanting a pair of pure Byakugan, they transitioned to the Rinnegan, effortlessly surpassing Naruto in Sage mode, had it not been for the narrative's constraints. Upon arriving at the Butterfly Mansion, Uchiha Nagi acknowledged that, due to the demands of his research, he required not only various instruments, but also a plethora of pharmaceuticals. Thus, he chose to reside at the Butterfly Mansion when not engaged in specific missions. With deft hands, Uchiha Nagi organized his tools, including a number of explosive tags crafted from materials procured through the Demon Slayer Corps after his arrival in this world. Given that others lacked the ability to wield chakra, his production was somewhat limited and labor-intensive. However, he thought it sufficient for his needs, intending to procure more upon returning to the shinobi world. His body was undergoing a second growth spurt, and by the time he set out for the Hokage world, he might very well reach the rank of 10 chakra points. While 10 chakra points could not rival the likes of Naruto, Uzumaki, or Nagato, It would suffice when compared to other Kage-level shinobi. Strength, after all, is not solely determined by the duration one possesses chakra. Tailed beasts may possess an abundance of chakra, yet they still falter against weaker humans. Naruto's chakra output was many times that of Kakashi's, yet prior to mastering Sage Mode, he too struggled against Kakashi. Nagi furrowed his brow as he reviewed intelligence reports from the logistics team, which indicated, as Aoyama had suggested, that several lower-tier members of the Demon Slayer Corps had initially investigated the disappearance of individuals, only to vanish themselves. Subsequently, 2 A-rank members led an inquiry but returned unharmed, only for more individuals to go missing once the A-rank members departed. The other parties seemed to be engaging in guerrilla tactics, prompting Ju Tomioka to investigate alone. And once again, no one had disappeared. Nagi-kun, are you about to embark on a mission? A melodious voice floated in, belonging to Shinobu Kocho. Indeed, there is a rather troublesome assignment. The adversary may not be particularly strong, yet they possess a cunning nature, which is why Mr. Kanroji believes only I can handle it. Uchiha Nagi nodded in response. This is a healing salve, along with some antidotes. Exercise utmost caution. Some demons may exhibit toxic characteristics. Nagi-kun, return safely. Shinobu handed over a small package containing numerous tiny vials. Thank you very much. Uchiha Nagi paused momentarily. You must also be careful. There's no need to rush regarding your sister's vengeance. I will assist you when the time comes. Uchiha Nagi recalled that Shinobu had transformed herself into a poison wielder for revenge, ultimately feeding her nemesis, the Upper Moon too, and successfully poisoning him in return. To avenge her sister and perish alongside her adversary. Such was the tragic fate of a girl. Now that he was aware of this, Uchiha Nagi was not averse to altering her sorrowful conclusion. Upon hearing his words, Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her composure, Uchiha Nagi had already departed. Just around the corner, 3 youthful figures huddled together, whispering furtively. Sister, why did he say he would help Shinobu-san with her revenge? A little girl's head peeked out from the shadows. Silly Xiaojia. Obviously, the Upper Moon demon cannot be defeated alone. It requires 2 to triumph. No, you're the fool. Xiaojun. Clearly, that handsome uncle has feelings for Shinobu-san. You're the fool. He's not that old. He's more like an older brother. The 3 little girls from the Butterfly Mansion were engaged in a heated, blushing argument. What are you 3 doing loitering here? It seems you've been too idle lately. Would you like some intense training tomorrow? Shinobu's gentle voice emerged from behind the trio. Oh, I still have herbs to dry. The medicine in the furnace is almost finished. We must take our leave. Observing the 3 girls flee in a flurry, Shinobu covered her mouth, laughing heartily, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue under the sunlight. Uchiha Nagi arrived at the train station and boarded a train. Given the convenience of such a mode of transportation in this world, why not utilize it? This journey, however, was devoid of any unusual occurrences, and Uchiha Nagi safely reached his destination, a place known as Hakuba Town. After disembarking, 2 Class C members accompanying him shared local legends, noting that many myths often stem from ignorant villagers subjugated by demons. It was said that centuries ago, a wounded white horse was rescued by monks, and in gratitude, the horse transformed the area into a prosperous locale, hence the name Hakuba Town. However, the soil, once fertile, had angered the deities a decade ago for reasons unknown, leading to calamities. Crops failed entirely, floods ensued, followed by droughts and locust plagues, leaving the townsfolk in dire straits, with scarcely one in 10 surviving. In the end, a monk residing in the temple offered his life to the deities and ultimately attained forgiveness, thereby ensuring the survival of the townsfolk. Consequently, the villagers constructed a shrine in honor of that monk. Uchiha Nagi nodded, indicating that tonight they could move freely. Within this scroll, I have made certain modifications. Should danger arise, simply unfurl it. The C-rank members nodded in acknowledgement. One was named Heiji, while the other was called Ono. This operation was specifically requested by Uchiha Nagi, as he believed that A-rank demon slayers would not engage the enemy directly, opting instead to lurk in the shadows. Conversely, if only one C-rank member were present, the adversary would likely reveal themselves. Demons possess a myriad of preferences. Some are drawn to children, others to young maidens, and some favor robust humans, such as the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, whose physical prowess is significantly enhanced through long-term training in breathing techniques. Tonight, The two would serve as bait, while Uchiha Nagi concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the adversary to expose their true intentions. Soon, darkness enveloped the town, and every household locked their doors, as if anticipating some great terror to emerge from the night. Even the lights inside their homes were extinguished, a testament to the psychological toll that the recent string of disappearances had taken on the townspeople. The police were at a loss. They either departed the small town or chose to endure in silence. Though the town was populous, the authorities worked diligently to suppress the news. Yet the frequency of one disappearance every couple of days led to rampant rumors circulating among the residents. Heiji and Ono tread carefully through the town, gripping their Nichiren blades tightly, their nervousness causing their palms to sweat profusely. The only source of comfort was the occasional crow cawing overhead, while the darkness enveloped them in dread. "Listen, Mr. Heiji," Uchiha Nagi's serious visage flashed in his mind as they discussed the details of their plan. "The enemy possesses formidable reconnaissance skills, perhaps even precognitive abilities, thus I cannot appear by your side, at least not within the town. This is a baiting strategy." During the day, Uchiha Nagi's solemn face had been a focal point in their strategic discussions. "Therefore, I shall not manifest within the town. But this scroll contains protective measures for you. In the event of danger, unfurl it, and I shall hasten from outside the town to your aid. You must endure until I arrive, and you will emerge unscathed." According to their plan, if the foe refused to confront someone too powerful, the mere presence of A-rank demon slayers would deter them, implying that the adversary was indeed weaker than even the A-rank. However, if they were too weak, they might not survive long enough to receive assistance. Thus, they sought a middle ground, utilizing C-rank members as bait. Heiji, youthful and brimming with bravado, took on this task, embodying the fearless spirit typical of his age, akin to Tanjiro and his companions. Furthermore, they hoped to gain favor and guidance from Uchiha Nagi, the newly appointed Hashira, as there were whispers within the Demon Slayer Corps that Uchiha Nagi might succeed the Flame Hashira in his position. The former Flame Pillar, having sustained grave injuries during his battle against the Upper Moon 3, has been rendered incapable of returning to the battlefield for several years. Meanwhile, the newly promoted Uchiha Nagi, who has yet to choose a name, possesses formidable strength akin to that of a pillar and has mastered the breath of flames. Under the recommendation of Mr. Purgatory, Uchiha Nagi may ascend to become the latest Flame Pillar. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the majority of trainers resemble educators in a school, guiding dozens of students at once. Only a select few individuals with exceptional talent are taken under the wing of retired pillars, who mentor them one-on-one as cherished disciples. For instance, Tanjiro was mentored for 2 years by the retired Water Pillar, while Zenitsu and his senior received guidance from the retired Thunder Pillar for several years. If he were to receive similar mentorship, Hattori Heiji, despite his talent, has only reached a C rank within 2 years. However, as the moment approaches, he begins to feel trepidation, for he has always fought alongside of ranks or pillars. Now he stands alone. Furthermore, he has only ever faced relatively weak demons, and now must confront an unknown adversary. After an entire night of patrolling for several hours without encountering anyone, Heiji finds himself famished. Perhaps the enemy has fled? He glances up at the crows above, his loyal companion, which also serves to scout for nearby foes. Perhaps they fear me, chuckles Ono. After all, thus far, no flying demon has been discovered. As long as the crow flies high enough, it remains safe under the cover of night. Heiji looks towards the sky as the first rays of dawn illuminate the earth. The surrounding darkness begins to dissipate, and he breathes a sigh of relief. After a long night, his stomach growls with hunger, and he notices that the owner of a nearby noodle shop has just opened for business. "Ah, what an early guest. Please come in. I never expected to have customers at such an hour. Please wait a moment. I am still kneading the dough," says the owner, a kindly balding man in his 50s. "Indeed, I haven't slept all night. I am utterly exhausted. Please, give me a bowl of char siu ramen," Heiji yawns, feeling the tension of the night slip away, and suddenly feels quite drowsy. "And I would like a bowl as well, with extra meat," calls Ono. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," the owner replies as he deftly begins to knead the dough and prepare the broth. Before long, the rich aroma of the simmering soup wafts through the air. Heiji notices a string of prayer beads hanging from the owner's chest, swaying gently as he works. "Did you acquire those beads from the temple?" Heiji inquires, curious. "Indeed, the nights have been rather unsettled lately, so I sought these beads for peace and safety." The owner replies, stroking the beads with a serene expression. Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant char siu ramen is placed before Heiji. However, he cannot help but notice that the prayer beads are not new. They possess a polished sheen indicative of years of wear, with faint dark stains visible within the beads. But you mentioned that you recently sought these beads at the temple. Why do they appear to be so well used? Heiji asks, puzzled. Indeed, it is a lengthy tale. The balding proprietor wiped his brow, smiled, and settled down to engage in casual conversation with Pinksy. This string of prayer beads was a gift from my parents, who sought blessings at the temple during my frequent childhood illnesses. It truly worked wonders, as I have not fallen ill since. The rotund, bald owner gazed at the sunlight streaming in and wore a warm expression akin to the sun itself. The temple's master had always taught me the virtues of benevolence, and I remain deeply grateful for their healing of my ailments, as well as for this string of beads that safeguards my health. Each time I fell ill, I would witness certain visions in my dreams. Oh, you saw visions in your dreams? Xiaoye remarked, slurping his ramen while curiously listening to the owner's narrative. Indeed, I would see disasters unfolding in my dreams, only for them to manifest in reality shortly thereafter. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Unfortunately, after my parents discovered this ability of mine, they forbade me from speaking of it, the owner sighed. Why? Pinksy inquired, chewing on his char siu with intrigue. Because those who perished in my dreams due to calamities met the same fate in reality. My parents feared I would be deemed a pariah and perhaps even burned by the villagers, so they insisted I remain silent. That is, until one day, I had yet another dream. What dream? I dreamt that outsiders arrived in our town, offering exorbitant prices for grain. The prices were several times higher than usual, prompting everyone to sell all their harvest. The farmers believed this was a windfall, as their crops would soon be ready for harvest. However, in the days leading up to the harvest, a torrential downpour obliterated all the grain, resulting in a great flood followed by a plague. With no food available, the townsfolk perished from starvation and disease, leaving only a scant few survivors. Upon awakening, I informed my parents, and we hastily harvested our unripe grain. Many villagers mocked us for our foolishness. My parents were convinced of the truth in my dream, yet they hesitated to warn the other villagers. For the nightmare I had experienced was truly horrific. Nevertheless, recalling the prayer beads resting over my heart and the master's words urging me to cultivate virtue, I disregarded my parents' objections and rushed to inform all the villagers of my dream, urging them to harvest their unripe grain to evade the impending disaster. What happened next? Unbeknownst to him, Pinksy had become enraptured by the owner's tale, oblivious to the fact that his bowl was now empty. What happened next? The balding proprietor grimaced, a bitter smile forming. Naturally, no one believed me. The unripe grain that went unharvested resulted in a significantly diminished yield. Then, the calamity truly struck. All the villagers' harvests were ruined by the deluge, and the town was left with no food to procure. Those who fell ill suffered, and those who were hungry perished. Yet, what I did not anticipate was how they would react. At this juncture, the balding owner's face contorted into a ghastly visage, resembling a malevolent specter, startling Pinksy, who instinctively gripped his sunwheel blade. He failed to notice Xiaoye's eyes, which reflected an unsettling fear. However, as he observed the sunlight illuminating the owner, Pinksy chided himself for his suspicion and lowered his weapon. And what transpired thereafter? Although a faint sense of unease lingered in his heart, the sun had emerged, and thus, Pinksy chose to lower his guard. Subsequently, the bald-headed proprietor let out a cold chuckle as the villagers, unable to find sustenance, were led by an unknown instigator to declare that they had grain to spare. In a frenzy, they descended upon Pinksy's home and plundered every last morsel of food, only to leave behind the bitter words that he was a harbinger of misfortune, blaming him for their plight. In their wrath, they set fire to his dwelling, rendering him homeless. Upon hearing this, Pinksy could only exhale a weary sigh. He was still young and struggled to comprehend the intricacies of human nature. And how did you endure that famine? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Endure? The bald-headed proprietor scoffed. That very night, my parents were burned alive in the sunlight. His expression morphed into something both grotesque and benevolent. While the villagers were busy scavenging my family's provisions, they cast me into the well, never anticipating that those ungrateful souls would later bind me and incinerate me along with the house. It was only by relying on them that I survived the famine. What do you think sustained me? At this revelation, Pinksy was struck with horror, hastily clutching his knife. Why you? Yet the bald-headed proprietor remained unfazed, restraining him gently. Do not be alarmed, dear guest, my tale is not yet concluded. In my frail state, I struggled up the mountain and found the White Horse Temple. Fearing to trouble the Zen master, I stealthily entered under the cover of night. I was perplexed by the cruelty of humanity, where virtuous deeds go unrewarded. And I was eager to seek enlightenment from the Buddha. However, upon reaching the Zen master's chamber, guess what I heard? What? At that moment, Pingxi realized his own body was weak and feeble. Even the strength to draw his knife eluded him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the previously gluttonous Xiaoya sat rigidly, his face etched with despair. It turned out that the Zen master, having been informed of my dream, understood my ability and foresaw the impending calamity. He conspired with others to masquerade as merchants, preemptively hoarding the town's remaining grain, planning to sell it at a handsome profit once disaster struck. As he spoke, the bald-headed proprietor's smile was both sinister and benevolent, resembling a hybrid of Buddha and demon. My esteemed Zen master, a co-conspirator in the demise of my entire family, I found it utterly incomprehensible. That night, I stumbled, dazed and disoriented, to kneel before the statue of the Buddha, indifferent to the prospect of being discovered and killed as a scourge. All I yearned for was an answer. I was eventually discovered by the monks, and in a bid to keep the secret, the Zen master ended my life and buried me in the woods. Then, a figure appeared before me. He said, "If you cannot comprehend, then contemplate until you do. You may take a century, 2 centuries, or even 3. And thus, I transformed into a specter, laughing maniacally. At this juncture, the bald-headed proprietor mockingly caressed his prayer beads. Noting how those ignorant villagers believed the Zen master had willingly sacrificed himself to save them from disaster, unaware that while he did not save them from natural calamity, he was indeed the orchestrator of their human-made misfortunes. I have apprehended all the monks and summoned them before the Buddha for judgment. I proclaimed that if the Buddha manifested his presence and spoke to grant them clemency, I would spare them. However, if he remained silent, it would signify their grave transgressions. Alas, to my amusement, not a single one among this group received the Buddha's mercy. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? Consequently, I consumed them all, ensuring they would forever repent within my being. Amitabha. Upon concluding this lengthy narrative, the bald-headed proprietor quietly grasped his prayer beads and chanted a mantra, appearing as earnest as a seasoned monk. Why are you not afraid of being discovered by Yangguang? I stammered, my speech faltering, while the gluttonous Koyan had already lost the ability to articulate his thoughts. I commit no evil deeds, and with the Buddha's protection, why should I fear the sun? The bald-headed proprietor chuckled, nimbly clearing the table of dishes and lifting the 2 men, placing them upon his shoulders as he advanced toward the kitchen. It must be noted that my abilities are rather extraordinary, perhaps due to the Buddha's blessings. While other spirits cannot manifest in daylight, I traverse it with ease. Ha ha ha. As dawn broke and the recent disappearances stirred public anxiety, the bald-headed proprietor carried Pingxi into the house without a soul noticing. In the kitchen, he smiled, stripping Pingxi of his garments, discarding the sun blade and scroll into the furnace, before turning to pray before a statue of the Buddha. After reciting a sutra, he seized the blade, and with a swift motion, Koyan's head rolled to the ground. Another strike cleaved him into several large pieces. Turning towards Pingxi, I observed that he could no longer utter a word, his fear manifesting as beads of sweat cascading down his face. You see, I have completed my prayers to the Buddha, and he has yet to grant you forgiveness. Thus, you too are a sinner. Out of compassion, let me escort you to hell for atonement. The bald-headed proprietor, with a benevolent expression, raised the cleaver, poised to strike Pingxi's head. At that critical moment, a voice called from outside, "Boss, is anyone there? I would like a bowl of ramen." "Ah, customer. Please, hold on a moment." The proprietor's demeanor transformed, his previous monk-like visage vanishing as he casually discarded the cleaver, aiming it instead at Pingxi's legs. With a sickening sound, Pingxi's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting within his irises, the agony contorting his features as a pool of blood slowly seeped from between his legs. The bald-headed proprietor, draped in a pristine white towel, exuded an air of cleanliness and kindness as he emerged from the kitchen to the stove outside. With a smile, he addressed the customer, "You are quite early. Which type of ramen would you like? My ramen is truly exceptional, honed over more than a decade." "Ah, just a random bowl will suffice. I'll take the char siu ramen." "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it for you. With remarkable agility, the bald-headed proprietor swiftly crafted a bowl of char siu ramen, presenting it before the strikingly handsome young man. Uchiha Nagi picked up a piece of char siu and suddenly smiled, inquiring, "Boss, this char siu isn't made from our meat, is it?" The balding proprietor, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a white towel, chuckled nervously. "Oh, dear customer, you truly have a sense of humor. This humble establishment has been in operation for over a decade. How could we possibly engage in anything unlawful? Indeed, the shop has been open for over 10 years. But the same cannot be said for the individuals within the kitchen," another voice echoed as a second Uchiha Nagi emerged from the back. "Customer, how can there be two of you?" The balding owner glanced between the two identical Uchihas, his confusion palpable. "Still trying to argue? I can tell at a glance that you are not human." The Uchiha Nagi seated in the dining area drew his Nichiren blade, while the one at the kitchen entrance brandished a blade belonging to Pingzi. It turned out that in the kitchen, Uchiha Nagi had given Pingzi a scroll that sealed a shadow clone, much like how Naruto discovered a Chunin instructor springing forth from a scroll during the Chunin exams. It was a meticulously prepared shadow clone sealed within. This served as a safeguard for the B-rank members. Should they encounter danger, they could unseal the scroll, allowing Uchiha Nagi to arrive promptly, while the shadow clone provided a diversion for a successful escape. Meanwhile, the crows overhead would lead Uchiha Nagi to their location. As dawn broke and sunlight bathed the world, Pingzi entered the ramen shop for a meal, but his crow remained outside, patrolling. When the crow spotted its master being hoisted into the kitchen by the proprietor, it flapped its wings and set off in search of assistance. However, the balding owner, being the verbose villain he was, insisted on praying to a statue before making his move. Just as Uchiha Nagi arrived, he was a moment too late. One had already fallen victim, and the scroll tossed into the flames would release the shadow clone upon burning. "I am curious, why are you not afraid of the sun? Pingzi must be unable to move due to consuming your noodles, as you must have infused them with something related to your bloodline technique, capable of inducing paralysis, correct?" Uchiha Nagi queried. Beads of sweat continued to flow from the proprietor's forehead as he stared into the menacing crimson eyes before him. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, his face twisted in rage as he swiftly drew a knife from his stove, lunging fiercely at Uchiha Nagi. Already in a combat-ready stance, Uchiha Nagi effortlessly evaded the strike, simultaneously severing the hand that wielded the knife. A severed arm flew through the air, and the balding owner let out a horrific scream as he clutched his bleeding limb and staggered out of the ramen shop, his movements surprisingly agile. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow, aware that the man's strength was significantly greater than that of an ordinary individual, yet he found it perplexing that, despite it being daytime, the sunlight had no effect on him. "Keep an eye on Pingzi. I will pursue him," Uchiha Nagi instructed his shadow clone, who nodded in acknowledgement before the original sprang into action and dashed out in pursuit. Outside, a scattering of individuals began to emerge. For this quaint town was no bustling metropolis. Many still adhered to the rhythms of sunrise and sunset. A few, upon spotting the balding proprietor, were about to greet him with enthusiasm, only to suddenly notice that he was missing a hand, blood streaming as he stumbled towards them in panic. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me. It's the murderer behind the recent disappearances." Fear flickered across the balding man's face. "Quick, someone call the police," as he shouted. However, Uchiha Nagi had already plunged a blade into his flesh once more. If Tanjiro and his companions were present, they would sense no demonic aura emanating from him and would certainly refrain from attacking. "Ah, help! Someone is being murdered," the balding man screamed in terror. "Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. I am a ninja, not a native here," Uchiha Nagi stated impassively. "The Demon Slayer Corps targets demons exclusively. They never take human lives, even if that individual has been ensnared by demons and has previously attacked them. This principle is embodied by Tanjiro. However, Uchiha Nagi hails from a realm of shinobi, where taking human lives surpasses slaying demons. Thus, even if the balding proprietor is indeed human, he remains unscathed." At the moment when the balding man drugged the B-class member, Hattori Heiji, to incapacitate him and prepared to strike in the kitchen, Uchiha Nagi resolved not to let him escape. His current perplexity stemmed from the fact that the man exhibited no demonic aura, resembling a human, and showed no fear of sunlight. How could this be? Had he been immune to sunlight, he would have long been consumed by musin, rather than lingering until now. Musen's obsession with becoming a perfect being had persisted for over a millennium. Should he discover the means to achieve this, he would likely be overjoyed to the point of madness. Quick, call the police. There's a murderer here. A farmer, clutching a hoe, shouted in fear before hastily fleeing. Don't come any closer, or we will not be gentle with you. The onlookers, armed with whatever could serve as protection, trembled as they regarded the approaching Uchiha Nagi. Yet, Uchiha Nagi paid no heed to the ordinary townsfolk. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, heightening his vigilance towards the balding man before him. He sensed that this encounter would not be straightforward, but he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. The balding man also came to realize that this member of the Demon Slayer Corps was altogether different from those he had encountered before. He exhibited a chilling indifference to the opinions of the populace, resembling a merciless assassin. Uchiha Nagi remained unfazed, even as the patrolling officers drew near, continuing his grim task. With a scream, he severed the balding man's other hand. Stop! We will shoot. Two officers, clad in uniforms, brandished their firearms, aiming at Uchiha Nagi. He glanced back, activating the ninjutsu of his Sharingan. The two men stood frozen, then slowly returned to their original positions, oblivious to the chaos. With no hope of rescue, the balding man finally succumbed to fear, using his remaining arm to struggle upright and attempt to flee. Uchiha Nagi squinted, a murderous intent flashing across his countenance, and swiftly severed one of the man's legs. Ah, please, don't kill me. I'm a good person, the balding man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. With a swift motion, a head soared high into the air before tumbling to the ground. Uchiha Nagi had grown weary of torturing his foes and opted for a swift decapitation instead. The bald proprietor's body abruptly ceased its movement, collapsing lifelessly upon the ground. The onlookers, common folk, had long since fled, leaving no trace behind. Was this truly a human? Were they perhaps misled? Uchiha Nagi scratched his head and gazed at the sun, departing in bewilderment. After Nagi's departure, a few individuals cautiously approached, one of whom recognized the fallen figure as the ramen shop owner. However, the sight of the gruesome corpse was far too horrifying. The perpetrator had displayed an unparalleled cruelty by dismembering the ramen shop owner. Before long, the authorities finally arrived. Several medical examiners, resembling coroner's assistants, placed the owner's remains into a body bag, while other officers began to inquire about the situation. Soon, the body was transported to the morgue, where lights flickered on. The ramen shop owner was placed upon an autopsy table. The procedure was largely a formality, given the abundance of witnesses, rendering a thorough examination of the cause of death unnecessary. It was a tragic scene. A bespectacled examiner, wielding a knife, casually inspected the remains. No further investigation was required. The cause of death was evident: decapitation. Just as the examiner touched the severed head, its eyes unexpectedly fluttered, turning to gaze at him. Ah, a monster? The examiner, or rather the coroner, was so startled by this horrifying spectacle that he wet his pants, having never encountered such terror in his lifetime of performing autopsies. Suddenly, the head opened its mouth wide, and a shadowy figure sprang forth, lunging swiftly toward the examiner's face. Dumbfounded, the examiner stood frozen, utterly unprepared to evade the rapid entity. Being merely an ordinary person, he had no chance of escaping its speed. At that moment, a shuriken whizzed from a corner, narrowly brushing the examiner's face and striking the shadowy figure, pinning it firmly against the wall. A revelation dawned. The nature of your curse technique is parasitic. Emerging from the shadows, a figure became visible under the dim light, with a pair of exceptionally bright red eyes. It was the stealthy Uchiha Nagi. Though he was perplexed, he was not one to retreat quietly. A ninja's ambush was a customary tactic, often to ensure no adversaries remained hidden. Many would stealthily linger after a battle to ascertain if any foes had concealed allies. Release me. Release me. The Buddha will not spare you. The minuscule, fleshy entity struggled desperately against its constraints. This was, in fact, the true form of the bald proprietor, or rather, it was a parasitic entity masquerading as a human. The individual it inhabited was human, thus unafraid of sunlight, for the rays could not reach its true essence. The external body was not only human, but alive, albeit with its brain devoured, rendering it a mere puppet. However, such a fleshy puppet could only sustain itself for a limited duration before succumbing to decay, necessitating periodic replacements. No wonder even Mr. Jutomioka could not locate you. Your abilities are indeed extraordinary." With a chuckle, Uchiha Nagi approached. The feeble and pitiful being, once it finds a robust host, transforms entirely. However, those of formidable strength, such as upper moons, do not fear its parasitic nature. It would surely meet its end at the hands of the likes of Akaza. The parasitic entity struggles to find a worthy opponent among the Hashira, and it is no wonder that Muzan Kibutsuji holds it in disdain. Its abilities are rather inconsequential. Surely, one could imagine that it mixes its essence with ramen, leaving its victims incapacitated. Uchiha Nagi produced a scroll, accompanied by several talismans imbued with sealing powers, akin to those utilized by the Allied forces during the Great Ninja War to contain the formidable forces of Otsutsuki. Even in the presence of this mere parasitic demon, caution must prevail. Sealing it before extraction is prudent. As for the reason not to employ the tsurugi, it was merely a matter of wanting to capture it for experimentation. "Rest assured, the Buddha shall punish you, my little meatball," he murmured, as if to himself. Why can I not sense you? You seem to have materialized from thin air." "I'm sorry, though I know the answer, I shan't disclose it," Uchiha Nagi replied with a smile, before sealing the creature within the scroll. The answer lies in the fact that Uchiha Nagi is not of this world. Thus, the being's foresight of calamity cannot extend to him. Before departing, Uchiha Nagi cast a glance with his Sharingan at the bewildered coroner, inducing a hypnotic state. It must be said, the Sharingan proves invaluable at times. Upon returning to the ramen shop's kitchen, he found the incapacitated Heiji had been restored by Nagi's shadow clone. The procedure was straightforward: incision of the blood vessels to expel the paralyzing substances through the bloodstream. Heiji, having lost significant blood, lay dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling, grappling with the excruciating pain below, pondering whether he might become a eunuch, an unbearable thought, more torturous than death in battle. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Tend to your wound, avoid water, and refrain from gazing at beautiful women for a while," Uchiha Nagi remarked, his expression one of disdain, tossing a bottle of medicine and bandages his way. "Huh," Heiji replied, bewildered. "What do you mean, huh? It's merely a superficial cut. Once healed, your manhood will develop more robustly. Is there no circumcision in your culture?" Uchiha Nagi quipped, tossing him a pair of trousers pilfered from the road. "Huh, circumcision? I'm not a eunuch," Heiji exclaimed, joy lighting his face as he checked beneath. "Ah ha ha, it's still there. Senpai, this is wonderful. My manhood is intact." Observing the boy's exuberant antics, Uchiha Nagi chose to feign ignorance of his existence. Subsequently, he reported the incident to the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps, affirming that the matter had been resolved, and disclosed the nature of the target's abilities, along with remnants of the tsurugi scattered in the ramen shop, left behind by its previous victims. By nightfall, the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived to address the ensuing complications, relieving Uchiha Nagi of any further duties. He and Hattori Heiji, who had achieved this feat, were already aboard the train, preparing to return. On this journey back, Uchiha Nagi intended to visit the Higanbana Island to seek the guidance of the Hashira, who was known for his rigorous training, and then return to the shinobi world to reclaim what was rightfully his. The Hashira of Higanbana Island was one of the most formidable warriors among the 9 pillars. Towering at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, a true giant who wielded a broad axe and a meteor hammer, yet moved with remarkable agility. His harrowing past rendered him distrustful of youth, but later, he was enlightened by the protagonist's words. Even more astonishing was his blindness. He fought solely by sound and perception, standing but a step away from perceiving the transparent world. In a life-and-death battle against one of the upper moons, he exerted himself to the utmost, enduring agony, and ultimately unlocked the transparent realm. That night, after Kibutsuji Muzan was beheaded, he instinctively unleashed a destructive attack, also just a step away from achieving his goal. Similarly, the Flame Hashira, having comprehended and emulated this battle, found a kindred spirit in Uchiha Nagi. Sometimes, the distance of a single step requires traversing over 900 others. "It is time to return," he mused. On the way, the C-rank member Hattori Heiji hesitantly inquired in a low voice, "Could you please keep my injury a secret?" His face flushed with embarrassment, he lowered his head, fearing that if this matter spread, he would be ridiculed by his fellow demon slayers for a lifetime, a source of mockery in their daily banter. For him, that would be an utterly mortifying situation. "What did you say?" Uchiha Nagi raised his head, casting a quizzical glance at Hattori Heiji. "Oh, it's nothing at all." It's best if you don't remember. Ha ha ha. Yes, nothing at all, Heiji replied cheerfully. This mission had concluded rather satisfactorily, despite the loss of one comrade. He was engrossed in the history of this world, which, though not as vibrant as the shinobi realm, had witnessed many wondrous phenomena. For instance, Muzan was once a frail human, plagued by illness throughout his childhood, until a doctor, seeking to cure him, procured a miraculous medicine that transformed his physique into that of a healthy individual. Alas, this remedy came with side effects. He could not endure sunlight, having long since lost any gratitude towards humanity due to his perpetual suffering. Muzan descended into depravity upon realizing he could not consume human food, but could gain strength from devouring humans, even turning against the very doctor who had healed him. However, while this world lacked chakra, it was not devoid of extraordinary powers such as fighting spirit and swordsmanship. As Muzan sought a means to overcome his aversion to sunlight and began to create his minions, many righteous warriors and swordsmen, endowed with exceptional abilities, commenced a campaign against these man-eating demons. Yet, as time passed, they all gradually vanished, leaving only the swordsmen who practiced breathing techniques, known as the Demon Slayer Corps. The reason for their disappearance was easily deduced. The martial artists found no advantage against the immortal demons, as even a shattered brain or heart could still allow them to fight, and the swordsmen were no exception. Subsequently, there emerged a swordsman whose blade was forged from solar ore, discovering that severing the heads of demons with this mineral could annihilate them. Thus, a second method of extermination emerged alongside sunlight. Gradually, various martial artists began to fade into obscurity, supplanted by swordsmen wielding the sun-wheel blade. In the serendipitous flow of history, a prodigious being named Kori Kajinori was born, naturally endowed with the ability to perceive the world with clarity. And he pioneered the most formidable technique known as the Breath of the Sun. He then imparted this technique to all demon-hunting swordsmen. However, the demands of the Breath of the Sun proved exceedingly rigorous for humanity. Consequently, some profoundly wise swordsmen innovated diverse breathing techniques across various schools. What Uchiha Nagi currently observes are legends from certain sects that existed prior to the advent of these breathing techniques. He is capable of replicating Akaza's skills, for Akaza employs the martial arts of human combatants. The distinction lies in the fact that without a robust physique and formidable recovery, forcibly executing the latter techniques results in side effects akin to Lee's initial entrance, where he opens the 8 gates. Nonetheless, Uchiha Nagi remains enamored with the martial arts of this world. He aspires to amalgamate the strengths of myriad schools to attain enlightenment. Of course, during this period, even firearms have emerged, further leading to the obliteration of those martial artists. Uchiha Nagi cast a glance, intrigued by the historical tapestry of this world. For instance, a cursed blade known as Mamoru once existed, wherein its wielder could make 3 wishes solely for combat purposes, guaranteeing victory in every battle. However, after the 3rd wish, the wielder would suffer a horrific backlash. Furthermore, prior to Muzan's emergence, martial artists flourished here, engaging in a cacophony of diverse techniques, among which was a forbidden art known as the Celestial Ladder to the Other Shore, which harnessed the opponent's momentum to create a tornado-like technique for vanquishing foes. Its potency was amplified on the battlefield, where greater numbers intensified the murderous aura and escalated the destructive capacity. Another technique, reminiscent of the mighty fist, was termed explosive acupoint, where a single finger could concentrate one's energy to strike with enough force to shatter mountains. It is indeed fascinating to uncover such knowledge. How engaging it would be. Uchiha Nagi gazed with interest at the tome he acquired from the Kanroji estate. Hence, the records contained within are authentic, albeit lost to time. Not to mention, even the Breath of the Sun has been forgotten by the Kanroji lineage. The corners of Uchiha Nagi's mouth curled slightly upwards. The loss of knowledge is of little consequence, as long as one knows the origins. For in the ninja realm, there exists a technique known as impure world reincarnation. Did the second Hokage truly invent thousands of forbidden techniques? With his intellect, would he not engage in negotiations with the powerful deceased during their reincarnation to learn their forbidden arts? Thus, Uchiha Nagi resolved to return to the ninja realm, with the foremost goal of acquiring impure world reincarnation, subsequently resurrecting the originator of the Breath of the Sun from Demon Slayer to learn all there is to know, followed by the study of others' techniques. In the wake of several great wars within the ninja realm, He could indeed resurrect those formidable warriors. However, they would likely remain suspicious, unwilling to impart their forbidden techniques. It may prove more fruitful to seek the knowledge of individuals from this world. However, acquiring the improved version 20 of the impure world reincarnation from Orochimaru, as well as the later version 30 from Kabuto, poses quite the challenge. That serpent of Orochimaru is not easily bartered with. One misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of the fourth Kazekage, who was famously betrayed. By the way, I intend to train under Mr. Kumiai at the Butterfly Mansion. Would you care to join me? Inquired Uchiha Nagi. Really? Is that permissible, senior? That would be splendid. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to accompany you, exclaimed Heiji Hattori, brimming with enthusiasm. Then let us embark together. Upon returning to the Butterfly Mansion, Nagi learned that after a rigorous training session with him, Inosuke and the others had formed a team to embark on a mission to find Tanjiro. Uchiha Nagi promptly explained the situation to Shinjuro, who had already corresponded with Kumiai and received his consent. Nagi-kun, your safe return is truly delightful. Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed with joy upon seeing Uchiha Nagi. Indeed, a peculiar individual of modest strength, thus easily dispatched, Nagi replied with a smile and a nod. I plan to train under Mr. Kumiai for about 2 weeks to a month, after which I shall return home to attend to certain matters. Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some healing salves, Butterfly Shinobu said before vanishing in a flash. Upon reappearing, she held a small parcel in her hands. Thank you, Miss Shinobu, Uchiha Nagi said graciously, accepting it with a gentle smile. I wish you a fruitful training period. By the way, I owe you my gratitude as well. I seem to have grasped a bit about my chakra recently and have felt a flicker of understanding in the past few days. She replied with a smile. Uchiha Nagi nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he finally managed to say, best of luck. I shall take my leave now. After Uchiha Nagi departed, Butterfly Shinobu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Following his farewell to Butterfly Shinobu at the Butterfly Mansion, Uchiha Nagi set off for Kumiai's training grounds, located amidst a mountainous region adorned with waterfalls. Mr. Kumiai, I am immensely grateful for your training this past month. You have significantly strengthened me, Uchiha Nagi expressed sincerely with a deep bow. Initially intending to train for merely 2 weeks, he found himself lingering for a month, captivated by the excellence of Kumiai's training. Though perhaps not the swiftest among the Hashira, and lacking in the sharpest of attacks, Kumiai's physical prowess was undoubtedly honed to perfection. Standing at an imposing 2 meters, wielding a meteor hammer, he would bellow Umitba as he charged forth, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to rage, for he was blind. Yet, it was this very aspect that commanded Uchiha Nagi's admiration, a man who, despite his blindness, had elevated his strength to the level of the Hashira. In later encounters, Muzan himself would remark that Kumiai's physique was the most formidable human he had encountered in centuries. He could not see, yet he possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings, relying on all his senses aside from sight to navigate the world. Were it not for his blindness, one would never surmise that he was so afflicted. Compassionate Buddha, as humanity grows stronger, so does the potential for Muzan's demise. There is no need for thanks, Mr. Uchiha. In tears, the sorrowful figure of Baiming, Yueying-ming, clasped his hands together. It is indeed remarkable, Mr. Uchiha, how your body endures such intense training. Your physical prowess grows stronger with each passing day, a true blessing for the Demon Slayer Corps. During the muscle enhancement regimen, Uchiha Nagi left Baiming, Yueying-ming in awe, as his possession of the white Zetsu cells granted him astonishing regenerative abilities. Furthermore, through rigorous training, Uchiha Nagi unlocked the latent potential within his own body, allowing the white Zetsu cells to fulfill their purpose, resulting in a daily increase in his chakra. Consequently, he perceived the energy of the fighting spirit within him growing ever more powerful. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Nagi had been meticulously analyzing and replicating his abilities using his Sharingan. This ocular power fundamentally revolves around the dual faculties of perception and analysis. Uchiha Nagi dedicated an entire month to scrutinizing Baiming, Yueying-ming's extraordinary ability to perceive the world with clarity. This prowess, akin to transcending reality, does not belong to the realm of skills. Thus, it cannot be easily replicated by merely seeing it. Hence, Uchiha Nagi resorted to repeated analyses. Ultimately, With Bai Ming Yueying Ming's assistance, he endeavored to cast aside his most potent Sharingan dynamic vision, binding his eyes with a strip of cloth to engage in specialized training. Through relentless effort, he successfully mastered the ability to combat with his eyes closed. This prompted Uchiha Nagi to reminisce about Madara. After his resurrection, Madara's Rinnegan shattered. Yet he effortlessly vanquished numerous foes with closed eyes. Did he, too, reach a state akin to transcending reality? Thus, Madara required no dynamic vision from his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Rinnegan merely contained special abilities. Disregarding the powers of the Rinnegan, Madara's strength remained unchanged whether his eyes were open or shut. Even without sight, his Susanoo remained operational, allowing him to evade attacks, including stealthy strikes from the Flying Thunder God. This reflection ignited within Uchiha Nagi a yearning for the profound strength of transcending reality, akin to the celestial vision found in Taoism and Buddhism. The concept of transcending reality bears different names across various cultures: Taoist heavenly eye, Buddhist mind's eye, but upon closer examination, they exhibit remarkable similarities, representing a means of perceiving the world through heartfelt awareness. Bai Ming Yueying Ming, having devoted years to Buddhist practice and subsequently losing his sight, possesses this extraordinary ability, yet he remains but a step away from truly transcending reality. It is likely that only through an intense and genuine battle of life and death will he be able to cross that threshold. Mr. Bai Ming Yueying Ming, please convey this to Mr. Kanasaki. It is the culmination of my research, containing valuable production data and introductions that I believe will greatly aid the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi handed him a scroll that, upon unrolling, would release its contents without the need for chakra input. Will it truly assist the Demon Slayer Corps? That is splendid news. May I inquire what it contains? Bai Ming Yueying Ming asked. It is merely a ultraviolet lamp, Uchiha Nagi replied with a smile, proceeding to elaborate on its purpose. Having apprehended the bald owner of the ramen shop, along with other demons, Uchiha Nagi relentlessly delved into the study of these vampire-like entities. Garlic, the sunlight pillar, ultraviolet rays, and silver metal. He explored each avenue, ultimately discovering that while ultraviolet rays proved effective, they were insufficient to vanquish these creatures. In a world technologically akin to the pre-World War I era, ultraviolet light had yet to be conceived. However, Uchiha Nagi was not bound by such limitations. As a traveler from another realm, he recognized that ultraviolet rays existed within sunlight. Thus, through a series of meticulous experiments, he devised an ultraviolet lamp and subsequently tested it on captured specimens. The results revealed that ultraviolet rays inflicted a searing burn upon them, proving useful, albeit not lethal. Uchiha Nagi found himself at an impasse, for sunlight contained more than just ultraviolet rays. There were multitudes. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Equipping the lower-ranked demon slayers with ultraviolet lamps would render the 12 Kazuki powerless against them. Before engaging in battle, a plethora of ultraviolet lamps would illuminate the area like lasers, weakening their foes. During combat, should a few comrades wield flashlights, it would be akin to having a battalion of support. Contemplating the firearms used by Takedo Michiro, which were loaded with sunstone bullets, Uchiha Nagi mused over the potential of creating grenades filled with small steel balls fashioned from the same material as the Nichiren blades. Upon hearing Uchiha Nagi's exposition, Kanamori Ayam was moved to tears once more, clutching the scroll fervently. Such innovations were a veritable boon for the lower-ranking members. The thought of no longer having to sacrifice so many subordinates each year filled Kanamori Ayam with exuberance. Mr. Uchiha, you must be a divine envoy sent to bring an end to Muzan. I have a premonition that he will be utterly eradicated within our generation of Hashira. Oh, you are too kind. I shall take my leave now, but I have one request, Uchiha Nagi replied. Please convey to Mr. Kanroji my request to assist in locating the grave of the founder of sun-breathing, Yorichi Tsujikuni. If found, I may discover a means to finally end Muzan upon my return. With that, Uchiha Nagi vanished, leaving Kanamori Ayam in a state of perplexity, having utilized the body flicker technique. After traversing a distance, he paused. Let us begin. I possess nearly 6 or 7 chakra units this time, and I should not deplete my chakra to the point of unconsciousness, he murmured to himself. In an instant, he disappeared soundlessly from this realm. Upon his arrival, he had 1 chakra unit, which doubled to 2 upon activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. After integrating the white Zetsu cells and enduring extensive training, particularly through the rigorous muscle conditioning with Kanamori Ayam. His chakra had amplified to 6 units. Furthermore, with the continuous practice of breathing techniques operating around the clock, Uchiha Nagi's physique gradually strengthened, and his chakra steadily grew. Now, his energy reserves were equivalent to those of Kakashi Hatake, who, though achieving Jonin status at 12, had only incrementally improved by 20. As he approached 30, Kakashi's prowess had increased, yet his chakra reserves appeared unchanged. Where am I? Uchiha Nagi raised her gaze to survey her surroundings, having just activated her Sharingan ability, the mind transmission, which transported her back to the world of the Hokage. The familiar scent of bloodshed lingered in the air, akin to flowers poised to bloom at dawn. Uchiha Nagi closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. The atmosphere here was remarkably pure, devoid of any industrial taint. Though the vicinity remained a forest, she could still sense that this was the shinobi realm. A peculiar sixth sense guiding her intuition. From the very moment she set foot in this world, she understood the need for vigilance. After contemplating for a minute, Uchiha Nagi swiftly employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of an ordinary person. In the shinobi world, not only was she being hunted by Konoha Esambu, but bounty hunters, such as the money-obsessed Kakuzu, were also a threat. Every action, from eating to drinking, required caution, for being a ninja was never a straightforward profession. Poison and traps were the norm. Although Uchiha Nagi was a medical ninja, she could not guarantee the ability to identify every toxin, especially those genius concoctions that were colorless and odorless, which were easy for others to create. For instance, Jiraiya had once fallen victim to Tsunade's poison. Uchiha Nagi carried a satchel and wore a Nichiren blade at her waist, resembling a wandering swordsman. It was not unusual for those in the shinobi world to carry weapons. Even ordinary civilians could do so. However, wearing a headband was a different matter entirely. Only those from ninja villages were permitted to don such insignia, a tacit rule. She was certainly not foolish enough to wear a headband as a rogue ninja, especially with a visible scar marking its surface, effectively announcing her status to anyone nearby. Other villagers and bounty hunters would eagerly seize the opportunity to profit from encountering a rogue ninja. This perplexed Uchiha Nagi. She could not fathom why so many rogue ninjas brazenly displayed their identities. Perhaps Kishimoto was merely an artist, creating tales without regard for continuity. As she traversed the path, hurried villagers with hose turned to avoid her at a distance, their fear palpable. This made gathering intelligence a challenging endeavor for Uchiha Nagi. Spotting a farmer resting beneath a tree's shade, she approached him. "Excuse me, I would like to ask you something." I'm sorry, I have no money. Please spare me," the farmer interjected, kneeling in supplication before she could finish her query, leaving her at a loss for words. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world, where social hierarchies were rigidly defined. At the apex were the ninjas, followed by the samurai, and at the bottom, the commoners, who often bore the brunt of misfortune. Sighing, Uchiha Nagi activated her Sharingan to conduct her inquiry in a straightforward manner. "Which country is this?" Under the hypnosis of her Sharingan, the villager vacantly replied, "This is the land of hot water." "The land of hot water? So this is where I am. Where are the nearby towns?" "Continue east-southeast for about 10 miles, and you shall arrive." After extracting the information, Uchiha Nagi subtly implanted a suggestion in his mind to forget this encounter and departed. Realizing she was not within the land of fire, she surmised that the shift in location was likely due to the activation of her ability, which had altered her position. Uchiha Nagi's current objective was to venture into the nearby black market, gather intelligence, and ascertain the duration of his absence from Konoha before determining his next course of action. His motivations for this journey were threefold. First, to obtain the reanimation technique. Second, to procure some chakra-infused metal, with the hope of experimenting in the swordsmith village to see if he could forge unique solar blades by combining it with sunstone. And third, to undergo rigorous training by challenging formidable ninja from various realms to assimilate their skills. Among these, Uchiha Nagi harbored a particular curiosity regarding the Reikage lineage, whether their mastery of the lightning release chakra mode granted them their formidable physical prowess, or if such strength was a prerequisite for the mastery of that technique. However, it appeared that within the entirety of the Land of Lightning, the Reikage traditionalist perspective, which emphasized the exclusivity of their teachings passed down through generations, along with the inherent difficulty of the techniques, rendered it nearly impossible for anyone outside this lineage to learn. The Flying Thunder God technique, classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu, seemed to have no practitioners beyond the fourth Hokage. This was likely due to the same conservative mindset. Unless one was a direct disciple or a familial successor, the chances of receiving such knowledge were exceedingly slim. Consequently, even those with the innate talent to master the Flying Thunder God would find themselves deprived of the opportunity to learn it. Yet, attempting to replicate the Rakige's abilities posed a significant challenge, as the leader of a village would never leave their domain lightly, Uchiha Nagi mused. To storm indirectly? Such an endeavor was unthinkable. The Lightning Village was not devoid of its protective seals, and attacking a village without overwhelming strength would be perilous. Before long, Uchiha Nagi arrived at a town where, in any world, taverns remained the quintessential venues for gathering information. Upon entering a tavern, he found it teeming with a dozen blade-wielding ronin and several shinobi adorned with forehead protectors from minor ninja villages. The patrons were distinctly segregated. One group comprised the armed ronin, another the wandering ninjas, and a small cluster of rogue ninjas formed yet another. Among them, the presence of rogue ninjas from major villages commanded the utmost respect. Uchiha Nagi soon comprehended why these rogue ninjas flaunted their forehead protectors. It served as a form of intimidation. As long as fate did not conspire against them, encountering an Umbu assassination squad, they could thrive in the other small nations without concern. Moreover, individuals like Kakuzu were primarily interested in high bounties and would disregard those with lower rewards. Proprietor, present me with the latest bounty list, Uchiha Nagi requested, approaching the tavern owner, sensing that the man possessed chakra at the level of a genin. However, the scars etched upon his face and hands suggested a combat prowess at the chunin level. Very well, esteemed customer, the owner replied cheerfully, rummaging through the counter before handing Uchiha Nagi a small booklet. 2,000 ryo, he stated. Agreed. Uchiha Nagi did not haggle, producing the currency from before his escape and handing over the 2,000 ryo. The proprietor then returned with a small booklet, emblazoned with the images and bounties of the wanted individuals. The technological prowess of the ninja world is undeniably high, hence the bounties are printed in vibrant colors. Uchiha Nagi perused the listings, noting how the black market had thoughtfully categorized the rogue ninjas, with the traders from the major villages prominently displayed at the forefront. Among them, the highest bounty for Konoha was placed on his own head, 50 million, equivalent to 2.5 asumas. Asuma, if memory serves, had a bounty of 20 million, while Itachi trailed behind with 15 million. The disparity in their bounties could be attributed to Asuma benefiting from the prestige of being the son of the Hokage, whereas Itachi's reputation as a singular force capable of annihilating an entire village weighed heavily against him. Moreover, Konoha was reluctant to offer exorbitant sums. As for himself, it was clear that the third Hokage and Danzo were desperate to eliminate him, thus inflating his bounty to an astounding 50 million. 2.5 asumas, how extravagant. Uchiha Nagi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Flipping further through the listings, he came across other rogue ninjas from various villages, and one in particular caught his attention, Zabuza from the Hidden Mist village. Having failed an assassination attempt on the fourth Mizukage, he was now wanted by the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist was embroiled in multiple insurrections, with numerous bloodline clans participating, currently undergoing a significant purge. Nagi reflected on the timeline. While he could not recall every detail with the precision of a computer, he remembered that Orochimaru had abducted Kimimaro during the Kagaya clan's rebellion. Should he consider intervening? Rumors had circulated that the black market was rife with missions seeking to acquire orphans from bloodline clans. A group of wandering ninjas whispered among themselves. Why such missions? The answer lay in the fourth Mizukage's extensive cleansing, which had caused many bloodline clans to flee. Now, various great nations, along with some smaller ones, were offering handsome rewards for these scattered clans. Once they were gathered, it would not be long before a new bloodline emerged. One scarred wandering ninja scoffed, who knows? Just over a year ago, Konoha eradicated its own Uchiha clan. They say not a single soul, young or old, was spared, truly ruthless. Indeed, such a formidable bloodline clan was extinguished with alarming ease. It was said that since then, no clan dared to defy the third Hokage. Let us venture to the outskirts of the Land of Water and see if fortune smiles upon us. Perhaps we can capture a few escaped members of those bloodline clans and sell them on the black market to strike it rich, suggested one of the wandering ninjas, their enthusiasm rising with each word. Not just them, but even several defectors from the great nations seemed intrigued. After all, Being on the road necessitates expenses. Even though ninjas can hunt for sustenance, the costs of explosive tags, kunai, and soldier pills require funds, not to mention healing potions. These items are specialized supplies, unavailable in ordinary civilian shops, and typically sold by merchants who cater to ninjas. One cannot rely solely on theft and robbery. Even the most heroic of wanderers must contend with the necessity of money. Then let us go, they agreed. Uchiha Nagi closed the manual, fully aware that he must collect the genes of the Kagaya clan. Furthermore, Orochimaru was also keen on acquiring the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei from him. With the ability to perform Edo Tensei, it would be far easier to excavate graves and trade with the deceased than to seek out the living. Uchiha Nagi recalled that the Hyuga clan was also one of those purged, albeit much earlier. His mother had fled, assuming a false identity and living in hiding for years, eventually marrying and bearing children. But where could she be? Other than knowing she was near a bridge, Uchiha Nagi had no leads. The land of water was vast, with countless bridges. What extraordinary luck would it take to locate this child? Forget it. He would head straight to the land of water to find Kimimaro. This child had awakened his bloodline ability too early, resulting in a genetic illness that led to his untimely demise. Yet, Uchiha Nagi harbored a different notion. If he could rectify Kimimaro's genetic flaws, might he not be able to save him? A seed of potential at the level of a Nyingji, with greater promise than even Haku, and fiercely loyal. Missing out on such a subordinate would be a lifelong regret. Orochimaru was unable to remedy Kimimaro's genetic condition due to a lack of information. However, Uchiha Nagi was different. He understood that the Byakugan and Shikatsu stemmed from the same ancestor. If he could procure a pair of pure Byakugan and implant them into Kimimaro, supplemented by medical techniques, perhaps he could alleviate the affliction. In that case, would a pure-blooded, ancestral Shikatsu not ascend to the level of the celestial beings, akin to that entity on the moon? Yamamoto Yui and her twin, although originating from the same parents, inherited disparate abilities, one from her maternal lineage and the other seemingly infused with the power of the god tree. In essence, they shared the same ancestry, merely diverging in the genetic path they inherited. Without further ado, Uchiha Nagi closed the tome and proceeded to the local ninja shop to procure various items, simultaneously acquiring a map of the land of water. Such overseas island nations did not have maps as elusive as those of the fire or wind countries. The islands were straightforward. Once at sea, pathways were abundant, rendering any defensive measures futile. Moreover, most ninjas from the land of water predominantly wielded water-based abilities. Even if Konoha launched a surprise attack, they would still have to travel by boat. In a realm dominated by water, engaging in combat with water-type ninjas would be exceedingly disadvantageous. This geographical advantage was precisely why, despite the relentless assaults from several land-based ninja nations, the land of water retained its formidable strength. 200 explosive tags, 600 each, totaling 120,000. These kunai and shuriken are on the house. The shopkeeper squinted, delightfully beginning the transaction with Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi purchased some explosive tags, a few kunai, and shuriken. As for the soldier pills, he had no intention of buying them here. The small town's offerings lacked reliability, and the quality was hard to discern. Fearing potential gastrointestinal distress, Uchiha Nagi resolved to procure them in a larger city. The explosive tags were relatively straightforward. Unqualified tags could not adequately seal chakra within to create explosives. Yet the prices in this small town were exorbitantly steep. In the bustling metropolis, a detonating talisman costs 300 taels, yet here the price has doubled, prompting Uchiha Nagi to inwardly curse the unscrupulous merchants. After his departure, several individuals stealthily followed him, having witnessed his recent transaction. It has been said since time immemorial that wealth should not be flaunted, as its exposure invites the covetous gaze of countless greedy souls. While procuring supplies, Uchiha Nagi was subtly observed by a few wandering ninjas. Upon noticing him effortlessly produce a sum exceeding 100,000, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they exchanged knowing glances before discreetly retreating. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Nagi's sixth sense, heightened after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan and learning the Buddhist technique of the heavenly eye from the stone pillar, rendered him acutely aware of his surroundings. Departing from the coastal town of the land of hot water en route to the land of water, Uchiha Nagi sought passage on a merchant vessel, knowing that with his Mangekyo Sharingan, infiltrating such a ship would be a trivial endeavor. As he ventured into a small grove, he abruptly halted and called out calmly, Come forth. I am aware of your ambush. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, the sound reminiscent of whispers, as if nothing had transpired at all. Very well. If that is the case, I shall force you out. Uchiha Nagi hurled several kunai. The individuals concealed within the grove, employing various stealth techniques, immediately leaped into view. Of course, if they did not act swiftly, the detonating talismans would obliterate them. The wandering ninjas hastily vacated their original positions, and upon the kunai striking their vicinity, explosions erupted. Oh dear, I didn't anticipate being discovered. It seems this plump sheep is not so easily devoured, remarked a scarred rogue ninja as he unsheathed his katana. Hand over your money quietly, and we shall spare you. We have 2 chunin with us, another burly, bald man sneered. With the adage a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant echoing in their minds, they believed it improbable to encounter a jonin. Such esteemed figures are revered within the hidden villages or among the feudal lords of smaller nations, whereas this wandering warrior before them lacked even a forehead protector. Indeed, without his forehead protector, Uchiha Nagi was mistaken for a mere vagabond samurai. Generally, while wandering samurais possess respectable strength, they often specialize in certain skills. Much like those from the Land of Iron, their prowess in close combat and swordsmanship is formidable. Yet they lack the versatility to contend with more diverse ninjas unless they are akin to Gai or Kakashi, who have honed their physical and sword techniques to perfection. Water release, fire release, shuriken, kunai. These impoverished wandering ninjas had not even secured detonating talismans to their kunai and shuriken. A few fireballs, accompanied by a water technique, and a plethora of recoverable shurikens and kunai were of no concern to Uchiha Nagi. With his right hand resting upon his sword, he inhaled deeply, releasing a breath imbued with the essence of thunder. The first form of thunder breathing, flash of lightning, eightfold strike. A thunderous roar erupted from his position as Uchiha Nagi transformed into a streak of golden lightning, leaving the wandering ninjas bewildered. They merely caught a glimpse of the golden flash before experiencing excruciating pain in their necks. My neck, exclaimed the first scarred rogue ninja, clutching his throat in disbelief as he collapsed. How formidable, uttered the second bald ninja, managing to utter a final word before gasping for breath. His expression one of utter defeat as he fell. What sword technique is this? Why can I not evade it? The final rogue, resembling a samurai, was a chunin among them. He witnessed the event but found himself unable to escape. Be more cautious in your next life, Uchiha Nagi remarked nonchalantly, sheathing his sword and departing. He couldn't even muster the energy to inspect the corpses. These impoverished rogues surely had little to offer, and the world of ninjas was rife with traps. It was conceivable that they would be rigged with explosive tags, waiting to ensnare any fools who dared to scavenge their remains. Thus, the first lesson for novice ninjas is to refrain from greedily searching the fallen. Seasoned ninjas utilize shadow clones to test for traps before approaching corpses. Shortly after Uchiha Nagi's departure, a second wave of individuals arrived, several rogue ninjas bearing scratched forehead protectors. They had intended to ambush their quarry but were taken aback by the sight of numerous corpses. TSK, it seems they encountered a formidable opponent. Each one fell with a single strike. One ninja observed, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Had they not lingered, waiting for a more opportune moment, they might have met the same fate as those fallen. Look at their positions, the directions they faced, and the manner of their demise. It is evident they were all slain facing their adversary. Such terrifying swordsmanship, did they not even have time to flee? The leader of the rogue ninjas drew a conclusion. This group had been annihilated in one swift motion. He pondered how one could execute such a technique capable of dispatching multiple foes spread across various locations. The only individuals he could think of who wielded such prowess were the deceased Konoha White Fang or Hanzo. At that moment, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, excitedly squatted beside one of the ninjas, rummaging through his pack to inspect the corpse. Fool, do not touch anything recklessly, the leader barked, his temper flaring. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as the impoverished rogues, unwilling to use explosive tags against Uchiha Nagi, had instead concealed a trap within their own belongings. The 2-meter giant was left mangled and barely clinging to life. Humph, this fool's death is a blessing. We need fewer imbeciles like him in our ranks, the leader seethed. But chief, such dim-witted individuals make excellent cannon fodder, came the retort. Although this incident added a minor interlude, it did not dampen Uchiha Nagi's spirits. Such was the nature of the ninja world, where any encounter could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Ninjas, in essence, constitute a relatively commendable group. The true victims are the common folk. Some ninjas, plagued by malevolence or driven by insatiable lust, vent their desires in remote villages. Although the citizens of powerful nations endure heavy taxation and live in extreme hardship, their existence is still far superior to that of those in lesser countries. For at least their lives are relatively secure. The land of hot water, aptly named a nation of hot springs, is abundant in small volcanoes, resulting in numerous thermal springs. It stands as a tourist haven, maintaining a neutral stance throughout several great ninja wars. However, due to its harsh environment, agricultural yields are not particularly high, relying heavily on tourism to sustain its economy. In this world, there are no mass-produced miniature umbrellas, even if they existed. The common people would likely be unable to afford them, causing the population to continuously swell. Consequently, in pursuit of an idealized paradise, the people of the land of hot water have birthed numerous beliefs and sects, one of which is the cult of the evil god, led by Haiden. To be frank, Uchiha Nagi finds it difficult to comprehend the appeal of such a poorly named cult. Who would dare join a group associated with the term evil? Nagi procured a horse and rode towards the coastline, where the land of hot water borders the land of fire and the vast ocean, beyond which lies the land of water. Upon reaching a city known as Nichuan, Nagi paused, intending to replenish his supplies in the bustling metropolis. As he approached the city gates, a strangely attired individual thrust a flyer into his hands, proclaiming, "Sir, please take a moment to consider joining our evil god cult. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Nagi mused, bemused by the blatant recruitment tactics. Observing the surroundings, he noted the common folk clad in simple burlap, seemingly indifferent to the proselytizers, while merchants hurriedly entered the city, burdened with their wares after accepting flyers. It appeared that such occurrences were commonplace. Nagi decided not to linger on the matter and ventured into the city, contemplating ways to earn some coin. After only a few steps, he encountered a gambling establishment, where a throng had gathered, murmuring about a legendary fat sheep. Intrigued, he thought, a fat sheep? I must investigate. Although Nagi's funds could sustain him for a while longer, the mention of a fat sheep reminded him of a woman infamous for her consistent losses at gambling. Upon entering, he found the venue teeming with people. Most gamblers, flushed with excitement, waved their money in the air, their anxious gazes fixed on a woman at the center. Nagi scrutinized her, golden hair, a cursed seal adorning her forehead, and a generous bosom that surged like the tides, coupled with a regal demeanor that was utterly captivating. At least 90% of the onlookers were entranced by her presence, whether they were fixated on her bosom or her face, likely to haunt the dreams of many that night, or perhaps become the catalyst for countless tragedies. "I bet large," echoed the golden-haired woman's fierce declaration, prompting the crowd to eagerly place their bets. "I wager small amounts. I too am modest in my bets. Alongside me, I observe others who also place minimal stakes." The atmosphere is charged with excitement as onlookers, their eyes gleaming with fervor, cheer incessantly, while the dealer wears a sorrowful expression. This woman's presence has turned the tides, allowing those around her to win substantial sums. Indeed, she is Tsunade, the legendary cash cow. When she bets high, the outcomes are low, and when she bets low, the results soar. After a few rounds, even those unfamiliar with her reputation begin to discern the pattern. Her misfortune is unparalleled. Yet, this is fortuitous. If one were to bet against her, victory would surely follow. The dealer, with a pained countenance, opens the table reluctantly. Strangely enough, despite any clandestine manipulations to ensure her wins, she inexplicably loses, causing her opponents to prosper. "Boss, this cannot continue. If she persists, our casino may very well face ruin at the hands of these ruffians," a subordinate whispers discreetly to the manager. "Very well. We must act," the manager replies, nodding resolutely, conceiving a plan. Before the next round commences, he decisively ejects the surrounding patrons, respectfully addressing Tsunade, "Greetings, esteemed lady. With such a crowd, and the unmistakable scent of those foul men, I propose we grant you access to our VIP room." Tsunade, fanning herself with urgency, draws the attention of those nearby, who cannot help but swallow in awe at her allure. "Very well, let us proceed, and kindly bring me another bottle of wine." She responds. A nearby delicate woman with ebony locks expresses her concern. "Lady Tsunade, please cease gambling. Our funds are dwindling." With a dismissive wave, Tsunade reassures her, "Fear not. Wealth lost can be regained. If necessary, I shall borrow, or perhaps return to Konoha, where my annual rental income should suffice." Indeed, as the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade is a landlord, an explanation for her lavish expenditures, and the reason many are willing to lend her money. The Senju properties are centrally located in Konoha. Uchiha Nagi reflects on the matter. While the Uchiha clan possesses numerous members, their numbers are dispersed, unlike Tsunade's concentrated wealth. However, that was in times past. She suspects many have been absorbed into the Umbu and Root. "May I join the game?" Uchiha Nagi inquires, pushing through the throng to access a box brimming with bundles of ninja currency. Of course, the shifty-eyed manager smirks. "But let it be known to our patrons that cheating is strictly prohibited here." Another unsuspecting lamb has entered the fold. Within the VIP room, equipped with chakra-sensing devices, the established mindset within the ninja realm is that excessive chakra usage often indicates cheating. Yet this casino manager is unique. He has procured a skillful cheat who relies solely on technique, imperceptible even to seasoned ninjas. Soon, Tsunade and Uchiha Nagi were invited into an elegant inner chamber, where the table was adorned with an array of gambling tools. The proprietor, with a genial smile, introduced a slender man whose knuckles were notably broad, and his palms were calloused from years of labor. Tsunade cast a glance at Uchiha Nagi, sensing his identity as a ninja. However, given his evident strength and his role as a medical ninja, she felt no apprehension about potential traps or poison. Thus, she boldly entered the room. "Welcome, you two tall and confident individuals," the man smiled. "Please, choose your preferred method of entertainment, and I shall graciously host you." 2 hours later, Tsunade remarked, "My dear, we have exhausted our last coin. Tonight, we cannot even afford accommodation. What shall we do?" Shizun wore a woeful expression. Accompanying Tsunade often meant enduring hunger, as Tsunade gambled away any money they acquired, frequently leaving them to spend nights in the wilderness. "What do we have to fear? We still have our little pig. We can sell it for some cash," Tsunade replied nonchalantly. "Ah," Shizun exclaimed, clutching the small pink pig tightly. Yet, the next moment, Tsunade turned to address someone behind her. "Come out, you who have been stealthily following me since the casino." Indeed, it was not easy to silently track a seasoned shinobi who had participated in several wars. After reaching a certain level of strength, one's senses, both physical and instinctual, become remarkably acute. Unless one has mastered the art of merging with nature to attain a state of profound awareness. Uchiha Nagi emerged slowly, no longer concealing his presence. He had securely stored the money he had won in a scroll, benefiting from Tsunade's luck. By simply opposing her bets, he had managed to win consistently, even when the casino owner resorted to cheating. Uchiha Nagi had amassed a significant fortune and had not engaged in any deceit himself. Indeed, he was the proverbial golden goose, which explained why many gamblers' eyes lit up at Tsunade's arrival. "Oh, it's you," Tsunade said with a grin, though her eyes betrayed no warmth, only a chilling demeanor. "If I'm not mistaken, you are a ninja. What is your intention in following me? Are you perhaps seeking to claim my head for a bounty?" Having partaken in the shinobi world's conflicts, it was impossible for her hands to remain clean, and while peace reigned, it was not uncommon for adversaries to seek vengeance against her. "The city is too crowded. Let us retreat to the outskirts," suggested Uchiha Nagi. With that, his previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing a crimson gaze. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. "The Sharingan, from the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Nagi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Tsunade's statement, then leaped ahead with a few agile bounds. The newcomer did not seem friendly, and it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. Just as well. Having lost so much money, Tsunade was eager to unleash her frustration. With a cold chuckle, she cracked her knuckles. Shizun, however, wore an expression of concern. "But Lady Tsunade, what if we should seek assistance?" she interjected. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "You and the pig stay here and wait for me. I will teach that fellow a lesson and return promptly." With that, she vanished in a flash, but Shizun, unwilling to remain behind, hastily followed her. Uchiha Nagi had long awaited Tsunade outside the city, choosing this location due to the anticipated magnitude of the ensuing battle. Tsunade's formidable strength was no jest. She could cleave mountains with a mere strike. "Hey, Uchiha clan member, what do you seek? Which Uchiha do you belong to?" Having not returned to the village in many years, Tsunade was unfamiliar with Uchiha Itachi. She was only aware that over a year ago, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, with the perpetrators declared to be Uchiha Nagi and Uchiha Itachi. However, Tsunade had long since withdrawn from the world of shinobi and paid no heed to the affairs of Konoha, feeling only a profound sense of melancholy. Among the two great clans of Konoha, one had vanished into history while the other faced extermination. It was said that the first Hokage believed the village should be regarded as a home, leading to the dissolution of the Senju clan, urging them to assimilate into Konoha. Consequently, all Senju born thereafter could only bear their mother's surname, resulting in the complete disappearance of the Senju clan after 2 generations. My reason for seeking you is simple. Let us engage in combat. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Nagi's Sharingan began to whirl rapidly before closing, forming the pattern of a plum blossom. Is that a Mangekyo Sharingan? Did you truly bring about the downfall of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade was taken aback, perhaps unaware that the Mangekyo had become commonplace in her absence. One belonged to Shursui, another to Itachi, and yet another to Uchiha Nagi, alongside Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained undiscovered until death. Is that what your esteemed teacher conveyed to you? Uchiha Nagi scoffed as he dispelled his transformation technique, his expression dripping with sarcasm. I am weary of your kind, who speak in half-truths. Yet, I shan't concern myself with such matters. I severed ties with Konoha long ago, Tsunade dismissed nonchalantly. I understand. But today, my only purpose is to fight you. With that, Uchiha Nagi unsheathed his Nikarin blade. His chakra was nearing 7 cards, and his recovery rate was astonishingly swift. Compared to Tsunade, he certainly lacked in reserve, as she hailed from the Senju clan. However, much of Tsunade's chakra was sealed within her forehead, sustaining her youth and functioning akin to a battery. Combat is not merely a matter of whose chakra endures the longest. If you seek demise, then come forth. Do not expect mercy from me, Tsunade smiled, yet her gaze was frigid. For those who had defected from Konoha, regardless of past affiliations, they were deemed traitors and adversaries. One of the tenets of a shinobi was to show no mercy to defectors during battle. Thus, once engaged, Tsunade would indeed strike with lethal intent, irrespective of whether Uchiha Nagi was wrongfully accused. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath, employing the thunder-breathing technique, and in a flash of lightning, he appeared beside Tsunade, poised to deliver a lethal blow. So swift. Though his speed was remarkable, Tsunade was a master of taijutsu, having faced formidable opponents like Hanzo, who wielded both swift swordsmanship and body flicker techniques. However, her skill was a blend of ninjutsu and taijutsu, distinct from the pure taijutsu specialists like Guy. With a forceful stomp, Tsunade unleashed the heavenly foot technique, causing the earth to fracture violently. The ensuing shockwaves precisely enveloped Uchiha Nagi, disrupting his footwork and balance, leaving him destabilized. The might of her punch, the freakish strength fist, would surely pierce through him if it connected. He could not afford to take such a blow. In response, Uchiha Nagi executed the third form of water breathing, the flowing dance. As water is gentle and yielding, it is also resilient. Through softness, one can evade harm. This technique combined evasion with counterattack in a fluid motion. Tsunade's strike landed heavily upon the flowing dance, resulting in a thunderous clash as Nagi was sent hurtling back, colliding with several large trees, which splintered under the force of Tsunade's strength. Remarkably, Nagi stood unscathed on the ground, albeit slightly disheveled from the dust. In astonishment, Shizune, trailing behind Tsunade, could hardly believe her eyes. Had he truly withstood Lady Tsunade's formidable punch? Even Jiraiya would not dare absorb such a hit directly. No, it was not a direct hit. It was as if he had absorbed the blow into water, dissipating the force around him. Elated, Uchiha Nagi reveled in his strategic choice to counter Tsunade's might with the gentle qualities of water breathing. While softness may not always triumph over hardness, it could certainly diffuse power. Nagi had also prepared a technique, Susanoo, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. A smile graced his lips. For his intention to spar with Tsunade was clear, to replicate her skills. Fate had smiled upon him, presenting an opportunity to learn from her. Now, with the freakish strength fist within his grasp, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Your gaze is most displeasing, reminiscent of that lecherous Jiraiya, igniting my fury, Tsunade exclaimed. Her anger flaring as Nagi's look evoked memories of Jiraiya's prying eyes. In truth, he had successfully gleaned knowledge from her. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun incessantly, capturing Tsunade's techniques. Faced with Tsunade's fierce onslaught, Uchiha Nagi opted for evasion. For the chaotic rush was a medical ninjutsu that infused chakra as electricity into the opponent's body, paralyzing their nervous system and restricting movement. Against such a formidable opponent, a single misstep could be fatal. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan flickered as he employed the body flicker technique, simultaneously shifting to the wind-breathing technique to enhance his speed. When Tsunade struck, her body wavered slightly. However, unlike the Jinjutsu that manipulated time and perception, her experience from the ninja world war allowed her to quickly discern the illusion. Within a fraction of a second, she dispelled the Jinjutsu, but by then, Uchiha Nagi had already evaded, leaving Tsunade to strike at nothing but air. With an indomitable spirit, Tsunade charged relentlessly. Confronted by the ferocious female Tyrannosaurus, whose mere brush with a fist could lead to utter annihilation, Uchiha Nagi did not dare to be careless. He simultaneously prepared his Susanoo within the kaleidoscope, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice should he find himself unable to evade. With the dynamic vision afforded by the kaleidoscope, he was confident in his ability to release it before she struck him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi diligently employed the breathing techniques and swordsmanship he had mastered, for opportunities to engage in full-scale combat were rare, particularly against an adversary who showed no mercy. His previous battle with Akaza had been immensely fruitful, and since then, through rigorous training with the rock pillar, his chakra had nearly doubled. Sensing the chakra levels, Uchiha Nagi noted that Tsunade possessed slightly more chakra than himself, nearing 10 cards, while he stood at 7. Though they appeared comparable, she bore the seal between her brows. Once released, it would not only amplify her power but transform her into an unstoppable force. Uchiha Nagi crouched slightly, summoning a snowflake technique that enveloped him. As the technique unfolded, the needle began to dance rapidly with the Daewoo blade. Unleashing skills he had replicated and modified to shift from a fist to a blade for release. Destructive killing. Void style. This was the technique Akaza had employed against the flame pillar, using long-range strikes to unleash air cannons with his fists, rendering their trajectories nearly invisible to the naked eye while harboring formidable power. Those untested in battle would surely falter against it. Tsunade, however, was not among them. The dance of a ninja's combat could conclude in an instant, yet prior to that, numerous rounds of probing would transpire, testing each other's ninjutsu and abilities. With a thunderous crash, Tsunade forcefully stomped the ground, causing it to groan in agony as it shattered, sending dirt flying and raising a colossal earthen wall, more accurately, a mound. In contrast to Kakashi's approach, which required a series of hand seals to execute an earth-style ninjutsu for defense, Tsunade's method was far more direct and effective. Hundreds of destructive killing void-style strikes collided with the earthen wall, sending countless clods of dirt soaring, the scene resembling a landscape being carved away by a masterful blade. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath, shifting his breathing technique to water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. This was the swiftest sword technique within water breathing. Though it might not match the speed of lightning, its versatility made it a formidable choice. The fluidity of water was not daunted by brute force, making it particularly safe against Tsunade's unyielding and vigorous taijutsu. Damn it, don't underestimate me, Tsunade declared, delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, Uchiha Nagi's kaleidoscope flickered. With a practical and potent kaleidoscope jinjutsu at his disposal, why not employ it? This time, the illusion was grander, ensnaring Tsunade in an instant. Pooh! Lady Tsunade gasped in silent despair. In the eyes of the incredulous onlookers, Uchiha Nagi's long sword successfully pierced through Tsunade's body. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brows, not feeling victorious despite having struck Tsunade. After all, she possessed the immortal jutsu of regeneration. As soon as she unsealed the curse on her forehead, she could return to form. However, Tsunade, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, transformed into a mass of earth, an earth clone. Simultaneously, the ground beneath softened, morphing into a trap of earth release that firmly ensnared Uchiha Nagi's feet. The trap rendered him momentarily immobilized. He could have swiftly wielded his blade to sever the earth binding his legs and liberate himself, yet his weapon was firmly lodged in Tsunade's earth clone, rendering it useless. Damn it, perish! With a thunderous crash, Tsunade erupted from another patch of soil, delivering a powerful punch imbued with tremendous force towards Uchiha Nagi. Should this strike land, it would likely result in a gaping hole in his body or shatter his bones, reducing him to mere pulp. Susanoo. In this critical moment, He relied on the towering skeletal form of Susanoo, which materialized just in time to block Tsunade's lethal blow. With a resounding crash, the already fissured Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Nagi, propelling him backward several meters. The skeletal hands plunged into the earth, carving a deep trench as they absorbed the force of Tsunade's might. Ah, I see now. While you were utilizing Earth Release to counter my barrage of air blades, you set up an Earth clone and a trap, then concealed your true self underground. The Earth clone feigned being ensnared by my Jinjutsu. Truly, a seasoned shinobi. Even the slightest lapse in concentration can lead to one's demise, Uchiha Nagi reflected. Such is the nature of a ninja's battle, devious, cunning, and treacherous. He had initially perceived Tsunade merely as a martial and medical ninja, neglecting her proficiency in the 5 elemental release techniques. In truth, she was a master of these arts, a disciple of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her mastery of elemental ninjutsu was hardly surprising. Yet, as no technique could match the sheer brutality of her punch, she seldom resorted to it. How careless of me. Lady Tsunade's aide, Shizune, swiftly approached her, a fierce glare directed at Uchiha Nagi. Her concern stemmed from the evident fear and tremors coursing through Tsunade's body. Moments ago, when Uchiha Nagi had been struck away by Tsunade, the proximity had been perilous. Though he had defended himself with Susanoo, the tremendous physical impact had drawn blood from the corner of his mouth. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizune asked. Worry etched across her face as she positioned herself protectively in front of Uchiha Nagi. Despite having accompanied Tsunade for years, her strength was merely that of a jonin, bordering on special jonin. Faced with one who had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, she dared not underestimate him. Oh no, he has discovered her hemophobia, Shizune thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. In a state of hemophobia, Tsunade would lack the strength of a shadow-level ninja. Even an ordinary person could pose a lethal threat to her. Rather than being an asset, she would become a liability. Hemophobia? How mundane. Wiping the blood from his lips, Uchiha Nagi sheathed his blade, allowing Susanoo to dissipate. He never intended to kill Tsunade, otherwise, he would have simply bled her out and executed a swift assault to end her life. His primary objective was merely to emulate and learn from her techniques. Unfortunately, he was unable to replicate Tsunade's in-sealing technique, as she had not released it, and he had not witnessed the full process of the jutsu, rendering him incapable of copying it. Moreover, it seemed that prior to resolving his own emotional turmoil through verbal persuasion, Uchiha Nagi had no chance to acquire these techniques, particularly the regenerative creation following the release of the in-sealing. Nevertheless, this endeavor was not without its rewards. He had gained the powerful fist of might and the heavenly kick. Wait, you're not going to fight anymore. Kurenai was momentarily bewildered, having just been engaged in a fierce battle, only to find it suddenly come to an end. You're letting us go? I'm finished. Tsunade has hemophobia and can no longer continue the fight. Or do you wish to capture me and take me back to Konoha? Uchiha Nagi chuckled, leaving Kurenai momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she remembered to inform her that when Tsunade had overcome her fear of blood, she would be willing to engage in battle once more. With that, Uchiha Nagi tousled his disheveled hair, sunlight cascading upon his silhouette as he walked away with an air of distinction. Kurenai, still in shock, pondered the abrupt conclusion of what had been a life-and-death struggle. As she observed Nagi's retreating figure, she suddenly found him somewhat attractive, a thought that startled her. Shaking her head vigorously, she lightly slapped her own face. How could she find him appealing? He was a rogue ninja from Konoha, and she should regard him as an enemy. Tsunade-sama, are you all right? We should leave this place. The recent battle surely attracted attention. Let's move quickly. Kurenai hoisted Tsunade onto her back and leapt away, all the while reflecting on some recent correspondences from friends in the village. Red had begun dating Asuma, and others from her village had also found partners, even getting married and having children. Contemplating this, Kurenai cast a resentful glance at Tsunade, lamenting that her years of caretaking had left her with no time to seek a partner herself. It was one thing for Tsunade to remain unattached, but did it have to mean that Kurenai was doomed to become a lonely old woman? With that thought, her spirits sank. In contrast, another individual was in high spirits. The Fist of Might. Next time I face Akaza, I'll catch him off guard and deliver a blow that will shatter his skull. To others, he was perceived as the master of powerful techniques like Susanoo and Amaterasu. After enduring numerous challenges to get closer to his goals, he discovered that his swordsmanship was not lacking, and upon discarding his sword, he unearthed his ultimate trump card, the Fist of Might. With a hearty laugh, Uchiha Nagi leapt through the forest, joyfully making his way toward the seaside. Although this was the land of water, he knew that Konoha's spies were ever watchful. While he was unafraid of being pursued by the Root and Umbu, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ninja battles were treacherous and cunning, devoid of any code of honor. Without the power of a Kage, even a village leader could meet a swift demise. Hadn't he the fourth Raikage nearly fallen victim to a bounty hunter squad using explosive parasites? Remaining low-key was essential for survival. High-profile actions only led to a swift downfall. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Uchiha Nagi produced some wormwood to ward off insects, igniting a modest bonfire. He then utilized a technique to create a 1-meter-high earthen wall to conceal the flickering flames, ensuring that the light would remain unseen by anyone several miles away. Uchiha Nagi retrieved his rations, placing them upon the fire to warm, while also extracting some meat, including several slices of ham and jerky. He held a distinct aversion to the dry and unpalatable soldier's food, which was something he would never consume unless in the throes of battle. As the bonfire blazed, smoke naturally ascended. However, in the cover of night, there was no concern of being detected by the rising smoke, a crucial detail that could lead to fatal consequences in the heat of war. During daylight, lighting a fire posed the risk of smoke being spotted, necessitating the use of alcohol or dry rations. Conversely, fires at night eliminated such concerns, provided one erected an earthen barrier to contain the light. Attempting to wield the mighty fist technique proved futile. Uchiha Nagi discovered that his physique lacked the necessary robustness to replicate Tsunade's formidable prowess. Through meticulous examination, he realized that the force exerted is relative. The impact on the enemy directly correlates with the backlash endured by his own fist. Although encapsulating his strikes with chakra mitigated some damage, it remained perilous. Akin to Li unleashing the fourth gate, inflicting severe harm on the muscles, bones, capillaries, and nerves of his arm. A mere attempt would render an ordinary person's fist utterly incapacitated. The only recourse was to emulate Guy and continually enhance his physical form. The Senju clan inherently possessed remarkable physical strength, and with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the mighty fist became her exclusive domain. While Ino had trained under Tsunade, she too struggled to master it, leaving Sakura as the sole individual capable of wielding such power. Many speculated that Sakura bore the genetic legacy of the Senju clan, a notion not without merit. Was it futile? The right hand may have been unfit, but the left remained capable. Uchiha Nagi gazed at his white left hand, the white Setsu cells exhibiting a division property akin to cancerous cells. Regardless of how many times the cells divided or how severely the capillaries and nerves were damaged, as long as the nutrients within his body were sufficient, this white Zetsu arm could recuperate, essentially a low-tier version of an immortal sage. With a resounding shout of mighty fist, Uchiha Nagi struck forcefully against the mountainside. A thunderous roar echoed, the earth trembled, and a considerable cavity formed within the mountain. His mighty fist had succeeded. He then employed medical ninjutsu to assess the aftermath. While the muscle soreness had dissipated, nerve damage and capillary injuries were notably severe. Fortunately, this arm was capable of self-repair, presenting no significant issues. However, unlike Tsunade, who could wield the mighty fist without restraint, he realized that he could only utilize this technique a maximum of 10 times with his current arm. And aside from this hand, he could not employ Tsunade's unique ninjutsu in any other part of his body. Each use of the mighty fist inflicted subtle damage on the tiniest nerves and blood vessels, rendering prolonged usage unsustainable. Regarding the formidable strength of the brute force fist, Uchiha Nagi harbors considerable satisfaction. When he replicated the martial arts techniques of Iwazawa, he recognized that certain immensely powerful physical arts could only be executed by individuals possessing relatively robust physiques. For instance, the 8th gate of the chakra, particularly the 7th gate, necessitates an extraordinarily high level of physical capability, hence the demanding requirements of the brute force fist were anticipated by Uchiha Nagi. Moreover, this technique does not merely become potent upon activation. It requires a strong wielder to unlock its true potential, akin to how Might Guy, upon opening the 8th gate, managed to drive away several formidable opponents. Furthermore, ninjas are often shrewd individuals. Upon witnessing the activation of a forbidden technique, adversaries typically retreat, only to return stealthily once the danger has passed. Thus, this technique should be employed only when allies are present to provide protection or not at all, once unleashed. It must annihilate all foes. As for Tsunade, despite inheriting the formidable physique of the first Hokage, why does she not train in the Eight Gates? It is evident that such a masochistic form of training would hardly appeal to any woman. After all, it is far more enjoyable to lead a leisurely life. Indulging in food and travel. Uchiha Nagi himself could never devote himself solely to mastering the Eight Gates, as he must balance his studies in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship. Thus, he settles for the ability to open the first 2 or 3 gates, which suffices for his needs. Nevertheless, the training to enhance one's physique must not be neglected. Uchiha Nagi exhaled deeply. A technique as formidable as the brute force fist cannot be disregarded. Moreover, strengthening the body also augments his swordsmanship, amplifying its impact. Is it confirmed? The individual in question is the long-missing robe ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Nagi? Indeed, the infiltrated Umbu should seek out Shizune. It has been confirmed that the opponent engaged in battle with Lady Tsunade is from the Uchiha clan, the one who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Within a tea house, 2 individuals cloaked in civilian attire were clandestinely whispering. This was the route where Shizune had devised a unique distress signal following Tsunade's ambush. As the princess of Konoha, Tsunade naturally possessed the privilege of summoning the hidden Umbu for her rescue. However, unexpectedly, before assistance could arrive, the battle had already concluded. When the Umbu arrived and met with Shizune, they were promptly briefed on the situation. The higher-ups in the Umbu had long been aware of the circumstances, as Danzo had already deciphered the situation. Hence, some were present to relay information to the root. Very well, I shall immediately relay this intelligence back to Lord Danzo. He has been searching for Uchiha Nagi for quite some time, restlessly. Yes, you must hurry. I will find a way to keep watch. They nodded at one another and proceeded casually, for in the neutral territory of the Land of Water, a necessary pretense was essential. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, yet unable to ascertain the cause. Since awakening the Mangekyo, his senses had become exceedingly acute. He could perceive when someone was observing him from behind. Furthermore, after rigorous training with the rock pillar, his senses had sharpened even further. However, over the past few days, he had experienced an unsettling feeling. Yet upon careful contemplation or setting traps, he had found no sign of an enemy. Could it be? In the sky, Uchiha Nagi gazed upward, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to scrutinize his surroundings from a distance. Indeed, he spotted an eagle several kilometers away, tailing him. Uchiha Nagi thought to himself, what a nuisance. That creature must have been trained by a ninja. It likely isn't a particularly formidable summoning beast, lacking any special abilities. The absence of a prickling sensation was due to the fact that it was merely an ordinary animal, a common eagle. The eagle possessed no chakra, a strategic choice to avoid detection by sensory ninjas. Small animals devoid of chakra are typically difficult to sense. However, the eagle's eyesight was remarkably keen, capable of discerning objects from 10 kilometers away. This is troublesome. I cannot fly, Uchiha Nagi lamented as he glanced at the eagle soaring far above. At such a height, several kilometers off the ground, even employing Jinjutsu with his Sharingan against the eagle would prove ineffective. Reflecting on the fact that it wasn't a summoning beast but rather a common eagle, he concluded that its intelligence would not be particularly high, allowing him to employ certain tactics to deceive it. As he passed through a grove of trees, he utilized a shadow clone, concealing his true self while the clone led the eagle in another direction. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi's original form rested in the woods, planning to set off under the cover of darkness. Although traveling at night posed its own challenges, his Sharingan allowed him to see reasonably well. The journey proceeded without a hitch. Free from the eagle's surveillance, he successfully traveled through the night and reached the seaside. Arriving at a port, he surveyed the merchant vessels nearby and nonchalantly selected a larger ship laden with goods, knowing that more people aboard would facilitate his stealth. He stealthily infiltrated the captain's quarters, where the drowsy captain, upon awakening, was greeted by a pair of crimson eyes. I am your distant relative, and I've been residing in your captain's quarters these past few days. Please do not disclose my presence to anyone, Uchiha Nagi instructed. The captain, still groggy, replied affirmatively. Very well, I shall take the bed, and you can rest on the floor. As the captain, he wielded the greatest authority aboard the ship, and no one would dare to intrude upon his quarters, allowing Uchiha Nagi to remain undisturbed until they reached the land of water. However, how would he avoid scrutiny from the ninja upon arrival? Wouldn't it be wise to disembark in advance? The coastline of the ocean is extensive, and the land of water does not boast an abundance of patrolling ninjas. The capabilities of ninjas enable them to traverse the sea, wade through water, and scale mountains, making it nearly impossible to evade them. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi realized he had been discovered. It was a shadow clone. A masked ninja, accompanied by a squad of 4 others, totaling 5, was pursuing him. This small team specialized in tracking, reconnaissance, and speed. For someone like Uchiha Nagi, who lacked the Byakugan and was not a sensory ninja, they posed little threat, as they could not detect enemies from several kilometers away. As long as they maintained a steady pursuit, akin to flying a kite, they would follow him when he ran and retreat when he returned, merely waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Little did they know, Uchiha Nagi had also sensed the eagle devoid of chakra. After a relentless pursuit lasting a day and night, the chakra of Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone was finally depleted, revealing to them the deception they had fallen for. The leader, a man clad in a cat mask, reluctantly announced the mission's failure, stating they had lost track of their target and should report back to Lord Danzo. It was likely that their quarry had sailed away, considering they were merely half a day's journey from the land of water. Uchiha Nagi glanced out towards the sea, where he could vaguely discern the silhouette of a large island. In the past few days, Uchiha Nagi had traveled unscathed, with no encounters of severe storms at sea, nor any inspections by the Mist Village ninja. According to the owner of the merchant ship, many trading vessels had refrained from lingering at the docks in recent years, fearing the complex internal strife within the Mist Village, exacerbated by the Mizuki's purges of several bloodlines, which had left the populace in a state of unease. Nevertheless, the avarice of merchants drove them to continue trading in the Mist Village, despite the lurking dangers. As an island nation, the Mist Village possessed arable land for cultivating grain. Yet the aftermath of several ninja world wars had led to a population explosion, leaving them unable to sustain themselves in terms of food and clothing. Many civilians still wore garments made of hemp, as the ninja world lacked industrialization, thus preventing the extraction of synthetic fibers like polyester. Consequently, clothing production relied heavily on agricultural cultivation. In summary, as a nation comprised solely of islands, the priority for the common folk was to grow food, followed by other necessities. Upon reaching the docks, merchants and buyers began to converse, while a group of laborers commenced unloading the ship's cargo. Some ninja patrolled the area but merely conducted cursory inspections before departing, for the elevated status of ninja rendered them disinterested in mingling with the laborers. During their inspections, Uchiha Nagi had already stealthily disembarked, perhaps due to the prolonged peace that had rendered the Mist Ninja somewhat complacent. Or perhaps their focus was solely on the Mizuki's extensive purges. Quietly concealing himself at the docks, he began to gather intelligence. For others, this task may have been challenging. Yet for Uchiha Nagi, it was exceedingly simple. Even against ninja of various ranks, the power of his Sharingan proved insurmountable. With a mere ninjutsu, he could unveil secrets, even those of a personal nature, such as childhood embarrassments. It seemed that, in light of the Mizuki's relentless pursuit and the instigation of Zabuza's assassination, the Kagaya clan had resolved to initiate a rebellion. Uchiha Nagi addressed the patrolling ninja, instructing him to continue his rounds, reminding him to forget their encounter. The 2 lower-ranking ninja, bewildered, responded in unison, affirming they had never seen him. The awareness of even the lower ranks indicated the certainty of the Kagaya clan's impending downfall. The village's Umbu and higher-ranked ninja had all been summoned back by the Mizuki, likely to prepare for an ambush against the Kagaya clan, who, much like the Uchiha, appeared to be grappling with mental instability, exhibiting a degree of madness in their impulsive rebellion. They hastily stockpiled explosive tags and weaponry, seemingly eager for the world to know of their impending insurrection. Uchiha Nagi speculated that the rebellion of the Kagaya clan would unfold within the coming days. It would be prudent to infiltrate the Kagaya clan in advance and seek out Junmaro, yet he found himself intercepted by Orochimaru. On this moonless, tempestuous night, a sinister atmosphere prevailed, with the moon casting a faint, barely perceivable glow upon the land. Perhaps sensing impending danger, the residents of Kirigakure had tightly sealed their windows, shunning both the outdoors and any illumination at night. Forearmed with a map of Kirigakure, Uchiha Nagi now made his way towards the territory of the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan was among the prominent families of Kirigakure, renowned for their martial prowess. Most members were aggressive warriors who, upon awakening their Shikatsumiyaku, transformed into formidable tanks on the battlefield. In large-scale confrontations, they often served as the backbone of the fighting forces. However, not every individual possessed the same resilience as Junmaro, who could withstand the crushing weight of Gaara's sandstorm. The potency of their Shikatsumiyaku varied with individual strength. Nevertheless, once one awakened the Shikatsumiyaku, even the most ordinary genin wielding a mere kunai or shuriken would pose an insurmountable challenge to slay them. One could only wonder if they were oblivious to the principle of mutual reliance, allowing the manipulated fourth Mizukage to ravage their own clan. Contemplating this, Uchiha Nagi's lips curled into a slight smile. Should he disseminate news of the fourth Mizukage's manipulation? It would surely vex Obito, and thus he made a delightful decision. Before his departure, he would certainly act upon this thought, savoring the satisfaction it would bring him. Evidently, the Kagaya clan lacked any shadow-level powerhouses, or perhaps all their attributes were devoted to physical prowess, leaving their mental fortitude wanting. Uchiha Nagi stealthily advanced without being detected. As there were no guards or patrols stationed around the Kagaya clan's perimeter, an egregious display of arrogance. Silently, he infiltrated their domain, searching for their prison. As he surveyed his surroundings, he encountered a drunken man indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. Uchiha Nagi descended and opened his crimson eyes. "Where is the dungeon of the Kagaya clan?" Dazed, the inebriated man mumbled, "Just follow the corridor westward, and you shall arrive." Uchiha Nagi pressed on. "Is there a child imprisoned there? A boy named Junmaro?" The drunkard nodded. Indeed, he was confined there because he awakened his bloodline limit at such a tender age. The clan leader decreed that he be imprisoned in a sealed dungeon to prevent his bloodline illness from manifesting. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Nagi inquired, "Bloodline illness? What does that entail?" The drunken man continued, "The earlier one awakens the Shikatsumiyaku, the greater their potential. However, utilizing it excessively before one's body has fully developed can lead to bloodline illness, a genetic ailment. It stands to reason, for they often absorb bacteria-laden bones back into their bodies. Moreover, those who excessively wield the abilities of the Kagaya clan tend to succumb to madness, fighting recklessly as if possessed by a lunatic spirit. Thus, many of their dungeons are prepared for those who are prone to losing control." Reflecting on this, Uchiha Nagi decided to let the drunken man continue his slumber, ensuring that their encounter would remain forgotten. Simultaneously, it unraveled a lingering mystery surrounding Uchiha Nagi. Although Kamaru appeared to be obedient and youthful, one could not fathom why the leader of the Kagaya clan had imprisoned him as a secret weapon within his own dungeon. The truth was, this was a measure taken to protect him, as well as to suppress his burgeoning powers, preventing him from succumbing to the bloodline disease too rapidly. Within the dungeon, the only child was a small boy with white hair, who, in his boredom, was amusingly stabbing the ground with a bone, drawing circles in the dirt. Today's meal was unexpectedly lavish, enhanced with meat. Young Kamaru delighted in his meat-laden dinner, having spent years confined in the dungeon. With his days filled solely with counting mosquitoes and the mundane cycle of eating and sleeping, devoid of any other forms of entertainment. After finishing his dinner, Kamaru picked up the bone knife once more, engaging in his daily pastime of drawing on the ground. Orphaned, perhaps due to the ravages of war, he had been raised by his clan. Upon awakening his Shikatsumiyaku, he was cast into the dungeon, both to prevent excessive use of his abilities that might lead to the bloodline disease and to contain the madness that resided within his lineage. Suddenly, a foreign voice echoed from the dungeon entrance. "Are you Kamaru?" Young Kamaru, with his innocent and pure eyes, looked up at Uchiha Nagi and curiously replied, "I am Kamaru. May I ask who you are?" Uchiha Nagi gazed into those untainted eyes, devoid of any distractions. It was no wonder Orochimaru could easily manipulate him. A child's worldview and philosophy are still malleable. With constant indoctrination, it would be astonishing if he did not pledge eternal loyalty upon maturing. Coupled with Orochimaru's brainwashing prowess, which had even successfully influenced the likes of Sarutobi, who had managed the same with Itachi and Shursui, the result was predictable. When this child encountered Zabuza and Haku, he mistakenly identified them, only to politely apologize. "My name is Uchiha Nagi." With a resounding clash of metal, the dungeon's lock was severed by Uchiha Nagi's blade. He approached Kamaru and extended his hand, a moment that would remain etched in Kamaru's memory for years to come. "Come with me." I shall show you the wonders of the outside world, the stars, and the sea. In his youthful naivety, Kamaru had no comprehension of what the stars and the sea entailed, but he had long yearned for freedom. However, the constraints of his accustomed life left him uncertain of where to venture after escaping the clan. As a young child reliant on the clan for sustenance, the thought of fleeing the village had never crossed his mind. Yet, Uchiha Nagai's handsome visage provided Kamaru with a sense of security, leading the bewildered child to follow without hesitation, not needing a second word from Nagai. Due to his diminutive size and slow pace, Uchiha Nagai simply cradled him in one arm. Such a warm embrace. This must be how a brother or a father feels, Kamaru mused. In the village, other children had the support of fathers or elder brothers, while the naive Junmaru could only imagine that if he had a father or an older brother, it might be something akin to this. Uchiha Nagi, however, did not ponder such matters deeply. With the right age, appearance, and name aligned, he had unexpectedly managed to capture Junmaru and decided to retreat. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but as fate would have it, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. Uchiha Nagi moved with remarkable speed, holding Junmaru in his arms, and shortly after departing from their clan's territory, they reached the outskirts. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow and set Junmaru down, sensing a feeling of being followed since leaving the Kagaya clan's land. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Nagi quietly attuned himself to his surroundings. Utilizing the seventh form of beast breathing, spatial perception, one could not deny the impressive efficacy of Inosuke's spatial awareness. It even enabled Uchiha Nagi, a ninja lacking in sensory abilities, to detect hidden foes lurking in the shadows. It is worth noting that some sensory ninjas in the ninja world can sense enemies from several kilometers away, while the second Hokage, enhanced by Kishimoto in the later stages, could even detect formidable presences from hundreds of miles away. Come forth, you who hides in the shadows, Uchiha Nagi calmly called out towards a large tree. The evening breeze gently swept through, and the only sound was that of insects chirping, as if nothing was concealed behind the tree, allowing the insects to continue their melodic calls undisturbed. Uchiha Nagi's demeanor remained unchanged, his three-tomo Sharingan fixated intently. After a moment, a voice emerged from behind the tree, rich with magnetism and allure, raspy yet captivating. Impressive. How did you detect me? I must say, I excel in stealth techniques. During my time away from Konoha, countless Umbu could not locate me. Indeed, a figure clad in a kimono emerged, his pale skin, raven black hair, and violet eyeshadow, complemented by those distinctive snake-like pupils, revealed him to be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. As Uchiha Nagi employed the beast breathing's spatial perception, he noted the malevolent aura emanating from his opponent, chilling and reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Orochimaru, do you have business with me? Uchiha Nagi inquired, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. While he sought to negotiate with Orochimaru, he was wary of this venomous snake. Engaging in trade with him before he revealed his true strength could lead to treachery. This reminded him of the fourth Hokage, who, in his earnest desire for collaboration, met a tragic end, with his visage flayed to create a technique for altering appearances. Who would have thought that in just a few years apart, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, and you, Nagi, have grown to this extent? Konoha truly is a prison that binds you, Orochimaru remarked in awe. Uchiha Nagi's technique for altering appearances had indeed originated from Orochimaru, exchanged for 2 pairs of Sharingan. Obtaining the Sharingan was not difficult for Orochimaru, yet he found himself intrigued by a proactive Uchiha, perceiving potential in him as a useful pawn in the future, and thus agreed to the exchange. Following a careful negotiation, Uchiha Nagi successfully acquired a technique imperceptible even to sensory ninjas and summoning beasts. Long time no see, Orochimaru. It appears you have business in the Hidden Mist Village, remarked Uchiha Nagi with a smile. It is truly disheartening, Nagi-kun, that you now address me simply as Orochimaru, rather than Lord Orochimaru as you once did. The raspy, magnetic timbre of his voice was exceedingly pleasant, imbued with an air of mystery and lethality. Yet his murderous intent grew increasingly palpable. Orochimaru's desire for his body was evident. You shall soon learn the answer to that, won't you? Uchiha Nagi smiled at Kimimaro, instructing him to keep his distance. Orochimaru, maintaining his enigmatic smile, silently observed as Kimimaro scurried towards the stream. His visit to the Hidden Mist Village was, of course, to seek suitable materials, and after careful observation, He had set his sights on the most promising child of the Kagaya clan. Regrettably, before he could make his move, he was thwarted by Uchiha Nagi, who had brazenly infiltrated the prison to whisk the child away. Orochimaru was left speechless. After seeing Kimimaro retreat, Orochimaru wickedly licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come now, let me witness your capacity, Nagi-kun." The source of Orochimaru's exhilaration stemmed from a recent piece of intelligence. Uchiha Nagi, who had been missing for over a year, had resurfaced, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and battled Tsunade. Following the night of the massacre, Itachi joined the Akatsuki, and many are aware of the subsequent events. The greedy serpent had set his sights on the Mangekyo, only to encounter the illusion master Itachi, compounded by Orochimaru's weakened soul post-rebirth, leading to his swift demise. Yet, this was merely the result of Orochimaru's carelessness. A seasoned warrior who had survived 2 great wars, he was no stranger to the art of illusion. In fact, he had encountered myriad illusions throughout his life. To presume that Orochimaru's spirit would succumb to illusions simply because he was in a weakened state would be a grave mistake. Thus, upon meeting Uchiha Nagi, he was determined to seize a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, which was the very reason for his excitement. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few leaves into the air, and before they could touch the ground, the two moved. Orochimaru launched a kunai as a test, swiftly forming hand seals for the Shadow Shuriken technique. In an instant, one kunai transformed into a veritable barrage, filling the space with countless shuriken. Uchiha Nagi softly uttered, "Third form, flowing dance." This technique, part of the water-breathing style, combined evasion and attack with steps that flowed like water. The ground echoed with the sounds of Uchiha Nagi dodging and deflecting the kunai. To be honest, Uchiha Nagi could not distinguish which kunai was real and which was a manifestation of chakra, yet caution was paramount. One wonders if Kishimoto ever contemplated the notion that kunai created from chakra could indeed inflict harm, unlike shadow clones that dissipate upon contact. This extensive ninjutsu was merely an appetizer. Orochimaru extended his elongated tongue to lick his face before swiftly darting towards Uchiha Nagi. One hand outstretched as he employed his signature ninjutsu, the serpent's shadow hand, without the need for hand seals. A multitude of serpent heads erupted from his sleeves. Being struck by such a creation would indeed be dire, as these serpents not only ensnared their foes, but also possessed the capability to bite. Heaven knows if any among them were venomous. Uchiha Nagi was determined to avoid being bitten by a poisonous serpent, especially one among such a multitude. Drawing a deep breath, he executed the water-breathing technique, second form, water wheel. This technique, aptly named, resembled a water wheel, designed to eliminate a wide array of adversaries while simultaneously encircling him for protection. After a single rotation, all of Orochimaru's serpent hands were severed. Orochimaru chuckled, remarking on the commendable swordsmanship, which reminded him of Hanzo, whose blade techniques were equally formidable. However, engaging in close combat with a kunai against a master swordsman was undoubtedly perilous. He then unleashed the flame-breathing technique, third form, flame of the universe. This third form delivered strikes at an imperceptible speed from above, accompanied by arcs of fierce flames. Even without the blade making contact, the sword's aura could sear the enemy. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Nagi had pierced Orochimaru's body. The latter, holding a kunai, wore an expression of disbelief, having been struck despite having evaded the blade moments earlier. A hint of pride crept onto Uchiha Nagi's lips, but then that signature raspy, magnetic voice echoed behind him once more, serpent's shadow multi-hand. Uchiha Nagi's pupils constricted sharply when had this venomous serpent ambushed him from behind. The figure he had been tracking with his Sharingan had merely been a clay clone. The Orochimaru that had been struck by Uchiha Nagi's flame-breathing technique, third form, slowly transformed into a mound of earth. He executed the earth-breathing technique, twisting vortex, forcing his upper and lower body into a powerful twist, unleashing a torrent of slashing strikes. This technique thrived in water, transforming the resulting vortex into sharp water blades that annihilated everything in their vicinity. The serpents unleashed by Orochimaru's surprise attack were all obliterated by this water vortex, leaving a carpet of serpent corpses behind. In the spirit of reciprocity, Uchiha Nagi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashed a Jinjutsu upon Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. To his astonishment, Orochimaru was battling with his eyes closed. Indeed, It was easy to forget that serpents in nature are nearsighted, relying on their tongues for sensory information and infrared perception for hunting. Given Orochimaru's profound understanding of serpents, it was only logical that he equipped himself with several sensory organs akin to those of a snake. This also explained why Kabuto, in later confrontations with the brothers who bore the eyes, was able to hold his own despite fighting with his eyes closed. Serpents have never depended on sight for their predation. Truly, the legendary Sannin, Uchiha Nagi mused, reflecting that Itachi's victory over Orochimaru was largely a stroke of luck. As for the second encounter, when Orochimaru attempted to seize Sasuke and failed, hidden within Sasuke's body, his remaining strength was uncertain, making his defeat unquestionable. However, he now faces Orochimaru, whose physical condition is at its peak. Orochimaru, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, has chosen to abandon his ocular techniques in battle, thereby compensating for his vulnerability to illusions. Drawing forth the Kusanagi sword, the origins of which remain a mystery, he engages in a duel of swordsmanship with Uchiha Nagi. The clash of metal resonates, sparks flying, an unprecedented display of Orochimaru's swordsmanship, revealing him as a master of the blade. It is no wonder he wields the indomitable Kusanagi. In response to Nagi's breathing techniques, Orochimaru remains unfazed. Though not a swordsman in the traditional sense, his mastery of ninjutsu, when combined with his swordplay, poses a considerable threat, capable of ensnaring Nagi if he falters even slightly. After exchanging several blows, Orochimaru employs his signature technique, the Serpent's Hand, which requires no hand signs, a nearly insurmountable defense. Nagi, you truly surprise me, Orochimaru exclaims. Unlike Itachi and the other Uchiha, your swordsmanship bears a whisper of the legendary Konoha White Fang. With a few more years of training, you may not only catch up to him, but even surpass him. Yet, for now, you still have a long way to go. Is that so? I beg to differ. Uchiha Nagi replies with a mysterious smile. Engaging in close combat with a swordsman is inherently perilous, and having recently gained new insights into the breath of thunder, he feels a surge of confidence. With each breath, the air crackles with faint sparks of lightning. The first form of thunder breathing, 16 flashing strikes. In an instant, to Orochimaru's perception, Uchiha Nagi transforms into 16 distinct figures. Although Orochimaru considers himself a master swordsman, he finds himself unable to block all 16 strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing fills the air as Orochimaru successfully deflects 13 of the strikes, yet the final 3 find their marks, striking his heart, neck, and eyes. Each blow lands true, and Orochimaru collapses. Any ordinary person would surely perish from injuries to these vital areas. Just as Madara succumbed to a blow to the heart from Hashirama, Orochimaru's fate seems sealed. However, Uchiha Nagi understands that death is a possibility for many, but Orochimaru is decidedly not among them, a man who can manipulate even death itself. Oh, Orochimaru, spare me the pretense. You cannot die, Nagi scoffs, questioning the act of feigning death. Impressive, Nagi. Your growth and your composure continue to astonish me, Orochimaru remarks, and as he finishes speaking, his body suddenly opens wide. A grotesque transformation occurs as hands emerge, followed by his head and body. In less than 3 seconds, a completely unscathed Orochimaru, his attire restored, emerges from his own corporeal shell. This is the unique technique of shedding his skin, allowing him to heal from any fatal injury. Of course, there are drawbacks. The rapid division of cells shortens one's lifespan, as human cells have a finite number of divisions throughout a lifetime. Yet, Orochimaru is unperturbed by the prospect of a brief existence. Uchiha Nagi refrains from exploiting this opportunity to attack, knowing that even if he were to dismember Orochimaru, the latter would simply resurrect elsewhere. Moreover, he seeks to negotiate with Orochimaru for the 20 version of his Edo Tensei technique. Certainly, Orochimaru does not require a leisurely pace to execute his serpent skin shedding technique. During his confrontation with Pain of the Six Paths, his application of the technique was remarkably swift. However, Orochimaru was unaware that his opponent possessed knowledge of his intelligence. Observing Uchiha Nagi's demeanor, which showed no inclination to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, Orochimaru could not help but admire Nagi's composure. Now that the warm-up has concluded, allow me to witness your true prowess, he declared, his expression fervent as he directed his attention towards his own form. Ninjutsu, the Great Serpent Array. With a flurry of hand seals executed at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he unleashed a veritable legion of serpents, which began to multiply at a terrifying rate. Uchiha Nagi quickly leapt backward, recognizing that being ensnared by this rapidly proliferating horde would not bode well for him. In the original narrative, the presence of venom among Orochimaru's myriad signature serpent techniques was never explicitly mentioned. However, as one of the legendary Sannin, it is inconceivable that he would not employ poison in his arsenal. Indeed, the majority of the serpents in this great serpent array were venomous. Even if one were to evade their bites, inhaling the toxic fumes while ensnared would be perilous, prompting Nagi to retreat hastily. "Come now, let me ascertain whether you possess the strength worthy of being my vessel," Orochimaru taunted, licking his lips with his elongated tongue. His ambitions extended beyond the Sharingan. He coveted Uchiha Nagi's very body. Within the great serpent array, it was not solely the venomous serpents that instilled dread. Many of the serpents also brandished swords within their mouths. This technique was on par with Jiraiya's combined ninjutsu, the toad oil fire release, designed for large-scale combat. Yet, the Amaterasu, initially unleashed by Orochimaru, which expanded into a colossal serpent array, was effortlessly neutralized by Uchiha Nagi's counter. This black flame, infamous for its inability to extinguish, only managing to burn a white zetsu at the conclusion of the narrative, proved to be the optimal deterrent against the incessantly emerging serpents. The ultimate question lingered: who would emerge victorious? Was this the essence of a battle between the formidable? From a distance, Kimimaro observed, his expression one of bewilderment. Initially unable to comprehend the skirmish, he gradually grasped the intricacies of the jutsu being employed. The collision of these two titanic techniques left him in awe, as it marked the first time he had witnessed such a cataclysmic battle capable of reshaping the very terrain. Flames soared into the heavens, illuminating the surrounding woodlands and visible even several kilometers away, while the scent of charred serpents mingled with the aroma of scorched flesh, permeating the air. Such a monumental clash inevitably attracted the attention of the villagers of Kirigakure, especially since the manipulated 4th Mizukage had dispatched individuals to monitor the Kagaya clan. Nevertheless, both Orochimaru and Uchiha Nagi appeared to regard Kirigakure with indifference, showing no signs of halting their fierce confrontation. The first round ended in a stalemate. Now, it would be Uchiha Nagi's turn to assume the role of the primary aggressor in the second round. Uchiha Nagi crouched, one hand pressing upon his blade. As snowflake-patterned formations emerged around him, the destructive annihilation technique. Amidst the swirling smoke, Uchiha Nagi unleashed his modified version of Akaza's martial skill, creating air blades with the slash of his sword. This technique was the final, formidable move of Akaza before his demise, releasing hundreds of air punches directed forward, akin to a martial art reminiscent of the peacock-esque race. This maneuver placed a significant burden on the body, and Uchiha Nagi could manage to execute it only once. Standing atop a boulder, Orochimaru squinted, unfazed, as he bit into his finger and pressed downward. The double Rashomon erupted with a thunderous roar. Hundreds of blades struck the first layer of Rashomon, shattering it, yet the second layer stood resolute against the onslaught. Rashomon, the strongest defensive ninjutsu of the first Hokage, consisted of 5 layers, each more resilient than the last, requiring increasingly greater chakra for summoning. Among the Sound Ninja Quartet, one could summon merely the first gate at the level of a Jonin, whereas Orochimaru could conjure up to the third. As for why he summoned only 2 layers, Orochimaru deduced that such a defense would sufficiently withstand the incoming assault, thus conserving chakra by refraining from summoning the third layer, which could withstand a tailed beast bomb and demanded an immense amount of chakra. The 4th and 5th gates were beyond his capability not due to inability, but because his chakra reserves were insufficient. Only those of the Uzumaki clan could wield such power, lest they be reduced to mere husks before the gates materialized. As the dust settled and Uchiha Nagi's attacks ceased, Orochimaru's Rashomon began to dissipate gradually. At that moment, several figures emerged from the surroundings, members of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village, who had arrived to eliminate the intruders but maintained a safe distance, hesitant to approach too closely. "Intruding ninja, please remain still and declare your name, or we will be compelled to engage," one of the ninjas, donning a dog mask, stated, feeling a sense of shame over his own words. Given the still burning black flames and the preceding clash of blades and Rashomon, they feared becoming mere fodder. Uchiha Nagi paid them no heed, instead squinting through his Sharingan, murmuring to himself, "Have they finally arrived?" The ninja in the cat mask could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What has arrived?" Uchiha Nagi remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, where, through the smoke, a colossal figure loomed, adorned with 8 elongated heads, a massive entity unmistakably Orochimaru himself. Initially, Uchiha Nagi anticipated that Orochimaru would summon a multitude of serpents to engage in battle or employ other signature techniques, such as the Edo Tensei. However, he was met with the unexpected, the 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru transformed into a gigantic serpent with 8 heads, rendering any attempt to sever a single head futile. It was akin to an alternative form of immortality, as only by simultaneously decapitating all 8 heads could one hope to defeat him. Yet, this merely constituted a victory. For Orochimaru possessed an arsenal of resurrection techniques. One could scarcely fathom how he might return from death in the blink of an eye. In mythology, there exists an 8-headed serpent, with each head possessing distinct powers. Clearly, the technique developed by Orochimaru is formidable. Continuing to employ breathing techniques or destructive arts in combat has become futile. Severing one head merely results in its immediate regrowth. Uchiha Nagi could not help but feel a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Orochimaru, for he possesses an abundance of hidden cards. This is not even Orochimaru's full strength. If he were to fight earnestly, he could summon the myriad serpents, constituting a shadow-level threat, and additionally call forth the first and second generations of the reanimated Hokage, along with the third generation of Wind, totaling 4 shadow-level opponents, plus himself. 5 shadow-level figures, alongside 1,000 serpents, would create an overwhelming force. Even if the reanimated individuals could not exert their full potential, it would still lead to an overwhelming defeat. Thus, let us follow the timeline and allow your nemesis, the Ten-Knuckle Blade, to confront you. Uchiha Nagi quietly closed his eyes, only to open them the next moment, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra surged around him, forming a colossal skeletal giant. Observing this, the nearby Anbu from the hidden mist retreated silently. It would be folly for their small squad to interfere in this grand confrontation. As Nagi infused more chakra into the skeletal giant, it materialized flesh and attire, transforming into a Susanoo that bore a striking resemblance to a human. The giant then waved its hand, summoning a spirit sword. Ah, the Ten-Knuckle Blade? A weapon of the Uchiha clan, an unexpected revelation indeed. Orochimaru, well versed in the arts, immediately recognized the origin of this ethereal sword. Let us commence the third round of our contest. Orochimaru, Uchiha Nagi remarked with a gentle smile. The Susanoo then crouched slightly, the ground reverberating with a tremendous roar reminiscent of 2 great explosions, as it vanished from its position and lunged towards Orochimaru. One of the serpent heads opened its maw, revealing half of Orochimaru's body within. He was wary of the Ten-Knuckle Blade, yet this did not daunt him. The 8 serpent heads unleashed their powers. One spewed toxic fumes. Another exhaled wind, while the last belched forth flames, the 3 distinct ninjutsu coalescing into an assault upon Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo. Breath of water, land-s form, whirling vortex. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath, attempting something he had not tried before, commanding the Susanoo to wield the breathing technique-s swordsmanship. While the breathing technique amplifies the body through breath, within the Susanoo, it only enhances his physical form, yet the swordsmanship remains unchanged. The whirling vortex technique involves twisting the upper and lower body with great force, generating a continuous stream of slashes that transforms the resulting vortex into sharp water blades, annihilating all surrounding entities. When applied to the Susanoo, it manifested as a giant twisting vortex, wielding the sword with relentless precision, directing Orochimaru's ninjutsu into a swirling tempest, ultimately striking at the 8 serpent heads. Regrettably, only 5 were severed. Uchiha Nagi lamented this outcome. Orochimaru, having severed 5 colossal serpent heads, swiftly returned to his original form. Once again, he unleashed a serpent head, expelling a viscous, ebony liquid that permeated the entire space, exuding a foul stench that was unequivocally sinister. Uchiha Nagi promptly employed a breathing technique, with Susanoo wielding a sword to intercept the majority of the vile substance, leaving only a few drops that splattered on his Susanoo, emitting an acrid, sulfuric corrosion. Determined to not prolong the confrontation, Uchiha Nagi, despite possessing ample chakra, and several cards up his sleeve, recognized the urgency of his predicament. He pondered the impending arrival of formidable warriors from the hidden mist village and the necessity of conserving some chakra for his escape. Thus, he executed the most powerful form of his technique, severing Orochimaru's 7 heads, and ultimately pierced the last remaining head with the Tenkyuken, striking directly at Orochimaru's gaping maw. Remarkable. I did not expect you to match me to this extent. You have attained the strength to engage in equal discourse, Orochimaru remarked, his demeanor eerily calm, a smile gracing his lips as if he were untouched by death itself. Indeed, in the next moment, the stabbed Orochimaru transformed into a clay clone, while a dark shadow erupted from the severed head of the colossal serpent, hurtling towards Uchiha Nagi, who had positioned himself within the very core of Susanoo rather than at its head. Employing an unfamiliar technique, Orochimaru, in conjunction with the Kusanagi sword, breached Susanoo's defenses and ensnared Nagi with his elongated tongue, dragging him forth. A raspy, magnetic voice resonated with fervor. Uchiha Nagi, I shall claim your eyes. It was then that Nagi realized his Susanoo was rendered immobile. With his Sharingan's keen perception, he discerned that the Orochimaru he had struck was not merely a clay clone. It was imbued with numerous cursed seals, a labyrinth of sealing techniques crawling towards Susanoo. Ninjas truly are a cunning breed, Nagi muttered inwardly. Recognizing that while such seals posed little threat, he could simply leap out of Susanoo. However, at that critical juncture, Orochimaru's true form lunged ferociously towards him. Intent on claiming his eyes, Nagi's body was inexorably dragged towards the advancing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you seek your demise, he declared. Just as Orochimaru extended his hands towards his own face, Nagi's white left hand preemptively struck. With a resounding crack, the immense force of his punch shattered Orochimaru's abhorrent grasp, pulverizing his entire arm and delivering a devastating blow to his head. The soft-bodied technique proved utterly futile against such might. The speed with which Orochimaru advanced was matched only by his rapid retreat, culminating in a thunderous crash as he plummeted into the ground, creating a massive crater. The sheer force of Nagi's strike, capable of rending the earth asunder, would have reduced any ordinary being to a mere puddle of flesh, yet Orochimaru's resilient serpentine form endured. Unlike anyone else who would have been reduced to mere fragments scattered across the air. As the haze dissipated, Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique was undone, and the Susanoo of Uchiha Nagi also faded. Come forth, Orochimaru, I am aware of your immortality, and I wish to propose a transaction. After an intense battle, revealing one secret after another, Orochimaru ultimately suffered a hidden setback under the might of Uchiha Nagi's left-handed monstrous punch. However, Nagi was well aware of his opponent's intelligence. Orochimaru still had cards to play while Nagi had nearly exhausted his own. Only the strongest sun-breathing technique and the Kagura dance remained, along with the means of escape through mental transmission. Nagi, your growth truly astonishes me. I wonder what you wish to trade. From the depths of the pit came Orochimaru's hoarse yet magnetic voice. Moments later, he emerged, drenched and sticky, seemingly unscathed. Clearly, he had once again employed the snake-shedding skin technique to restore his injuries, albeit this time at a greater expense of chakra and with more cellular damage. Yet, Orochimaru maintained his characteristic smile, though the coldness in his gaze remained, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on Uchiha Nagi. Without absolute certainty, Orochimaru was evidently reluctant to continue the battle. He possessed many hidden cards, yet so did his adversary, particularly given that Nagi had mastered the monstrous punch of Tsunade, which astounded Orochimaru immensely. It is noteworthy that apart from the first Hokage, only Tsunade from the Senju clan had ever wielded such a technique. Even though the Senju clan no longer existed, I am curious, how did you come to learn that monstrous punch? It is Tsunade's exclusive ninjutsu. Might you share the details? Nagi. Uchiha Nagi casually responded, it's nothing much. I wagered with Tsunade, and she lost to me, thus imparting her knowledge, which I subsequently mastered. Orochimaru retorted, is that a tale meant for fools? Nagi's left hand, bound in bandages, concealed the fact that it housed a white Zetsu arm. Although Orochimaru had encountered white Zetsu before, he had never associated it with the cells of the first Hokage, especially considering he possessed those very cells. Pray tell, Nagi, what transaction do you seek with me? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of interest. Eternal life, Uchiha Nagi stated matter-of-factly. Oh ho! It was evident that Orochimaru remained skeptical. Nagi did not elaborate. Instead, he produced a scroll and cast it onto the ground. As the smoke cleared, a demon bound and sealed at the limbs emerged. This was a subject of numerous experiments. Now driven to madness. Sealed within the storage scroll, devoid of air, water, or sustenance, the being should have perished, yet it did not. Without hesitation, Uchiha Nagi plunged a blade into its head and withdrew it. The man on the ground screamed in agony, yet in the next moment, he began to heal rapidly, the wound disappearing within seconds. Nagi then severed the head with a kunai, yet the body remained alive, and upon reattaching the head, it returned to normalcy. An intriguing specimen, possessing a constitution akin to that of the undead, yet this alone was insufficient to confirm his immortality. Orochimaru, clearly intrigued, merely commented to drive down the price. I shall dispense with trivialities, Orochimaru. The principle of equivalent exchange dictates my desire for the impure world reincarnation and sage techniques. Uchiha Nagi, uninterested in exposing his trivial motives, spoke directly. The impure world reincarnation? That is a forbidden technique of the second Hokage. From where did you glean that I possess knowledge of the sage arts? Orochimaru inquired with intrigue. Is it not obvious? Only the three great sage lands harbor methods for training in sage techniques. Orochimaru, the opportunity is singular. The forces of the Mist Village are approaching. It is your decision. Uchiha Nagi, unfazed, glanced towards the southeast, where a gathering of individuals was hastening towards them. Orochimaru, fully aware of the commotion they had caused, recognized that it was time to depart. Orochimaru, not lacking in intellect, pondered seriously, I must ascertain the veracity of this claim. I will first procure a sample of blood for analysis. If it proves true, I shall return to negotiate tomorrow. Uchiha Nagi examined the blood spilled upon the ground, nodded, and retracted the spirit he had summoned without inquiring how Orochimaru intended to find him. In a swift motion, he located Kimimaro and utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from the scene. As for whether Orochimaru would renege on their transaction after acquiring the blood, Nagi harbored no concerns, for only Musen's blood could transform spirits, while the likelihood of regular spirits transforming or infecting was pathetically low. Once Uchiha Nagi had departed, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, extending his long tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. He summoned several snakes that slithered towards the soil stained by the spirit's blood and consumed a small portion of the earth infused with this blood. Clearly, the allure of immortality held significant appeal for Orochimaru. He would fervently pursue any glimmer of opportunity. As for capturing Uchiha Nagi as a vessel, he had extinguished that notion, recognizing the lack of certainty in its success. Little did Orochimaru know that Uchiha Nagi had revealed most of his trump cards. If fully committed, he could indeed vanquish him. Unperturbed by the approaching ambush from the Mist Umbu, Orochimaru summoned a serpent that engulfed him, and in a puff of smoke, the battlefield was left in disarray, a testament to the recent clash. Just as Orochimaru made his exit, several squads arrived on the scene, one led by a particularly striking captain. With emerald eyes and cascading brown curls, her right eye concealed by a fringe, this was Terumi Mei, the future Mizukage. In her youth, she embodied unparalleled beauty. Yet at that moment, thoughts of marriage were far from her mind, as she and her clan were merely one of the trembling bloodline families in the village hidden in the blood mist. How infuriating! What audacity these enemies possessed to brazenly engage in battle within the land of water, showing utter disregard for us. Terumi Mei exclaimed in indignation. The Mist Umbu surrounding her fell silent, were it not for the fourth Mizukage's incessant internal strife and purges. The enemy would not have dared to act so recklessly outside the village. Do we know who the enemy is? Inquired the masked man leading the group. The first few ninjas who arrived to witness the battle responded, identifying one as Orochimaru and the other as seemingly belonging to the Uchiha clan, though uncertain which branch. Terumi Mei pondered this. The Uchiha clan had long been annihilated, and the remnants had all defected. Orochimaru had also betrayed them. Two rogue ninjas engaged in a fierce battle within the hidden mist village. Terumi Mei could not fathom their motives, especially given the intensity of the conflict, which was clearly at the level of two Kage. It was infuriating. If it weren't for the fourth Mizukage's actions, the village would not be in such disarray. The surrounding individuals fell silent. The cleansing conducted by the fourth Mizukage was indeed beyond words. Within a cave, Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro had taken refuge. Uchiha Nagi produced provisions and water, offering them to Kimimaro, while also taking out several test tubes to begin mixing colors. "What are you doing, sir?" Young Kimimaro inquired curiously. "Your white hair is too conspicuous. It needs to be dyed black to facilitate evasion from detection. Once we conclude our dealings with Orochimaru, I shall take you away from the land of water, allowing you to experience the vastness of the world beyond," Uchiha Nagi explained. "Oh, and please refrain from calling me sir in the future. I am not fond of such formalities," he added. While the term sir holds no special significance in the ninja world, merely representing respect, Uchiha Nagi preferred to avoid it, as it felt too hierarchical. Kimimaro scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Then what should I call you?" Uchiha Nagi contemplated briefly. "How about brother? Adoptive father? No, let's skip that. You may call me teacher henceforth." Uchiha Nagi believed that establishing a teacher-student relationship was far superior to one characterized by rigid hierarchies. There is a saying that goes, "Once a teacher, always a father." Orochimaru viewed Kimimaro as a vessel, but who could truly ascertain whether he felt any affection? It was known that even in the face of his own studentess' death, he struggled to take action, let alone against someone as loyal as Kimimaro, whom he had nurtured since childhood. In their original timeline, Kimimaro referred to Orochimaru as Sir, resembling a master-student dynamic, yet it was more akin to that of a mentor. When Kimimaro met his demise, Orochimaru displayed a flicker of unusual emotion, albeit deeply concealed. "Wait, teacher," Uchiha Nagi suddenly recalled that in the ninja world, there existed a tendency for students to kill their masters. Orochimaru slayed the third Hokage, Nagato killed Jiraiya, and Sasuke murdered Orochimaru. Shaking his head vigorously, he reassured himself that Kimimaro was not that sort of person. He would instill in him the value of respecting one's teacher, and surely it would not lead to such a fate. "Kimimaro, what jutsu do you currently possess?" Uchiha Nagi inquired. "What do I know? Well, from the clan, I have only mastered a portion of the Shikatsumiyaku, the bone manipulation technique, as well as the ability to create chakra-infused skeletal structures beneath my skin and this bone blade. That's about it," Kimimaro replied after contemplating. At his current age, still in his youth, his accomplishments were already impressive. The ability to generate hard chakra bones beneath his skin made him akin to a human tank. As for the Shikatsumiyaku, due to his age, its power remained rather limited, comparable to throwing a kunai. "Do you not possess any other ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique or the 5 elements ninjutsu?" Uchiha Nagi inquired. "I apologize, sensei. I have not been taught by the clan leader," Junmaru replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "From this day forth, unless you are in life-threatening danger, refrain from utilizing the power of the Shikatsumiyaku. Later, I shall instruct you in the body flicker technique and other ninjutsu. Remember, do not employ the Shikatsumiyaku unless your life is in peril," Uchiha Nagi solemnly advised Junmaru. "The power of the Shikatsumiyaku is formidable. During my time with Orochimaru, I became so enamored with this overwhelming power that I overlooked other ninjutsu. As a result, I grew stronger, even personally confronting Gaara's father, the Kazekage. The outcome was the exacerbation of the bloodline disease, a genetic affliction inherent to the Shikatsumiyaku," Uchiha Nagi reflected, hoping to mitigate Junmaru's reliance on this ability to delay the onset of his bloodline illness or perhaps find a remedy. "Ah yes, sensei, but why should I not utilize it?" "The power of the bloodline is immensely potent and highly useful," Junmaru queried with curiosity. "Excessive exploitation may provoke the outbreak of the genetic disease within your body. I shall teach you other skills in due course. In summary, unless you are faced with life-threatening circumstances, do not resort to the Shikatsumiyaku," Uchiha Nagi reiterated. Oh, at present, Junmaru was a polite young lad. Although he did not comprehend what a genetic disease entailed, he understood that his teacher cared for him, which warmed his heart. With a cheerful demeanor, Junmaru heated his rations over the campfire and took the initiative to prepare the bedding, clearly in high spirits. After they had eaten their fill, Uchiha Nagi took some dye and colored his hair black, rendering him less conspicuous. "Sensei, the bedding is ready," Junmaru announced. Uchiha Nagi nodded. "I do not require rest tonight. This is for you to sleep." Junmaru was taken aback. "Ah, for me? But you," Uchiha Nagi interjected, "you saw the individual I battled. Before leaving the land of water, one must remain vigilant. Do not worry about me. A ninja can manage without sleep for a few days. Of course, it is not a matter of complete wakefulness. While resting, I can create shadow clones to keep watch. However, The fatigue from maintaining vigilance will still transfer to my original body. Nevertheless, the balance between fatigue and recuperation tends to favor recovery. The body ultimately receives rest and can replenish considerable energy. In the cave, the campfire illuminated Junmaru's face. After merely 10 minutes on the bedding, a blissful smile graced his features as he drifted into slumber. For a child of his age is easily fatigued. It seems not so difficult, Uchiha Nagi murmured to himself as he observed Junmaru. Uchiha Nagi harbored uncertainty about abducting little Junmaru, for he was not the inheritor of the will of fire, a master of brainwashing. Yet, the endeavor unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Uchiha Nagi scratched his head, pondering whether orphans are more inclined to trust strangers. A sleepless night enveloped not only Uchiha Nagi, but also Orochimaru. Uchiha Nagi was anxious about potential ambushes from the mists Umbu and Orochimaru, while Orochimaru was astounded by the small trace of the demon's blood he had acquired. He discovered that it possessed extraordinarily unique cells. If the cells of the first Hokage were akin to plants, their rejection by the human body was immense, exhibiting an aggressiveness surpassing even that of cancer. The cells in question are indeed mutated human cancer cells. It is widely acknowledged that human cells have a finite capacity for division, typically undergoing around 10 divisions throughout a lifetime. As one ages, cellular division slows significantly, vitality diminishes, and eventually, cells approach the end of their life cycle, leading to a decline in the various functions of the elderly. In stark contrast, mutated cells, or cancer cells, exhibit no such limitations and can divide indefinitely. Many speculate that the secret to human immortality may lie within these cancer cells. For once humanity is liberated from the constraints of cellular division, the potential for everlasting life emerges. Upon acquiring a sample of blood from Uchiha Nagi, Orochimaru discovered that its properties mirrored those of cancer cells, exhibiting the potential for infinite division. However, subsequent tests prompted a furrowed brow, as these cells displayed a peculiar preference for human hemoglobin as their primary source of nourishment. This implies that their sustenance might consist solely of human blood, while they exhibit diminished effectiveness in absorbing and proliferating from the blood of other animals, such as snakes or birds. As a scientist, Orochimaru's expertise is beyond reproach. Within a single night, he meticulously analyzed the characteristics of this specimen provided by Uchiha Nagi. Theoretically, it indeed holds the key to genuine immortality, a concept so astonishing that he found it hard to believe it could be true. For years, he had been delving into the mysteries of the first generation of cells, questioning their remarkable resilience, evidenced by their ability to regenerate instantly without the need for hand seals, yet still succumbing to death. The answer lies in the fact that, while the first generation of cells resembles plants, they are fundamentally human, and thus, their life came to an end. From childhood, enduring constant battles, the sage body, despite its astonishing recovery speed, had exceeded the natural limit of cellular division characteristic of humans. Consequently, after the confrontation with Madara, even the seemingly invincible first generation succumbed to death within a few years. The cells before him, however, are neither animal nor plant. They emanate from a human body, yet possess the true potential for immortality. Nonetheless, Orochimaru did not allow elation to cloud his judgment. He pondered aloud. Perhaps it is not truly limitless. Could it be capped at 100 or 200 divisions? The minuscule amount of blood he possessed was insufficient for a comprehensive analysis. Raising his gaze, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He recognized that the exchange of sage techniques was not to his detriment. Among the 3 great sanctuaries, the highest mortality rate associated with sage techniques resided in the Dragon Cave. The direct infusion of venom through serpents for the purpose of training in sage arts, with a staggering mortality rate of 99.9%, was a worthwhile trade. However, Uchiha Nagi's mention of the Edo Tensei technique raised suspicions within him. What purpose does he have for this technique? Orochimaru murmured. The forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage had always been regarded as a rather useless endeavor, one that even its creator had never envisioned employing on the battlefield. Before Orochimaru's enhancements, the Edo Tensei was fraught with flaws, often summoning the wrong souls, and if the reincarnated individual possessed a strong enough will, they could break free from the caster's control. An instance that came to mind was shortly after his defection from Akatsuki, when Sasori and Deidara were dispatched to eliminate him. He was reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique, bringing forth the soul of the third Kazekage. However, Scorpion employed a puppet technique to manipulate the corpse of the third Kazekage, forcing him to battle against himself. This infuriated the Kazekage, who, despite being a formidable warrior in life, found himself disrespected in death by another's hand, especially in such a humiliating manner as a dual existence of soul and body. Consumed by rage, he ultimately broke free from Orochimaru's control through the sheer force of his will. Unfazed by the enigma of his opponent's thoughts, Orochimaru intended to offer Uchiha Nagi the second generation's 10th version of the impure world reincarnation. His own modified 20th version was not something he would part with foolishly. The following day, as the sun barely began to rise, Orochimaru's serpentine progeny informed him they had located Uchiha Nagi. For someone like Orochimaru, a sleepless night was trivial. He was eager to finalize the transaction and acquire the experimental material that could potentially unlock the door to immortality. Uchiha Nagi stirred the campfire, using its warmth to heat some water along with his provisions. Upon noticing a small snake nearby in the morning, he realized that Orochimaru had indeed found him. Regardless of whether those snakes were summoning beasts or possessed chakra, it was unmistakable that they were linked to Orochimaru. True to expectation, 2 hours later, as Kimimaro was just waking, Orochimaru made his entrance. "Good morning, Nagi-kun." Orochimaru's voice remained as gravelly and magnetic as ever. Soon, however, this magnetic tone might transition to a more feminine pitch. Uchiha Nagi smiled and promptly addressed the matter at hand. "You've arrived, Orochimaru. It seems you have verified the authenticity of the goods. Where is the item for trade?" "Ah, you are quite impatient. Please, do wait a moment," Orochimaru replied, opening his mouth wide to reveal a scroll that contained the secrets of the Dragon Cave Sage Art and the impure world reincarnation technique. "Nagi-kun, do not blame me for not warning you. Mastering sage arts is no simple feat, with a high mortality rate, and one must be at the Dragon Cave to practice. As the natural energy there is unparalleled. How do you plan to proceed? I can assist you if you wish to go to the Dragon Cave." His so-called assistance was, of course, a summoning contract. Without it, one could not access the 3 great sage lands. "No need for that. I have my own methods," Uchiha Nagi replied, inspecting the scroll to ascertain its authenticity. He had no intention of venturing to the Dragon Cave. Instead, he planned to train in the world of Demon Slayer. "Orochimaru, this version of the impure world reincarnation is the original, correct? The probability of accurately reincarnating someone is dismally low. What I desire is your improved version." Though Uchiha Nagi had never witnessed the original, he was well aware that Orochimaru had perfected the 20th version. Orochimaru did not take offense. Rather, he was intrigued. "Oh, where did you hear that I was refining the impure world reincarnation?" Uchiha Nagi had already prepared an excuse. "You were part of the same mysterious organization as Uchiha Itachi, weren't you? Later, you betrayed them, and they sent assassins after you. You used the impure world reincarnation to summon the Kazekage to confront them." Orochimaru expressed admiration without any sign of anger. "I did not expect your intelligence to be so sharp." Then he took out another scroll and tossed it to Uchiha Nagi. "Speaking, the Edo Tensei of the second Hokage has 2 significant issues. Firstly, it cannot accurately locate the souls of the deceased. Secondly, if the deceased possessed overwhelming strength in life, they may break free from the caster's control. At present, I have only refined its precision of resurrection. However, I am still working on controlling the resurrected souls. The resurrected beings can only unleash their full power when in a conscious state. Yet it is in this very state that they are prone to escape control. If their consciousness is erased, their power might be reduced to a mere fraction. Thus, I am enhancing the method by which they can be controlled while their consciousness is suppressed, ensuring they do not lose all potency. When we meet again, should I resolve this second dilemma, I will present you with the complete Edo Tensei. How does that sound?" Uchiha Nagi believed in Orochimaru's words. Considering that Orochimaru is currently developing a version close to the 20th iteration, the final question remains how to maintain the deceased consciousness while allowing them to unleash their maximum strength, a problem that Kabuto would resolve. Ultimately, Orochimaru settled on an intermediate version, erasing the first and second's consciousness for easier control. Consequently, the first would release, which could once cover an entire city, now only enveloped a rooftop, while the second's water release was reduced to a mere swimming pool atop that same roof. Pondering for a moment, Uchiha Nagi nodded. "Very well. I agree. However, I would like to inspect the product on site. Is that acceptable?" Orochimaru smiled, of course. With that, he summoned a snake that produced 2 living individuals. The outcome of the transaction was undoubtedly mutually satisfying. Orochimaru departed, pleased with the material for immortality, while Uchiha Nagi acquired the 20th version of Edo Tensei. As for the challenge of controlling excessively powerful resurrected beings, Uchiha Nagi was unconcerned, for the immortal body post-resurrection itself is a formidable anomaly that compensates for this issue. In essence, should Uchiha Nagi resurrect an individual of Kage-level prowess, he would either follow Orochimaru's example, using talismans to erase the other's consciousness, transforming them into mere puppets driven by instinct, or allow them to retain their awareness, enabling them to fight under his control. However, if the individual had been as strong in life as the 3rd Kazekage, the intense resistance would likely overpower the Edo Tensei technique. After handing over the experimental material sealed within the scroll to Orochimaru, their transaction concluded. Orochimaru also provided Uchiha Nagi with an address in the Land of Grass, indicating that if he wished to trade again in the future, he could find him there. I have a premonition, Nagi-kun, that we will soon engage in a second transaction. Orochimaru expressed his satisfaction, a glimmer of excitement appearing in his eyes for the first time beyond that of a venomous serpent. As he departed, his raspy voice lingered in Uchiha Nagi's mind, and he cast a lingering glance at Kimimaro. However, ultimately, there was no intention to target Kimimaro, for the Kage clan, which had not been annihilated, was not comprised of a single child. Since the most promising talent could not be acquired, why not just abduct a couple more? When quality is lacking, quantity can compensate. Surprisingly, the transaction was completed, and Uchiha Nagi intended to depart from the Land of Water, a place still under Obito's control. Should Obito return from the Land of Rain and discover that he had risen to power, controlling the 4th Mizukage, he could unleash a barrage of tailed beast bombs. Shaking his head, Uchiha Nagi had no confidence in withstanding such an onslaught. He could manage a small one with Susanoo, but multiple was utterly unrealistic. Furthermore, once fully transformed into a tailed beast, the bombs launched would be even more colossal. Orochimaru's triple Rinne might not withstand them. Perhaps a 4th gate would be necessary. As a nuclear weapon of the shinobi world, the tailed beast bomb was both cost-effective and immensely powerful. Kimimaro, tidy up, it's time for us to leave. Oh, very well. Master. Kimimaro adeptly packed their belongings and stowed them in a storage scroll, utilizing his chakra to do so. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi produced a vial of pungent, foul-smelling potion, dispersing it into the surrounding water. The purpose of this was, of course, to prevent tracking. Aside from the Inuzuka clan, other nations possessed their own shinobi hounds. After all, ninjas, no matter how adept at concealment, remained biological beings, and as such could be traced by scent. Uchiha Nagi's use of this noxious potion was intended to eliminate any scents left by himself and Kimimaro. The Mist Village also employed scent tracking methods against their enemies, and one must never be careless. Unless they boarded a ship, once they reached the open sea, scent tracking would naturally become ineffective. However, sensory ninjas posed a significant challenge. Some of these ninjas could sense over 1,000 meters, while more powerful ones could extend their range to several thousand. Uchiha Nagi also possessed such abilities, utilizing the beast-breathing technique for spatial awareness, successfully evading several waves of pursuers. The primary reason for the lack of pursuit was that the Kage clan planned to mobilize their forces soon, leading the 4th Mizukage to concentrate most of the Umbu within the village, awaiting the Kage clan to walk into their trap. After some time, Uchiha Nagi swiftly arrived at a dock with Kimimaro. The Land of Water, as an island nation, was surrounded by numerous islands, with docks on all sides. For ordinary folk, constructing ports was a formidable task, yet for ninjas, it was merely a matter of a few ninjutsu techniques. Thus, while the Land of Water may lack in other areas, it was abundant in ports and vessels. As Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro approached the dock, he frowned. There should have been at least a small squad of patrolling ninjas, and the absence of such felt suspicious. Individuals with strong mental prowess tend to be sensitive and can easily detect anomalies. Thus, he decided to investigate. Employing the 7th form of beast breathing, he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. With a beast's instinct, Uchiha Nagi quickly discerned where danger lurked. Come forth. Those hiding beneath the ship, he addressed a 3-masted sailboat with a calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, several shadowy figures suddenly leapt from the depths of the water. The surrounding civilians, laborers, and merchants, upon witnessing the standoff between the two sides of ninjas, were immediately struck with fear, fleeing in panic, some abandoning their goods entirely. It's the ninjas. Run. The ninjas are about to fight. Everyone flee. The ninjas of the Blood Mist City have never concerned themselves with the safety of civilians. Those who lagged behind risked being slaughtered as mere appetizers. Huh. Did you expect us to be waiting for you at the dock? The land of water is unlike other nations. If you wish to leave, you must inevitably head towards the dock. Thus, we need not search far and wide for you. Merely lying in ambush nearby suffices, chuckled a sharp-toothed ninja from the Uchiha clan. If you are willing to surrender and return with us, you may join our village of Kirigakure. We would warmly welcome the clan of the Sharingan, he insinuated, implying that Uchiha Nagi would toil endlessly for the village upon joining, single-handedly sustaining a family. The leader, a robust man bearing a conspicuous large blade on his shoulder, wielded a decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords, regarded as the least formidable of them all. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow. Was this not the very sword that had met its end when the previous wielder attempted to block a tailed beast bomb, only to be slain by the resulting shards? Its retrieval seemed only natural. Yet, in Nagi's recollection, it was supposed to have been taken by Zabuza. How did it remain here in Kirigakure? Surely, it should have vanished alongside him after his assassination attempt failed. Had Zabuza perished? Moreover, this sword appeared to be the only one not included in the summoning technique. The final battle strength. While Hozuki Mangetsu summoned the 7 ninja swords, this one remained in Kakashi's possession, likely deemed too worthless to be signed into the summoning technique. Apart from its ability to absorb blood and regenerate after having been severed, it resembled an ordinary blade. Uchiha Nagi slowly drew forth his own Nichiren blade. Today it would once again taste blood. You may refuse a toast and instead face a penalty drink. Even if I must incapacitate you to bring you back. It matters not. Mist Ninja Technique. As the leader prepared to engage, he swiftly executed this silent assassination technique, unaware that Uchiha Nagi had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Once more beginning to learn from his opponent. The mist technique, used by Zabuza during his battle with Kakashi, envelopes the area in dense fog, saturated with minuscule chakra. Even a gust of wind cannot disperse it for long, as it swiftly recoalesces. Because the mist is infused with chakra, the Sharingan cannot discern the position of the user, effectively blinding its sight, a reason Kakashi opted for defense even while activating his 3-tomo. However, if the Byakugan were employed, the scenario would differ entirely. Its attributes akin to X-ray vision would render the user utterly visible. Could it be that the next move is the silent killing technique? Uchiha Nagi mused with a smile. The silent killing technique, a complementary skill to the mist technique, allows one to move silently within the dense fog. In clear conditions, the eyes would be of little use, but within thick mist, it becomes an invaluable asset. Do you think your eyes are like the Byakugan? Tell me, which limb would you prefer I sever first, your hand, foot, or head? Sounds emanated from all directions as the leading ninja evidently entered a state of readiness. Poised to launch an assault, the companions who followed him stealthily melded into the thick fog, initiating their attack. Swiftly, several shurikens and kunai hurtled towards Uchiha Nagi and Junmaru, clearly intent on not sparing the child accompanying him. The clash of metal resonated with a series of sharp sounds, and sparks erupted as Uchiha Nagi's pupils dilated in alarm, for a few kunai were ignited with sparks, indicating that the umbu of the hidden mist were far from impoverished like the wandering ninjas, incorporating explosive tags into their arsenal. Indeed, the economical explosive tags were akin to grenades. A direct hit would be devastating, as even Orochimaru had suffered severe injuries from a mere encounter with one during his flight. However, Uchiha Nagi was undeterred. His Sharingan granted him extraordinary dynamic vision. Though the fog obscured distant views, a few meters remained within reach. The moment he spotted the explosive tags, he brandished his Nichiren blade and employed the breathing technique. Water breathing, second form, whirlpool vortex. Instinctively, Uchiha Nagi executed the 6th form for both defense and offense, a combination of the 2nd form, whirlpool, and the 3rd form, flowing dance, skillfully absorbing the adversary's force into his own movements. As a versatile technique, water breathing made countering several explosive tags a trivial challenge. Just as he blocked the explosive tags, a massive blade materialized silently behind him, descending with lethal precision. Strangely, under the cloak of the silent killing technique, it emitted not a whisper of sound. Careful, Junmaru. But before Uchiha Nagi could utter the warning, he was cleaved in two by the great blade. Ah! Junmaru gasped in disbelief. Had his recently acquainted mentor met such a fate? TCH. I thought he was stronger than this. But who knew? Before he could finish his thought, the ninja wielding the decapitating blade was suddenly pierced through the heart from behind by another blade. Meanwhile, the slain Uchiha Nagi began to dissolve into a cascade of earth. He had discovered that while the earth clone consumed slightly more chakra than the shadow clone, it was also more resilient due to its elemental composition. I have long pondered a question. Without the Byakugan, you too cannot see through the fog, can you? What emboldens you to believe you can slay your enemies? Uchiha Nagi inquired. As soon as the enemy executed their mist technique, he had prepared an earth clone. Of course, had it not been for his desire to learn, he could have activated Susanoo and concluded the battle in less than a minute. Beneath the might of Susanoo, all are but ants. That was a facade. One could not simply unleash Susanoo against any adversary. After all, Susanoo was not an absolute defense, and presently, there existed a woman among the hidden mist capable of breaching it. The leader expressed surprise, then transformed his entire being into a water clone. Evidently, the one who came to strike was not his true self. Now, I am intrigued. When did you deploy your earth clone? A figure re-emerged behind Uchiha Nagi, this time targeting not the adult, but the child. The executioner's blade swung fiercely toward Jun Malu, intent on cleaving him in two. In that moment, Jun Malu hesitated. Memories of his teacher's admonition against employing the corpse-bone path flickering in his mind. It was this fleeting hesitation that allowed the blade to descend upon him. At his tender age, even if he were to utilize the corpse-bone path, his prowess could scarcely surpass that of a jonin. He was merely a couple of years older than Naruto, and prior to adulthood, one could hardly expect him to possess formidable strength. Even Naruto, who had once been a mere youth, only began to flourish during his teenage years. As the blade neared Jun Malu, Uchiha Nagi, with his Sharingan activated, lunged forward. The opportunity had presented itself. The leading ninja had been misled. The true target was never Jun Malu. The initial attack was merely a ruse to provoke a lapse in Uchiha Nagi's defenses. With the first form of thunder breathing, lightning flash, a bolt of lightning surged past, and Uchiha Nagi's blade plunged deeply into the heart of his adversary. Yet, the masked ninja, struck at the heart, merely laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "You have fallen for my trick." At that instant, four concealed ninjas emerged, executing a premeditated combination technique, ensnaring Uchiha Nagi and Jun Malu within a formidable water prison technique. Although this massive water prison was not as powerful as the one that could contain the eight tails, it was the result of a coordinated effort among four ninjas, ensuring its stability. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual chakra permeating the water prison, sealing him within. Was this the reason why ninjas could not utilize their techniques while confined in a water prison? Laughter erupted from a misty ninja clad in a fox mask. This boy is hardly difficult to capture. See how easily the four of us have subdued him. Do not underestimate him. He managed to hold his own against Orochimaru for an extended period, the leader cautioned as he approached menacingly. For safety's sake, I shall sever his limbs before we take him back. With that, he brandished the executioner's blade. Are you not celebrating too soon? He taunted. The water prison technique confines its captives, rendering them unable to escape. Water, though soft, can overcome rigidity, and much like sealing techniques, the chakra infused into the prison prevents those within from utilizing their abilities. However, this does not equate to genuine sealing. Whether Guy, upon opening the 8 gates, could break free from the water prison remains uncertain. Yet, Madara's Susanoo shattered the pyramid seal of Shikaku. Suddenly, a skeletal arm forged from chakra erupted through the massive water prison, seizing 2 of the ninjas still channeling their technique. The other 2 ninjas fled, narrowly escaping the onslaught. What? How could he possibly emerge? Panic ensued as the sound of bones crunching reverberated through the air, and the 2 captured mist ninjas succumbed, blood spilling from their lips before they drew their last breath. The remaining 2, stunned, leapt away in horror. Regrettably, it seems your water prison cannot contain me. Uchiha Nagi shook off the water from his body and commanded the enormous chakra skeletal giant to emerge. The captain of the decapitation blade team was utterly astonished. Is this Susanoo? The captain was unfamiliar with the unique ocular techniques of the Sharingan, and this was his first encounter with Susanoo. A detail gleaned from intelligence gathered prior to the mission. The Umbu had witnessed Orochimaru and a member of the Uchiha clan engaging in a brazen battle within the forest, oblivious to their presence. Indeed, they did not dare to approach. Initially dismissive, the captain had set a few traps and created several shadow clones to easily ensnare the opponents, believing that the Umbu had exaggerated the threat. However, in an instant, two of their own were crushed by the immense hand of Susanoo. The two Umbu ninjas who had narrowly evaded the attack immediately hurled shurikens and kunai, accompanied by explosive tags. With a series of resounding blasts, the Susanoo remained unscathed. Although it was in its most basic skeletal form, it effortlessly withstood the explosive tags. How can this be possible? Dispel the mist concealment technique. Do not waste your chakra. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against him, the captain urged. The team exchanged knowing glances. They were all members of the same squad, accustomed to working in harmony, and understood which technique the captain referred to. Water release, great waterfall technique. They chanted in unison, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a colossal wave of water. Uchiha Nagi observed them, their rapid movements prompting a fleeting concern about potential cramping. The Great Waterfall Technique, an A-rank ninjutsu of the water release series, unleashed a formidable torrent, crashing toward Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro like a deluge. Do not underestimate the water. When one is disoriented, even a kunai can be fatal. Floods and tornadoes are forces of nature, perfectly replicated through the manipulation of a ninja's chakra. Teacher Nagi. Kimimaro cried out anxiously, but before he could finish, Uchiha Nagi placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Do not rush. A drop of blood trickled from Nagi's fingertip as he began to form seals with both hands. Single-layered gate of resurrection. With a thunderous roar, an ominous visage, reminiscent of a gate from the underworld, was summoned from the earth by Uchiha Nagi. This was Orochimaru's gate of resurrection. Having seen it, he seamlessly replicated it, for one must never overlook a formidable skill. The overwhelming torrent crashed against the gate, which stood resolute and unyielding, showing no signs of breaking. Kimimaro, today I shall impart your first lesson. No matter the circumstances, the one with water always holds the advantage. Uchiha Nagi proclaimed. As he finished speaking, he began forming seals once more, while the water at the shore began to bubble vigorously. In contrast to being on land, the advantage of being by the sea was unparalleled, with an inexhaustible supply of water ensuring minimal chakra expenditure. As the gate of resurrection dissipated with the depletion of chakra, Uchiha Nagi completed his own water technique. This is the jutsu favored by Kisame, the map cannon technique. A vast torrent of water surged forth, surpassing even their grand waterfall, completely submerging the entire dock and sweeping towards several Umbu ninjas with a multitude of debris. In such a scenario, no ninjutsu could withstand the overwhelming force of this water release technique. Unless they possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, even the body flicker technique would prove futile, as the coverage was far too expansive. Boom, boom. The port was utterly decimated by Uchiha Nagi's map cannon. Once the chakra dissipated and the seawater gradually returned to normalcy, the Umbu ninjas had long vanished without a trace. The unfortunate leader of the Umbu squad found himself grievously impaled by his own decapitation blade. Having used it to anchor himself against the onslaught of water, Uchiha Nagi specifically targeted him, directing more water towards him, and when he lost his footing, he was swept away along with the blade, tragically crashing into a large tree where the decapitation blade struck his body once more. Uchiha Nagi, accompanied by Kimimaro, leapt to the front of the decapitation blade and retrieved it. The blade was excessively large and impractical, yet it would be beneficial to take it back for further study. Are you not coming out? The people are already dead. How much longer do you intend to hide? Uchiha Nagi called out in a particular direction. While utilizing his spatial awareness, he detected two groups of pursuers, yet curiously, only one group made a move while the other remained concealed. You are Uchiha Nagi. Another survivor of the Uchiha clan, a soft and melodious voice resonated as a female ninja gradually emerged. Uchiha Nagi glanced at her. She possessed emerald green eyes, long brown hair styled in a cross, with her right eye obscured by a fringe. Is that you, Terumi-me? Indeed, I am Uchiha Nagi. Have you come to capture me as well? Note 1. Some claim that the Rasengan belongs to summoning techniques, while others assert it is an independent ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage. However, it is certain that it is easier to learn than wood release, has no bloodline restrictions, and does not require the summoning contract of the Wetbone Forest, which is why Orochimaru can summon the Triple Gate. Both Orochimaru and Zaku can learn it, making it reasonable for the protagonist to replicate it, right? If everyone believes it to be summoning, then let this book classify the Rasengan as ninjutsu for the protagonist's convenience. Note 2. One of Kishimoto's plot holes. How could Kakashi still speak while trapped in a water prison, telling Naruto and the others to run? You bastard. What do you mean? Do you think we cannot capture you? Do not forget, this is the land of water. It is our territory. And capturing or killing you is warranted. Terumi Mei's temper was as fiery as her ninjutsu, striking within another's domain and maintaining such an attitude as if they were in the wrong was infuriating. Do not act impulsively, a middle-aged man interjected, one of his eyes covered by an eye patch. However, there is no however. I am here to speak with him. The middle-aged man turned to Uchiha Nagi, stating, we mean no harm. Uchiha Nagi squinted his eyes at the man adorned with a distinctive eye patch. The area surrounding the patch was marked by swollen veins, a consequence of prolonged strain on his eyes, rendering them conspicuous. This was Ao, the mist shinobi who possessed a singular Byakugan. Regrettably, it was merely one eye. Had it been two, Uchiha Nagi would have seized the opportunity to claim it for himself, intending to bestow it upon Kinmaru in the future. Tension filled the air as Nagi's gaze fell upon Ao's eye, emanating a subtle aura of lethal intent. It was evident that Ao was acutely aware of the Byakugan's allure. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Nagi reined in his murderous intent, relinquishing his desire for the Byakugan. With a wry smile, Uchiha Nagi mused aloud. I fail to comprehend what merits discussion here. You do not intend to extend an invitation for me to join the Mist Village, do you? Perhaps, as that deceased individual suggested, to serve as a mere beast of burden, presenting me with a bevy of comely women to establish a lineage? Were it the land of lightning, he might have considered it, for among the great nations, it was the most unified, and remarkably, had yet to experience a rogue shinobi. But the land of water? They were still embroiled in the cleansing of their own blood-stained lineage. What audacity did they possess to invite others to join them? Calmly, Ao responded, you misunderstand. I am aware of your status as a wanted man in Konoha. In any locale, you would inevitably encounter bounty hunters or the pursuit of Konoha Esumbu. Why not join us as an honored elder? You would enjoy absolute safety and freedom. What say you? Uchiha Nagi grasped the implication. His invitation was not merely to the Mist Village but rather to us, suggesting a collective that transcended the confines of the mist. Although he did not articulate his reasoning, Nagi inferred that the fourth Mizuki's tyrannical reign had incited discontent among many venerable clans, who were clandestinely plotting to unseat him. The fourth Mizuki, a perfect Jinchuriki, possessed unquestionable combat prowess. Thus, the villagers' intelligence and combat capabilities were tightly controlled by him. Consequently, they sought external support, a shift, a hidden trump card that the fourth Mizuki would not anticipate. Upon encountering Uchiha Nagi, it was only natural for them to consider inviting him to become a valued ally, anticipating that when the time came for upheaval, he could serve as a decisive weapon. After all, his ability to emerge unscathed from a confrontation with Orochimaru spoke volumes of his formidable strength. This was the purpose of Ao and his companion's visit, to seek external aid. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Nagi was undoubtedly more reliable than the other inhabitants of the Mist Village. Other clans appeared hesitant, their attitudes ambiguous, resembling unreliable fence-sitters. However, Uchiha Nagi had no desire to squander time in such indecision. Numerous matters awaited his attention. Apologies, but I have no time. And I harbor little interest in a puppet village, Uchiha Nagi stated coolly. A puppet? What do you mean? Please clarify, Terumi Mei interjected promptly. Oh, it seems you remain unaware. Such a waste of your Byakugan, Hyuga clan, Uchiha Nagi replied, shaking his head in dismay. Speak up, you coward. Acting all timid like a woman, Koyomi reprimanded angrily. Your fourth Mizuki has long been ensnared by illusionary techniques. Now, he is merely a puppet in someone else's hands. With a simple observation through your Byakugan, you could discern the truth. Is that truly the case? Aoi was utterly astonished. How could the fourth Mizuki be a puppet? He is a perfect Jinchuriki. Who could possibly control him with illusions? Believe it or not, you may take the time to inspect his body for yourself. Moreover, allow me to divulge another detail. He is under the influence of a masked individual who wields space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Nagi contemplated briefly, deciding to disclose a fragment of information about Obito, hoping to manipulate the situation to his advantage. However, he was astute enough not to reveal Obito's name outright, as it would serve no purpose other than to heighten Obito's vigilance. This individual possesses the ability of space-time ninjutsu, rendering his body ethereal and immune to any assault. Yet, at the moment of striking an enemy, he must materialize, and he has a Sharingan with a kaleidoscopic pattern. Well, that is all the information I am willing to share. A generous gift to you. I wish you the best of luck. With that, Uchiha Nagi departed with Kimimaro, heading towards the dock where a small, three-masted trading vessel awaited. A ship he had prudently preserved from attack. Aoi and Koyomi remained in shock. After a moment, Aoi signaled to the two ninjas behind Koyomi. They understood immediately and hurled kunai at the neck and brain of the squad leader perched on the tree, executing a silent obliteration. Although the target appeared lifeless, one could never be sure if he was merely feigning death. The two loyal followers began to search for survivors from the previous Umbu squad, as they were close to the Mizukage, and this information was far too critical to be disclosed. As Aoi's two confidants went about silencing the Umbu members, Koyomi glanced at the retreating figure of Uchiha Nagi, suddenly finding that this man did not seem so disagreeable after all. Upon closer inspection, he was even somewhat handsome, just a tad. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro had boarded the ship, with Kimimaro curiously inquiring how the two would operate the sailboat. Nagi chuckled, performing a wind technique, and the vessel set sail effortlessly into the ocean, a simple maneuver powered by manual effort, as long as one maintained the proper course. Jiraiya had a similar technique, using the Rasengan as a propeller, allowing the ship to glide swiftly. Once they reached the shallow waters, Uchiha Nagi created a shadow clone, diving into the depths to capture a fish, drawing a swarm of sharks towards them. Activating his Sharingan, he observed the scene. After a while, Kimimaro watched as a group of exhausted sharks, nearly rolling their eyes in fatigue, swam ahead in a frantic race. Curiously, he asked, Master Nagi, why do those sharks obediently pull the boat? Uchiha Nagi replied, why would the sharks willingly serve as free labor? It is, of course, the convenience of the Sharingan. If I can control tailed beasts, why would a few chakra-less sharks be any different? This also conserves my chakra, as continuously using wind techniques to travel can be quite exhausting. The poor sharks, having been reduced to free labor by Uchiha Nagi, were eventually released only after some of them foamed at the mouth from exhaustion. With the underwater steeds at his disposal, Uchiha Nagi's ship swiftly departed from the land of water. Here, he always felt a sense of unease, primarily due to the omnipresence of water, which rendered escape rather challenging. Should he find himself pursued by a multitude of shinobi, his only recourse would be to set sail, an undeniably perilous endeavor. For the Umbu of the land of water excelled in aquatic combat, capable of dispatching him with their swift vessels, having lived on land for many years. Uchiha Nagi preferred the solid ground beneath his feet. We are nearing land. I shall procure a sword for you, and I will teach you a martial art unknown in this world, Uchiha Nagi remarked, turning to speak to Kimimaro. Unknown in this world? Young Kimimaro inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a breathing technique to be paired with swordsmanship. You have a fondness for wielding that bone sword, do you not? Perhaps you could become a formidable swordsman. Uchiha Nagi replied with a smile. The notion of leading Kimimaro astray was unfounded. The breathing technique itself was a method to enhance the human body, harmonizing well with his Shikatsumiyaku. Similarly, Orochimaru's cursed seals employed a simplified version of natural energy, a downgraded form of sage techniques, which enabled Kimimaro to vanquish the fourth Kazekage. As for the subsequent demise of Gaara, he had already exhausted his strength, forcefully activating the final state of the cursed seal, leading to an influx of natural energy that hastened his demise. Even so, he was close, merely a meter away from slaying both Gaara and Lee. Had he been granted a few more seconds, two less characters would have existed in the shinobi world. However, at this juncture, Uchiha Nagi was disinclined to allow Kimimaro unrestricted access to excavate the powers of his Shikatsumiyaku. He intended for him to develop his physique, practice other ninjutsu, and master the breathing technique. Once he matured, they would ascertain whether the bloodline disease would recur. If it did, they could procure a pair of Byakugan to remedy his affliction. Once healed, he would be free to fully harness his capabilities. Of course, whether the cells of white Zetsu could cure Kimimaro's ailment remained a subject for further investigation, as Yuhi Kurenai, despite being a mother, had long since diverged from their shared genetic lineage. It was uncertain if the cells from the first Hokage could indeed heal Kimimaro. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have already acted. as he possessed the cells of the first Hokage. As Uchiha Nagi successfully made landfall, Obito received word and hastened towards Kirigakure, but alas, it was too late. Uchiha Nagi and Orochimaru had already departed. Although Obito's space-time ninjutsu made travel exceedingly convenient, allowing him to avoid the need for a vessel, the distance between the land of rain and the land of water was considerable, separated by the vast expanse of the land of fire. One could only wonder how Obito managed to traverse between the two villages without arousing suspicion, given that the fourth Mizukage had to continually impose the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, he could not remain absent from the land of water for long, as there were many matters within the Akatsuki that required his vigilance. This was also the reason why the fourth Mizukage ultimately freed himself from Obito's control. Once he ceased his prolonged presence in Kirigakure, he became vulnerable to discovery by Ao. Upon Obito's arrival in the land of water, a white Zetsu clone, lying in wait, reported the situation. Uchiha Nagi and Orochimaru had already departed, and the Kagaya clan was plotting a rebellion. Indeed, Uchiha Nagi has escaped from the land of water. It is truly unfortunate. I never anticipated that after more than a year of absence, he would have grown to such an extent. Able to engage in combat with Orochimaru and emerge unscathed, spoke Obito with a hint of indifference. The pressure he felt regarding Itachi's combat intelligence was palpable. It seemed that anyone who faced Itachi would be laid bare to his perceptive insights. Throughout Itachi's battles, he had never tasted defeat. His unwavering calmness and his ability to discern flaws in techniques instilled a sense of trepidation in Obito. Compared to Nagato, Itachi presented a more formidable challenge, prompting Obito to gradually set aside the grudge he held against Uchiha Nagi for the severing of his arm. He required an adversary of comparable strength, someone who could serve as a pawn during Itachi's moments of rebellion. Indeed, and tonight happens to mark the time of rebellion for the Kagaya clan. Your timing is impeccable, White Zetsu remarked with a grin. In Obito's absence, White Zetsu had taken measures to ensure that the fourth Mizukage did not appear overly dull, creating suspicion of being under control. He absorbed a portion of the fourth Mizukage chakra and assumed his likeness, establishing dominance over the hidden mist village. Thanks to White Zetsu's disguise, Obito's absence allowed for successful control of the village. However, while White Zetsu could masquerade as the fourth Mizukage, he could not conceal the tailed beast within him. Should Ao utilize his Byakugan to inspect, he would undoubtedly notice the paltry amount of chakra in the fourth Mizukage's body. Raising suspicions, let the Umbu handle them. They are merely a bunch of muscle-bound lunatics, Obito stated dismissively. Understood, I will make the arrangements. By the way, it seems many of the established clans are becoming increasingly uneasy about the eradication of the Kagaya clan, White Zetsu chuckled. That is of no consequence. They are but a collection of opportunists, mere chickens and dogs. A warning from the tailed beast of the long-absent fourth Mizukage will suffice, Obito replied with disdain. Does the hidden mist village possess any shadow-level individuals? Perhaps once, when the likes of Suigetsu was still alive, he was a potential shadow-level contender. But alas, he succumbed to illness prematurely. The subsequent emergence of Kisame was nothing short of remarkable, possessing chakra surpassing even that of a shadow, earning him the moniker of a humanoid-tailed beast, indicative of the vastness of his chakra, at least that of a one-tailed beast. Then there is Mei-Terumi, a favored child of Providence, a paragon endowed with 2 bloodline abilities. Yet, many remain wary of the fourth Mizukage, whose title as the perfect Jinchuriki has led them to bide their time, hoping to avoid being the first to act. Little do they realize, the more they hesitate, the closer they draw to their demise. Obito harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the hidden mist village and would not overlook any opportunity to dismantle it. All bloodline clans were included in his cleansing plans. As night fell, the fourth Mizukage convened a meeting, gathering all the prominent clans and high-ranking officials of the hidden mist village to discuss the rebellion of the Kagaya clan. Even the eradication of a bloodline clan was no simple task. First and foremost, a legitimate cause was essential, as even the Mizukage's Umbu were living beings. Issuing orders to slaughter one's own villagers necessitated lawful justification and evidence. Ao concealed himself amidst the crowd, his eye patch still in place, yet behind it, his Byakugan had quietly activated, revealing a shocking sight that left him utterly astounded. The fourth Mizukage possesses a unique chakra within his mind, as well as the sealed-tailed beast residing in his dantian. This fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, is a disciple of the previous Mizukage and his most favored pupil, primarily because he is a perfect Jinchuriki. What exactly constitutes a perfect Jinchuriki? It signifies the presence of a nuclear power plant. In the ninja world, aside from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the majority of humanity's chakra cannot surpass that of a tailed beast. Thus, tailed beasts serve not only as weapons of mass destruction, but also as power sources. A perfect Jinchuriki indicates a collaborative relationship where the tailed beast is willing to coexist and lend its power, providing a formidable advantage in battle, akin to wielding a nuclear power plant as an energy source. While others expend their chakra reserves, he retains his. Furthermore, as the leader of a village, his own chakra levels are considerable. An additional unique advantage he possesses is that if he falls into a Jinjutsu, the tailed beast within him can easily awaken him. Hence, Ao is astounded by the possibility that Kagaya Yagura could be controlled by Jinjutsu, realizing that what Uchiha Nagi had said was indeed true. What concerns him further is the intelligence provided, indicating that the individual controlling the fourth Mizukage is a member of the Uchiha clan with a Sharingan and mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Ao discreetly exchanged glances with Terumi Mei, who understood instantly. Once the meeting concluded and the news of the Kagaya clan's rebellion was confirmed, they quietly returned to their homeland. The surrounding established clans remained silent, fully aware of the principle that if the lips perish, the teeth are in peril, yet none wished to be the first to strike against the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. For failure would spell doom for their entire clan, while success would bring severe casualties, ultimately allowing other clans to benefit from the position of Mizukage. Therefore, while Zabuza plotted to assassinate Kagaya Yagura, these clans secretly provided him with assistance. Upon returning to their homeland, they entered a meeting room filled with talismans, where Terumi Mei eagerly inquired of Ao, "What did you observe, teacher Ao?" Although Ao is a jonin, he had once been her instructor during her childhood, and later, upon her ascension to Mizukage, he became her trusted advisor. The situation is dire. As per Uchiha Nagi's intelligence, the fourth Mizukage is indeed under someone else's control. A peculiar chakra resides within his mind, Ao reported. How can this be? He is a perfect Jinchuriki. Did the three tails not awaken him? An elder, one of the Terumi clan's council members, stood in shock. Could it be that the tailed beast has been extracted? That is impossible. Without the tailed beast, he would perish. I knew something was amiss. Otherwise, why would there be a purge in our village? The surrounding individuals began to murmur. Silence, commanded the eldest elder of the Terumi clan, striking the ground with his staff to quell the noise. Ao, what exactly did you witness? Is the tailed beast still within him? Taking a deep breath, Ao revealed an astonishing truth that left those around him in disbelief. The tailed beast within him is also under the control of Jinjutsu. How can this be? Simultaneously controlling both the Mizukage and the tailed beast? What extraordinary illusion must possess such power? Indeed, the Grand Elder proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Have you all forgotten the fateful night of the Nine Tails in Konoha many years ago? According to intelligence relayed by our infiltrators, the eyes of the Nine Tails that night bore the resemblance of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. This implies that the information provided to you and Ao by Uchiha Nagi is indeed authentic. A master of space-time ninjutsu has taken control of the fourth Mizukage. Terumi Mei immediately interjected. Should we awaken the fourth? Shall we restore normalcy to the village hidden in the mist? Yet, the Grand Elder wore a peculiar smile. Awaken him? Why should we do that? This presents the perfect pretext to oust him. The surrounding elders exchanged knowing glances, nodding in silent agreement, while Terumi Mei remained oblivious to the sordid machinations of those in power. Teacher Nagi, is this truly land? Kurama, stepping onto solid ground for the first time, expressed his curiosity, gazing around in awe. The land of water was composed of numerous islands, and he had envisioned that land would merely be a larger expanse. To his surprise, it was boundless. Across the vast terrain, fields stretched endlessly, adorned with an array of vegetables and fruits, scenes unseen in the land of water. The coastal regions of the land of water were predominantly alkaline, and the fertile fields in between were rendered insignificant by the ever-expanding population. Feel free to indulge. Do not hold back, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, gesturing towards the spread of food on the table. Having arrived in the land of waves and now seated in a tavern, he generously ordered a plethora of dishes and meats for his first student, who would also serve as his future enforcer. Kurama, having never encountered such a feast, swallowed hard in anticipation yet remained respectful. He refrained from touching his chopsticks until Uchiha Nagi spoke. Once invited, he quickly seized a roasted chicken, biting into it with fervor, oil coating his face as a blissful smile spread across his features. Uchiha Nagi affectionately ruffled his hair, noting how easily satisfied children could be. A lavish lunch was enough to fill him with joy. "Teacher, please eat." Kurama shyly tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Uchiha Nagi. "Let us share this meal together." With a smile, Uchiha Nagi joined him in the feast, true to his physique as a member of the Ketsugen clan. Although Kurama was small, he consumed food in quantities several times greater than Uchiha Nagi. After satisfying their appetites and settling the bill, the two exited the restaurant contentedly. "We welcome your patronage again," the innkeeper beamed, having received a generous tip from Uchiha Nagi. Treating a ninja often yielded unexpected rewards, as they tended to be quite generous. In the world of ninjas, prices were relatively low, yet most commoners struggled to afford even the simplest of items. The primary consumers in this realm were the esteemed ninja lords, who could easily part with 300 ryo for a single explosive tag, a sum that might constitute a month's worth of expenses for an ordinary citizen. At times, the explosive tags consumed in a single battle could sustain a household of commoners for several months. To elaborate, in the Hidden Leaf Village, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 yen, while a beer is priced at 30 yen. Considering the exorbitant prices in the prosperous land of fire, the prices outside the ninja village are undoubtedly a fraction of that. Currently, Uchiha Nagi possesses several million yen from prior earnings, alongside an additional 10 million won from gambling with the corpulent Tsunade, allowing him to indulge in the bounteous offerings of the Hokage world for a year or two without concern. The next time he encounters Tsunade, he must seize the opportunity to capitalize on her generosity, as it is simply too enticing. What Uchiha Nagi remains unaware of is that Danzo has already commanded the Root organization to commence a search for his whereabouts. Unlike Itachi, he is oblivious to Nagi's activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo merely perceives Uchiha Nagi as a solitary individual, devoid of attachments, which renders him perilously vulnerable. Should he ally with another great ninja village, and that village's leader were to bestow upon Nagi several wives, the Uchiha clan could re-emerge within a decade or so. Do not underestimate the rarity of bloodline limits. With merely a single bull and a few plots of land, a bloodline clan can emerge in just a few years. Itachi, having left a brother behind in the Hidden Leaf Village and valuing his bond with Sasuke, is relatively easier to manage. However, Uchiha Nagi, harboring only animosity towards Konoha, poses a direct threat that Danzo cannot overlook. Upon learning of Nagi's appearance in the Land of Soup, he summoned numerous elite operatives with the intent to eliminate him. Recognizing that anyone capable of escaping from Tsunade must possess formidable strength. "You must eradicate him completely. Bring me Uchiha Nagi's head," Danzo instructed from a raised platform to those below. "Yes, Lord Danzo, we will ensure the mission's success," replied a figure enveloped head to toe, nodding before departing with the team. This individual is Yamanaka Toryun, a uniquely skilled insect user from the Yamanaka clan, who employs nanopoison insects. Regardless of an opponent's might, contact with his nanopoison insects renders them helpless. Even the fourth Raikage would succumb if his skin were breached by these lethal creatures. In the world of ninjas, strength constitutes a portion of one's prowess, yet intelligence is an even more vital asset. The nanopoison insects are such that even Tsunade may struggle to devise an antidote, as those afflicted might perish before she can concoct a remedy. Danzo has meticulously assembled a formidable team for this mission, including the lethal Yamanaka Toryun, members from the Nara clan, and others. With techniques such as shadow imitation and mind transfer, they excel at controlling their targets, and with the support of other Umbu operatives, they could potentially eliminate Uchiha Nagi without even deploying Toryun's nano-insects. Even the third Hokage would find himself at a disadvantage when faced with an assassination attempt from such a well-coordinated team. This is precisely why ninjas typically prefer to undertake missions in small squads. Whether in one-on-one combat or a brawl, everyone has vulnerabilities, and collaboration with comrades enhances the chances of survival. "That will suffice for today, Kimimaro," Uchiha Nagi declared. "Teacher, I believe I could benefit from additional training." Jamaru, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clutched his beloved bone sword. Moderation is key. We do not find ourselves in a secure environment. During each training session, one must not exhaust oneself completely, It is essential to retain a measure of combat readiness to confront adversaries. Oh, very well, teacher, Junmaru replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and nodding obediently. In a forest of the land of waves, Uchiha Nagi guided Junmaru through their training, balancing travel with practice. He had employed a disguise. Junmaru's dark hair would draw little attention, especially as long as he did not foolishly don the Leaf Village headband, thus minimizing encounters with bounty hunters and foes. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. While others were aware of his chakra, they could not ascertain his true strength and were generally hesitant to engage. When the Uchiha clan refrains from using their Sharingan, it becomes nearly impossible for others to analyze their capabilities. The bounty on Uchiha Nagi in the black market was based solely on an outdated photograph, one that bore little resemblance to his current self, further aided by his unique disguise, rendering him unrecognizable. To Nagi's surprise, Junmaru swiftly grasped the breathing techniques and the body flicker technique. Although Junmaru belonged to the Kagaya clan, his generations spent in the land of water had naturally enhanced his affinity for water-based techniques. Uchiha Nagi encouraged Junmaru to experiment with various breathing techniques, discovering that the water-breathing style resonated with him most closely, followed by the beast-breathing style. Remarkably, the beast-breathing style, an adaptation crafted by a little pig, also suited him well. Nagi decided to impart both techniques to him, while gently reminding him not to rush the process, but to take his time to grow stronger. Moved by his teacher's belief in him, Junmaru silently resolved to train diligently to support Nagi. However, he felt that his teacher's reluctance to allow him to utilize his bone pulse technique was somewhat excessive. After gathering their belongings, the two boarded a carriage to continue their journey. In the absence of unusual circumstances, hastening their travel would only arouse suspicion. Thus, traveling by carriage proved most suitable, swift yet inconspicuous. As they progressed at a leisurely pace, they encountered an elderly man and villagers repairing a bridge. Once we complete this bridge, passage will be restored. The bridge's completion will save the land of waves, exclaimed the man. How wonderful! No longer will we endure Kato's monopoly. Goods can be sold, and the villagers will escape poverty. The surrounding villagers, despite their sweat-drenched brows, exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Young Junmaru listened intently, his curiosity piqued by their words, seemingly puzzled by their significance. Uchiha Nagi smiled and remarked, "Are you curious about what they are discussing? Can a bridge truly save a nation?" Junmaru nodded in affirmation. Kato's monopoly on the routes to the outside world meant that for the non-ninja civilians, only by constructing the bridge could they transport their goods outwards while bringing in external commodities. In this way, they would no longer be compelled to sell their grain and goods at a pittance or pay exorbitant prices for Kato's outrageously priced imports, as Kato's monopoly had plunged the land of waves into poverty. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro curiously inquired if the completion of the bridge would resolve their issues. However, Uchiha Nagi shook his head, asserting that it would not suffice. Kato was merely a puppet. Despite the impoverished state of the land of waves, it could not be controlled by a single merchant. Behind Kato lay the land of water, and the true power over the land of waves resided with the hidden mist village. Thus, their aspirations to achieve prosperity through bridge construction were nothing more than a mere fantasy. Kato acted as a hidden hand, and the wealth he amassed in the land of waves was funneled through numerous layers to the hidden mist village. Furthermore, the ignorant villagers, whose thinking had not evolved, invested immense resources into constructing a grand bridge that could be easily obliterated by a single jutsu or a few explosive tags. Destruction was significantly easier than construction, and even if Naruto were to defeat Kato in the future, a second or third Kato would inevitably arise. This was a superficial remedy rather than a genuine solution. To truly address the issues of the land of waves, Prince Naruto would need to bring down the hidden mist village. Disguised as a merchant, Uchiha Nagi procured various goods and hired 2 porters to assist in transporting 3 carts of merchandise. The carts were laden with local specialties from the land of waves, intended for trade while also serving as a guise. As the carts ambled along the road, Uchiha Nagi consulted his map. He had initially planned to travel to the land of iron, where he could acquire inexpensive and plentiful chakra metal. However, passing through the land of hot water raised concerns about unforeseen encounters. With Kimimaro accompanying him, he was determined to avoid any mishaps. As Kimimaro was not the child of destiny and could not rely on the mercy of enemies like Naruto. Consequently, Uchiha Nagi altered their route. opting to traverse the land of wind before making a detour to reach the land of iron. This way, he could not only enjoy the scenic beauty along the way, but also engage in his training. More importantly, he sought to discover the legendary dragon vein, hoping to gather it as a chakra reservoir akin to the tailed beasts. After crossing a border, he briefly declared his identity as a merchant and entered the land of wind. To Uchiha Nagi's surprise, there were no guards at the border, just a few hired commoners collecting a modest toll. This was understandable, considering the nature of the ninja world. Border guards were often ineffective. Ninjas could traverse mountains and walk on water, making any terrain inadequate for hindering their advance. To maintain a sufficient border patrol, an enormous number of shinobi would be required, and dispersing the village's ninjas across such a vast perimeter would leave them vulnerable to concentrated enemy assaults. Therefore, during times of peace, it was normal for border patrols to consist of only a handful of teams. Moreover, the land of wind, characterized by vast deserts, posed little threat from enemy incursions, which could only follow a limited number of routes. Much like the land of water, the land of wind benefited from its geographical advantages, enhancing its combat capabilities. It was particularly vexing that much of the land of wind was comprised of barren desert. Those who sought to conquer this nation would find themselves at a loss, whether they won or lost, as they would be left with nothing but sand. As for the notion of mining minerals beneath the desert, it is sheer nonsense. Without the magnetic manipulation of the wind shadow, what could be extracted? The land of wind is exceedingly welcoming to merchant caravans, for its resources are scant. The land of wind lacks everything, and the meager allocations from the daimyo are utterly insufficient for the needs of the hidden sand village. They must rely on the wind shadow to seek fortune in the desert. Uchiha Nagi, accompanied by Kimimaro, arrived at a small town, an oasis amidst the desert. This place, owing to border trade, has attracted a modicum of populace. Although there is little arable land for crops, the presence of a water source draws people. Merchants, prior to trading at the hidden sand village, often pause here to replenish their livestock and caravans with water. Not every merchant group utilizes storage scrolls as transport tools. Such items are exclusive to ninjas, which explains why Minato, accompanied by Kakashi, sought to dismantle the bridge of the god of death. Only ordinary folk require bridges. Ninjas are exempt from such needs. Uchiha Nagi harbors no animosity towards the hidden sand village. Thus he intends to visit and simultaneously seek the hidden lore of the land of wind. Within the deserts of this land lies a nation obliterated by sand, concealing an object of immense curiosity, the dragon vein. Uchiha Nagi had nearly forgotten about the dragon vein, recalling only its vast energy and a villain who coveted its power. Ultimately confronted by Naruto, who had traversed through time, and Minato, who was investigating this matter. In the end, through their combined efforts, the antagonist fell. However, the fourth Hokage has since perished, and Naruto has yet to pass his ninja exams, which means he will not arrive here for several years. Uchiha Nagi is eager to discover whether he can harness the dragon vein with sealing techniques, transforming it into a chakra reservoir akin to a tailed beast. Teacher, this looks quite disgusting. Can it really be eaten? In a modest tavern of the town, young Kimimaro eyed a spread of food, his eyelids fluttering with trepidation. In the land of wind, one cannot expect to find cattle, sheep, or the likes of poultry or fish. Vegetation is scarce, and water is limited. Thus, the local fare consists of roasted scorpions, lizards, and camel meat, alongside cactus-like vegetables, with the staple being a starchy plant that grows underground. The merchants around them were indulging heartily. On the road of commerce, any sustenance is a boon, leaving little room for discretion. Uchiha Nagi also observed several lower-ranked shinobi within the caravan, who were exceedingly cautious, waiting until they assured the food was safe before partaking. Clearly, they were bodyguards hired by the merchants. There's no need for concern. Although these dishes may appear uninviting, if the people of the Sand Country consume them, there is surely no issue. Uchiha Nagi smiled, picking up a roasted lizard and taking a bite. Kimimaro followed suit, peeling a roasted scorpion as one would a crab, savoring it with delight. To his surprise, the roasted scorpion tasted reminiscent of crab meat, while the roasted lizard offered a unique flavor of its own. After the two individuals had their fill, they returned to their encampment, where the provisions were quite simple, consisting of dried salted fish, desiccated kelp, and dehydrated vegetables, seaside specialties that were rare commodities in Sunagakure, promising a substantial profit. Ah, Sunagakure, it has been over a decade since my last visit. mused an elderly man, still robust despite the passage of time. He was the guide and porter newly hired by Uchiha Nagi upon entering the Land of Wind. The previous porter had only been contracted to the border before returning home once his task was complete. War? Grandfather, was it really chaotic back then? Why were they fighting? Inquired a boy, roughly the same age as Kunmaru, his face alight with curiosity. This boy was the guide's grandson, who, having lost his parents, accompanied his grandfather while he worked. Uchiha Nagi, similarly, saw no harm in having the child around, for a single child hardly contributed to the food supply. Indeed, in those times, Sunagakure fiercely clashed with Konoha. Food was scarce, and we had to procure it from the neighboring small nations. I was fortunate enough to serve as a porter, delivering provisions several times, and by some stroke of luck, I survived. He chuckled heartily. To navigate through tumultuous times and emerge unscathed is a skill in itself. Suddenly, shadows appeared outside the town, an approaching group. Among them was a ninja wearing a dog mask, accompanied by a massive black hound. The dog sniffed the ground, then nodded to its master. After a brief exchange with his canine companion, the masked ninja presented a severed, desiccated arm. The black dog sniffed it and let out a low growl toward the direction of the town. The masked ninja stood and whispered to his team leader, "Captain, confirmed, the target is within the town." The captain, adorned with a cat mask, nodded and unwrapped the purple bandages from his arm. That night, the desert sky was exceptionally luminous, with countless stars twinkling against a full moon. Uchiha Nagi felt an unsettling sense of apprehension. However, upon utilizing the beast-breathing technique to sense his surroundings, he detected no enemies. Still uneasy, he opted to create a shadow clone to keep watch through the night. Surprisingly, the entire night passed without incident. The next day, a group of merchants and porters who had rested the night began their breakfast. After the meal, they commenced packing their belongings, some loading them onto carts, others onto camels, as they prepared to set off in different directions. "Saburo, Saburo, hurry up. We must depart." The elderly guide called out to his grandson. "Ah, grandfather, wait for me. I have an upset stomach," came the response. Moments later, the small boy, Saburo, approached slowly, clutching his abdomen. "Strange, I hardly ate anything last night. Why am I feeling this way?" The guide's grandson, named Hayama Saburo, pondered as he made his way to the caravan. "Well then, let us be off," Uchiha Nagi remarked, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow, yet still sensing nothing amiss. Uchiha Nagi had packed 2 large carts with goods for trade, and they were now accompanying a merchant caravan towards Sunagakure, providing them with a sense of security along the journey. In this era of peace, the burgeoning population inevitably leads to challenges, particularly in agricultural nations lacking industrialization, resulting in food scarcity. Naturally, this situation has driven many to desperation. It has been over a decade since the last Great War, and signs of land shortages are beginning to emerge. Among the nations, the Wind Country faces significant hardships, second only to the Fire Country. A caravan consisting of several merchants, including the likes of Uchiha Nagi, meanders slowly across the arid expanse of the desert. Sunagakure is characterized by its diverse landscapes. Some regions are pure desert, teeming with sand that dances in the wind, concealing treacherous quicksand traps. In contrast, the Gobi Desert is marked by cracked earth, a desolate terrain sculpted by relentless winds, adorned with peculiar stones and the occasional dry grass that waits for the rare rainfall to flourish. The wheels of the carts rumbled over the rigid ground of the Gobi, carrying goods. Traveling over this terrain was far more comfortable than the sandy stretches, as the wheels were less likely to become ensnared in the shifting sands. "Grandfather, I need to relieve myself again," young Saburo exclaimed, his pallor evident as he clutched his stomach, discomfort etched on his face. "Ah, good sir." The elder guide hesitantly addressed Uchiha Nagi, casting a worried glance. It was clear that pausing for the child would risk falling behind the main caravan, increasing their vulnerability if they traveled alone. Uchiha Nagi smiled reassuringly. "It is quite all right. Let the child go, we shall wait. We can hasten our pace later to catch up. One cannot expect a child to endure such discomfort while traveling." The guide expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. Saburo, be swift in your return." Little Saburo nodded, "Yes, grandfather," and hurriedly made his way towards the rocky outcrops, mindful to distance himself to spare their young employer the unpleasant odor. The guide cautioned, "Be careful of snakes and scorpions." "I will, grandfather," came the reply. After a brief wait, the guide, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, said to Uchiha Nagi, "Sir, I shall check on the boy. I worry he may have encountered a snake. The wind country is rife with them." Uchiha Nagi nodded. "Go ahead." Meanwhile, Junmaru, restless, glanced back and forth. "What troubles you, Junmaru?" Uchiha Nagi inquired. "Master Nagi, I am not certain, but since morning, I have felt unwell, and now a sense of unease has settled over me," Junmaru replied. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nagi's expression darkened. "You feel it too? It is not merely a figment. I share your sentiment." At that moment, a chilling cry echoed from afar. "Ah, Saburo!" Instinctively, Junmaru reached for his bone sword, ready to rush forward, but Uchiha Nagi firmly restrained his shoulder. "There is no need to go. It is too late. At this hour, your arrival may lead you into a trap." Boom! Before Uchiha Nagi could finish his words, a series of tremendous explosions erupted in the distance. From the looks of it, the detonation required at least 1,000 explosive tags. Junmaru gazed in terror at the billowing smoke and flames, murmuring, "Is that in the direction of the merchant convoy?" "Indeed," Uchiha Nagi replied quietly, producing an antidote and handing it to Junmaru. "It appears that someone has set a trap ahead, though I did not anticipate our brief halt away from the convoy. If I am not mistaken, the poison must have been administered either last night or this morning, and it is either exceedingly subtle or colorless and tasteless, which explains why I failed to detect it." As he handed the antidote to Junmaru, Uchiha Nagi consumed one himself. Although he was uncertain of the poison's nature, it was prudent to act preemptively. As an ordinary child devoid of chakra, Saburo was the first to experience discomfort, which is why he began suffering from diarrhea early that morning. Junmaru, with his more sensitive constitution, also felt unwell. Am I correct in my assumptions? The ambushers, or rather, the gentlemen from Konoha? No sooner had Uchiha Nagi uttered these words than several figures emerged around them, led by a man whose hands were wrapped in bandages and whose body was swathed in layers of cloth. Alongside him were several masked individuals who also revealed their presence. Upon their initial encounter, both parties instinctively resorted to the most common of ninja tactics, exchanging shuriken and explosive tags. Whoosh! Since their concealment had been compromised, a confrontation ensued. A volley of shuriken was hurled toward them, but Uchiha Nagi deftly evaded alongside Junmaru. Subsequently, a dozen root ninjas materialized, silently encircling them to prevent Uchiha Nagi's escape. Uchiha Nagi remarked nonchalantly, "Are you from the Umbu or the root? I am curious how you managed to locate me. My transformation technique surpasses even the art of disguise." The bandaged man spoke directly. "You need not concern yourself with our identities, Uchiha Nagi. The water you consumed last night has been poisoned. Your chances of survival are slim. If you wish to avoid death, surrender quietly, or we shall be obliged to return with your corpse as proof." Uchiha Nagi scoffed, "Concealing your insignia. Even your Konoha forehead protector. You must be dogs of Danzo." He then whispered quietly to Junmaru, "When the fighting begins and danger arises, you may harness the power of the Shikatsumiyaku." Junmaru nodded in agreement, responding softly, "Understood, teacher. I will ensure my own safety. You need not worry about me." Junmaru's confidence was not unfounded. Should the confrontation devolve into mere physical conflict, he was indeed capable of defending himself. Despite being a child, the formidable defensive capabilities of the Shikatsumiyaku would safeguard him from being pierced by shuriken or blades. Water release, water dragon technique. The first to launch an attack was a ninja wearing a rat mask, unleashing a powerful yet basic water dragon technique that required minimal hand seals. As he activated the water release, another ninja began forming hand seals, a brilliant lightning release igniting, which he then infused into the water dragon technique of his comrade. The combination of ninjutsu involved water laced with electricity, incapacitating anyone struck by the current due to the conductivity of water. This method allowed for the potential capture of Uchiha Nagi. However, Uchiha Nagi would not succumb so easily, employing earth release. He erected an earthen wall that effectively blocked the combined attack of the water dragon and lightning, preventing them from reaching him. Before the water could engulf his feet, he swiftly leaped back with Kuminari, evading the dragon's range. Yet, after just unleashing a water dragon technique, Uchiha Nagi instinctively frowned, sensing something amiss within his body, though he could not articulate it. In the distance, the squad leader, whose hands were bound in bandages, wore an enigmatic smile, murmuring to himself that the water they had consumed the previous night had been tainted with nanopoisonous insects. He reveled in their ignorance, explaining that these nano-insects were not merely toxins, but living creatures that multiplied rapidly with chakra usage. The previous night, after confirming Uchiha Nagi's entry into the town, they refrained from pursuing him directly, instead setting traps outside, knowing well the strength of his sensory abilities. Even a chakra-less hawk could detect them. Thus, the root squad leader, Oil Girl Toryun, discreetly deployed several insects into the water source, diluting the nano-insects to the point that they became colorless and tasteless, undetectable even by medical ninjas. Once a few nano-insects entered a body, they would begin to reproduce, and as the ninja utilized chakra, it would be siphoned off, allowing the insects to proliferate within. As Uchiha Nagi retreated with Kuminari, several ninjas surrounded them. He threw a kunai and, forming hand seals, invoked Orochimaru's A-rank ninjutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. A single kunai instantaneously multiplied into hundreds, filling the air like a torrential rain of arrows. However, the root squad dispatched this time consisted of ninjas, all of whom were above average in skill, and thus would not fall prey to such tactics. Earth release, earth wall. Water release, water wall. Fire release, great fireball technique. A plethora of dazzling and diverse ninjutsu was unleashed, executed with impeccable coordination, half on defense and half on offense. This exemplified the terrifying strength of teamwork, while one half defended. The other attacked, and it was impossible for a solitary ninja to execute two techniques simultaneously. Confronted with the infamous Great Fireball technique, which was said never to miss, Uchiha Nagi would certainly not allow himself to be struck, lest he become a laughingstock. However, he furrowed his brow once more, as the peculiar sensation within him intensified. He felt strange entities devouring his chakra, and the antidote proved ineffective. Furthermore, with the activation of his ninjutsu for the second time, it seemed that the bizarre entities were multiplying even more. Did he realize this? Even if he did, it mattered little, for it was not a toxin. The man with bandaged hands unfastened his bindings, revealing purple arms. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Nagi's pupils constricted sharply. The purple hue reminded him of a member of the unique Oil Girl clan from the roots, the one capable of manipulating nano-poisonous insects. Nano-poisonous insects? Oil Girl Toryun? Upon hearing the words, Oil Woman Toryun felt a jolt throughout her body, gazing incredulously at Uchiha Nagi. How do you know about me? Where did you obtain this information? With a mere name, he had unraveled her scheme. Truly, the people of the Hokage are rather naive. Uchiha Nagi smiled lightly. I sensed something was amiss with my body, yet detected no poison. It turns out to be your nanite toxins. Oil Woman Toryun sneered. So what if you know? This technique has no antidote. Your fate is sealed. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Every technique, as long as it exists, must possess a weakness. Where there is a weakness, there lies a possibility for resolution, and you, as the practitioner, are the key to its undoing. Humph, let us see if you can defeat us first. Uchiha Nagi half-crouched, his breath slowly crackling with threads of thunderous sparks. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap. Before he could finish his sentence, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting through the ranks of over a dozen root ninjas. Apart from 3 or 4 who excelled in taijutsu or body flicker techniques and managed to evade, the others fell victim to the flash of golden lightning, leaving behind traces of crimson on their necks. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Uchiha Nagi sheathed his sword, finally completing his sentence. Although these were mere fodder, a careless misstep could cost him dearly, especially with Kimimaro present. Thus Uchiha Nagi swiftly cleared them away. Oil Woman Toryun was left astonished. Such swordsmanship was unprecedented. In the ninja world, the majority trained primarily in ninjutsu and taijutsu, with few mastering the art of swordsmanship to such a degree. The only known masters were the deceased Kakashi Hatake and Hanzo. Stand down, Uchiha Nagi. If you do not wish for this child to perish. A voice suddenly echoed. Uchiha Nagi turned to see a ninja attempting a surprise attack, employing the shadow imitation technique, capturing the inexperienced Kimimaro. A Nara clan ninja chuckled darkly. He seems to matter to you. Surely, you wouldn't want any harm to befall this child? Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. Had it been anyone else, he would have felt a headache brewing. But this ninja was oblivious to the fact that he had seized Kimimaro. Though bound by the shadow imitation technique, Kimimaro's skeletal structure remained intact. Any attempt to kill him with kunai would be futile. However, the distance was a concern. To eliminate him, Uchiha Nagi softly murmured, Breath of Flame. Third form, Flame of all creation. In an instant, The Nichiren blade surged forth with unparalleled speed towards the Nara ninja. The foe was engulfed in terror. Did this child not hold significance for him? Did he not realize that the boy's life hung by a thread? Resolute, the Nara ninja, clad in an animal mask, hurled several kunai towards Kimimaro, releasing the shadow imitation technique just as the blades pierced Kimimaro, leaping backward in haste. Uchiha Nagi did not regard Kamaru at all. When he glanced in Kamaru's direction, the latter comprehended his intent. If he possessed such a lack of combat intellect, Uchiha Nagi would deem his demise unworthy of lamentation. The third form of the fiery aura, a strike executed at an imperceptible speed from above, unleashed a downward slash accompanied by a crescent of searing flames. Even if the blade did not make contact with the foe, the sword's aura would sear the enemy nonetheless. The Nara ninja, retreating, gazed in astonishment at his own form. He was injured. Chakra metal was present, yet he found it perplexing. Although chakra metal was not absent, the blades forged from it would visibly manifest chakra during combat. However, with Uchiha Nagi's technique, there was no discernible chakra extending from the sword's body. Apologies, but this is not chakra metal, this is swordsmanship. You may rest easy. Uchiha Nagi remarked nonchalantly as he turned away. In that moment, the Nara ninja's body cleaved in two, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Meanwhile, the young Kamaru, unfazed, had already removed several kunai from his person, revealing his alabaster skin beneath the torn fabric of his attire. The remaining 5 ninjas appeared to be jonin, all possessing considerable agility and prowess in taijutsu. One among them nodded at Yanaka Torigane and initiated a wind release. Great breakthrough. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow. This ninjutsu was insufficient to overcome him, and he easily dodged it. Yet, in the following instant, the reason became apparent. As Yanaka Torigane's comrade executed the wind release, he bit his fingertip and sprinkled a few drops of blood ahead, resulting in an overwhelming stench emanating from the wind technique. Nanite poison bugs. Uchiha Nagi was not foolish enough to engage Yanaka Torigane in close combat, as the latter was saturated with toxins. The minuscule infection he had already sustained was severe. If he were to engage up close, would he not meet his end directly? Uchiha Nagi clutched his abdomen, feeling increasingly unwell. It seemed the nanite poison bugs were proliferating rapidly within him. Though the initial quantity was minimal, if this continued, he feared he might perish before ever embarking on his mission. There was no choice. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Uchiha Nagi crouched, gripping his Nichiren blade as he began to gather energy. Have you realized? It is too late, Yanaka Torigane smirked, bringing his middle and index fingers together to form a seal. The nanite poison bugs could infiltrate not only through the blood, but also through respiration and skin. Yanaka Torigane had intended from the outset to utilize the nanite poison bugs against Uchiha Nagi. Feeling the discomfort in his body, Uchiha Nagi resolved to eliminate the remaining 5, nay, 6, individuals with the ruinous kill. Upon completing his charge, he ultimately opted for a long-range attack, unleashing the devastating power of the ruinous kill. 2 jonin combined their efforts to execute Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, erecting a formidable defensive technique akin to a castle wall. Hundreds of ruinous kills struck against this earthen barrier, raising a tempest of dust into the air. At that moment, a chilling voice, as frigid as ice, resonated behind several individuals. The devastating technique unleashed a single, formidable strike that radiated outwards from its epicenter, delivering a multitude of blows in an instant, each infused with tremendous force, spreading in all directions. What a disaster! How could he have suddenly appeared behind us? Impossible. The flying thunder god. But it was too late. At such close proximity, even the body flicker technique might not suffice to evade the onslaught. In mere moments, hundreds of strikes obliterated 5 individuals, limbs and remnants flying through the air, with 2 of them reduced to mere pulp. After the single attack, several elite ninjas lay lifeless, and Oil Girl Toru was cleaved in half, her hands severed, teetering on the brink of death. The flying thunder god. You see, the nano poison has already spread, and the only one capable of dispelling it is me. If I perish, no one can lift the curse, and you are doomed. She laughed, reminiscent of a flickering light, coughing up blood as she spoke. Just as Oil Girl Toru finished her words, the corpses of the previous 10 ninjas erupted in an explosion, releasing a cloud of purple smoke into the air. Clearly, she had implanted nano poison within her comrades, ensuring that their demise would not be in vain. transforming their bodies into a breeding ground for the poison upon their death. There exists no technique that cannot be unraveled, including your nano-poison, she coughed. Uchiha Nagi coughed lightly, spitting out a bit of blood. Shaking his head, he revealed that he had unleashed another of his ocular techniques, the mind transmission, transporting himself instantaneously into the midst of several individuals, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. Unlike the flying thunder god, which necessitates spatial coordinates, these individuals were utterly unprepared for his sudden appearance behind them, leading to their immediate annihilation. The vulnerabilities of high-attack, low-defense ninjas were glaringly evident at that moment. Meanwhile, a figure concealed in the shadows, donning a fox mask, silently cursed his misfortune and promptly activated the body flicker technique to escape. Yet, as he turned, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. He gasped. No, the opponent doesn't even require coordinates. Before he could comprehend, his mind spun dizzily, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself ensnared in a realm of illusion. This individual belonged to the Yamanaka clan, the one who had previously ensnared Uchiha Nagi with the mind transfer technique during Nagi's escape from Konoha. Whether or not he was the favored disciple of Danzo, Yamanaka did not matter. Danzo had indeed recruited several from the Yamanaka clan, yet Uchiha Nagi held no concern. Apologies, this is mind transmission, not the Flying Thunder God. This person had concealed himself, evidently intent on ambushing Uchiha Nagi. However, Nagi now possessed the primal sensing abilities akin to a beast. While their long-range perception might surpass his, at close range, Nagi's awareness was superior. Nagi-sensei, are you alright? Jumuru rushed over to steady the swaying Uchiha Nagi. Having not engaged excessively in battle, or perhaps due to the bone pulse's resistance to nano-poison, Jumuru, despite his pale complexion, remained capable of movement. Uchiha Nagi shook his head, assuring that as long as the poison was resolved swiftly, everything would be fine. He then seized the entrapped ninja, bringing him before Oil Girl Toryun. After placing the scroll with care, he extracted a few droplets of Toryun's blood with a kunai and began to cast his jutsu, the reanimation technique. A pair of anguished cries echoed in unison, one a wretched revival, the other a lament of a fate worse than death. Before long, a multitude of talismans soared, adhering to the root ninja from the Yamashiro clan, and he gradually began to transform into the likeness of Oil Girl Toryun. What in the world is happening? I thought I was dead. The freshly resurrected Oil Girl Toryun was bewildered. Long time no see. Nay, it is a reunion, Oil Girl Toryun. Uchiha Nagi remarked with a smile. I once declared that no jutsu is insurmountable. Behold, it has been resolved. Toryun's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a familiar corpse upon the ground, his very own. The second Hokage's reanimation technique. How did you master it? Wasn't that technique incomplete? That is of no concern to you. Now, assist me in unraveling the nano-poison bugs, Uchiha Nagi replied nonchalantly. Never, even in death. I shall not aid you. I am determined to eradicate you for the sake of Konoha. That is not your choice to make, Uchiha Nagi sneered, lifting a kunai bound with talismans and plunging it into his brain. In that instant, Toryun fell completely under his control and under the jutsu's influence. He obediently dispelled the Kumo poison and the nano-bugs afflicting Uchiha Nagi. Let us depart, Uchiha Nagi stated, preparing to leave with Kumo. Before taking his leave, he glanced toward the guide, only to discover that the old man had miraculously survived, albeit in a daze while cradling a child. His grandson, Saburo, had been slain by the root members, yet the old man had inexplicably lived on. Perhaps in that moment, Toryun had experienced a flicker of conscience. Or perhaps he deemed the old man exposed and unworthy of execution. In any case, the guide was fortunate to be alive. Uchiha Nagi sighed and addressed the guide. I regret the misfortune that has befallen you. This mission concludes here. I shall compensate you tenfold for your troubles, as that is the least I can do. Little Kumo silently observed the child of his own age, acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the ninja world. When Uchiha Nagi had mercilessly employed the reanimation technique on Toryun, Kumo had merely watched, for as the enemy of his teacher, Toryun was his enemy too. He felt no pity for him. However, the plight of this innocent child, sharing his age, stirred a different sentiment within him. After a prolonged silence, the despondent guide finally roused himself, sorrowfully stating, I apologize, sir. I shall return to my hometown with Saburo. Nevertheless, I will inform you of the map and the dangers along the way. The guide produced a map and meticulously pointed out the treacherous quicksand areas and regions prone to sandstorms, explaining them in detail. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi inquired, "Do you know of a place called Lulan?" Lulan. Many years ago, when I was but a child, I heard my grandfather recount tales of a once prosperous nation, the kingdom of Lulan, which thrived under the aegis of the Wind Country. However, it ultimately succumbed to the relentless fury of sandstorms. The elderly guide slowly narrated the origins of Lulan to Uchiha Nagi. Long ago, much like the Wave Country's subservience to the Water Country, Lulan's geographical positioning relegated it to the status of a vassal to the Wind Country, compelled to pay tribute annually. One fateful day, for reasons unknown, the entire nation vanished. It was said that Lulan had outstayed its welcome, reduced to merely a vast expanse dotted with verdant oases. Especially since the Wind Country boasted the largest territory among all nations. Following its disappearance, the Wind Country dispatched scouts to investigate, yet against the forces of nature. Even ninjas found themselves powerless, unable to excavate the oases buried beneath the sands, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. All that remained was the knowledge that a portion of Lulan's surviving populace wandered aimlessly among the common folk. As for the location of Lulan, being a diminutive nation, even smaller than the Wave Country, and with the Wind Country's perpetual sandstorms obscuring its oases, the precise whereabouts gradually faded from collective memory. Nonetheless, even after the passage of so many years, Sunagakure undoubtedly still possessed detailed maps of Lulan. Thank you. Uchiha Nagi remained true to his word. Harboring no intent to eliminate anyone, he discreetly activated his Sharingan, altering the memories of himself and Kinshiki within the minds of others. When the time came to act decisively, he would show no mercy. However, he would not take the life of an innocent, even if they posed a potential threat to him. This was one of the few remaining principles he held dear. Once certain boundaries are crossed, the first transgression often leads to a second, and before one realizes it, one may descend into moral decay. 2 days later, a team of ninjas adorned with the Sunagakure forehead protector arrived in a small town situated on the border of the Wind Country, which had recently experienced a massacre. Even though it was merely a settlement of several hundred inhabitants, it warranted their attention. It could very well be the site of an enemy incursion. "Captain, we have discovered signs of a struggle nearby," reported a member of the Sunagakure Umbu. "Let us proceed and investigate." The lead captain gestured, and in an instant, several members vanished, making their way to the location where Uchiha Nagi and Aburame Shino had engaged in battle. Upon arrival, they beheld the remnants of a merchant convoy decimated by explosive tags laid in ambush, followed by the site of Uchiha Nagi's confrontation with Aburame Shino. "Exercise caution. It seems those corpses may be toxic." A gentle breeze swept across the desert, stirring the sands, carrying with it microscopic nanobugs invisible to the naked eye. Among those present, 2 individuals had their exposed skin silently adhered to by several of these nanobugs. Subsequently, the Umbu squad from Sunagakure disregarded the corpses and returned, not out of carelessness, but because they had employed shadow clones for their inspection, assuming the substance on the bodies was merely a toxin, never considering the presence of nanobugs. As they returned to Sunagakure to report to the Kazekage, one ninja suddenly coughed a few times. "Hey, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night in the desert that have given me a slight cold." Laughter echoed as one mused. "Have I perhaps expended too much vigor on women? How absurd. Am I truly that kind of person? I could effortlessly manage 10 women." Such bravado, yet unbeknownst to him, the nano-venomous insects began to spread within the village of Sunagakure, incited by his cough. In ancient times, such a phenomenon was termed a plague. As a modest settlement of several hundred souls, Sunagakure may seem sparsely populated, but its circumstances are unique. If it were merely a village of 1 or 200, its demise would be inconsequential, perhaps the capricious act of a ruthless ninja during times of war. Yet in this era of peace, the emergence of such calamities, especially with other nations' ninjas lurking nearby, albeit without headbands, warrants significant concern for Sunagakure. Typically, it is only Sunagakure that engages in conflict with Konohagakure. Could it be that Konohagakure seeks to assail Sunagakure this time? Within the confines of the Kazekage Tower, the 4th Kazekage furrowed his brow, grappling with confusion. After nearly a decade of hard-won peace, could Konohagakure truly be contemplating war? Such a move would be illogical, given that the Land of Wind offers little beyond sand and barren wasteland. Underground minerals are plentiful in Konohagakure, and only he possesses the means to extract the precious sand gold. An attack on the Land of Wind would yield them no advantage. However, reports from Sunegakure's Umbu revealed that, despite the fallen ninjas lacking identification, they were indeed confirmed to be from Konohagakure. The reasons were manifold. Firstly, the distinctiveness of attire, as each nation produces garments with unique characteristics. Secondly, the weaponry. Though shurikens and kunai may appear similar, seasoned blacksmiths can differentiate them. Lastly, geography dictates that only Konohagakure could be responsible. Thus, it is overwhelmingly likely that Konohagakure's ninjas orchestrated a massacre in this small town of the Land of Wind, only to find their target had slipped away, subsequently laying a trap for the merchant caravan, culminating in a fierce battle on the road. Fortunate was the elderly guide, who had just crossed the border. Otherwise, he too might have fallen prey to the Umbu of Sunegakure. Uchiha Nagi did not venture directly into Sunegakure, but instead sought refuge in a town beyond its borders. As the Land of Wind boasts vast territories, it is certainly not limited to a single village. However, Sunegakure serves as the stronghold for the ninjas of the entire Land of Wind, akin to the role of Konohagakure, with numerous other towns dotting the landscape. For instance, he now finds himself in a city called Wangchuan, the seat of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. With the establishment of Konohagakure by the first Hokage, the authority of the feudal lords has waned considerably, effectively relegating them to mere subordinates of the ninja villages. This aligns with reality. A powerless feudal lord wishing to command a ninja village is but a dreamer. Due to the exalted status of the ninja lords, they cannot personally tax or manage the common folk. Hence, all nations tacitly allow the feudal lords to assist in tax collection and administration, while the ninjas are solely tasked with warfare. Moreover, amidst the rising tide of public discontent, a scapegoat is hastily introduced. A change of the feudal lord, or even an execution, would absolve the hidden village of any blame. The taxation is the responsibility of the feudal lord, thus. Apart from Asuma's former allegiance to the 12 Guardians, no other nations have contemplated abolishing their lords. The ruler of the Land of Fire is merely protected by 12 elite ninjas, leaving the pitiable Nagi-sensei amidst this bustling scene. Though there seems to be a scarcity of ninjas, Junmaru glanced around, noticing the lack of ninja presence. Well, after all, this is the residence of the feudal lord of the Wind Country, so it naturally attracts more people, Uchiha Nagi remarked. Yet it pales in comparison to the Land of Fire. Even entering the city gates, samurai and soldiers scrutinize and inspect all who pass. The walls of the Wind Country are not designed to guard against ninjas, but rather to shield against the relentless sandstorms. Due to the ongoing conflict, Uchiha Nagi stored the goods he had acquired within his scrolls, intending to sell them upon arrival in this city and subsequently replenish his supplies of food and water. He began to subtly gather information regarding the country of Lulan, occasionally employing illusion techniques to discreetly extract information. For instance, there was an elderly man before him, whose wrinkled visage belied his age of less than 40, yet he appeared as if he were in his 70s. The food offered was quite delectable, unique to the desert region. A bowl of something akin to spicy soup accompanied by a flatbread, filled with an unidentifiable meat that oozed with oil and was particularly chewy. Junmaru relished the meal, his face glistening with grease. During this period, his appetite had surged alarmingly, surpassing even that of Uchiha Nagi, perhaps due to his breathing techniques combined with rigorous training. His physique was no longer the frail form it once was. He was becoming more robust, with muscle density considerably enhanced, even without the use of his shikatsumiyaku. His muscle density was already 2 to 3 times that of an average person. It was difficult to fathom how formidable Junmaru's muscle density would become in adulthood. At that point, even without utilizing the shikatsumiyaku, a kunai might struggle to pierce his flesh. Yet, considering that immaturity, he could withstand the immense pressure of a sandstorm burial weighing several hundred tons. It was hardly surprising. "Good sir, you've been in this trade for many years, I presume?" Uchiha Nagi inquired. "Haha, not too long, perhaps 20 or 30 years. In my youth, I traveled extensively and witnessed much of the world." The shopkeeper replied with a jovial smile. "I see. In your travels, you must have visited numerous nations." Uchiha Nagi subtly activated his Sharingan, concealed beneath his hair. The elderly man seemed oblivious to his crimson eyes and continued the conversation. "Indeed, I have had the fortune of visiting neighboring lands, Iron Country, Land of Demons, and the Land of Fire. Each nation possesses its unique scenery and customs, all worthy of remembrance. I have heard that in the past, the Wind Country was home to many smaller nations, but due to environmental changes, they were buried and obliterated by sand. As the old man spoke, Uchiha Nagi's Sharingan flickered, subtly prompting him to continue his narrative. Indeed, there exists a realm known as the Kingdom of Lulan, once blessed with fertile lands, serving as one of the significant sources of grain for the Wind Country. Alas, the heavens have since transformed, and it was engulfed by relentless sandstorms. Do you happen to know the current location of the Kingdom of Lulan? Oh, it lies near the river country, though the precise coordinates remain elusive. For decades of winds and sands have obscured its details. The Kingdom of Lulan itself was not extensive. However, the esteemed Lord's residence should still harbor a detailed map of Lulan, should a guest wish to locate it. The Lord's domain and the Wind Shadow's territory would undoubtedly possess the necessary information. The proprietor misunderstood. I was merely curious about the vast expanse of the Wind Country and whether it once housed many smaller nations. Besides, with Lulan buried beneath the sands, what purpose would my visit serve? Ah, that is indeed a fair point. Uchiha Nagi chuckled softly, closing his Sharingan, while the shopkeeper remained unaware of the implications of their conversation. Venturing towards the Wind Shadow's domain is certainly unwise, for it is teeming with ninjas, and the Wind Shadow's magnetic release coupled with its geographical advantages would only invite peril. However, approaching the Lord's estate poses little risk. Under the cover of night, clad in black attire that melded seamlessly with the darkness, Uchiha Nagi resembled a shadow, his crimson Sharingan the only striking feature against the night. Silently, he infiltrated the Lord's residence, untroubled by the strength of its guards. The Lord of the Fire Country was defended by merely 12 elite ninjas, while the Sand Country's forces, as perceived by Uchiha Nagi, likely numbered fewer than 6. With no shadow-level presence, only a handful of elite ninjas remained, and in a moment of fervor, he could easily obliterate the Lord of the Wind Country. It is no wonder that Scorpion could conquer a small nation. In regions devoid of ninja villages, a shadow-level powerhouse is overwhelmingly dominant. Yet, the noble clan, with its extensive lineage, would merely appoint another lord should Uchiha Nagi eliminate the current one, often selecting a distant relative to ascend. However, such an act would not only be detrimental, but would also invite trouble, as the nations have an unspoken pact against the assassination of lords. Any perpetrator would find themselves on a universal blacklist, hunted across the world. Thus, as Uchiha Nagi approached the Lord's estate, his true caution lay not in the few elite ninjas, but rather in the myriad of traps, cursed seals, explosive tags, and various sealing techniques. While the elite ninjas may be few, the wealth of the Lord ensures that such deadly traps are abundantly scattered throughout. It is a perilous endeavor for anyone unfamiliar with the locale, since unfamiliar individuals are prone to falling into traps. It would be prudent to seek the guidance of someone familiar. Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly, glancing about until his eyes lit up upon spotting a young attendant engaged in cleaning. With no other recourse, a practical tool at his disposal, he activated his Sharingan, compelling the lad to lead him through the labyrinth of traps toward the Lord's study. Nagi discreetly shadowed him, treading carefully. Should any traps lie ahead, the Sharingan could discern most of them, thanks to its meticulous dynamic vision and keen observation, coupled with the ability to perceive various energy signatures in infrared. However, he harbored concerns about undetectable traps. For instance, in the garden, Uchiha Nagi discovered a ruse disguised as a withered tree and fallen leaves. Stepping upon it would trigger nearby bells to jangle, a non-lethal, yet irksome alarm. The attendant, under the influence of the Sharingan, meandered toward the Lord's study, perhaps believing that wealth and the Lord's life bore greater significance. Or perhaps due to insufficient personnel to guard such an expansive estate, resulting in minimal defenses around the study. Nagi released the attendant and simultaneously implanted a hypnotic suggestion, ensuring he would forget the recent events. Within the vast study lay an array of historical texts, treatises on geography, Buddhist scriptures, and various agricultural and alchemical tomes, many of which appeared yellowed, indicating they had not been replaced in quite some time. Nagi felt a headache brewing as he contemplated the arduous task of locating the ancient map of the Lulan Kingdom amidst the disarray. He promptly summoned 3 shadow clones to assist in the search. Curse that Lord of the Wind Country. Why can't he keep this place organized? Complained Shadow Clone No. 1. Your side seems better, at least there are titles. Look at my section. It's nothing but scrolls, each requiring unrolling. All while I must be cautious of potential explosive seals or traps. What a bother. Shadow clone number 2 spat in frustration. Speaking of which, isn't it odd for a shadow clone to spit? Shadow clone number 3 remarked, casting a curious glance at number 2. Indeed. What would a chakra body's saliva even look like? Perhaps we should experiment with other bodily functions and see what the clones produce. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return to work. Though there are no high-level beings present, alarming those upper ninjas would still pose a significant dilemma, Uchiha Nagi interjected, clapping his hands to conclude the frivolous discussion among the clones. To work, to work. Let us seek treasure. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Uchiha Nagi found it amusing that even his clones exhibited such silliness. Was it possible that, when alone, he possessed an inherently playful nature? With swift movements, the shadow clones diligently rifled through the contents of the Lord's study, examining various scrolls and tomes. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, their speed could be likened to reading 10 lines in a single glance. Suddenly, a melodious voice, akin to that of a warbler, emerged from the study, startling Uchiha Nagi and causing all 3 shadow clones to freeze in shock, for this individual had approached them without a sound. Uchiha Nagi turned around and beheld a girl of around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a kimono, innocently holding a lantern as she gazed at him from within the study. In a swift motion, one of his shadow clones had already appeared behind her, covering her mouth while simultaneously pressing a kunai against her throat. Any hint of resistance would result in a swift end. Wait, do not act. Uchiha Nagi commanded the shadow clone, which, in truth, had no intention of attacking, for the thoughts of both the clone and the original were synchronized, rendering his reminder unnecessary. He first scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of any hidden foes. It was merely her presence. Uchiha Nagi furrowed his brow, astonished by her ability to appear silently at his side. Most astonishing of all was the realization that she was an ordinary person, devoid of chakra or any energy akin to fighting spirit within her. Who are you? Uchiha Nagi inquired. My name is Yukihime, but you can call me Koyuki. When I was born, it miraculously snowed, and my father named me Yukihime, the girl replied, her demeanor adorably naive. The character Hime signifies princess. In this clearly stratified ninja world, few would dare to name their offspring with such a title, as it could invite trouble. Are you the daughter of a daimyo? Uchiha Nagi asked. Yes, I am. And you, are you a thief? But there is no treasure here, only books, Koyuki responded, her beautiful yet slightly bewildered eyes widening. The next moment, realization dawned upon her. Oh, I understand. You have come here to read as well, just like me. I come here every day to find books. You often come here to read. Then you must be quite familiar with the books in this study? Uchiha Nagi remarked. Indeed. As the daughter of a daimyo, I can't roam freely outside the city. It's quite dull. Other than wandering around the town, my only solace lies in reading. By the way, what book are you looking for? I can help you. I know this place best, Koyuki said, her eyes sparkling with innocence, devoid of any ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Nagi decided to speak the truth. I am searching for a map of the ancient Lulan kingdom from decades ago. Is it here? Koyuki pondered for a moment, then excitedly nodded. Yes, I remember now. Just a moment, I saw it last time but misplaced it. Let me look for it. With that, Koyuki rolled up her sleeves, momentarily shedding her princess-like demeanor, and began rummaging through a pile of scrolls, scattering them across the floor. Before long, she moved to another bookshelf. Uchiha Nagi thought to himself, what a chaotic arrangement of books in this study. She must be the culprit. Ah, found it. Here it is, Koyuki exclaimed joyfully, wiping the dirt from her face as she handed the scroll to Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi opened it and confirmed that it was indeed a map from decades past. With this, alongside the current map of the Wind Country, he could ascertain the approximate location of the Lulan kingdom within the desert. Is this it? Is this it? Koyuki asked anxiously, as if she valued it even more than he did. Indeed, this is what I sought. I will borrow it for a time, Uchiha Nagi replied, tucking it away after examining it. Excellent. Then take it. But Snow Princess suddenly became a bit shy. The farmer does not feel pain over the fields, and besides, a map is not something particularly precious, at least in her eyes. If you desire something, feel free to speak. Anything I possess is available for exchange. Uchiha Nagi, despite traversing 2 decades, remained steadfast in upholding certain modern principles, such as refraining from harming defenseless women and children. This conviction also explains his choice to serve as a medical ninja during the Great Ninja War rather than engage on the front lines. When faced with the command to slaughter an entire village, how does one reconcile the act of killing the elderly, women, and children amid chaos? The principle of equivalent exchange is a virtue that Uchiha Nagi cherishes deeply. Snow Lei joyfully grasped Uchiha Nagi's hand and exclaimed, "Really? Then take me with you. I wish to explore beyond the confines of the Lord's manor. I do not want to wed an old man. He is not as handsome as you." An old man? Could this be a political marriage? Unlike the fierce battles among the various ninja villages, the feudal lords are akin to parasites, merely subsisting without ambition. They engage in intermarriage, as they deem commoners unworthy of their noble lineage. As for the ninja, it is a jest. No ninja from the great villages would ever consider marrying into the lord's household unless the lord willingly offers his daughter in marriage. However, noble princesses marrying into a class they disdain? To the lords, ninjas represent the former samurai class, mere vassals beneath their dignity. And the leaders of each village keep a vigilant watch over the lords. Would you dare to marry your daughter to a jonin from our village? Are you attempting to cultivate influence and seize power, akin to the 12 guardians of the Land of Wind, who sought to overthrow Konoha and usurp the authority of the Land of Fire? Thus, for generations, it has been customary for lords to marry only into noble families while their daughters are similarly wed to nobles, including those from neighboring countries. Take the Wind Shadow. For instance, his wife has been deceased for many years, and upon my father's insistence, I once met him at the Lord's Manor, where he later mentioned that I would be married to him in a couple of years. Snow Princess looked at Uchiha Nagi with a pitiful expression and pleaded, "Take me away, please." Faced with this predicament, Uchiha Nagi found himself at a loss. "You should listen to your father." Snow Princess shook her head vigorously, refusing. Uchiha Nagi's lips twitched as he contemplated whether to knock her unconscious and leave. He had no desire to carry a burden. The world outside is perilous, and the Wind Shadow is formidable, not to mention he appears to be under 40. What is so terrible about him? He is not as handsome as you. All right. That reason is quite compelling. You have persuaded me. Snow Princess rested her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Nagi, her mind racing with thoughts on how to convince this man to take her away. By the way, is there anything you wish to know? I am well versed in all the tales. I know the legends of the Land of Wind from a millennium ago. If you take me with you, I can share those fascinating stories. I've heard that the Land of Wind was once ruled by a princess who descended from the moon. Uchiha Nagi suddenly had a brilliant idea. By the way, how did you manage to enter without my notice? Yukaheim bit her index finger, her eyes blinking curiously. Are you really eager to know? Then let us engage in an equivalent exchange. If you assist me in escaping, I shall reveal the secret to you. Uchiha Nagi thought to himself, I should not have mentioned the exchange. Wait, tell me first, and I shall consider whether to help you flee. Uchiha Nagi activated his Sharingan, beginning to weave a subtle hypnotic spell. No, I fear you might not keep your word. You've already used Jinjutsu on me, Yukaheim replied, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum, yet she remained resolute. Nagi, however, was astonished once again. This girl, an ordinary person devoid of chakra, was acutely aware of my Jinjutsu, and it appeared she remained unscathed. Was the illusion ineffective against her? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Nagi resolved to take her along, curious to uncover the secret she harbored that rendered her immune to the Jinjutsu of his 3-tomo Sharingan. Very well, I agree. But let it be known, I cannot guarantee your safety. If any mishap occurs and you perish, do not blame me, for I am being pursued. Agreed. Let us depart at once. If we delay, dawn will break, and it will become troublesome to leave, Yukaheim exclaimed with excitement. All right, Nagi nodded. As for the possibility of her meeting a grim fate along the way, that was a risk she had willingly accepted. Should misfortune befall her, it would not be his concern. Upon exiting the door, Uchiha Nagi swept her into a princess carry and leaped effortlessly out of the feudal lord's estate. Perhaps it was akin to a realm of transparency? Throughout the journey, Uchiha Nagi pondered deeply. How could someone render a powerful being like himself unable to sense any presence? It could only be akin to a state of transparency. Though the terminology varied, the shinobi world undoubtedly possessed its own form of transparency. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance, who, upon his recent resurrection, wielded his Rinnegan effortlessly against a multitude of foes, seemingly untroubled. It would be absurd to claim that he had not grasped such a realm. Moreover, Gamamaru, a creature of over 1,000 years, could even glimpse fleeting moments within the river of time. A being of such formidable power must have comprehended that state. The brothers Yagura and Yui should also be capable of it. Could it be that this girl was destined to be the child of fate, born into the realm of transparency? At that moment, Yukaheim gazed around with unbridled excitement. Hey, Hanamaru, are you alright? You've been ill for several days. I'm fine, cough cough. It's strange. It seems there has been an unusual number of people in the village with colds lately. I've seen several at the hospital seeking medicine. Be cautious. The temperature fluctuations between day and night have been quite significant. Hanamaru and Kenkaro were training at a designated field when Hanamaru's sudden cough brought their practice to an end. Sunagakure had adopted a system similar to that of Konoha, establishing medical ninjas in hospitals, albeit with a medical standard not quite as advanced as that of Konoha. The Land of Wind, situated in a desert region, is commonly perceived by ordinary people as perpetually hot, where daytime temperatures soar to sweltering degrees, and moisture evaporates before it even touches the ground. In reality, the days are sweltering while the nights grow chilly, with a considerable temperature fluctuation, particularly during the winter months when the disparity becomes alarmingly severe. Initially, Shoju suspected she had merely caught a cold. However, a visit to the hospital revealed a notable increase in cold cases. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on it too much, merely obtaining some medication before departing. As a resilient individual, she rarely succumbed to illness, and even when she did, it was usually mild and resolved with a bit of medication. Yet, as the number of afflicted individuals rose, the first severely ill ninja emerged, prompting the doctors of Sunagakure to take heed. What is this? Under the microscope, a medical ninja gazed in shock at the scene before him, blood extracted from the body of a deceased ninja. Upon analysis, a terrifying discovery was made. A type of nano-sized parasite was rapidly proliferating within the ninja's body, voraciously consuming his chakra and devouring his flesh, only to continue its reproduction. In contrast, while ordinary people also fell ill, they lacked chakra, which deprived the nanoparasites of the energy necessary for rapid reproduction. Thus, their suffering from colds, fevers, and eventual demise occurred at a slower pace compared to that of the ninjas. Inform Lord Kazekage, the doctor murmured, something extraordinary has emerged in the village. Soon, the Umbu relayed the information to the fourth Kazekage, who promptly convened a meeting with the prominent families and elders of the village. This is certainly not a natural parasite, Chiyo declared emphatically. It bears resemblance to the insect-controlling clan of Konoha, her brother, Hiruzen, remarked, furrowing his brow. The Aburame clan, perhaps? Yet, I have never heard of such diminutive insects. They have always manipulated insects of a standard size, the fourth Kazekage pondered, perplexed. The Aburame clan is known for their insect manipulation, yet their repertoire has remained unchanged for centuries. All insects, regardless of size, have remained within human perception. The sight of such nano-sized creatures, smaller even than ants, was unprecedented. How could one control them? Regardless of whether these were indeed the Aburame's insects, they were undoubtedly engineered, specifically designed to combat ninjas. As long as chakra exists, their reproduction rate is exceedingly rapid. Conversely, ordinary humans, lacking chakra, succumb to death at a much slower rate. A doctor began elucidating the characteristics of these parasites to the Kazekage and the assembly. These creatures, while incessantly consuming the chakra of ninjas and reproducing, also released toxins. Compounding the situation, these nanoparasites were too minuscule to be seen by the naked eye, and with the dense population of Sunagakure, they had spread long before detection, pervading the water sources and the very ground beneath them. Even more alarming was the fact that these chakra-consuming parasites could survive for extended periods in the air, remaining impervious even under the searing 40-degree heat of the Land of Wind, thriving for many days. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for war. This must be the prelude to Konoha's aggression. This venomous creature is undoubtedly a product meticulously engineered by the Oil Clan of Konoha. However, the Land of Wind possesses nothing but sand, hardly a worthy cause for Konoha to wage war. Peace has barely reigned for a decade. And now we are to engage in battle once more? Who can say? Perhaps their intent is to weaken our strength preemptively. Very well, everyone. The fourth Kazekage raised a hand to quell the murmurs among the crowd. Let us first contact Konoha and lodge our protest. We shall observe their response. If they are indeed behind this, we shall have no choice but to declare war. Yet, with so many ninjas infected by these parasitic creatures, can we even wage war? Chiyo, the elder, was uncertain, but she understood that if a solution to this plague-like nanotoxicity was not found swiftly, the losses for Sunigakure would rival those of a full-scale ninja war. "Teacher, is this my future mentor?" the curious Kankuro inquired. "Do not speak nonsense. She is still a minor. The teacher merely rescued her," Uchiha Nagi replied darkly. "But I am no longer a child. Otherwise, my father would not be arranging my marriage," Yukihime asserted, biting her finger. "Enough chatter. Let us depart before the city is sealed off." However, an awkward situation soon unfolded. Yukihime was unable to ride a horse, and as an ordinary person, her walking speed was painfully slow. To maintain their pace, Uchiha Nagi reluctantly carried her once more, setting her down only after they had exited the confines of the feudal lord's castle. "Now, tell me, how did you evade my senses? I have facilitated your escape, and it is time for you to honor your promise." To be honest, I am not quite sure," Yukihime admitted, scratching her head in embarrassment. Noticing Uchiha Nagi's increasingly dark expression, she quickly added, "However, it may be due to my frequent readings of Buddhist scriptures. I recall from historical texts that the land of wind was once not a desert but a lush forest, much like the land of fire. It seems a great tree drained the earth's energy, leading to desertification. The land was ravaged, suffering from calamities, and a sect of ninjas emerged, guiding the people and saving them from peril, leaving behind numerous scriptures. Over time, various nations perished due to land desiccation, ultimately giving rise to the land of wind. My father, being the feudal lord, has preserved some of this knowledge across generations, and I often indulge in reading." As she spoke, Yukihime bit her finger and blinked at Uchiha Nagi. "I believe it is those scriptures that hold the key." Uchiha Nagi paused in contemplation. What Yukihime had just recounted pertained to the scriptures left by that sect of ninjas. Merging this with his own memories from before his reincarnation, he began to grasp why the land of wind had succumbed to such extensive desertification. It was indeed due to the energy being drained by the divine tree.